A host of dragons took to the skies, their leathery wings beating against the turbulent air. They soared past jagged rock formations, their shadows dancing across the stone. The dragons approached a towering castle, its dark spires piercing the stormy sky. The fortress loomed, a silent sentinel against the encroaching darkness. The castle gates, adorned with demonic carvings, stood as a formidable barrier. A path of fire led to the castle's entrance, a testament to the power that resided within. Inside, the castle was a vast, echoing chamber, its stone walls scarred by time and battle. Vermouth, the hero, and his 4 companions sought out Magic Count Helmut, their mission to subdue the Demon King. Together, they had already slain 3 of the 5 Demon Kings. And now only 2 remained. Vermouth clashed with the remaining dragons, his blade a blur against their fiery breath. He charged forward, Anise and Senya flanking him as they plunged into the heart of the demon horde. The demons, grotesque parodies of winged beasts, swarmed to meet them. Their eyes burned with malevolent intent, horns jutting from their crimson skulls. Vermouth focused his energy, arcane power gathering in his outstretched hands. A searing beam of pure force erupted from his palms, cutting through the demonic ranks. The air crackled as he unleashed his spell. The battle became a whirlwind of steel and magic, each strike a desperate attempt to stem the tide of darkness. A deafening explosion rocked the cavern, the shockwave threatening to throw them off their feet. Vermouth's gaze hardened, his resolve unyielding. The great Vermouth. Senya soared through the air, her staff crackling with arcane energy as she prepared to strike. Her eyes narrowed, focused on the demonic horde before her. Her expression hardening with resolve, Senya declares that she can use her magic. Meanwhile, Anise raises her staff, preparing to unleash her own power against the horde. Senya unleashes her magic, a torrent of energy surging forth. The cavern trembles as Senya's spell impacts the demons, sending debris flying. The name Senya is emblazoned across the panel, a testament to her power. Anise joins the fray, her own magic erupting in a blinding flash of light. Anise's voice rings out, promising a blessing to everyone. Bathed in a golden aura, Anise prepares to deliver her blessing. One of the demons cries out, seemingly affected by Anise's power. Her eyes closed in concentration, Anise focuses her energy. Anise unleashes her blessing, a wave of purifying energy washing over the demons. The name Anise is displayed, marking her contribution to the battle. A surge of power crackles through the air, the energy coalescing into a visible force. The ground trembles as a foot slams down with earth-shattering force. A warrior grips his massive axe, his face a mask of grim determination. Another burst of energy explodes outward, scattering debris and shadows. The warrior swings his axe in a wide arc, the blade singing through the air. Blood splatters across the scene, painting a gruesome tableau. The warrior stands amidst the carnage, his axe dripping with crimson. A close-up reveals a face contorted in a sinister grin, eyes gleaming with malice. The words, "the brave moron," are emblazoned across the panel. A fist connects with a sickening thud, sending a shockwave through the air. A foot blurs into motion, delivering a swift and brutal kick. Vermouth, reeling from the blow, spits out a curse. "That bastard! Stop going ahead of me!" The ground cracks and splinters under immense force. Charging forward, Hamel sprints towards the horde of enemies. He bellows, urging others to clear the path. Arcane energies flare, a chaotic display of raw power. He plummets through the air, surrounded by the swirling chaos. The face of the foolish Hamel contorts with rage. The warrior stands amidst the carnage, bodies of blue-skinned demons littering the ground. Someone scoffs, a statement echoing in their mind. Hamel was always jealous of Vermouth. Meanwhile, the white-haired figure stands beside Hamel, a stoic expression on his face. The words hang in the air. Hamel always said that Vermouth was his rival, but no one else thought the same. A chaotic descent, figures plummeting into the abyss. Hamel and the white-haired figure fall together, their fates intertwined. His face contorted in rage, Hamel bellowed Vermouth's name, the sound echoing through the cavern. A blade flashed, slicing through the air with deadly precision. The white-haired figure stood ready, eyes narrowed, prepared to strike. In a shocking turn, the white-haired figure plunged a blade into Hamel's chest. Senya watched in horror as Hamel coughed, blood splattering from his mouth. A monstrous demon emerged, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. Hamel, wounded and weakened, struggled to stay on his feet. The white-haired figure engaged the demon, their movements a blur of steel and shadow. A chilling laugh echoed from the demon's throat, a sound of pure malice. The demon unleashed a torrent of dark magic, the air crackling with energy. The white-haired figure braced for the impact, determination etched on their face. A surge of power erupted, shaking the very foundations of the cavern. He continued his assault, blade flashing against the demon's hide. The sword moved with blinding speed, each strike aimed with deadly precision. The demon, however, was not defenseless, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. The white-haired figure's blade found its mark, a spray of demonic blood painting the air. Meanwhile, Senya and Anise raced toward Hamel, their footsteps echoing in the cavern. Senya's voice cut through the din, calling out his name in desperation. Vermouth stood over Hamel's lifeless body, the reality of the situation sinking in. Vermouth's voice was heavy with regret. You didn't need to die like this. Hamel, blood trickling from his mouth, managed a weak smile. This much is an honorable death. Vermouth's hand clenched into a fist, his knuckles white with rage. He spoke, his voice a low growl. You must defeat the Demon King. His hands clenched together, a surge of determination coursing through him. Vermouth's eyes burned with fury as he vowed, I will massacre all of the Demon Kings. The taste of blood filled Hamel's mouth as he lay on the cold ground, the light fading from his eyes. Anise clasped her hands together, her voice a whisper as she begged for a miracle. Pray for me. Vermouth's gaze hardened, a silent vow etched on his face. He had lost a comrade, a brother in arms. You are the bravest warrior ever. Tears streamed down Senya's face, each drop a testament to the depth of her grief. With a pained smile, Hamel began, To be honest, A children's book lay open, its pages filled with words that would soon ignite a storm of emotions. The white-haired figure's face contorted in rage, his voice cracking as he screamed, I didn't say that. His small hands clenched into fists, knuckles white with fury. The child seethed, If it wasn't anonymous, I'd go beat the shit out of them right now. He continued reading, his voice dripping with sarcasm and disbelief. Hamel the foolish. Was this written by some bastard who I beat up 300 years ago? The white-haired figure's voice rose in indignation. Why did they just leave this children's book like this? Didn't they even considering protecting their companion's honor? Surrounding Hamel's lifeless body, the child thought, well, it's not like they'd have ever thought that the dead Hamel. He considered the implications, the echoes of a life lived long ago. To be reborn, yet burdened with the weight of what once was. The thought crystallized. Hamel had fallen in battle, 3 centuries past, while locked in mortal combat with the Demon King. And a portrait shimmered into existence, bathed in ethereal light, depicting a noble figure from that distant era. Lost in contemplation, Eugene's gaze drifted downward, settling upon a forgotten book resting on the floor. Another image surfaced, a stark reminder of a different fate, reincarnated as one of Vermouth's. The truth crystallized. Eugene Lionheart, 13 years of age, a descendant of heroes. The text reveals that Vermouth, in a past life, had many concubines besides his first wife. A glimpse into that past shows Vermouth surrounded by women of noble bearing. Hamel, shirtless and deep in thought, mused, he didn't used to be the type to chase after women. Did he change his mind after getting old? The red-haired warrior understood, since he's human too, though. The text explains that only the families that are considered the direct line of descendants are the children of the first wife. It was also written that families within the branch are forbidden from training their mana and using real swords before the blood succession ritual. Hamel approached a rack of wooden swords. The protagonist held a wooden sword, thinking, so I've been using a wooden sword instead. The young warrior declared that today would be the last day he used it. Hamel's eyes burned with determination. Pink energy crackled around him as he moved, a testament to the raw power Eugene now possessed. The force of the impact splintered the training dummy. Shards of blue energy scattered as the dummy was sent flying. The force of the blow reverberated through the training grounds. Eugene's father watched with growing unease, sweat beading on his brow. He sighed, looking down at the broken remains. You've broken it again. Eugene looked up, his expression unreadable. The boy's grip tightened on the wooden sword, his knuckles white. His father's thoughts swirled with worry. The body of a 13-year-old? Eugene's father was afraid. His son did not speak or act like a child. There was no innocence to be found in those scary eyes. Even though he lost his mother early in his childhood, he has never missed his dead mother once. The man's brow furrowed, lost in thought. The town's blacksmith skill is absolute trash, Eugene thinks as he destroys the weapon. Selling a piece of trash like this for money, he thinks. He should be whipped as punishment. But father, you are too generous. The man with the gray hair hums, considering Eugene's words. Eugene declares that he will participate. On that note, the blood succession ritual is tomorrow. Blood succession ritual, a shitty Lionheart tradition held every 10 years. All children from ages 10 to 15 from both direct lineage and branch gather at the head family's home for the blood succession ritual, and they all compete to see who is worthy of the last name Lionheart. The competition is fierce. But unlike the branch families, the direct lineage are allowed to use real weapons and train their mana. In conclusion, they're just making sure that the branch families are unable to do better than the direct lineage. Eugene has great enough talents that I cannot imagine him to be my son, the man thinks. If he had been born into the head family. He lamented that if Eugene had inherited his talent, he wouldn't have to endure the hardships that lay ahead. The boy noticed the discrepancy between reality and his father's expectations, prompting him to ask why he looked so troubled. Eugene listened intently. Gordon berated himself, questioning his worth as a father. The Lord placed a reassuring hand on Eugene's shoulder. Gordon knew that Eugene should never compete with the children of the head family, no matter how talented he may be. With a smile, Eugene agreed, stating that he wouldn't. But in his mind, Eugene thought it was just a skills competition with a bunch of 10-year-olds, as if it were nothing. The upcoming event felt too tedious, making Eugene sigh. In this blood succession ritual, there were 3 participants from the head family and 6 from the branch families. One of the 3 from the head family was the son of the first wife, and the other 2 were a concubine's twins. And aside from the 2 from pretty high authority branch families, the rest are just losers. He raised his sword, muscles coiled and ready to strike. The air crackled with anticipation. A surge of power erupted, the force of it scattering the very shadows around him. The blade blurred as it cut through the air, a crimson arc of energy following its path. Vermouth grinned, his eyes burning with malevolent glee. Let's see just how good the descendants of Vermouth the Great are. Meanwhile, a serene landscape unfolded before him, a stark contrast to the battles he faced. A carriage rolled along a dusty path, carrying its passengers towards an unknown destination. Young Hamel gazed out the window, lost in thought. When I was Hamel in my past life, he recalled a time of effortless mastery. I thought I was a genius. I didn't have any difficulty learning new things, even from when I was a child. His thoughts drifted further back. He had always been ahead of the curve, and I was faster at improving than others. But the memory twisted into anger. Hamel's face contorted, the scar on his cheek standing out. What, you bastard? What did? The white-haired figure offered a gentle reminder. You could be a lot stronger if you try just a bit more. A distant voice echoed, filled with frustration. Hey, can't you see that I'm swinging? Hamel, sword in hand, questioned if he was giving his all. He wondered if he was truly pushing himself to his limits. He continued, his voice rising in frustration, reminding himself that just because he was a genius didn't mean others could easily follow in his footsteps. Hamel reflected, admitting to himself that he wasn't a genius. There was someone else who truly deserved that title. That person, skilled in both magic and sword, was Vermouth the Great, nicknamed God of War and Master of All. Vermouth had once been a duke in his homeland, the Kiel Empire, before retiring from his position. He was praised as a warrior until the end. Hamel sat pensively, lost in thought. Senya the Wise. The little wench took the position of a magic tower master as the youngest of all time in Mage Kingdom Aroth. Anise the Faithful. That woman with rotten insides is called. More on the brave. Unbelievable, but that idiot established a kingdom named after him. So everyone had a good life until they died. So why? He clenched his fist, a storm brewing behind his eyes. The question echoed in his mind. Is the Demon King still alive? The memory surfaced, a promise made in blood and fire. He had definitely vowed to defeat all the Demon Kings. His grip tightened, knuckles white against the dark fabric. A surge of anger coursed through him. Goddamn Vermouth the bastard. The scene shifted, a memory of a different time. He recalled, where he died was the Demon King's castle of incarceration. The promise Vermouth. And that promise, it was said, brought an end to the war with the Demon Kings, ushering in an era of peace for the world. Peace, a fragile thing, still persisted to this day, 300 years later. Lord Gordon observed him, a knowing glint in his eyes. You must be nervous. The Lord steepled his fingers, a faint smile playing on his lips. Lord Gordon continued, a hint of amusement in his voice. If you're already nervous, you're going to have a hard time at the patriarchs, mister. Eugene offered a grateful smile. Thanks for your advice, Lord Gordon. The narration box stated, from this point on is the property of Lionheart. The carriage rolled on, carrying its passengers towards their destiny. He was told to prepare to disembark, but Hamel couldn't help but feel that it was still a long way to the patriarch's mansion. Lord Gordon gestured, seemingly unbothered. It wasn't even his property, so why was he so smug? Hamel wondered aloud if the size of the estate would be inconvenient. He considered the possibility of using a carriage, but he remembered that permission hadn't been granted to use the warp gates. The horse-drawn carriage continued its journey. At last they arrived. A sign proclaimed, "Welcome to the Lionheart Patriarch." Hamel's expression hardened with determination. The gates of Lionheart loom in the distance, promising a welcome of sorts. Eugene mused to himself, a welcome ceremony. The ground stretched out before Eugene, immaculate and grand. He thought to himself, there's no way I would get one. Vermouth of Lionheart. Eugene thought the only people allowed to have the lion crest on their left chest. A faint blue light emanated from his hand. Have any of the other relatives arrived yet? Are the direct bloodlines of the Lionhearts? It seems that you're the first, Lord Eugene. Now, Allow me to guide you to the guest house. The guest house stood tall and imposing, a testament to the Lionheart family's wealth and power. A maid curtsied, her voice soft and welcoming. My name is Nina. Nina continued, I'll be attending to all of your needs while you are staying here with us, Lord Eugene. Nina, the maid, holds out a small bell, a gentle smile gracing her lips. She offers, should he need anything, to simply ring it. He muses to himself that at least they provided him with a personal maid. The maid's youth catches his attention. He asks how old she is. Nina responds that she is 16. He thinks to himself that they would assign him a maid. Eugene smirks, thinking about the fact that she is a servant that just finished training. He wonders if they're trying to place the blame on him if the unfortunate servant were to cause any trouble for them. He thinks that whoever's idea this was, they're blatantly trying to bother him. Eugene asks if she knows when the other family members will be arriving. Nina responds that they should be arriving within the next 4 days at the latest. He orders her to take him to the training grounds. Nina, startled, responds with an excuse me? Okay. Elsewhere, the Lionheart estate stands tall against a bright blue sky. 2 figures stand near a fountain in the courtyard of the estate. He wonders what they said his name was. The boy with gray hair was the same age as them, but he had heard that he was from a small country town at the west end of the empire. He was probably more used to using a rake than training with a wooden sword. The other boy thought that the carriage that he came in must be filthy with animal excrement. Still thought he was just too kind. The boy with gray hair picks his nose. Even if he was a relative of theirs, Seal was sure he had to take the responsibility if he were to stain or damage the main house's property. She agreed with the other boy. Seal declared that they were not scolding him, but giving him a warning. She told the other boy to go, Seal. Seal and the other boy look out the window. Seal and the other boy walk away. Seal looks serious. The boy with gray hair looks shocked. Seal looks at the building. Seal and the boy with gray hair are outside. The training grounds are in the distance. The spear held firmly in his grip. Eugene steadies his stance, preparing to unleash a flurry of practice strikes. His boots ground against the earth, a silent promise of the force about to be unleashed. With a burst of speed, the spear becomes an extension of his will, blurring as it pierces the air. The force of the thrust sends a shockwave through the training grounds. Hamill reflects, although I wasn't lazy with my training in my past life, as Hamill. He continues his training, the spear now a whirlwind of motion. His thoughts continue, however, no matter how much I push my body, I have never gotten sick. The spear dances in his hands, a testament to his skill and control. His grip tightens, muscles straining as he prepares for the next strike. The spear spins, a blur of wood and metal, carving arcs in the air. His eyes narrow, focus sharpening as he thinks. Blood of the vermouth is beyond my imagination. With a final, explosive thrust, the spear unleashes its full potential, a surge of power that seems to defy reality. Rage contorted his features, every muscle in his face strained with fury. He roared, demanding immediate contrition. Apologize to me now. The apology came, soft and subdued. I am sorry. Yet, even with the apology given, a flicker of unease remained in his eyes. His fist raised high, he commanded subservience. Bow down, and with sincerity, a defiant voice questioned, Aren't you the same age as me? He wondered aloud why he should be forced to bow if they were supposed to be friends. Why do I need to bow if we're friends? His tone dripped with disdain as he challenged the notion of friendship. You dare think that we're friends? Just because you have a Lionheart name doesn't mean we're Dash. The unseen speaker declared that they were considered equals, while another voice urgently announced the arrival of the carriage. Brother, the carriage. Alarm bells seemed to ring as the carriage was announced. The carriage. He pointed a finger, ordering someone to clean the carriage they arrived in. Hey you, go clean the carriage you came in. He sneered, implying the carriage reeked of farm animals. It must be stinking from all the farm animals you take care of. Eugene addressed Nina, confirming her role. Nina, you my personal servant, right? She responded, Yes, Lord Eugene. He pointed a finger, his expression cold. Then go clean the carriage that I came in. Nina, standing nearby, could only stammer in response. Eugene's face contorted in anger. I told you go clean it. You dare tell your servant to go clean it when I ordered you specifically? A voice, filled with indignation, rang out. Are you trying to disrespect my orders? I'm saying Lionheart. Eugene, unfazed, simply stated, Yeah, I'm Eugene Lionheart. Another voice chimed in, this one softer, but no less firm. I'm Chill Lionheart. Eugene's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening. There's no point in being nice to you. He turned away, his hand reaching for the hilt of his sword. With a swift motion, he drew the blade, the sound of steel echoing in the courtyard. His face now a mask of fury. Eugene roared, And you dishonored me. Holding the sword aloft, he issued a challenge. I request a duel. A voice boomed, challenging someone to a duel, the speaker brandishing a wooden sword with an aggressive stance. The challenge was met with a surprised, oh my. The challenger continued, advising his friend not to use the word duel so easily. The speaker stood his ground, wooden sword in hand, as a light purple-haired figure watched from behind. A plea echoed, a voice begging to be left alone. The one pleading was asked if they were scared. The challenger taunted, questioning if the other was scared to duel him. The challenger continued, demanding that if that was the case, the other should bow their head and apologize. The one being challenged insisted that they didn't want to have a duel at all. The challenger, pointing a finger, accused the other of not wanting to do this and of running away, implying they hadn't learned honor from their parents. With a resounding crash, the wooden sword slammed into the ground. Cyan watches as Hamel stares at the wooden sword, questioning what it is. The white-haired boy had said he wanted a duel. With a frustrated yell, Hamel throws the towel to the side. His muscles tense as he grips the hilt of the wooden sword. A heavy thud echoes through the training grounds. Grunting with effort, Hamel struggles to lift the heavy weapon. Dust billows as the sword is slammed into the ground. The wooden sword slams into the ground, the force of the impact sending tremors through the earth. Cyan and Senya watch with concern. Cyan thinks to himself that Hamel has been training with something this heavy all along. Hamel thinks he thought it was something he made just for the looks. He kneels, struggling to lift the sword once more. Hamel thinks to himself that if he backs out of this now, Seal will make fun of him for the rest of his life. Seal watches him with a smile. A burning resolve hardens the challenger's gaze, fist clenched. He vows to punish someone, honor to be reclaimed. The challenger, identified as Eugene Lionheart, throws down a scarf, declaring, "I challenge you to a duel." Dust billows around a figure kneeling on the ground, the challenge clearly accepted. The challenged one, eyes narrowed, accepts the duel. Seal watches with wide, concerned eyes. The challenger brings his weapon down with tremendous force. Eugene is sent crashing to the ground. The challenger's face is partially obscured, but his determination is clear. Eugene is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. The challenger swings his weapon down again, the force of the blow shaking the ground. Standing over his fallen opponent, the challenger declares, "I win." Seal rushes to Eugene's side, asking, "Brother, are you all right?" His face contorted in disbelief. Eugene's cheeks puffed out as he struggled to process what had just occurred. The towel, a symbol of defeat, was thrown, marking the end of the unexpected match. Seal faced the challenger, her expression a mixture of anger and disbelief. Her fist clenched, Seal exclaimed, "How cowardly!" Seal's voice echoed with indignation, questioning the honor of the duel. What was so cowardly about it? The duel starts as soon as the towel is thrown. The challenger, arms crossed, retorted, "Thrown. It's his fault for letting his guard down. It was so fast that even if my brother didn't let his guard down, he wouldn't have been able to react to it." Seal pointed a finger, suspicion lacing her tone. "That's true, but you trained your mana, didn't you?" The challenger denied it, stating that those in the collateral line are not allowed to train their mana until after the blood succession ritual. Seal, not buying it, called him a liar, insisting there was no way he could swing around something that heavy without training his mana. Seal's eyes narrowed, her anger intensifying. "And your attack just now." A smirk played on the challenger's lips. The challenger touched his chin, a sinister glint in his eyes. After all, he looked down at Seal, a condescending smirk on his face. "You've got a foul mouth." He recalls a time when his opponent's brother was defeated, but not without a fight. The challenger notes how Hamel instinctively stepped back to reduce the damage from his attack. He muses that it's amazing, considering he probably doesn't have any real-life experience yet, and that he has potential if he considers his growth in the future. But the challenger thinks Hamel is nowhere close to being strong enough to be Vermouth's descendant. He dares to address him. With a trembling voice, Hamel calls him a coward. The challenger smiles, remarking that they must really be twins, considering they said the exact same thing. Hamel, still kneeling, vomits onto the ground. The challenger's boots can be heard as he begins to walk away. Pointing down at Hamel, the challenger reminds him that as an honorable and direct descendant of the Lionheart family, he needs to admit his defeat honorably if he lost in a duel. A close-up shows Hamel's face covered in vomit. The challenger wonders if maybe he should have held back a little. He thinks he did something like this to someone in the direct line and wonders if they're going to do something to him. A figure runs towards them, calling out, "Young master." A man with a mustache looks on with an angry expression. The young man studies his opponent, noting the lack of a noble crest. He figures the other must be a knight hired by the family, but a skilled one at that. The boy gags, bile rising in his throat as he calls out a name. He admits to himself that he lost to a country bumpkin. The boy reflects on the duel, acknowledging his defeat. A man with a stern expression looks on. The man stands with the boy outside, the sun shining down on them. The man apologizes for the late introduction, stating his name is Heezer and that he is in charge of instructing young Master Cyan. Eugene Lionheart introduces himself and states he is from Jidal. Jidal, that must be where Mr. Jahard's family is. He confirms that the man is his father. Heezer wonders what just happened. He recalled the events that led to this point. Cyan, it seemed, had picked a fight with him and, to add insult to injury, insulted his father. A younger Eugene, tears welling in his eyes, insisted he had done nothing to provoke the challenge. The older man, his hand resting reassuringly on the boy's shoulder, validated his reasons. Heezer's thoughts drifted further back. He hadn't learned honor from his own father, and had even been called coward. Cyan had insulted not only him, but his father as well. His expression hardened, a steely resolve settling in his eyes. Was that not enough of a reason for him to accept the duel? Sir Heezer wondered. The older man's words echoed in his mind. His reasons were valid. In the distance, two figures walked away, their destination unknown. Elsewhere, Eugene was being seen off. The older man urged him to get his injuries treated, hoping to see him again soon. A woman waved goodbye, a gentle smile on her face. The young master waved back, a simple bye escaping his lips. Back in the present, the scene shifted to an ornate room. Heezer sat at a table laden with food, the sounds of his eating echoing in the spacious room. Nina, the maid, approached him. "Young master," she began. "Did you look into it?" She continued, relaying information. Masters Deccan, Hansen, and Jules were planning on arriving tomorrow noon, and she also mentioned young Masters Gargis and Desira. The figure with white hair mused that they were also planning on coming that evening through the warp gate. They were gathering earlier than expected, it seemed. Elsewhere, a figure observed that the blood succession ritual must be starting soon. Vermouth stood tall, the city sprawling behind him. The white-haired figure continued, thinking that he was going to screw their descendants over. It wasn't like he wanted to become one of their descendants, he thought. Reincarnation. The boot stood firm on the ground. In a grand hall, Anisilla stands with two figures awaiting her command. The second wife of the main house pauses, considering her next words. It was her son, Cyan, who had requested this audience. Anisilla holds a thin rod, its purpose yet unknown. Heezer acknowledges Anisilla's presence with a respectful affirmation. With a sweet smile that belies her intent, Anisilla calls out to her son. Cyan approaches his mother, unaware of what awaits him. With a sharp crack, the rod connects with Cyan's back. Anisilla scolds him for his poor performance. The blow stings, and Cyan cries out in pain. Her violet eyes gleam with a cold, unwavering resolve. Heezer watches with a stoic expression as Anisilla disciplines their son. She tilted her head, her brow furrowed with suspicion. Had Cyan truly not trained with mana? Heezer clasped his hands, confirming the assessment. Indeed, it was Sir Jahard's son who had emerged victorious. Seal stood nearby as the truth was revealed. Sir Eugene did not possess any mana within his body. Senya inquired how her brother could have possibly lost. The moment the duel began, Eugene had stabbed him with a spear. Brother, Anisilla thought, had been caught off guard and tried to back away, but Eugene's spear was quicker. That was how the duel was declared a victory after one strike. Cyan's face contorted in shame. His voice trembled as he spoke, "And mother." The sound of a sharp slap echoed through the room. Anisilla stood over her son, who lay on the floor, reeling from the blow. Her voice rising, Anisilla demanded, "In front of all those lowly things, you requested a duel and lost? And to a child who lacks mana?" Her face twisted with rage, she continued, "We'll be back for the blood succession ritual. And what face should I greet him with? And how?" From the floor, Cyan whimpered, "Badly will that bitch Theonis mock me. I'm sorry." Heezer stands beside Anisilla, listening as she speaks, her expression cold and unforgiving. Her violet eyes narrowed. Anisilla declared that if she could, she would kill him, but Cyan was her husband's favorite knight. She ordered him to train Cyan once more, so that he would never disgrace her again. Heezer simply agreed, as Anisilla commanded someone to take Cyan out. Heezer comforted Cyan, who was visibly upset. The door slammed shut. Elsewhere, a hand delicately adjusted a folding fan. The woman holding the fan sighed. Her expression was unreadable behind the fan. The woman, Seal, spoke to someone off-panel. Seal mused that the child's name was Eugene, correct? Senya instructed someone to befriend that child. She wondered why she had to do that, since that child is strong enough to win against her brother. The woman thought that if she could have her way, she'd kill that boy, but then she'd be the first suspect. If a feud breaks out with the Lionheart family, the guardians of the familial law would come. Senya thought that she must avoid that. The woman thought that's why it's best to be friends with him. Seal understood, and also wished to learn more about him. The woman decided that she'll befriend Eugene. The next day, 3 boys from the Branch family arrived at the main house. Deccan, 11 years old. Hansa, 14 years old. Jules, 10 years old. A foot stomped on the ground. A boy ran. Heezer clasped his hands together, a knowing smile playing on his lips. He remarked that he had heard about the arrival of his son. Heezer expressed his regret at not being present during such a celebratory time. Meanwhile, Senya gazed upon the 3 children, her expression thoughtful. She wondered aloud if they were the children from the Branch family. Heezer extended an invitation, suggesting they all share a meal together. Heezer added that they would then discuss the blood succession ritual. With a cheerful wave, a blonde-haired woman announces, "My name is Roberian, and I'm from the Red Magic Tower." The declaration that Roberian is from the Tower of Arath elicits a surprised reaction from the onlookers. One of them looks on with wide eyes. Another coughs into their cup, exclaiming, "The Red Magic Tower Master." 300 years ago, Senya rose to the position of Green Magic Tower Master at the youngest age in Aratha's history. The coughing fit intensifies. Concerned, someone asks if they are okay. "Oh yes, I'm fine," comes the strained reply. The white-haired man considers the implications. If she's the Red Magic Tower Master, she's Senya's disciple. If we're being accurate, though, she's the disciple of Senya's disciples. The Master and the Red Magic Tower Master Roberian still consider the wise Senya to be their great master. He mused, finding it surprising to encounter someone connected to an old acquaintance. Lord Gordon confirmed, his gaze fixed on Eugene, that he had heard of him from Theones, inquiring, "Your name is Eugene, correct?" Gordon stated that his son had dishonored Eugene and his parents. Eugene's expression hardened, a subtle tension creeping into his posture. Eugene clarified that he harbored no ill intentions towards Cyan. Lord Gordon pressed, his hands clasped tightly, asking if Eugene had won the duel against his son. Eugene responded that the outcome of the duel would have been the same regardless of who won or lost. Gordon declared that it was his duty to accept that fact, admitting that Eugene was better than his son. Gordon's expression softened as he spoke the name Cyan. The Lord confirmed, stating that he was not ashamed of Cyan's defeat. Eugene, his brow furrowed, continued that if he were unable to protect his own, he would be ashamed that Cyan was worried about embarrassing him and had no clue what to do. Gordon concluded that it was a duel that started on Cyan's whims. He suppresses the issue, pointing out that even after losing the duel to Eugene, Cyan has yet to apologize. Eugene hesitates, a flicker of discomfort crossing his face. Lord Gordon reminds him that Cyan is a Lionheart, and the Great Vermouth is his ancestor. Heezer continues, stating that as part of that bloodline, Cyan should know how to respect not only himself, but others. Eugene offers a quiet apology, though his expression suggests it's not entirely heartfelt. Gordon observes that he can tell Eugene is forcing himself to apologize. Heezer then asks if Eugene's father is Jahard, but Eugene says he doesn't know. Gordon remarks that it would be odd for Eugene to be aware of them, given they live in such a rural area, and tells him to know his father. Eugene replies, of course. Heezer inquires whether Eugene's skills come from the teachings of his father. Eugene explains that although his father taught him the basics, he trained on his own after that. Gordon wonders if he trained by himself without a teacher. The narrative tension builds as the questioning continues. Gordon asks how Eugene managed to beat Cyan. He seemed to muse, the gears turning in his mind. This blood succession ritual was shaping up to be an interesting one. Lord Gordon's expression was unreadable, his gaze distant as he considered the implications of the upcoming events. Elsewhere, preparations were underway. Maids bustled about, arranging platters of food with practiced efficiency. The staff ensured every detail was perfect, their movements precise and synchronized as they readied the hall. The aroma of roasted meats and savory spices filled the air as the maids placed dishes before the assembled guests. A visual symphony of culinary delights, each dish a masterpiece of presentation and flavor. Gordon, seated at the head of the table, gestured towards the feast. He wondered aloud if the food would meet everyone's expectations, before assuring them that they must be hungry and should eat. Meanwhile, the castle stood bathed in the ethereal glow of the moon, a silent witness to the events unfolding within its walls. The grand architecture of the castle was silhouetted against the night sky, its windows glowing with warm light. A maid carefully ladled soup into a bowl, the steam rising to mingle with the rich aromas of the feast. The long table stretched out before them, laden with delicacies and surrounded by expectant faces. The feast was in full swing, the air buzzing with anticipation and the clinking of silverware. He began, as he had mentioned previously, to share the details regarding the upcoming blood succession ritual. Though he was embarrassed to say it himself, as the patriarch, the young man listened intently. The young woman beside him listened with a similar expression. Gordon explained that the blood succession ritual was a tradition for the main family. He continued, stating that children of the branch families weren't allowed to train with real weapons, nor use mana until the ritual begins. A vision appeared, showing children training with mana. He continued, stating that in this case, 3 of his children would be entering this ritual. Gordon believed it was fair that he check not only his children, but the potential of all the children that hold the Lionheart family name. He explained that the reason for the blood succession ritual was to check who is the rightful successor of the Great Vermouth, and that it doesn't matter whether that person is from the main or branch family. The young man whispered the name, Vermouth. His eyes narrowed. It seemed his descendant was kinder than he was. That's why he decided to ask for help for this blood succession ritual. And that's why she was there, everyone. She wished them good luck. A surge of magical energy crackles in the air. Lord Gordon gestures toward the holographic maze projected onto the table. He announces that this year's blood succession ritual will take place within it. He continues, explaining that each participant will enter through a different entrance. The goal is simple. Defeat the boss monster in the middle of the maze. Of course, Gordon adds, they'll have to avoid the traps and kill the monsters he has placed in their path. Gordon clarifies that whatever happens in the maze is not reality, but a product of their minds. Tricks on you. She not only used summoning magic, but also used illusionary magic to make it more realistic. He continues, explaining that if someone among the 9 of them manages to defeat the boss monster, the ritual will end right there. Everyone will be assigned a point value based on their accomplishments. One of the participants nervously asks if it's okay if they are unable to escape the maze. Gordon retorts that if they're too scared, they can just stay at the entrance of the maze. However, they won't be able to earn a good score. He sits across from Lord Gordon, listening intently. Elsewhere, Gordon observes the participant from afar. The Lord's expression is unreadable. The participant's eyes widen with excitement. That's amazing. He walks down a long corridor, the light from the chandeliers reflecting off the polished floor. He thinks to himself that he should be able to easily win the blood succession ritual. He muses that the only problem would be what to choose from the main family treasury. His eyes narrow, a determined glint in them. He continues down the corridor, 2 figures standing in the distance. The participant walks with purpose. Gordon watches with a stern expression. Lord Gordon, arms crossed, questioned the young man. He asked if it was true that he had won against Cyan Lionheart in a fight. The young man confirmed it with a simple, yeah. Hamill declared that if they were done with their questions, he was leaving. Gordon watched him go, a confused escaping his lips. Gordon and Senya exchanged a look of confusion. Meanwhile, under the watchful gaze of the full moon, a lone figure prepared for action. He sprinted forward, determination etched on his face. Gathering magical energy, Hamill prepared to unleash a spell. The air crackled as he focused his power. A surge of blue energy emanated from his hands. The spell impacted the ground with a resounding crash. Hamill gestures with his hand, as if casting a spell. 2 guards stand behind him, spears in hand. The guards stand at attention, their expressions unreadable. The young mage wonders why they haven't left yet. The guards remain in place, their spears glinting in the dim light. A muscular man approaches Hamill, flexing his impressive physique. The man's muscles ripple as he continues to flex. The muscular man seems to be generating some kind of energy. With a grunt, the man prepares to offer Hamill something. The man's chest muscles bulge as he strains. Hamill, looking slightly bewildered, wonders if the man is an idiot. The muscular man offers, "No thanks, I'm good," Hamill replies, declining whatever is being offered. The man declares that his family has a secret muscle growth potion. A muscular man flexes, advertising a potion that accelerates muscle growth without accumulating mana. He assures that there aren't any side effects. The muscular man, with a suggestive grin, asks if Hamill is interested in the potion. The muscular man leans in, his physique prominently displayed, and asks if Hamill is there to buy him. A thought bubble reveals the man's true feelings about the potion. No side effects, my ass. Meanwhile, a spear-wielding character walks down a path, thinking that if someone eats that potion, they'll grow a beard regardless of gender. The spear-wielding character is asked why they're using a wooden sword now, since they heard they used a spear when they fought Cyan. The character states that they are proficient with both swords and spears. Someone off-panel remarks that the character is trying to say they are good at using all weapons. The spear-wielding character is seen standing on a rooftop at night. The character prepares to fight with a wooden spear. The character declares that they will fight with spears. The character thinks that dealing with her would be easier than that drug-selling guy. He grinned, a glint in his eye as he considered the upcoming challenge. Hamill was interested in gauging the strength of the Branch family's high-ranking prodigies. His grip tightened around the staff, knuckles whitening as he prepared himself. All right, he thought. Elsewhere, a figure watched with burning intensity, a silent promise etched on her face. The staff settled in his hands, the weight familiar and comforting as Hamill took his stance. A voice boomed out, questioning his presence. The muscular man stepped forward, declaring himself the referee. The referee raised his arm, emphasizing the importance of fairness. Even though this is just a spar, it must be fair, he thought. From the sidelines, an observer watched Hamill, muttering that his actions were just like that idiot's. The observer's gaze intensified, wondering if he was actually Moron's descendant. The referee stated that he would say when to start. Hamill, impatient, retorted that he got it and to just start already. Hamill held the staff, a question forming in his mind as he waited for the signal. The figure from before clenched her fist, thinking it was a joke. She would show them the spear, as it can't be mastered half-heartedly. The signal is given. Start. Muscles tensed. The fighter's expression hardens with resolve. With a shout, the spear wielder declares, "The one who strikes first wins." A bead of sweat trickles down the face of the dark-haired fighter, his golden eyes narrowed. The spear wielder moves with blinding speed, kicking up dust as he closes the distance. The 2 fighters face each other, the air crackling with anticipation. The dark-haired fighter's eyes glow with an inner power, a silent declaration of his intent. He questions the spear wielder's actions, asking, "What are you doing?" The spear wielder, unflinching, retorts, "Bring it on already." The clash of steel echoes as the two fighters collide, a whirlwind of motion and force. The impact of the spear sends a shock wave through the air, a testament to the power behind the blow. The battle continues, the two figures silhouetted against the sky as they fight on the slope. He tenses, preparing to strike with the spear. The spear blurs forward, aimed at Hamel, but the attack is met with a solid block. The force of the blow makes him grunt. The spear wielder presses his assault, each strike meeting Hamel's unwavering defense. Taking into consideration that she's not using mana, he thinks she's actually quite good. And she's still young, so she has infinite possibilities for growth, but she's no match for me now, he muses. The spear flashes again, another attack deflected with practiced ease. Not even a single hit. He thinks, a smirk playing on his lips. Quit it. You're able to block all my attacks without dodging at all. Huh? That arrogance of yours will cost you. Another strike, another block. The spar continues. The opponent brings his weapon down in a swift arc, aiming to break through the defense. With a resounding clash, Hamel intercepts the blow, a shower of sparks erupting from the point of impact. The opponent doesn't relent, immediately following up with another downward strike. Again, the weapon meets resistance, the force of the impact reverberating through the arena. Hamel thinks to himself, assessing the situation, he probably can't block from here. The opponent continues his relentless assault, another strike aimed directly at Hamel. Once more, Hamel's weapon rises to meet the attack, deflecting the blow with a burst of energy. The opponent changes tactics, stomping down on Hamel's weapon to pin in place. With Hamel's weapon momentarily restrained, the opponent presses his advantage, launching another strike. Barely managing to react in time, Hamel deflects the attack, but the force of the blow sends a jolt through his arms. Ugh, he grunts. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow as he realizes the pressure is mounting. The clash of spears echoes through the training grounds as the sparring match reaches its climax. With a final, decisive move, Eugene Lionheart has won. The other participants' eyes widen in disbelief, his expression a mixture of shock and frustration. Lord Gordon, arms crossed, declared with a stern expression, "We must work together." Hamel, still in bed, rubbed his eyes, looking less than pleased. He retorted, raising a hand in exasperation. "You woke a sleeping person just to say that?" Gordon stood firm, his gaze unwavering. "I want to hear your response." Hamel gestured emphatically, reminding him, "You heard about the blood succession ritual from the family head earlier." Gordon pressed the issue, his expression hardening. "We are all going into different entrances, so how are we supposed to work together? We may enter from different entrances, but we will end up in the same place." In the center of the labyrinth is the boss monster. A strategic discussion unfolded. The twins from the main family will try to work together as well. "Are you suggesting we team up to defeat the boss monster in the middle?" Gordon confirmed, "That's right." Hamel clenched his fist, muttering, "I feel like I can just do it myself, though." Senya stood with her arms crossed, observing Hamel's reluctance. Senya remarked, her gaze steady, "You're so full of yourself, but you are strong." The conversation continued, the stakes rising. "If you were to help us, we would be able to defeat the boss without a doubt." Hamel was asked, "Why are you so desperate to defeat the boss?" The terms of the blood succession ritual were clear. Both the direct and collateral lines had to participate. The girl's expression hardened. There hadn't been a single instance where the collateral line had emerged victorious. The older man crossed his arms, but offered a glimmer of hope. He believed there was a possibility this time, citing himself, Gargis, and the boy who had defeated him. The girl and the man exchanged a look, the weight of the upcoming ritual hanging heavy in the air. Ornate curtains framed a window, the soft glow of a lamp illuminating the intricate details. Elsewhere, a woman in a dark gown stood by a large window, gazing out at the moonlit sky, a delicate fan held in her hand. From behind the window, another woman watched, a knowing smirk playing on her lips. Perhaps she was here to take an Iode as her student. Since he was young, Iode preferred the company of books to physical activity. His interest in magic led him to master many different kinds of spells. If Iode were to become a student of the master of the Red Magic Tower, he would have no choice but to leave his home. Meanwhile, Cyan and Seal would grow significantly, which would mean Iode would be giving up on being the heir of the head family. Senya contemplates the problem at hand, the blood succession ritual. Elsewhere, Lord Gordon stands with Iode and other children, the weight of their lineage heavy in the air. The children of a concubine, they were only able to establish their position because they didn't let it bring them down. The gloved hand tightens around the weapon. The thought stings, to think that he'd lose to a child from a mere collateral family. The weapon is drawn. Senya sighs, admitting she'd rather. A child named Eugene cleared the labyrinth the fastest. If Eugene is so strong that he can humiliate the entire main family, Senya realizes that could cover up Cyan's defeat. For days later, the blood succession ritual had finally begun. The participants gather before the entrance to the ritual grounds. A participant prepares for the ritual, gathering energy in their hands. The ritual is underway, energy swirling around the participant. He, along with Senya, focused their energy, the magical light coalescing between their hands. The others joined in, their combined efforts intensifying the glow. Lord Gordon declared that they would first create a weapon. Gordon instructed everyone to mold the light while thinking of a weapon in their mind. The light solidified, forming a gleaming sword in Senya's hands. Senya gasped, clearly impressed by the weapon they had created. She swung the blade, testing its weight and balance. Senya wondered aloud what would happen if the sword were to break. A voice assured her that the sword she was holding would never break inside, as both it and the labyrinth had been created with magic. Iode asked if they could make something like an animal instead of a sword. One of the participants questioned why they couldn't make something that was alive. Lord Gordon explained that creating life was a taboo of magic. Heezer's hands, glowing with power, were giving birth to another life. Iode gasped, realizing it was a beautiful power that living beings possessed. With a burst of energy, a sword materialized in Iode's hands. The blade shimmered with a golden light. Iode explained that it was a great sword he used to have when he was in the family, a real sword unlike back then, and it was incredible how it looked exactly like the one from the past. He swung the sword, the air whistling as he did so, and then asked if anyone had asked. The sword glowed intensely as Iode held it aloft. Iode examined the blade, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. The sword, now smaller, glowed softly in Iode's hands. In a forest clearing, multiple versions of Iode wielded the glowing swords. Iode, now with a shield, prepared for battle. Iode posed a question, wondering what someone would do if they met him in the labyrinth. He stands with Senya and Lord Gordon, the forest surrounding them. Senya's expression is intense as she blurts out, demanding a fight. Lord Gordon gestures with his hand, explaining that there's nothing stopping them, since competition is part of the blood succession ritual. However, Gordon adds that cooperation and good judgment are just as important for this ritual. Gordon continues, stating that they're all one family that share the name Lionheart. Senya smiles slyly. Iode looks determined. Gordon remarks that something is so creepy before asking if everyone made their weapons. Elsewhere, a blonde woman holds out a necklace, offering it to someone. The group is gathered together, the blonde woman offering the necklace. Iode is told that the necklace will be connected to his mind. Gordon explains that if Iode becomes overly distressed in the labyrinth, the necklace will react to it. The blonde woman's expression hardened, a flicker of resolve in her blue eyes. She vowed to intervene should the situation become too perilous. Iode considered the necklace, regarding it as a safety net. He also knew that if he couldn't clear the labyrinth, the blonde woman raised the necklace, demonstrating its use. Tap on the jewel, she instructed, and shout, "Help me to." The woman gestured towards the swirling blue portal, declaring that the explanations were complete. Now, everyone, she prompted. The group could enter the cave together, but they would all be entering the same entrance. A sinister smile crept across the blonde woman's face. But everyone would be led to a different path the moment they stepped inside. Now, everyone prepared to enter. Senya waved, wishing Iode good luck. He looked up at the swirling portal, replying, "Yeah, you too." Iode stepped forward, his boot entering the unknown. Darkness awaited. He stood at the entrance, the labyrinth stretching before him. The others were behind him, but he was the first to step forward into the unknown. Iode thought to himself that he had done plenty of labyrinth exploration in his past life. Looking up, he noticed the ceiling was blocked off. He readied his sword and shield, a familiar stance. His footsteps echoed on the stone floor as he advanced. The tip of his sword glinted in the dim light, ready for any threat. He observed that the walls on either side made the space pretty tight. Iode considered that it would be difficult to use a weapon with a long range, which was why he chose a sword and shield. He knew this basic combination was usable in almost every situation. Iode doubted this labyrinth would be of any challenge, though, since it was made for kids. He declared, "Let's go." And with that, he ventured deeper into the labyrinth. A horde of blue and green slime monsters floated menacingly. Iode swung his sword, attempting to fend off the encroaching slime. The blade sliced through the air. Overwhelmed, Iode fell to the ground, crying out, "Help! Help!" A woman with blonde hair watched intently. The blonde woman grabbed Iode. She attacked the boy. Elsewhere, 3 figures stood before Superior. "There have been 3 failures," the narration box stated. The blonde woman looked on as the white-haired man spoke to the black-haired man. The white-haired man's expression was grim as he croaked, "Go in and rest." The 3 figures responded with a dejected, "Yes." Lord Gordon stood with a blonde woman. A sword gleamed. The swordsman prepared to strike. He swung his sword at the goblins, the sound of their fear echoing through the cavern. The swordsman's eyes narrowed. The sword flashed again, cutting through the air as he continued his assault. One of the goblins, teeth bared, readied its own crude blade. The swordsman roared. The battle continued. A surge of violet energy crackles in the air, the prelude to an unseen assault. The unseen force slams into the gelatinous creatures, sending them careening through the stone corridors. A flash of gold erupts as the figure strikes, another slime vanquished in a burst of light. Gargus observes, noting that while the fighters' movements are somewhat awkward, they are effectively clearing the path. He muses that the monsters don't pose much of a challenge when faced head-on. The white-haired fighter stands poised, spear at the ready, the tip gleaming under the dungeon's dim light. A shimmering blue barrier materializes, encasing the area in a protective field. Spear in hand, she charges forward, her eyes fixed on the remaining slimes. The spear finds its mark, impacting with a wet thud as another slime is defeated. A burst of emerald energy explodes as the spear strikes, obliterating another slime. She grits her teeth, realizing that slimes are difficult to fight with a bladed weapon. She steels herself, knowing she needs to escape at the right moment. Desira is quick and intuitive, prioritizing getting out of the labyrinth rather than facing the monsters. She stood within the circle of light, the dungeon floor cold beneath her feet. The air hung heavy with the scent of mildew and something else, something ancient and indefinable. The sword at her side remained sheathed, a silent promise of protection in the oppressive darkness. Hamel peered down the long, shadowed corridor, the rough stone walls lined with countless identical doors. Each one a potential path, each one a potential dead end. Seal and Hamel had studied enough strategies from those maps to not fall for these obvious traps. All right, with a soft clink, she placed a small stone on the floor, her movements precise and deliberate. She tossed another stone down the corridor, the sound echoing in the oppressive silence. A hail of arrows erupted from the walls, each one seeking a target that wasn't there. With a burst of speed, Hamel sprinted down the corridor, the arrows whistling past her ears. Kian is too careful, but he is using that caution to evade traps. Not bad. She came to a halt, her sword drawn, facing a new threat. A goblin shrieked, its eyes wide with malice. The goblin lunged, its crude blade whistling through the air. She met the attack head-on, her silver sword flashing as she parried the blow. With a sharp yap, Seal retaliated, slashing at the goblin with practiced ease. Her blade erupted with golden light, a testament to the magic woven into its very core. With a graceful leap, she danced backward, landing lightly on the stone floor. Her brow furrowed, Seal realized, it's a dead end. She resolved to return to the forked path from before, her mind sensible and flexible in thinking. Her expression thoughtful, Seal considered her options. But she's just as much childish. Below, the goblin stood its ground, a menacing figure bathed in the ethereal blue glow. A guttural kick escaped its throat, a sound that promised violence. Watching from afar, Iode was impressed. Awesome. This is a monster made from magic. With a piercing shriek, the goblin attacked once more, but Seal was ready, her blade poised to strike. The young mage, Iode, engaged the green-skinned monstrosity, twin blades flashing with cerulean energy. The goblin-like creature recoiled, but Iode pressed his advantage, the magical energy crackling around his swords. With a burst of speed, Iode dodged a counterattack, the force of the blow shattering the very earth where he had stood moments before. Elsewhere, a smile played on Iode's face as he continued his training. The blonde woman observed the boy's progress. Iode seems very interested in magic, she mused. Lord Gordon recalled. As a child, he always loved magic. He used to be taught by a mage professor from the capital that we invited, but he hasn't tried to learn more since then. The blonde woman's expression hardened. That, Gordon explained, he gave up because of reality. He decided that he has to become the patriarch because of his mom. Magic is a, the blonde woman stated, disadvantage when competing for succession. She continued, I understand. Magic is a difficult path to take, regardless of the possibilities it has. Gordon sat back in his chair, listening intently. The blonde woman finished, but I wish Iode would take the path of the mage. If he still has a passion for magic, he won't be able to reject a minty position for. The blonde woman states she can't give a certain answer regarding a red magic tower master. She continues, stating that she will take him since she knows Lord Gillett. The woman adds that if she doesn't see him fit to be her mentee, she won't take him. Gordon assures her that he has no intention to force the mentorship. Gordon adds that Iode respects Senya the Wise more than he does, referring to an image of Senya and his ancestor. Gordon mentions Vermouth the Great. The blonde woman recalls that Madame Senya always came up with amazing solutions whenever her colleagues were in danger. Gordon says he also read that story when he was a child. Gordon recalls reading the story when he was a child. He states that, truthfully, his favorite person from that story wasn't Sir Vermouth the Great, nor Madame Senya the Wise. The blonde woman asks who it was then. Gordon is about to reveal who his favorite person was. He frowns, something catching his eye. Gordon wonders aloud what could be wrong, urging the blonde woman to look at whatever has captured his attention. An unheard voice echoes, the words lost to the viewer. Elsewhere, a finger points skyward, focusing on a swirling portal above. Through the gateway, the child, Iode, stands ready, facing a hulking goblin. The goblin roars, a sound that shakes the very foundations of the stone corridor. With a guttural cry, the massive creature raises its arm, preparing to strike. Iode raises his shield, bracing for the impact. The goblin's fist slams into the ground, the force of the blow cracking the stone beneath. The force of the impact sends Iode flying backward. The child is hurled through the air, a small figure against the backdrop of the cavern. Meanwhile, Senya and Gordon stare upwards, the blonde woman questioning what that child is. Gordon's eyes widen, a look of shock spreading across his face. The grotesque goblin lunged forward, its fangs bared in a savage snarl. With a surge of power, Iode met the attack head-on, his shield glowing as it deflected the blow. His golden eyes blazing with determination, the boy warrior declared his lineage, Lionheart. The troll's massive leg lay still, a pool of viscous green blood spreading across the stone floor. The boy stood near the fallen beast, his small frame a stark contrast to the monster he had defeated. Iode's expression was one of grim determination. His eyes narrowed as he stared down at the troll's corpse. Meanwhile, Iode stepped through a shimmering portal, observed by Lord Gordon and the blonde woman from their seats. Lord Gordon mused, impressed by the boy's skill. At the age of 13, he doubted Iode had fought a troll before. The blonde woman's expression tightened, a hint of concern etched on her face. Still, Lord Gordon continued. He wondered if Iode might possess exceptional talent. The blonde woman tapped her finger against the armrest, stating that they knew what to call these kinds of kids. Geniuses. A young man with striking yellow eyes stares forward, his expression unreadable. A colossal, green fist hurtles forward, a spiked gauntlet of destruction. The blow lands with brutal force, impacting the young man's face. With impossible speed, he retaliates, his foot connecting with the giant's fist. The force of the initial impact sends him flying backward through the air. The green behemoth looms over him, a menacing shadow against the dim light. His eyes widen in disbelief, a silent scream trapped in his throat. Blood trickles down his face, his expression a mask of pain and defiance. He stands his ground, facing the monstrous fist as it descends upon him. The fist slams into the ground, the force of the impact shattering the earth around him. A beam of energy strikes him, engulfing him in a blinding light. The behemoth's fist hurtled downwards, a green blur against the ravaged landscape. Then, with brutal efficiency, the edge of its hand came down in a savage chop. A backhand followed, the force of it enough to shatter stone. The ground trembled as the behemoth brought its foot down, green energy radiating outwards. A guttural roar ripped from its throat, shaking the very air. Its massive hand closed around Iode, a cage of green muscle and bone. The pressure increased as the behemoth squeezed, its grip tightening. Then, with a final devastating slam, the fist crashed downwards. Iode's face contorted in agony, blood and sweat mixing as he cried out. He struggled to stand, using his sword as a desperate crutch. But then, a beam of pure energy struck him, an explosion of light and force. Iode collapsed, broken and defeated, amidst the dust and debris. Despite the arrows piercing his body, Iode couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. They had pierced through and even broken his ribs. He knew trolls were strong, indeed. Having faced all sorts of traps and even fought a troll, Iode knew he was hurt. If he had taken this much damage, Iode doubted the rest of them would be safe. The impact of the fall sent dust billowing around him. A figure stood in the distance, illuminated by a faint light. Looming in the foreground, a troll's face. The troll's face was contorted in a grotesque expression. Iode, still clutching a stone in his hand, wondered if that was a troll. Why would a monster suddenly appeared? Iode realized, with a furrowed brow, that this wasn't a monster. He was meant to take it down. The troll loomed closer, its features becoming clearer. He charged, sword drawn, towards the hulking green figure. The air vibrated with the monster's guttural roars and the scraping of stone underfoot. Sword raised, Iode closed the distance, a confident smirk playing on his lips. "Got it," he exclaimed, ready to strike. But in a heartbeat, the tables turned. He was now running away, the troll's heavy footsteps echoing behind him. Meanwhile, Senya's voice cut through the air, a cry of concern. "Brother!" Iode's face contorted in frustration as he called out a name. "Ciel." Senya observed, "We departed from different starting points, but we met again, huh?" The labyrinth had grown closer. A figure with glasses smiled, as Senya exclaimed, "Okay." The humiliation she suffered in front of Ciel still stung. Iode's fist clenched, his face a mask of determination. "Because of that bastard Eugene, I must take this chance to recover my reputation." Senya looked up at her brother, her expression soft. Senya tilted her head, offering advice. Yeah? If you don't know anything, you could just ask me. Since this labyrinth is an illusion. Iode questioned. Any monster could appear, right? Senya confirmed. Yeah, that's right. Why would you ask something so obvious? Iode wonders if Senya is afraid of even things like ghosts. Senya scoffs, tilting her head as she asks if he's afraid of such things. She asks about ghosts again, assuring him not to worry. A terrifying face suddenly appears. He screams in terror. Iode continues to scream, while Senya stands beside him, holding her spear. No matter what, Iode points accusingly. Senya stammers, daring him to scare her, insisting that he scared her more because he suddenly screamed. Iode questions the blood on her face, accusing her of intending to ambush him after scaring him. Senya retorts that she fell into a trap and got hurt. Senya clicks her tongue, admitting she failed in her ambush. Senya and Iode stand together, Senya holding her spear. Iode shouts that his brother is running away. He cursed under his breath, frustrated by the situation. Iode felt he had shown an unsightly side to Seal because of her. His expression hardened, a fire igniting in his eyes. Iode snarled, I won't forgive her. Let's go after her, Seal. Senya charged forward, her spear held ready. The pair raced through the crumbling corridors, determined to catch their quarry. A figure lay defeated, a testament to their relentless pursuit. Senya's eyes narrowed, her grip tightening on the spear. Where's that muscle head, Gargus? She wondered. Without warning, the ground beneath her feet began to give way. Her eyes widened in alarm as debris rained down around her. Despite the crumbling floor, Senya pressed on, her determination unwavering. The collapse intensified, large chunks of stone plummeting into the abyss below. Senya continued her desperate sprint, Iode close behind. Iode realized the floor had collapsed, the other side quite a distance away. He wondered if he needed to take other routes. Senya grits her teeth, frustrated. She can't allow herself to be humiliated any further in front of Seal. Iode's eyes narrow. He was saving his mana for the boss monster, but he's got no choice. He steels himself, resolving to use it. A surge of blue energy erupts from him. The energy propels Iode forward, closing the distance. He continues his pursuit, the collapsing floor a treacherous path beneath him. Sword in hand, the blue energy swirling around him, Iode races onward. He reaches out, shouting, I'll catch you. The chase continues, the gap between them seemingly unchanged. Iode remains focused, determined to reach his target. A smirk plays on Iode's lips. As expected of my sister. Senya prepares to strike, her sword glinting in the dim light. Cyan, Seal, and Desira had been running and chasing for quite some time. They finally reached the center of the labyrinth. Before them loomed a colossal figure, the boss monster of the labyrinth. Desira's eyes widened. That's the boss monster. Iode questioned, why did the three of you come together? He continued, what are you doing here? I was waiting. A smirk played on Iode's lips. He had been curious to see who would get here first. Iode dashes forward, his small frame a blur against the towering figure. His sword, catching the light, is aimed directly at the giant's legs. He swings the blade, a silver arc cutting through the air, desperate to find purchase against the armored behemoth. The sword connects, a burst of green energy erupting on impact. Sparks fly as the blade scrapes against the giant's defenses. He continues his assault, a whirlwind of motion, each strike a desperate gamble against the unyielding armor. Another strike, another shower of sparks, but the giant's defenses hold firm. The attack is blocked. Iode grits his teeth, frustration etched on his face. I can't take it down with just surface wounds. He steels himself, a new plan forming in his mind. I need to charge in and aim for its legs. A surge of determination washes over him. He sees an opening. I've got it. He lunges forward, sword extended, aiming for the vulnerable spot. But the giant is ready. The attack is blocked, the giant's knees slamming into Iode's sword. It blocked with its knees. The force of the block sends him flying backward, a cry of pain escaping his lips. The massive foot of the giant descends, the force of its impact shaking the very ground. A pain scream echoes as Iode is sent flying backwards. The young fighter tumbles through the air, his sword clutched tightly in his hand. Senya watches as Iode crashes to the ground. You lost too, huh? She asks. Iode hits the ground hard, a grunt escaping his lips. Pushing himself up, Iode crosses his arms, declaring, then the next one is... Senya, however, crosses her hands in an X shape, her expression conveying reluctance. I don't want to fight. Iode considers her words. Oh, she's smarter than her brother. The two stand near a discarded shield and sword, the weight of the situation settling upon them. Iode picks up the shield, examining it closely. The pair stand before the massive figure, its shadow looming over them. Iode, despite his bravado, admits to himself, I'm not confident. He stood firm, the small sword held ready as Senya watched from behind, a silent observer to the unfolding battle. The light glinted off the blade as he lowered into a fighting stance, preparing for the inevitable clash. The giant loomed, a monolithic figure against the dim light, dwarfing Iode with its immense size. A moment of quiet contemplation passed as Iode looked up at the towering figure. Well, his mind raced, searching for strategy. How shall I do this? The giant's eyes narrowed, a predatory glint in their depths. With a surge of resolve, he raised his shield, preparing to meet the giant's inevitable attack. The giant's massive foot crashed down, the force of the blow threatening to shatter Iode's defenses. Iode braced himself, the monstrous hand looming ever closer, his expression a mask of grim determination. The air rushed as the giant's hand descended, a crushing weight about to fall. The blow landed, sending Iode flying backward, the impact echoing through the chamber. He remained perched atop the giant's head, a tiny figure against the monstrous form, ready to strike again. With a burst of speed, Iode slashed at the giant's neck, the blade singing through the air. The giant recoiled from the attack, the force of the blow shaking its massive frame. A deafening roar tore from the giant's throat, a sound of pure agony and rage. Iode, undeterred, prepared to press his advantage, his eyes narrowed in concentration. Again and again, he struck, each blow infused with a strange, green energy that seemed to amplify the blade's power. The relentless assault continued, a whirlwind of steel and emerald light focused on a single, vulnerable point. Elsewhere, Senya watched with growing alarm, her hand flying to her mouth in a silent gasp. The other students behind her mirrored her concern. Her eyes widened as the realization dawned. In a single area, the student blurted out, "He's focusing his attacks on just the carotid." Iode continued his assault, the green energy intensifying with each strike, the giant's roars growing weaker. Finally, the giant staggered, a torrent of green blood erupting from the wounds on its neck. The tide of battle was turning. He leaps back, narrowly avoiding the giant's collapsing form. The monstrous feet shift, unable to find purchase as the colossal body begins to topple. The giant crashes backward, a geyser of viscous green liquid erupting from the wound Iode inflicted. The putrid ichor splatters across the stone floor, sizzling slightly as it spreads. Iode stands amidst the carnage, his sword dripping with the giant's lifeblood. Two younger students stare, wide-eyed, at the scene before them. "Saw that?" One whispers. Iode blinks, momentarily taken aback by the ease of his victory. "Ush, ooh?" A grin spreads across the boy's face, a hint of mania in his golden eyes. "I killed it." Senya watches him from a distance, a concerned expression on her face. "Dee, don't get conceited," she thinks. Iode muses to himself. "If I could use sword aura, that kind of monster would be nothing." He looks down, considering his own limitations. "I'd have been able to kill it somehow," he thinks, "but I wouldn't be able to do it as cleanly as he did." The boy's smile widens, a strange light in his eyes as he thinks. "What I'm feeling now isn't fear. I can't stop my excitement." His eyes widen, a flicker of something dark passing across his face. "What the hell?" A strange sensation washes over Iode, a feeling he can't quite place. He mutters a simple, "Oh," as golden energy crackles around his hands. Elsewhere, the blood succession ritual has ended, leaving behind silhouettes against a fiery landscape. A girl with white hair and piercing yellow eyes watches with a thoughtful expression. Two figures stand in a grand hall, the aftermath of the ritual still visible in the distance. An older man with a long, gray beard chuckles, a ho-ho escaping his lips. A close-up reveals a figure with a high collar and a prominent red gem, observing the events. The blonde woman marvels at Iode's performance. "Isn't he incredible?" she asks, noting that he is just from the branch family and hasn't even trained in mana. It's stated that he was able to overwhelm the Minotaur completely and take it down. The blonde woman and the gray-haired man stand together, discussing the ritual's outcome. The woman emphasizes that the Minotaur is a monster that's hard to deal with alone, explaining that's why the blood succession ritual this time emphasized teamwork. The scene depicts the children working together and trying different methods to take down the Minotaur. Figures tumble through the air, a chaotic scene unfolding as the memory replays. That's how the Minotaur was defeated. The blonde woman's brow furrows, her expression a mix of concern and disbelief. She wonders how the child was able to easily break through the different traps she set. Lord Gordon's lips quirk upward in a knowing smile. On Earth, he muses, where did this child come from? The flashback continues, showing Eugene undergoing harsh training repeatedly. All the while, he was a member of the main family. The memory shifts, showing a younger Iode swinging a broom with determination. Gordon sent people to Jidal, his hometown, to collect information about him, but he's famous for his tenacity even over there. Lord Gordon clenches his fist, a hint of frustration in his eyes. What could be the reason for his power? Gordon states that discovering such a jewel in the blood succession ritual this time means a lot. The blonde woman looks at him, questioning if he isn't upset. The blonde woman adjusts her glasses, her expression thoughtful. She thinks to herself that this might be a little sensitive, but he's more outstanding than your own children. Iode holds a glowing orb, his eyes shining with power. If there's such a big gap now, once he trains in mana, there's no telling how much stronger he'll become. Lord Gordon smiles, stating that it's a great thing. The name of Lionheart will shine even further, won't it? But what if he shows a desire? The blonde woman's eyes widen in shock, her expression filled with dread. The question hung in the air, to become the patriarch? Lord Gordon stood with the blonde woman, stating that it was only right for the strongest to become Lionheart's patriarch. Gordon continued, stating that if his children could not keep that position, there was nothing he could do about it. The Lord insisted that if they were so weak that their birthrights were stolen from them, then they did not deserve to become Lionheart's patriarch. The blonde woman felt that it wasn't something that an outsider like her should talk about. The pair stood together, the air shimmering around them. The blonde woman, as a longtime friend of Sir Gilad, wanted to give him some advice. He should adopt that child. Gordon seemed surprised by the suggestion. The woman explained that a child from the branch family had entered the main family, and a lot of people from Lionheart's branch family would laugh at the main family just for that. Seditious individuals might even start gathering together. Gordon thanked the blonde woman for her advice, referring to Iode as his adopted son. Gordon mused that it was an interesting idea, and that he guessed they ought to congratulate them first, though. Lord Gordon's expression was unreadable as he stood beside the blonde woman, his gaze fixed on some unseen point beyond her shoulder. Meanwhile, Senya stood with the blonde woman, watching a group approach along the forest path, their figures growing larger with each step. Sunlight dappled through the trees, illuminating a small, white creature as it moved through the forest. A line of children stood in formation, awaiting instruction. Lord Gordon watched with a critical eye, his expression unreadable. Iode couldn't even get to the middle of the labyrinth. Lord Gordon's disappointment was palpable. His curiosity got the better of him, and he lost sight of his goal. On the other hand, Seal and Cyan proceeded through and were not held back by the traps or monsters. Although they didn't defeat the Minotaur, because of their immaturity, they can learn and improve. Lord Gordon addressed the group. Everyone did well. Lord Gordon watched them all breeze through the labyrinth from here. Lord Gordon smiled. I thought it was a difficult trial, but you all did well. He then addressed Iode. Eugene. Lord Gordon affirmed something with a simple, yes. Iode's eyes are cast downward, his expression unreadable. Lord Gordon continues, praising the children's methods for dealing with the monsters and traps in Labyrinth. The blonde woman listens intently. The child looks up, a flicker of determination in his yellow eyes, as if steeling himself. A bead of sweat trickles down Iode's neck, hinting at a hidden tension. Lord Gordon raises a question, a hint of suspicion in his voice. He asks how Iode managed to avoid injury while fighting the vicious troll. A disembodied voice wonders how he accomplished such a feat with such a weak body. Iode's form seems to flicker, a brief vision of a more muscular physique overlaid on his childlike frame. The blonde woman, hand to her chin, admits that she thought they would all get lost in the labyrinth for 2 days. It seems, she muses, that she underestimated them all. The woman observes that although they're young, they carry the bloodline of the Great Vermouth. It's a pleasure, she thinks, to watch gemstones that. Lord Gordon, extending a hand, invites everyone to go back and rest. If he could, he would like to hold a grand banquet. The disembodied voice echoes, admitting that they didn't anticipate everyone emerging so quickly and couldn't prepare in advance, suggesting they rest. Lord Gordon smiles, stating that the children should be brought back first. The blonde woman nods in agreement. The blonde woman leads the group of children, including Iode, through the training grounds. The blonde woman calls out to Eugene, stating that he will. Iode looks up, a slight frown creasing his brow. Lord Gordon gestures, explaining to Iode that there's no reason for him not to, and it's more exciting for both of them if he gives it to him sooner. Iode thinks back to his childhood, remembering how he pleaded with his father to take him to the underground treasury, but in the end, he never did. Iode and the blonde woman continue walking down the path. Iode and the blonde woman walk through the forest. Lord Gordon observes that Iode seems capable of handling various weapons. Iode replies that he is overstating his abilities. Lord Gordon recalls the past, stating that Iode used a sword and shield in the labyrinth and defeated the monsters. He continues, adding that Iode also used a spear in duels with Cyan and Desira. Iode, listening, realizes that Gordon knows he dueled Desira. Lord Gordon states that the weapon that symbolizes the Lionheart family right now is the sword. Gordon mentions that Ancestor Vermouth skillfully wielded multiple weapons and was called the god of war and master of all. Lord Gordon clarifies that Sir Vermouth wasn't the only one who was able to wield various weapons, adding that it's not surprising since he's the patriarch. Gordon continues, stating that Sir Hamel, Iode's companion, was the second most skilled after Sir Vermouth. Iode clears his throat. Lord Gordon chuckles, recalling that he also read the children's book when he was young, adding that if it wasn't for Sir Hamel causing trouble, the book would have been very boring. Gordon states, to be honest, Eugene, he admits that he liked Sir Hamel more than Sir Vermouth. Iode pauses, remembering that the children's book he read said that Hamel was called the Foolish. He wonders why. The boy's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise dancing within their depths. Lord Gordon, hand raised in a gesture of recollection, mused that Sir Hamel seemed more human compared to the flawless Sir Vermouth, though it wasn't explicitly shown. The children's book was often referenced. Sir Vermouth faced countless trials, yet he was never discouraged. Rather, he gave it his all to overcome his shortcomings. And in his last moment, he sacrificed himself for his companions. In children's books, such instructive content is not explicitly emphasized. Lord Gordon continued, suggesting that Sir Hamel must have felt inferior. The boy, Hamel, smiled, declaring that it felt good. Lord Gordon smiled knowingly. The pair walked together towards a distant tower, bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. They stood before two imposing armored figures, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the air. Together, they descended a grand staircase, the shadows lengthening around them. They ascended the stone steps, the air growing colder with each upward stride. Lord Gordon remarked that he was the first person who wasn't the patriarch to enter this treasury. Iode wondered if it was really all right for him to enter. Lord Gordon chuckled, reminding him of his promise to give him something he wanted. The matter had already been discussed with the elders of the Senate, the old lions of Lionheart. Iode noted that the treasury included even the previous patriarch, a place where even people from the branch family with great fame were affiliated to the inheritance that had been accumulated over hundreds of years. He wondered what was in the treasury. Iode asked if the sacred sword was there as well. Lord Gordon confirmed that it was, but he couldn't have it, because the sacred sword was also the symbol of the heart of Lionheart. So it couldn't be in one person's possession. Iode responded with an stating that it was unfortunate. Holding the sword aloft, Lord Gordon declared that there was more to his decision than just the treasury. After the great Sir Vermouth, no one was acknowledged by it. Iode, walking behind him, questioned what he meant by acknowledged. Gordon simply stated that he would know what he meant when he held it. Gordon held out his hand, gesturing for Iode to take the sword. Lord Gordon's expression was unreadable as he waited for Iode to take the sword. The two stood before a golden object, the silence thick with unspoken tension. A massive lion head was carved into the stone, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. They approached a large, ornate door, the lion motif repeating in its design. The door seemed to hum with an unseen energy, the lion emblem at its center pulsing faintly. The air crackled with anticipation as they stood before the entrance. Lord Gordon gestured towards the door. "Now enter." Iode asked what about him. A smile played on Gordon's lips as he replied, "I will wait for you here." Iode considered the offer, thinking that if he went in with Gordon, he would be wary of him, and so he wouldn't be able to choose what he wanted. He thanked him for his consideration. He walked alongside Lord Gordon, the sounds of their footsteps echoing in the stone corridor. The boy stopped, a strange stillness washing over him as he stood alone in the hallway. A sinister smile crept across Iode's face, his eyes gleaming with newfound resolve. He turned and strode toward the grand hall bathed in golden light. A magnificent sword materialized in a beam of light, radiating power. His eyes fixed on the blade, Iode muttered, "Let's grab this sacred sword." He pointed forward, his expression resolute, his mind set on claiming the weapon. The sword's legacy stretched back to the mythical ages of the Holy Empire Eurus. It was a sword bestowed from God. The sword had been sealed for a long time in the central temple, recognizing only Vermouth as its owner. It was a sword that had pierced the heart of Helmand's fifth-ranking demon king of slaughter 300 years ago. But after that, it was just used as a torch most of the time. He channeled his energy into the blade, hoping to awaken its power. He gripped the hilt tightly, focusing his will. With a shout, he attempted to unleash the sword's potential. He struggled, sweat beading on his brow as he wrestled with the ancient weapon. It didn't work. Well, even if he was able to draw it, he couldn't have had it. The boy's resolve wavered. He considered abandoning the sacred sword, a thought echoing in the grand hall. He walked deeper into the hall, the light reflecting off the polished floor and the imposing statues of legendary weapons. His expression hardened, a flicker of determination returning to his eyes. The Devourer sword Aspel, a blade of crimson and shadow, pulsed with an inner light. It was a weapon that consumed the mana of its victims, adding it to its own power. A single strike could cleave even the strongest magic in two. Iode, though a talented mage, knew it was too much for him to wield at this moment. His gaze drifted towards other, more familiar weapons. The dragon spear Carbos, a weapon that took time to heat up but unleashed a force comparable to a dragon's breath. The windstorm sword Wynid, a blade of pure energy. It was a sword blessed by the king of wind spirits, alongside the lightning bow Pernoia. Displayed before him was a bow, crackling with contained energy. The inscription claimed it was a bow that strikes down lightning, regardless of distance. Nearby, a sword pulsed with dark energy. The blade, named Zabel, was said to split into hundreds of pieces when imbued with magic, becoming something akin to a whip. Another artifact, the Shield of Gaiden, radiated a dark aura. It was described as a shield that sends any received attacks into the void. Iode gazed at the array of weapons, each one a relic of immense power. None of them, he thought, would disappoint him if he took them. His golden eyes narrowed, considering his options. There wasn't even a demonic spear, nor a moonlight sword, he mused. Well, it had been 300 years after all. The boy cursed under his breath. Bastards, he thought. They knew what was good and took all of them. What should he take? The most suitable one, for now, was Whinnied. He could summon a wind spirit just by holding it, and if he collected, spirit magic is hard to get into, he knew. Without talent, even a skilled mage cannot control a low-grade spirit. However, with Whinnied, that's no problem. Since he was in the treasury, Iode thought he should look around more. Display cases lined the room, each holding artifacts of immense value. He muses that beyond the weapons, there are also jewels and accessories. A necklace rests on a velvet cushion, encased in glass. Iode's eyes widen slightly as he takes in the necklace. He reaches out, a strange energy crackling around his hand as he approaches the display case. The boy realizes this is the necklace he used to wear back when he was Hamel. The memory surfaces. It was a keepsake from his parents that got eaten by a monster. He got his revenge a long time ago, too. Even then, he wore the necklace until the moment he died. Iode thinks, wondering why it is here. He wonders if Vermouth recovered his body. Iode guesses that Vermouth didn't just leave him there. Perhaps it's because of the promise made between Vermouth and the Demon King of Incarceration. Because of him, peace was regained, but Helmut and the two remaining Demon Kings. He sees the faces of those who are still alive: Vermouth, Senya, Moron, and Anise. They all promised to kill the 5 Demon Kings together, but just what kind of promise did they make? He left his keepsake here. Vermouth, what were you thinking? It might be his fault. Because he died, maybe there wasn't enough to beat the Demon King. He doesn't want to fault Vermouth and his colleagues. There must be a reason why they weren't able to kill the Demon King. There are many weapons in this treasury that he wants, but he can't leave this necklace. Hamel's keepsake in Lionheart's treasury. Lord Gordon asks if that's what he's chosen. That's what Iode liked the most. The boy's choice has clearly surprised Lord Gordon. He questions Iode's seriousness, pointing out the abundance of other, greater treasures. Iode offers the necklace for inspection, stating it's too much for him to handle. Gordon accepts, curious. A close-up reveals the necklace, a crude and old thing, its value not immediately apparent. Gordon muses that it's not even a valuable jewel, nor was it made with great expertise. Holding the necklace up, Gordon thinks it's just a regular, cheap necklace. The Lord wonders aloud why such an item would even be in the treasury. The two stand amidst the treasury's riches, the simple necklace a stark contrast to the surrounding opulence. Gordon observes that the necklace isn't even registered in the treasury's records. The Lord continues, stating that it's not Lionheart's treasure and shouldn't even be there, but it was. Gordon emphasizes the necklace's worthlessness, saying it would only earn a cheap sword. Looking intently at Iode, Gordon asks if he still wants the necklace despite everything. With a bright, unwavering gaze, Iode emphatically confirms his desire for the necklace. He looks up at Lord Gordon, waiting for a response. A magical evaluation is required, as the item's origin is unknown and may be imbued with magic. Sir Roberian will need to be consulted. Iode asks if he can have it after the evaluation. Gordon gives his word. Lord Gordon admits he didn't expect things to turn out this way. Technically, it's not Lionheart's treasure, so he can choose. Gordon suggests something else from the treasury. Iode asks, surprised if that's true. Lord Gordon confirms that he can choose one treasure from the treasury. Iode bows, thanking him for the initial promise. He's so adaptable. Someone reflects on Iode's lineage, noting that he is a descendant of the uncompromising Vermouth, and there's no need to hesitate. He gripped the hilt, the metal cool against his palm. A surge of power erupted, bathing the chamber in blinding light as he called out, "Windstorm, sword Whinnied." His eyes burned with an inner fire, reflecting the sword's nascent glow. The blade shimmered between his hands, taking form from pure energy. A wave of cerulean energy pulsed outward, the air crackling with arcane power. The sword now fully formed, he grinned, a possessive glint in his eyes. "You're now mine." The ornate hilt of the blade gleamed, the metal seeming to hum with contained energy. Hamel held the sword aloft, the others watching him. "Whinnied of the—" He began, reading the inscription. A voice echoed, reciting an old saying. According to the patriarch, the blessing of the wind. The sword pulsed with a soft light, ethereal figures dancing around it. A disembodied voice declared, "Spirit King is embedded in this sword." Senya watched Hamel carefully, her expression thoughtful. "It's a cool sword, but I still think you should have picked a spear." Hamel glanced at Senya, a hint of defensiveness in his eyes. There were a lot of spears as well. He paused, then asked, "Divin, did you see it?" Senya's eyes widened, a fiery image flashing behind her. "The dragon spear Carbos!" she exclaimed, her fist clenched in excitement. a voice explained. Apparently, attacking with it makes it emit a dragon breath. Hamel's thoughts drifted. I don't even know what it looks like. Hamel tightened his grip on the sword, lost in thought. Senya's face contorted in a grimace, a dark image of a spear appearing behind her. About the demonic spear, Ruintos? Senya snapped at Hamel, her voice sharp. Even I know Ruintos. It's a spear that was used by the demon king of cruelty. Gordon stood behind them, a concerned expression on his face. I didn't ask you. He stared off into the distance, his expression unreadable as the weight of the information settled upon him. 3 centuries passed. The land of Helmud was ruled not by one, but by 5 demon kings. Rank 1, the demon king of ruin. Rank 3, the demon king of frenzy. Rank 4, the demon king of cruelty. Rank 5, the demon king of slaughter. Lord Gordon, his brow furrowed, declared, Desira, you're wrong. The strongest weapon that the Great Vermouth used is the pulverizing flail Ziggelard, once wielded by the demon king of slaughter. The text declared that the demon king of cruelty is stronger than the demon king of slaughter. Desira, pointing a finger, insisted that weapons do not determine the rank of the demon kings. Now that he thought about it, Hamel realized he didn't see the flail either. Out of all the weapons used by Vermouth, the ones he got from the demon kings were the demonic spear and the flail. The young man mused that they're both too ominous to be in the treasury. Maybe they sealed it away somewhere. The argument continued, Desira asserting that the spear is stronger, while Gordon countered that the flail is stronger. He scoffs, finding something or someone to be beneath his notice. They were too immature for him. The boy stood alongside Lord Gordon and Desira, the air thick with unspoken tension. It was said to be better than the other. Iod's expression hardened, a glint of determination in his eyes. If someone were to inquire about Vermouth's greatest weapon, he could answer without a moment's hesitation. The answer hung in the air, a whispered promise of power, the Moonlight Sword. A fragment, shaped like a sword, lay sealed away, even within the demon realm itself. Both the king of cruelty, wielder of the demonic spear, and the king of slaughter, who commanded the pulverizing flail, had been defeated. Bathed in the ethereal glow, Iod stood ready, the moonlight sword pulsing with energy. A smirk played on his lips. This was the first real sword he would wield in his life. The moonlight sword hummed with power, its blade shimmering with an otherworldly light. Lord Gordon raised an eyebrow, a silent question etched on his face. Desira, too, seemed intrigued by the display. The boy advanced, the moonlight sword held firmly in his grasp, its light illuminating his path. With a fluid motion, Iod prepared to strike, the moonlight sword arcing through the air, ready to unleash its power. He raised the moonlight sword high, the blade humming with barely contained power. With a swift motion, Iod brought the blade down, a trail of cerulean energy following its descent. The energy crackled, a vibrant display of raw magical force. From above, Iod gazed down at Gordon and Desira, the power of the moonlight sword radiating around him. Lord Gordon, eyes wide, could only whisper, "How beautiful." Desira watched with a mixture of awe and apprehension. Elsewhere, in a grand hall, a woman stood before a large desk, the light glinting off the polished surface. A faint blue glow emanated from her, a subtle indication of her own magical abilities. The woman held a necklace in her hand, a delicate chain suspending a gem that pulsed with a soft, azure light. Her eyes narrowed, scrutinizing the artifact with intense focus. Carefully, she placed a small, crimson gem on the table beside the necklace. The woman at the desk stated, "There is no magic that was cast on this necklace." The woman at the desk holds the small, glowing necklace in her open palm, examining it closely. A soft, blue light emanates from the necklace as she focuses her attention on it. Within her mind's eye, she sees a vision. There's not much, she thinks. I think it's about a century old. The vision continues, revealing more of the necklace's past. Is this the middle of a city? The streets. It was purchased from there. I can't read any more than that. The woman at the desk turns to Lord Gordon, who stands nearby. I think the magic from the treasury stopped the memory of the mana, she explains. Lord Gordon looks down at the red gem in his hand, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. He continues to ponder the necklace's origins. I don't think anyone who's alive right now can confirm the source of this necklace. The woman at the desk looks at him expectantly. What will you do with it? Lord Gordon clenches his fist, determination hardening his gaze. Since there's no magic embedded in it, I plan on giving it to Eugene, since it's an item that he was willing to sacrifice treasures to have. The woman at the desk responds, I guess you like him quite a bit. A soft smile graces her lips as she looks at Lord Gordon. Lord Gordon's hand clenches tighter, his expression unreadable. Hands rested on the dark table, while a woman with silver hair gazed out the window, observing 2 figures standing in the distance. Lord Gordon, standing beside Senya, declared that there was no reason not to like him. He continued, hinting at a plan, and so, I have a suggestion. Senya, her expression thoughtful, Questioned, by suggestion, you mean? A determined look on his face, Lord Gordon stated, I will take Eugene Lionheart. The young boy, Iode, was shown with a determined expression as the words hung in the air, as my own child. A cheerful greeting cuts through the air as a man waves, his face alight with a welcoming smile. His attire, though simple, hints at a noble bearing, a pendant resting against his open collar. He stands before a young boy and a nervous maid, their expressions a mix of anticipation and apprehension. The boy's name is Kion Lionheart. Eugene's smile widens, a genuine warmth radiating from his eyes. A thought surfaces, describing him as a bachelor who has accompanied Gilad on his journey. Eugene Lionheart introduces himself to the boy. I'm Eugene Lionheart. With a hearty embrace, Eugene exclaims, You're the Branch family kid that beat the main family in the blood succession ritual. Kion looks up, his expression questioning. Here to come get me? Eugene gestures expansively, confirming his intentions. Yeah, my brother was going to send another night, but... His smile softens, a hint of personal interest in his eyes. I asked if I can come and get you. I wanted to see you for myself, Eugene. He wondered if he was even aware of why he had called for him. Eugene Lionheart mused, a slight smile playing on his lips. He guessed it was just not something he should get involved in. The sound of his boots echoed softly as he walked. Kion Lionheart looked up at him, his expression hopeful. I hope I get to talk with you often. The boy's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The two stood together, a silent understanding passing between them. It was Eugene Lionheart. The two stood together, a silent understanding passing between them. A genuine smile spread across Eugene's face. Kion thought to himself, although he's nice, he's also too much for me. Elsewhere, Lord Gordon stood in a grand office, the sunlight streaming through the windows. He apologized. I'm sorry for calling you on such short notice. He gestures with an open palm, inviting the boy to sit. Take a seat. Kion sits across from Gordon at the table, a selection of pastries and drinks between them. A hand carefully places a necklace on the table's surface. Necklace. Gordon strokes his beard, his gaze fixed on the necklace. I asked Lord Roberian to take a look at it. Kion glances at the necklace, then back at Gordon. It seems it's just a normal necklace, though. He wonders to himself, is that so? Gordon explains, although we tried searching for the man of memory, we couldn't find anything unusual about it. Kion's eyes widen, a sudden realization dawning on him. The man of memory? A vision flashes in his mind. Senya, bathed in a blue glow, holding the necklace. It's Senya's magic, a voice exclaims. Senya adds, yeah, I forgot about that. Kion, still processing the memory, wonders, what kind of memory was it? Gordon continues, it seems that it was a necklace sold on the streets of the capital around 100 years ago. Kion slams his hands on the table, eyes wide with disbelief. No, there's no way. Kion remembers, the necklace I wore 300 years ago. I had this on for decades. There's no way I would mistake this for anything else. A woman with blonde hair and glowing eyes considers the situation. She wonders if Roberian is lying, or if someone made a mistake while trying to read the memories. Elsewhere, Eugene thinks to himself that he needs to check if there's a spell that can trick even a magic tower master. He wonders who Vermouth is. Eugene sits silently, lost in thought. He doesn't know the reason, but something is amiss. Eugene's face brightens as he asks if it's okay if he keeps it. Gordon confirms, stating that it is his as promised. Eugene expresses his gratitude. A smile plays on Eugene's lips as he looks at the necklace. A close-up reveals the necklace, a simple chain with a red gem. Gordon begins to speak, addressing the boy by his name. He explains that although he called Eugene in order to give him the necklace, Lord Gordon continues, saying that it might come as sudden to him, but it's not that bad of an offer. Eugene's eyes widen as he realizes it's actually an offer for his future. He tells Gordon to wait. The boy sat across from Lord Gordon, who began to speak. Kion's eyes widened, a blush rising on his cheeks as he heard the words, and cute. He thought to himself that he had no intentions of marrying anyone already. Everything was starting to make sense now. He mused, recalling how Cyan had acted kinder toward him, even when he was disrespectful. The memory of Cyan and another girl waving cheerfully flashed in his mind. It all made sense, he thought. It was all in order to organize an arranged marriage with him. Gilad Lionheart sat with his hands clasped, a thoughtful expression on his face. Kion internally protested that he was still too young to think about marriage. He needed to get his father's permission, and even if he were to give it, Seal and he paused, a realization dawning on him. Gilad leaned forward slightly, his expression softening. Eugene, it seems you're misunderstanding something, he began. The man clarified that he wasn't trying to get him to marry Seal. Kion's face flushed crimson, his eyes wide with embarrassment. He realized he had made the worst assumption possible. He thought to himself that he wanted to beat himself up for imagining himself getting married to a 13-year-old kid. Kion wondered if becoming a kid had done something to his brain too. Gilad's voice echoed, the words hanging in the air. He had called Kion to offer to adopt him. The offer took Gilad himself by surprise. Kion's eyes widened, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. "What?" he blurted. Kion considered the offer, realizing it wasn't such a bad idea if it meant being tied to the main family. The idea of adoption settled heavily in the air between them. Gilad apologized, suggesting that the offer might not be as surprising as an arranged marriage. Gilad pressed on, offering to even call Kion's father, Jahard, into the main family as well. The thought of having two fathers crossed Kion's mind. Kion seemed overwhelmed by the prospect of multiple fathers. Gilad's voice echoed, stating that there was no need to make things complicated. Gilad clarified that all he wanted was to bring Kion into the main family, revealing that he was already a father of 3 children. Gilad reassured Kion that he wasn't trying to steal Jahard's son away from him. Lord Gordon extends a hand, stating that although he has never met Jahard before, he will respect him as he does his own brothers. Kion's brow furrows with concern, his eyes narrowed. Iod sits at the table, his small hands clasped tightly. He declares his refusal to be adopted, the words hanging heavy in the air. His brow furrows with worry, his golden eyes searching for reassurance. Will his father lose respect for him if he refuses? The boy's anxiety is palpable, but a reassuring hand rests gently on the table. Lord Gordon smiles warmly, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Of course not. The two sit in comfortable silence for a moment, the tension easing slightly. Gordon rises from the table, a slight scraping sound accompanying his movement. He admits it's a little embarrassing for him to say this. Leaning against the chair, he insists that he is not such a childish person. Iod considers the implications of his refusal. Gordon assures him that if he refuses, it'd be regretful, but that's all. He will respect his decision. Gordon extends his hands, wishing the best for Iod's future. Iod sits at the table, looking down at his tea. He admits he doesn't think he can decide this on his own. He resolves to ask his father what he thinks, deciding to postpone the decision until after the banquet. Gordon declares that he will send an envoy to Jidal to bring Iod's father to him. The boy thanks him. Iod takes a sip of his tea. Gordon watches him, a thoughtful expression on his face. The child asks what exactly that means. Lord Gordon explains that if he grew up in the main family, he would be able to enjoy many benefits. Firstly, Gordon continues, since there are quite a number of exceptional knights here, they'll be available to teach him many things. Iod states that if he's going to learn here, he will want to learn from the patriarch. He asks if he becomes his adopted son, can he learn from him? Gordon listens intently. The Lionheart Patriarch muses that he is curious as to how strong he is. The Lionheart Patriarch's expression is unreadable. The Patriarch suggests that he could teach Iod. Gordon interjects, suggesting that if Iod wishes to learn from the strongest, there's someone more fitting of that description. Iod wonders who that could be. Gordon recalls a time when he was stronger in the past. The Patriarch notes that Gordon has since surpassed him. Iod may end up training mana unconsciously if he learns from Gordon. The Lionheart Patriarch asks if Iod's father taught him in mana. The Lionheart Patriarch stands with his arms crossed, observing Iod. Iod admits he was afraid that if he heard about it from Gordon, he may end up training mana unconsciously. Gordon reassures Iod that he's been training hard every day since he arrived. A crystal of mana that can be found within high-ranked monsters, a mana stone. In order to get access to mana, one would need a mana stone. He stood with Lord Gordon, listening as the older man explained that the more efficient a mana stone, the more expensive and difficult it was to obtain. Furthermore, to use a mana stone successfully, one would need the help of an exceptionally capable person. Gordon's expression turned somber as he admitted that all of this was hard to come by in Jahard's family. That environment. The boy's brow furrowed, the words echoing in his mind. It was far too lacking for Eugene's talent to blossom. The Lord internalized, knowing he couldn't tell this to Eugene and cause him to hate the family he was born into. This, Gordon knew, must be discussed. The Lord clasped his hands together, leaning forward. That environment was what he wanted, and, if it was okay with Iod, he'd like to talk with him. Iod, holding a teacup, smiled. Of course, he was amicable to such. The two sat at the table, the silence broken only by the clinking of their cups. The desserts sat untouched, the weight of the unspoken words hanging heavy in the air. Iod rose from his seat, announcing that he would be taking his leave. Gordon assured him that he would ask someone to bring him back, and that he may wait for now. A smile played on Iod's lips as he thought that the separate building wasn't far from here. He decided to return alone, taking the opportunity to clear his head with a leisurely stroll through the palace halls. The rhythmic sound of his footsteps echoed softly on the plush red carpet, each step measured and deliberate. A faint, almost imperceptible tingle danced in the air, a subtle shift in the ambient mana. A delicate fragrance tickled his senses, a familiar perfume that hinted at a presence nearby. His gaze flickered towards a shadowed corner, a prickling sensation suggesting he wasn't alone. No sound, no movement. Was someone lying in wait, anticipating his arrival? He continued his measured pace, the silence stretching, amplifying the anticipation. The ornate hem of the gown brushed against the polished floor, a silent sentinel marking the end of the corridor. He rounded the corner, coming face to face with the woman at the desk. Her violet eyes widened, a delicate hand rising to her lips in feigned surprise. He mused inwardly, recognizing the practiced performance. She was acting as if their meeting was a mere coincidence, despite clearly awaiting his arrival. He tilted his head slightly, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Shall we proceed with the formalities first? He gasps, eyes wide with surprise. The boy bows politely. He introduces himself as Eugene Lionheart of Jidal. The woman smiles knowingly, commenting that she heard he was discussing matters with the patriarch alone. She supposes they talked for quite a while, adding that she had no idea he was still here. Eugene looks up at her, asking if she has something to say to him. Behind her fan, the woman thinks to herself what a daring child he is, adding that his arrogance already knows no bounds. She muses that it's not surprising, given that he, a country bumpkin, fought and won against a child of the main family. She continues her internal monologue, recalling that he went on to also claim victory in the blood succession ritual. She believes this child will soon experience incredible growth in the near future. The woman thinks it would be better to be on friendly terms with him instead of becoming enemies. She considers that it's not a bad idea to tie him down using a political marriage with Seal, since that's why she plays Seal to be around him. The woman smiles, telling Eugene she's curious as to what the two of them talked about. Eugene responds that he doesn't think he should be sharing matters in which the patriarch and he discuss privately. The woman laughs, agreeing that's true. She assures Eugene that she's not interrogating him here, stating that she does have. He listens intently, a slight furrow in his brow. There was something else she wanted to say to him. The woman at the desk raises her fan, her expression hardening as she recalls how Cyan was very disrespectful to him a few days ago. Iode is quick to dismiss the slight. There's no need for apologies, he insists. I'm late in apologizing for that affair, as we were ever so busy with the blood succession ritual approaching. A smile plays on her lips, though her eyes betray a hint of something else. She finds him so mature and benevolent for his age. She says, pleased that he thinks such of that incident with Cyan. The woman at the desk continues, stating that she'll make sure to give Cyan a good warning. She hopes the two of them will get along well in the future. Iode smiles, stating that of course, they'll get along well, their family sharing the same surname after all. Her eyes narrow, a flicker of something unreadable passing through them. He's not wrong, she thinks. The woman at the desk turns away, but she feels uneasy hearing that coming from the child's mouth. Iode asks if he can take his leave. The woman at the desk smiles, stating of course, and apologizes for holding him back, telling him to go and rest quickly. Iode looks at the woman at the desk, a thoughtful expression on his face. 2 days later, the sky was clear and bright. Jahard Lionheart had arrived from faraway Jidal. The carriage wheels crunched on the gravel path. Lord Gordon watched as the carriage arrived, a younger man standing nearby. Gordon's brow furrowed with concern. Tears welled in his eyes as he thought of his son, who had won against the children of the... His son had shown talent from a young age, but Gordon did not have the ability to support his talent, and he thought his son would have to face reality during the blood succession ritual. The gap between the main family and the branch families cannot be overcome with just talent and hard work. That is what he thought. Gordon clenched his fist, a mix of regret and determination in his eyes. He watched his son from afar, a mix of pride and regret swirling within him. The castle loomed in the background, a symbol of the life he couldn't provide. The boy stood tall, his back to his father, unaware of the conflicted gaze upon him. Young Eugene's face lit up with a bright, innocent smile. His small boots crunched on the stone path, each step filled with purpose. Gordon embraced his son tightly, a surge of paternal love washing over him. He held him close, whispering, Eugene, my son. Tears streamed down Gordon's face, a torrent of emotion he could no longer contain. I'm so proud of you, he choked out. Eugene smiled knowingly, a hint of mischief in his eyes. I told you when I was leaving Jidal that I'll bring back good news. Did you not believe? Gordon, looking down at his son, asked, in me? He recalled, yes, you did say something like that. With a heavy heart, Gordon admitted, I'm sorry, son. I didn't believe in you. Gordon bowed his head, shame etched on his face. Sorry for the late introduction, he stammered. A new voice cut through the air. I'm Jahard Lionheart from Jidal. He introduces himself as Gilad Lionheart, his hands open in a gesture of welcome. Gilad apologizes for the sudden invitation. The other man shakes Iode's hand, assuring Gilad that it's not a problem at all. He expresses his gratitude for the invitation, adding that he doesn't want to take up time that Gilad could be spending with his son. Gilad asks if he could have a chat with the man. The man agrees, a smile on his face. Gilad and the man walk together, leaving Iode behind. Their footsteps echo through the halls as they head towards a more private location. The golden lion statue looms as Gilad thinks about adoption. The man asks what he said. He confirms the statement with a nod. Senya stands silently by the table, her expression unreadable as the two men begin their private discussion. Lord Gordon lifts his teacup, his gaze distant as he considers the implications of the conversation. He admits that the suggestion is sudden, a furrow deepening between his brows. Turning away, Lord Gordon seems to be wrestling with his thoughts, the sound of the teacup hitting the saucer echoing in the room. Jahard Lionheart apologizes if he comes off as disrespectful, his voice laced with concern. He appreciates Gilad Lionheart regarding his son so highly, a hint of gratitude in his tone. But as a father, Jahard can't help but be worried for Eugene's future, his brow furrowed with concern. Jahard acknowledges that Gilad may have good intentions, but he's worried that other members of the main family will harass Eugene. The panel shows a visual representation of the Lionheart family, with the implication that Eugene would be considered an outsider if adopted. Jahard states that he understands what Gilad is saying, his expression thoughtful. He doesn't want to limit Eugene's future, but the main family takes the legitimate bloodline very seriously, a fact that weighs heavily on his mind. Jahard is sure they won't accept a child from a branch family becoming part of the main family, the silhouettes in the background hinting at the potential opposition. He continued, stating that even if Eugene were to join the main family, he wouldn't be able to succeed the family head position. A voice declared that they were sure that his talent would be able to bloom within the main family. It was added that as a result, a better future would be laid out for him. Gilad Lionheart agreed, stating that he was correct. Jahard Lionheart requested to be allowed to talk it through with his son first. Meanwhile, under a bright sky, Eugene practiced his swordsmanship. He held his blade steady, preparing to strike. With a burst of speed, the young man swung his sword, creating slashes of blue energy. The energy impacted the ground with a resounding crash. Eugene continued his training, the blue energy crackling around him. He paused, the word father escaping his lips. Judging from his expression, the adoption talk must have been quite a shocker for him. He looks up at his father, noticing the unusual expression on his face. Hamel asks what's wrong. Lord Gordon's face is etched with a deep concern, a hint of worry creasing his brow. The weight of the news seems to press down on Gordon, his eyes heavy with a sorrowful understanding. Gordon reveals that the head of the main family wishes to adopt him. Hamel's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he states that he already knew. Gordon continues, his voice laced with a plea that he would like for Hamel to become the head child, believing it to be in his best interest. Hamel's hand clenches into a fist, the knuckles white with suppressed emotion. He knows that doing so may lead to difficult times. He looks away, a hint of uncertainty in his expression. Probably. With a fierce determination blazing in his eyes, Hamel declares that he would never let anyone get the better of his father, whom he's known since he was little. Gordon's expression is one of deep concern, his brow furrowed as he considers the implications of the adoption offer. A memory surfaces. Lord Gordon, in the past, speaks to a younger Hamel, reminding him that he was named by him and his mother, who has already passed, and that he should never forget that. Even if he is to be adopted, the boy thinks his only real father is Jahard Lionheart. Another memory washes over him, this one of Gordon embracing him tightly, calling out his name, Eugene. He thinks to himself, he guesses he's being adopted. It seems like a pain in the ass, he muses, but he'll be gaining a lot from it, so he thinks it's worth it. He doesn't have any intentions of becoming the family head, but he doubts anyone believes it. The first wife, Theonis, and second wife, Aniasilla. Those two have no choice but to keep him in check. And there are two ways to deal with discontentment and hostility. You can ignore it or... Hamel stands on a training ground, the wind whipping around him. He grips his sword tightly, determination etched on his face. A surge of power coalesces, forming jagged lines of pure, crackling energy. The energy flows into a waiting blade, the steel humming with newfound potential. A fierce grin stretches across his face, the command ringing out with unwavering resolve. Destroy it directly. Lionheart's patriarch Gilad extended invitations to all the families of the children who had participated in the blood succession ritual, beckoning them to a grand banquet intended to celebrate the victory of the branch families, a stark contrast to the shame that had befallen the patriarch. Sir Zihar, a glass of sparkling wine in hand, surveyed the scene. One of the attendees remarked to another, congratulating him on having such an amazing son, and noting that he was to become part of the patriarch's family. Another man agreed, suggesting that as fellow branch family members, they should create a group to get to know each other better. Yes, yes, came the reply. Nearby, a young man thought to himself that he would likely receive annoying amounts of attention if he rejoined them. Someone remarked that they could tell right away who Gargis's father was. The banquet hall buzzed with quiet conversations and polite smiles. Kian looked down, a shadow of worry crossing his face. A woman, standing beside Kian, encouraged him to be confident. Kian's name hung in the air as someone warned that he would be compared to that child from now on. The people will see the loss you took from the duel. The words hung in the air, a stark reminder of the recent duel with Eugene. And they'll laugh at the fact that you weren't able to win as the direct lineage for the first time in history. Jahard Lionheart's words cut deep, a reminder of the expectations placed upon Kian. He can't help but feel the embarrassment. However, don't despair. Even if people laugh at you, you're still my son and Lionheart's direct bloodline. Eugene can't become patriarch, but don't be relieved by that fact. You have many disadvantages, so you must try even harder to become patriarch. And become friends with Eugene. Just because we are siblings now? Yes. Try to build some brotherly relationship with him, so that he can be an ally to you later. Yes, mother. A gift is exchanged. How, do I become friend with him? Senya, holding a plate with a snack, declares that she heard they are now siblings. Eugene confirms this, as Senya asks if he can call her Nuna, a term of endearment for older sisters. Eugene scoffs, reminding her that she's only a few months older. Senya retorts that she became a little sister because she was born 5 seconds later than him. Eugene, holding a glass, simply states that it's different. Senya urges him to just do it once, insisting it's not even hard. She repeats the question, pressing him for an answer. Eugene, sticking his tongue out, declares he'd rather die. Elsewhere, Jahard Lionheart states that he won't be taking him as his mentee unconditionally. At the Red Magic Tower, Jahard explains that summoning magic is their specialty. It is revealed that Sir Iode will be tested for aptitude first at Aroth. The woman asks if he has the aptitude for summoning magic. Jahard says that it's good news, but Aroth won't recognize the name Lionheart, unless... Jahard explains that Hamel does not have enough talent for him to disregard other mages, and therefore, he cannot take him as his mentee. Hamel simply replies with an okay, looking down. A close-up reveals Hamel's dejected expression. Jahard clarifies that he was an old acquaintance of Gillet before becoming a Red Magic Tower Master, assuring Hamel that he will have many opportunities. A woman with blonde hair declares that she will protect him from the voices of discrimination. A dark aura surrounds Hamel. Hamel, looking determined, thinks that because of who he is, he will find the environment suitable for his magic type. Even if he doesn't become Jahard's mentee, it doesn't matter to Hamel, who is just happy to be able to leave this pressuring situation. Jahard tells him to learn magic and be with family. Jahard tells Hamel that there is no need to look at him for reassurance. Hamel looks determined. Senya states the name, Iode. Senya says that it is an opportunity Hamel's father has given him, and he should take it gratefully. The forest path crunched softly underfoot as Hamel made his way forward. Jahard smiled, a glint in his eye. Let's. The air hung thick with mana, concentrated in this vein deep within the forest of the patriarchs. It was a vein of mana that only the direct lineage could enter, not naturally produced, but created by Vermouth himself 300 years ago, making a vein of mana. Hamel, walking beside him, wondered if Jahard was nervous. Artificially, a monster is a monster. Are you nervous? The light seemed to intensify around Hamel. Jahard reassured him that it wouldn't be easy, but he would help him. Since it was his first time, he would struggle a fair bit, since it's easier to feel mana the younger you are. Kian and Seal started mana training since they were 6, the mana. Jahard raised a finger, explaining that it took them 4 days to feel mana. Iode took maybe a week, Jahard thought, adding that branch family children usually enter mana training at Hamel's age. But apparently, it takes about a month to even feel. Jahard reassured him that it wouldn't be that long for him, though, since they have the vein of mana. And he'll also... Jahard's question still hung in the air as Iode wondered how many days it would take. Hamel stroked his chin, considering the task. 10 days, he thought. But the words were barely out of his mouth before Hamel scoffed, his expression shifting to one of confident disdain. 10 days? My ass. His eyes narrowed, a predatory glint in their depths. It wouldn't even take him 10 minutes. Sunlight streamed through the canopy, illuminating the ancient forest. And with a renewed sense of purpose, Hamel and Iode continued their trek through the woods, heading toward a small cabin nestled amongst the trees. The wooden door creaked open, revealing a sunlit interior, as Hamel gestured for Iode to follow. Hamel pointed deeper into the room. It's over here. The pair descended a flight of stairs, their footsteps echoing in the stone stairwell. They continued their descent, now walking across a floor inlaid with intricate patterns. Hamel turned, pointing a finger towards the center of the room. Iode knelt, his gaze fixed on the floor. The mana training technique that the family passes down. The boy's eyes followed the pattern. Was inherited from our ancestor, the great Lord Vermouth. Hamel raised a finger, explaining, there's a rule that the branch family can't inherit the technique, so everyone in the branch family are taught the red flame ritual, which... The man continued, his hands now glowing with power. This is the original technique passed down only through the main family. White flames erupt, surrounding a figure with wild, white hair. The words hang in the air, illuminated by the ethereal glow, the white flame ritual. Hamel's expression is serene, his yellow eyes gleaming with an inner light. The text speaks of a past self, one who is unaware of the power held within those flames. Hamel recalls a unique form, a memory surfacing from the depths of his mind. The text describes the vermouth, a high-density layer of mana materializing as white flames around the body. The flames even resembled the mane of a lion at times, a majestic and powerful sight. The text reiterates the past self's ignorance of the white flame ritual's capabilities. Hamel stands over Iode, who sits cross-legged on the floor. He suggests they begin by concentrating on his breathing to sense mana. Iode looks up at Hamel, exclaiming that he can feel it. Hamel smiles, telling Iode that it's just his imagination, since it's difficult for him. Hamel resolves to use this to teach Iode that it's just his senses, a blue wisp of energy dancing on his fingertip. Hamel guides the flow of mana, his hand descending as if to bless the seated Iode. A knowing smirk plays on his lips as he observes the boy. The youth is challenged to sense it, right here. Iode raises a finger, declaring that there's mana on this side. Hamel continues the lesson, demonstrating the mana's movement as Iode follows along. The instructor asks how long the boy intends to continue. Hamel expresses his disbelief at the progress. He muses that even 10 days would have been fast to sense mana, but the pace at which Eugene's learning is too fast. A laugh escapes Hamel as he covers his face, marveling at the boy's aptitude. The instructor stands over Iode, ready to continue the training. If the boy can already sense mana, Hamel supposes they can start. Hamel instructs Iode to remain silent and concentrate on everything happening within his body. The big difference between the white flame ritual and the red flame ritual, Hamel explained, is the splitting of your core as they walk through the forest. The red flame ritual, he continued, only allows for one core within your body. However, once you pass a certain point, your core will split naturally. If that happens, you'll be able to efficiently store more mana within your body, and the split cores work together in order to increase the strength of your cores exponentially. Hamel called those split core stars. Within the history of the Lionhearts, the only person that's been able to achieve 10 stars was the start of the Lionheart family and the creator of the White Flame Ritual, the Great Vermouth. My brother and I are 6 stars, Hamel stated matter-of-factly. Cyan and Seal, along with Iode, are 1 star. Although I'm not sure about Iode, I'm sure the twins will become 2 stars within the next year. Since Cyan and Seal started training their mana at the age of 6, Iode wondered aloud, what about me? Hamel smiled. You'll be much faster than them, as long as you don't get lazy with your training. Iode pumped his fist to do my best. This is crazy, Iode thought. Not only have I reincarnated into a body much better than my old one, but I'm even learning the mana training technique of Vermouth. The voice booms with conviction, declaring that mere laziness could never cause such decay. He and another figure walk through the grounds. Eugene considers the white flame ritual, thinking he'll need to delve into its details while he trains. If something bothers him, he believes he can adjust to fit it. Eugene offers his thanks to Vermouth, a sly smile playing on his lips. He muses that, thanks to Vermouth leaving the white flame ritual to his descendants, there's much more he can do. The camera pans up to show the exterior of a grand building, its architecture intricate and imposing. Eugene and the other figure stand before the grand building, its doors open to welcome them. Eugene tells the other figure that he'll tell his brother about what happened, urging him to get some rest, as he must be tired. Eugene agrees, stating that he will do that. Iode walks away, thinking that he should forget about rest. Iode thinks that fatigue like this will dissipate with some good night's sleep, now that he's finally. A maid exclaims, calling out to Lord Eugene. Nina asks if he's already returned. Iode acknowledges her, calling her name. Iode tells Nina to go to his room and get whinnied for him. He stood with the sword, preparing to test its power. Nina stood nearby, watching with anticipation. The two stood on the training grounds. Iode held the sword aloft, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. He wondered if this would even work. His eyes narrowed, focusing his energy. A surge of blue energy emanated from the blade, swirling around it like a vortex. Nina gasped, her eyes widening in alarm as she noticed the shift in the air. With a startled cry, Nina found herself caught in a sudden, violent gust of wind. The wind intensified, forming a swirling vortex that engulfed her completely. Iode stared at the whirlwind, a strange sense of familiarity washing over him. You! Is it you, Hamel? He wondered. A memory surfaced, a voice echoing in his mind. I remember you. This voice, it must be. His eyes widened, recognizing the power he had unleashed. Tempest, he exclaimed. A vortex of cerulean energy crackled to life. The figure stared into the swirling blue, a question hanging in the air. Were they reincarnated? The sword gleamed in the light as the figure demanded to know if they were the Demon King. The vortex pulsed, whispers echoing of Vermouth's companion, Hamel, and a soul impossible to forget. Time stretched, an eternity since Winnie's call, yet the soul remained, untouched by the ages. Curiosity gnawed at the figure, a suspicion that Vermouth's descendant might be wielding Winnie's power, until that familiar soul resonated. The question hung heavy, the figure's gaze intense. Demon King? The figure's voice cut through the swirling energy, a command laced with urgency. Speak, Tempest. Even beyond death, through the journey to the magic count, Vermouth's mind remained an enigma, impossible to decipher. In the clash against the Demon King of incarceration, Vermouth had sheathed his sword, a decision shrouded in mystery. The figure's eyes widened, a flicker of something unreadable passing across their face. The battle, it seems, took place there. It was fierce, but the ending was not. The only ones left standing in the end were Vermouth and the Demon King of Incarceration. Vermouth sheathed his sword. He did not kill the Demon King of Incarceration, nor did he make his way to the Demon King of Rhine's castle. The man's voice rises, demanding, "Don't bullshit me." His eyes glow with fury, teeth bared in a snarl. He demands to know what the promise was, admitting he does not know about it. The man's voice booms. "Then what the hell do you know, you bastard?" The only ones that know about the promise are the ones that were present when it happened. From the moment Vermouth sheathed his sword, he was unable to interfere. He shouts, "You said everyone other than Vermouth and the Demon King of Incarceration died." He looks up, his face contorted in fury, demanding an answer. The question bursts forth, a desperate plea amidst swirling magical energies. Was he being told to consult Vermouth's corpse? A voice echoes, stating there is no time. A disembodied voice explains that he technically cannot be summoned with the current level of mana. The voice continues, revealing that it forcibly opened the gate and now must close it. The young man's rage intensifies, demanding an answer before the voice departs, calling it a piece of trash. He mutters that when his power is strong enough. Eugene struggles to speak, the words catching in his throat as he tries to articulate what he wants to know. He collapses, falling to the ground, defeated. Elsewhere, Nina rushes towards him, calling out to her master. Sir Eugene lies still, sweat beading on his brow. Eugene lies in bed, seemingly asleep, recovering from the ordeal. He gasped a sudden, sharp intake of breath. A throbbing headache pulsed behind his eyes as Eugene sat up in bed, clutching his head. He wondered if this feeling was his mana being depleted. Eugene stared at his palm, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. It made sense, considering how little he had to begin with, and that spirits remember creations by their souls. Tempest had called him Hamel, but an unpleasant thought lingered in the corner of his mind. Maybe he wasn't Hamel's reincarnation, but just a creation with Hamel's memories. Now he was certain of it, though a wry smile touched his lips. He really was the Hamel from 300 years ago, reincarnated with all his memories intact. Nina peeked into the room, a worried expression on her face. Nina asked if Sir Eugene was all right. He remained silent. Lord Gordon gestures, stating it will only take a few days. Gordon had planned to leave for training after the blood succession ritual. Iode expresses his appreciation for the thought, but doesn't want to take time away from Gordon. Iode is told not to think of it like that. Gordon wants to teach him personally, and, of course, he's also going to teach Kian and Seal. It would be nice if... Elsewhere, this motivates Kian and Seal to be better. Kian and Iode stand ready, swords drawn. Meanwhile, Senya speaks regarding Eugene, stating he's a white ritual succession 1-star. Jahard Lionheart acknowledges this. It took them forever to reach 1-star, but it wasn't forever. Even among the main family's ancestors, 1 month is supposed to be really fast, yet in only a day, a woman with white hair and piercing yellow eyes watches intently, a subtle smile playing on her lips. The text bubble reveals that Eugene has reached 1-star. A flash of blue energy accompanies the swing of his sword, the force of the blow creating a visible impact. The sword continues its arc, leaving a trail of shimmering blue light in its wake. The blade crashes down, the blue energy intensifying with each strike. The woman watches the training, her expression unreadable as the sword continues its dance. Meanwhile, in a lavishly decorated bedroom, the first rays of dawn begin to filter through the curtains. Iode stirs in his bed, his eyes fluttering open. Have they all left? He wonders, a hint of concern in his voice. He reaches out, his fingers brushing against the hilt of a sword resting beside him. He sits up, his gaze fixed on something beyond the frame, a sense of unease settling over him. Standing now, Iode grips the sword firmly, his bare feet planted on the cold stone floor. The sword gleams with an ethereal blue light, its power resonating in the air. The blue energy coalesces into a spectral form, swirling around the blade like a protective aura. He gripped the sword, the cold steel a familiar weight in his hand. The ornate flooring of the room reflected the faint light, illuminating his focused expression. Mana swirled around the blade as Iode focused his energy. Right now, this is probably the best I can do with the mana I have, he thought, assessing his progress. A small, fairy-like creature hovered nearby, its delicate wings fluttering. It inquired, "Have you heard anything from your king?" The fairy's form shimmered with a soft, ethereal blue light, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly energy. Iode sighed, his hand instinctively moving to his forehead. "Ah," he breathed, a hint of frustration in his voice. His eyes widened, a sudden intensity flashing across his face. He commanded, "Go tell Tempest." The fairy's light pulsed gently, as if acknowledging the unspoken command. A determined glint shone in Iode's eyes, the mana around him swirling with renewed purpose. He turned and walked away, the swirling mana leaving trails of light in his wake. Walking through the castle, Iod's thoughts drifted to a grim reality. Only one to die in the Demon King of Incarceration's castle. Sitting on the edge of the bed, the sword resting beside him, Iod contemplated the weight of the word, incarceration. His gaze drifted downward, a flicker of resolve in his yellow eyes. He mused, a low murmur escaping his lips, that he'd have to visit Helmud at some point. No, not just Helmud, but Arath, a woman with a knowing smile, and Uraz, a nun with gentle eyes, appeared in his thoughts. Luhur, another face from the past, surfaced in his memory. A heavily armored figure contemplated. I'll be able to find traces of my companions if I go to those places. He thought it'd be impossible to go to such faraway lands with a child's body. But one day, he ran a hand through his white hair, lost in thought. The muscles rippled across his torso as he flexed, a testament to his dedication. Time sure goes by fast. Eugene Lionheart, age 17. He smirked at his reflection in the mirror. I did train mana every day without skipping. After all, he mused. I've already reached 3 stars for the white flame ritual. Blue energy crackled around him as Eugene clenched his fist, a determined glint in his eyes. Standing before the mirror, he thought, this isn't enough. He thought, to fully utilize this nice and covetous body. Eugene knew he had to learn other things that he didn't in his past life. Eugene, lost in thought, declares his intentions aloud. He's going to Roth to learn magic. The idea seems absurd, even to him. What bullshit is he spouting? The next morning, Iod greets him. Eugene recalls his training, the white flame ritual flowing through him as normal. A sudden realization dawns on him. Could it be that Iod? A knowing smirk spreads across his face. Power surges around Eugene, a visible manifestation of his white flame ritual. Standing amidst the scene of destruction, Eugene looms over Iod. Iod, utterly dumbfounded, can barely believe what he's seeing. Iod's power leaves Hamel kneeling on the ground, staring up in utter disbelief. How could this be possible? Iod's thoughts race, a storm of frustration brewing within him. He started training mana 7 years later than him. Yet he's already at 3 stars for the white flame ritual. He remains stuck at 2 stars. A smirk plays on Iod's lips as he holds his sword, magical energy swirling around him. Of course, it's possible. A chilling declaration cuts through the air. Iod wants to kill him. Hamel, still reeling, can only sputter that he can't do that to his. Hamel's face is a mask of exhaustion and resentment. He complains that Iod beats him up like he's going to kill him every morning. Iod's eyes narrow, a hint of annoyance in his gaze. He reminds Hamel that he's the one who asked him to train with him every morning. A slight smile returns to Iod's face, his tone indifferent. He says that he doesn't have to train, and it doesn't matter to him. Hamel looks down, sweat beading on his forehead, frustration etched on his face. Hamel looks up, his voice laced with curiosity and a hint of desperation. Why does he want to learn magic now? Hamel's expression turns serious, a shadow of past events clouding his eyes. Has Iod forgotten what happened with Iod? He followed Lord Roberian to Arath to learn magic after the blood succession ritual. The narration reveals that Iod couldn't even become his disciple because he wasn't talented enough. Hamel throws his hands up in exasperation, stating that Iod has basically just been a burden to him at the magic tower for 4 years because he couldn't achieve anything despite his connections giving him. He retorts, suggesting Iod can really say whatever's on his mind. Hamel wonders if he said something wrong. Iod counters that Hamel should just stay at the main house instead of being arrogant and try to learn magic. He adds, almost as an afterthought, that if Hamel goes to Arath, the boy with white hair mutters that Seal will be upset. Iod thinks to himself that he should tell someone he's reached 3 stars. He thinks of Seal, the same Seal that stopped talking to him a while ago and has since been training by herself. Iod scoffs, dismissing the idea. He declares that he's going to meet the Patriarch. Again, Iod thinks he should tell someone he's reached 3 stars. He adds that he needs to get his permission too. Frustrated, Iod kicks his sword. Hamel wonders to himself why Iod suddenly wants to learn magic. Iod walks away, leaving Hamel to his thoughts. The Patriarch's face was etched with concern, his brow furrowed as he considered the implications of the boy's request. Before him stood Iod, resolute in his desire. The Patriarch simply responded, yes. The boy's ambition was clear, to learn magic. But the Patriarch questioned, how come? Jahard Lionheart gestured, his expression a mix of worry and hope. He reminded Iod, none among our lineage have reached 3 stars at your age. If you continue like this, it might be possible to reach. Iod's gaze hardened with determination. He declared, I realized something when I reached 3 stars today, merely training as I have been wont. The boy's inner thoughts swirled with ambition and uncertainty. I want to be enough for me to grow more than I have. I want to learn many more things. I don't know whether or... Standing before the Patriarch, Iod explained his reasoning. But if I begin learning magic now, I'll be able to look at mana from a different perspective. A close-up revealed the intensity in Iod's eyes. He thought, it would be a great experience for me, just being able to learn a new subject, and I'm... With a soft thud, Iode bowed deeply before Jahard Lionheart, his resolve unwavering. Tears welled in the patriarch's eyes, a mixture of pride and concern etched on his face. The weight of years and responsibility was evident in every line of Jahard's face, a silent testament to the burdens he carried. The patriarch's voice, though gentle, carried the weight of command. Raise your head. The sentiment hangs in the air. How could anyone refuse such a passionate desire for knowledge, even as... The patriarch, neutral Jahard Lionheart, smiles knowingly. He assures Iode that he understands what he means. Jahard Lionheart's expression turns serious, his brow furrowed. He asks Iode to promise him one thing. In Arath, a dark magic tower looms, inhabited by dark mages, a place where one can easily become involved with dark magic. Unlike in the past, where such practices were hidden, dark magic is now more openly studied. In the past, there were subversive rumors, and people viewed dark magic negatively. But Lionheart is the bloodline of Ramuth the Great. The image of a knight and neutral Jahard Lionheart is shown, a symbol of the Lionheart family's strength and history. Therefore, dark magic is forbidden, although it is not written in the laws. Demon King, demons, dark mages. A figure reflects on the past, knowing very well what kind of cruel things they did 300 years ago. Neutral Jahard Lionheart reassures the figure, telling him that it doesn't need to worry. Iode states that he hates dark magic as well. Iode walks through a grand hallway, his thoughts likely filled with the implications of the conversation. A knock echoes through the halls. He strides forward, intent on speaking his mind. Iode calls out, inviting the other party to reveal themselves if they wish to talk. Jahard responds, his voice carrying a hint of playful exasperation. He explains he smells sweaty from training and wonders if Iode is truly going to Arath. In the doorway, Arath stands silently, observing the exchange. Iode explains that he was told he reached 3 stars. Jahard asks, a note of concern creeping into his tone, why he is leaving. Iode states plainly that he wants to learn magic, reminding Jahard that he already possesses his spirit magic. Iode and Arath stand back to back, a silent understanding passing between them. Jahard counters, suggesting they invite a mage from the capital instead. He adds that his brother could catch up to Iode's skill level while he's gone. Arath's expression is one of concern, her eyes reflecting a deep worry. Iode, with a resolute glint in his eyes, declares that he is fine with his decision. Iode smirked, a glint in his golden eyes. It will be more fun to train with you guys that way. It's been a while since I sparred with you. Arath's expression turned somber, sweat beading on her brow as she looked away. Iode continued, not go to Arath if I spar with you from now on? No, I'm gonna go. The boy stood with his arms crossed, a look of determination on his face. Arath's voice trembled as she asked, for how long? Iode responded, I'll know when I'm there, but probably a few years. Her hands clasped tightly together, Arath wondered, why for so long? Nothing good comes from leaving home. Iode tilted his head, a slight smile playing on his lips. What about Lord Jahard? A vision of Jahard Lionheart, riding through a stream, flashed before them. Father will be fine without me. He's completely used to life in the main house. And he's lost weight from regular hunting, too. Arath looked down, her expression troubled. Uncle Kion is going to be upset. That's likely. Earlier, Arath wrung her hands, her voice laced with worry. What about my brother? She wondered. Iode stood at the doorway, a smirk playing on his lips. Really? He questioned, though his tone suggested otherwise. I'm still. Despite her worry, Arath offered a strained smile. Good luck with your training, she managed, her voice barely a whisper. The sound of his boot echoed as Iode took a step forward, the finality of his departure settling in the air. He continued down the hallway, each step taking him further away. Arath's voice trembled as she called out, Are you really going to go? Her face contorted with a mix of sadness and anger. Bastard, she spat, the word laced with hurt. Iode paused at the doorway, a single word escaping his lips. Her feet remained planted on the floor, but her heart ached with his departure. I don't want you to go either, she confessed, her voice barely audible. Lord Gordon, his brow furrowed with concern, questioned if Hamel required guards to accompany him. A confident smirk played on Hamel's lips as he asserted his ability to defend himself. He was confident in his abilities. Gordon, his eyes glistening, remarked that Eugene had already reached 3 stars at that age. The young man's expression softened. Hamel, his voice laced with gentle exasperation, urged his father to cease his tears, reminding him that he had been fine just moments before. A choked sob escaped Gordon's lips as he uttered Eugene's name. He extended his hand. Eugene implored Gordon to at least bid his son farewell with a smile gracing his face. A forced laugh. Despite the forced laughter, tears streamed down Gordon's face. A faint smile plays on his lips, a hint of anticipation in his eyes as he prepares to depart. He steps through the shimmering portal, leaving Gordon behind. Turning back, Hamel offers a simple farewell. See you. Gordon watches him go, a silent farewell passing between them as the portal shimmers. Elsewhere, the destination, Aratha's capital, Pentagon, a magic kingdom. The 5 magic towers create a breathtaking skyline, a testament to Aratha's magical prowess. A pentagram, with the castle at its center, forms the heart of the city's magical architecture. Flying vehicles weave through the sky, a common sight in this advanced kingdom. Hamel's thoughts drift to the past. He muses, I'd been to Aratha in my past life. A floating station drifts serenely. Of all the kingdoms, Aratha alone keeps a warp gate in the sky. The floating stations, held aloft by a multitude of different magic spells, symbolize the excellence of Aratha's magic, both convenient and marketable. A citizen of Arath beams, their voice filled with pride. Isn't it awesome? He sat across from the tour guide, the carriage beginning its journey through Arath. The tour guide, with a cheerful smile, declared that the view was the best part of Aratha's culture. The tour guide explained that Pentagon had 15 floating stations, all made by Senya the Wise. Hamel could only respond with a wow. He wondered if the public carriage was also made by her. The tour guide confirmed, of course. The tour guide reassured him not to worry too much, explaining that it was a magic technique from several hundred years ago, but it's been maintained with regular checkups and repairs, so the accident rate is very low. The tour guide paused, admitting that it's not zero, and then began to list the tour spots in Pentagon, before stopping abruptly. The tour guide held up a list. Hamel spoke first. He declared that he wanted to visit Senya the Wise's mansion, which the tour guide deemed a great choice. The tour guide held up 3 fingers. The tour guide began to list the sights. When visiting Pentagon, there are 3 things you absolutely must see. The city stretched out before them, a mix of old and new architecture under a bright sky. 300 years prior, Madame Senya had become the youngest magic tower master after returning from the demon realm. All of this took place in the green magic tower square. 200 years ago, she left her mansion, leaving behind only a letter stating her retirement. Hamel wondered where she went after that. Her disciple and many other mages of Arath tried to track her down, but no one was able to find where she had gone. The tour guide continued. The day she disappeared was her birthday. Hamel agreed, wondering why that was the case. It was also said that she came back from the demon realm. The tour guide added that Madame Senya was thinking of her dead companion. He states that something made her want to leave. The tour guide smiles, his expression almost wistful. It said that Lord Hamel had a crush on Madame Senya, confessing his love on his deathbed. Eugene's eyes glow with an eerie light as he clenches his fist, retorting, "Don't spout such fucking bullshit." The tour guide looks apologetic, muttering a soft, "Sorry." Eugene stammers, trying to find the right words. The tour guide suggests that Eugene must attest the romance between Madame Senya and Hamel. Eugene retorts that there are other theories about where she went. It's well known that she hated dark magic and demons. She was against the dark magic tower being built up until she left. Some people theorize that violent dark mages were in favor of the construction of the dark magic tower. A body lies still, surrounded by a pool of blood. Eugene insists that there's no way something as lowly as a dark mage could kill Madame Senya. He observed the bustling crowd. The tour guide gestured expansively, noting the sheer number of people present. The narrator explained that they were all students preparing for the magic tower recruitment test. The tour guide added that many couldn't even afford to enter due to their poverty. The guide continued, explaining that simply entering the mansion costs tens of thousands of sel, and that only grants access to the garden. Seeing the inside requires paying that amount many times over. Eugene turned to the tour guide, a puzzled expression on his face. He wondered aloud why it was so expensive. The tour guide explained that the destination was Madame Senya's portrait in the center hall. The tour guide assured Eugene that he would pass the magic tower recruitment exam. A soldier stood nearby, listening. A hand presented a card, exclaiming about the Lionheart family. The soldier, recognizing Eugene Lionheart, confirmed his identity. The tour guide stated he would be waiting there, telling Eugene to enjoy his. Eugene's expression shifted, a hint of intrigue in his eyes. Then, the grand hall shimmered with reflected light, the massive chandelier casting a warm glow on the polished floors. Hamel stood at the base of the staircase, his hands resting on his hips. "Let's see how that wench lived," he muttered, his gaze fixed on the ascending steps. The mansion was indeed expansive, its halls stretching far into the distance. The thought echoed in his mind. Senya's mansion is huge. He recalled Senya's words. She had lived in this mansion for 100 years. Arath called out to Hamel, "Hey, Hamel." Hamel listened intently. Arath continued, "What are you asking all of a sudden?" Arath pressed, "Just because you were working your ass off in this shitty place during such a prime age, you have to find some happiness after it's all over." Hamel admitted, "I don't know. Never thought about it." Hamel scoffed. That dumbass moron said he would be the king. Arath looked down at the fallen figure. Hamel muttered, "Crazy bastard. Imagine being a king just because you want to." Arath smiles softly, telling Hamel to let him be and allow him to do what he wants. Hamel, looking surprised, thinks that people are allowed to dream. He then asks Arath if he is drunk. Hamel repeats that people are allowed to dream, his expression shifting between amusement and concern. Hamel's hands are shaking from the cringe, and he tells Arath that he is trying to be serious. Arath and Hamel continue their conversation. Hamel asks what Arath's plans are for the future. Arath, looking down, says that she wants something. Arath thinks about living an average life, like other people, to get married and have a kid. A young man with white hair stands before a portrait of a woman in military attire. Arath says that she wants to become a grandma after that. The young man thinks that Arath should have met a good guy, gotten married, and lived a peaceful life. The young man wonders why Arath lived alone for 100 years. His hand extended, fingers outstretched as if drawn by an unseen force. A stern voice cut through the silence. "You are not allowed to touch that." Eugene's face twisted in annoyance. "Damn you," he thought. "I was having an emotional moment." The guard stood firm, a silent sentinel. Hamel reminded himself, "I'm not here to look at portraits. There's a huge library using the entire basement floor of this mansion." The library stretched out before him, a cavern of knowledge and forgotten secrets. The magic books that filled up the shelves seemed to call to him, whispering promises of untold power. His fingers brushed against the spines. "Senya might have left a clue here." The guard's voice echoed again, laced with warning. "You are not allowed to touch that." Eugene bristled, his frustration mounting. I'm not touching it, so I can't open the books." He tapped his cheek, a thoughtful expression on his face. "I guess." His mind drifted back to the treasury. "I can only skim for titles that catch my eye." The necklace with overwritten memories that wasn't even registered in the treasury. The necklace, rotting in the treasury, had caught his eye. There's no way that makes sense. He examines the red pill in his hand, wondering if, like Tempest, it might be reacting to Hamel's soul. Someone, he muses, messed with his reincarnation, and if that was Senya's doing, she would have left something, he thinks, his expression hardening. Something. He gazes at a portrait, lost in thought. Mansion, he thinks, beginning his search. He searched them all, but found nothing. He doesn't know at all. Frustration mounts as he runs a hand through his hair. He mutters that he'll just do whatever he wants. If they wanted something from him, they should have told him properly. What is he supposed to do if no one tells him anything? He glances toward the guard, his expression unreadable. His teeth grit, a silent scream building in his throat. Hamel's expression twisted into a sneer, his middle finger raised in defiance. "Here," he spat, a challenge laced in his tone. "If you don't like my middle finger, come and find me yourself." The corner of Hamel's lip twitched, his fingers still raised, as if daring someone to cross him. Boots echoed on the stone floor, each step measured and deliberate. Hamel stood before a portrait, his gaze intense as he studied the woman depicted within. Later, the mansion loomed against the night sky, strange orbs floating silently above. The tour guide clasped his hands together, a wide smile spreading across his face. "You must have had quite the time sightseeing," he mused, adding under his breath. "To think he'd make me." The tour guide extended his hand, receiving a few coins from Hamel. "Wait until the sun set. Here's a tip for making you wait." "Thank you." The tour guide looked up at Hamel, asking, "Where should I take you next? Since this place is a famous tourist spot, there are a lot of amazing restaurants." Hamel cut him off, stating, "Let's go to the Red Magic Tower right away." The carriage moved through the night, the tour guide thinking, "Have to guide me after that." Elsewhere, the city sprawled beneath a canopy of stars, the carriage a tiny speck against the vast expanse. The tour guide turned to Hamel, his expression serious. "Let me ask you something." Iode Lionheart's name hangs in the air. The tour guide holds out his hand, asking if Hamel knows his older brother. The tour guide muses that there's no young mage in Pentagon who doesn't know that name. The tour guide explains that his older brother has been in Arath for 4 years and became indebted to the Red Magic Tower. He then asks Hamel if he can tell him the rumors he has heard about his brother. The tour guide looks down, seemingly nervous. The tour guide explains that after he was adopted, he didn't get to talk to his brother Iode once. He needs to know something about him, so he doesn't mess up when he meets him. The tour guide insists that he won't be angered by Hamel's words, nor will he tell his family, not even his brother. The tour guide swears all of this on his name. Hamel asks the tour guide to tell him all the rumors he has heard about his brother. The tour guide hesitates, looking troubled. The tour guide admits he doesn't know much either, but the tour guide reveals that Iode is said to enjoy seeking pleasure every night outside the Magic Tower. The tour guide gestures expansively, explaining that this is Bolero Alley, a place that doesn't open every day. The alley, he continues, transforms into a corrupted version of itself on nights with a full moon. The young Iode thinks to himself that he hadn't intended to get close to Iode while in Arath. The tour guide continues, explaining that the one they call the descendant of Vermouth, the eldest son of his house, is rumored to be associated with a demon from a good distance. Iode's eyes narrow, his expression hardening as he wonders if the tour guide is suggesting that he would stoop so low as to play around with a succubus. The tour guide assures him it's just a rumor, swearing on his name that he won't tell anyone, and for now, He won't even tell that fucker of an older brother. Iode clenches his fist, thinking that unless he comes across clear evidence, he has to refrain from slapping the shit out of him. The tour guide mentions that all of this happens during the night of a full moon. Elsewhere, a distant view of Bolero Alley is shown. The camera pans down to show the city. A shadowy beast, held aloft, crackles with dark energy. The creature emits a piercing shriek. Lord Gordon gazes upward, his expression unreadable. The shadow beasts descend, their claws outstretched. Gordon's face contorts with fury. Below, two figures look up, one of them whispering that they are geniuses. Gordon demands to know how they summoned shadow beasts from a Labashak summoning circle. He continues, his voice rising, questioning if they even understand the potential consequences of unleashing shadow beasts. The two figures cower, apologizing profusely. Gordon barks at them to pack their bags and leave immediately. His hair whips around as he shouts. Gordon's expression softens slightly, though concern still etches his features. He notes that a shadow beast has no form of intelligence, just an instinct. Jahard Lionheart mused, finding magic to be a charming subject, though admitting it was much harder to learn. The Lionheart patriarch continued, expressing confidence that Eugene would do well. Jahard's gaze drifted downward, his expression unreadable. He turned away, his face cast in shadow. A surge of magical energy emanated from Jahard, his eyes glowing with power. Elsewhere, Iode Lionheart gasped, his eyes wide with shock. The name echoed in his mind, Iode Lionheart. His face contorted in a mixture of fear and disbelief. He's going. Word had spread around town that Iode Lionheart was bragging about how a succubus sapped his essence. Jahard addressed Iode, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. Jahard asked why Iode didn't greet his brother, his expression unreadable as Iode mumbled a response. Jahard Lionheart clutches at his own face, a look of distress etched upon his features. What could he possibly say? Iode Lionheart, eyes gleaming, greets his brother with a saccharine tone. He looks forward to working with him. Jahard, looking down at Iode, can only manage a strained, why yeah. Jahard's expression hardens as he demands to know what Iode is doing. Aratha's eyes burn with intensity as she coldly suggests that if he has nothing else to say, he should go back upstairs and read a book. Iode simply replies, yes. Arath stands with her arms crossed, watching Jahard's reaction to Iode's words. Iode offers his apologies, feigning regret that Jahard had to witness such a sorry sight upon his arrival. Jahard retorts that it's his own for now. Iode recalls that according to Gilad, Jahard didn't want to learn magic directly from him, adding that he didn't want to bother the tower. Iode continues, addressing someone as Master, and adding that if he learns magic directly from Sir Roberian. Iode explains that too many people will complain about the Lionhearts. That's why he wants to study the subject of magic on his own. Iode smirks, his eyes gleaming with a hint of mischief. Lord Gordon extends a welcoming hand, assuring that he can stay in the tower while he remains in Arath. Gordon clarifies that he has no expectations of Eugene and will not interfere with him. He offers his help should he need anything. Gordon adds that he should feel free to ask Hera for anything. Iode expresses his gratitude. Gordon repeats his offer, saying he can stay in the tower while he's in Arath. Iode asks if he can visit the tower library first. Time passes. 1 month after starting at the Red Magic Tower. Eugene went to the library every single day, without missing one. The Red Magic Tower's library bustled with activity. He came to the library early in the morning to read up on magic, and returned to his room late at night. Before his trips to the library, he trained in mana. He was getting that much less sleep, but his tough body managed to get rid of all his fatigue in just those few hours of sleep. He smirked, a glint in his yellow eyes. Iode had devoured every magic book within the library's walls. The young mage wondered aloud if he should begin his work. 3 centuries prior, Senya had defined a clear procedure for magic, a personal method that spread far and wide after she became the master of the Green Magic Tower. Many mages in Arath began to copy her circle method. By connecting mana in the body and then cycling it, magic manifests. When a circle exceeds its mana limit, the circle increases. Even after 300 years, most mages are still introduced to magic with circle. The only people who don't use circle are spirit mages and dark magicians, who use completely different methods of magic. Iode pushed open the heavy wooden door. Many mages in Arath started to copy her. Iode stood in the room with Arath. The young mage's expression was thoughtful. Arath extended a hand, explaining that there are other magic formulae aside from circle. Iode declared he wanted to change it up a little, though. Arath responded that she didn't think that was a great idea. But the question hung in the air. Could he articulate his plan? Iode declared his intention, a spark of determination in his eyes. He wanted to incorporate the Lionheart mana management. Aratha's expression softened as she spoke his name, a hint of concern lacing her tone. Eugene. She explained that the mana management used in martial arts and magic differed. Arath warned that without the proper technique and chant, magic could not be manifested. She added that if the mana exploded, one could get injured. Or in the worst case, Aroth grimly stated, die. Eugene countered that that was precisely why he wanted to try it. Doubt clouded his features as he wondered if it would really work, if he could really do it. Eugene declared that he had read all the books in the library to figure that out. Aroth sighed, noting that he was only 17, and there was no helping his age. She knew he wouldn't understand without seeing for himself. Aroth relented, saying all right, he could go ahead and try it for now. However, Aroth resolved that if she felt like it was becoming dangerous, she would intervene immediately. Aroth warns that if he gets injured, it won't just affect him. The master of the tower will be put in a bad situation too. From above, Iode simply replies yes. A blue aura surrounds Iode as he declares he'll start now. Aroth's eyes widen in shock. Bathed in ethereal light, Iode stands firm, ready to begin the white flame ritual. The white flame ritual and circle have different methods, but in essence, they're the same. With the white flame ritual, mana is handled through the stars of the heart. With circles, mana is handled through a hook. Iode focuses, feeling the surge of power within him. He can increase his mana, he realizes, and control the flow. Aroth watches with growing amazement. My goodness, she breathes. Aroth continues to observe, marveling at the display. He's controlling such a large amount of mana perfectly. It looks like it should detonate, but it doesn't. Is that possible at his age? Iode holds the swirling energy in his palm, the mana coalescing into a brilliant sphere. The sphere of mana pulses with raw power, radiating intense heat and light. The energy shifts, the sphere now swirling with a complex blend of colors, a testament to Iode's control. He focuses his mana, a point of light forming before him. Aroth observes, noting the shift from a simple fireball to something more complex, a magic missile. The young mage stands with his staff, watching Iode intently. Aroth marvels at Iode's ability to perform complex calculations in his head, channeling and changing magic without dispelling it. Iode prepares for his first attempt, a surge of blue energy emanating from his hand. Aroth wonders if Iode can summon a monster, a way to test the strength of his spells. She asks if a golem would be a suitable test. Magical energy crackles around Aroth as she watches Iode. A massive golem begins to materialize, a circle of arcane symbols glowing beneath its feet. Aroth notes that the golem doesn't know how to defend itself, but its exterior is hard enough to act as a defense mechanism on its own. Iode seems pleased with the result. The golem stands fully formed, ready to act on Iode's command. A surge of magical energy crackles in the air, the raw power almost palpable. The Tower Master and Aroth stand before the golem, the silent sentinel a testament to recent magical prowess. Jahard Lionheart notes that Sir Eugene used the white flame ritual to make a circle for the golem. Aroth questions the nature of the magic, observing that there were no faults in the purity or the density of the mana. Disregarding the magic type, his offensive magic strength is above the level of a 3/3 circle mage. The Tower Master acknowledges Eugene's monstrous talent, noting that he's using circle for mana methods used in martial arts. Sir Eugene's white flame ritual is 3 stars, equivalent to 3/3 circle. Aroth, now inside a building with Jahard, asks if Sir Eugene is out right now. Jahard confirms that he left in the morning, saying he had plans, and mentions Hera. Jahard wonders if it would be unreasonable to write an Acreon recommendation letter for Sir Eugene. Aroth questions the Royal Library Acreon, noting that the only ones who can enter are high-ranking mages, high aristocrats, and royalty. She considered the matter, Jahard Lionheart twirling a feather quill between his fingers. He believed Sir Eugene was qualified enough. Sir Eugene, he mused, had mastered the introductory magic text in a month and used circle for his core to use magic. And that, he thought, should silence any complaints. Magic, capable of piercing a hole through the strong exterior of a Cabrium golem. So, he resolved, he would write a recommendation letter. Jahard continued to write, his expression firm. For someone with that much talent, he believed, Eugene should be treated as such. Other mages might have. Aroth's eyes widened slightly, a hint of surprise on her face. If they complain, Jahard thought, it just means they've lost to jealousy and failed to see the truth. Aroth inquired, anyway, what plans did Sir Eugene have today? She added that he probably doesn't know anyone in Aroth. Aroth's surprise deepened. He said he's going to meet a friend. Jahard paused, looking up from his work. A friend? Meanwhile, the tower stood tall in Murdain Square. The town square bustled with activity, its heart dominated by a towering statue. The statue depicted a smiling woman, staff in hand, forever frozen in stone. Eugene stared up at the monument. Senya statue. Senya de Gargis? The statue's smile seemed to radiate the joy of someone who had achieved something great with magic. A voice called out, is that you, Eugene? Eugene's eyes widened in surprise. Eugene asked, Gargis? The man replied, yes, I am Gargis Lionheart. Gargis smiled, you've grown a lot, but not as much as I have. Eugene retorted, you just grew a shit ton. The two men clasped hands. Gargis remarked, I can tell by just holding your hand. Gargis continued, you've really trained your body the last 4 years. The statement hangs in the air, a declaration that whatever has transpired is simply not sufficient. Gargis presents a small vial. He explains that it's his family's secret muscle growth supplement, and he brought it for Eugene. The vial glows with a soft, internal light as Gargis holds it up. Speaking of family secrets, Gargis wonders why Eugene wouldn't want to use the supplement. He reminds him that Lord Jahard's weight loss and muscle growth were due to his family's help, a fact that Eugene should know. Eugene's expression hardens. He tells his father to stop trying to send that weird potion to him through his father. He then asks why Gargis wanted to meet. Gargis is met with a cold stare. Eugene assumes that he didn't come all the way here just to give him that potion. Gargis crosses his arms, a knowing glint in his eye. He asks if Eugene knows about Bolero Alley. Eugene's eyes narrow, a hint of suspicion in his gaze. The alley is where that damn Iode visits all the time. Gargis leans in, his expression serious. He heard a rumor that a giant's testicle is up for auction there. Eugene's eyes widen in disbelief. He stammers, Tez, what? The words echo in Eugene's mind. A giant's testicle. He demands to know what the fuck Gargis wants that for. The value of a giant's testicle among mages, Gargis explained, was considerable. He needed it, he continued, to commission a custom muscle growth supplement from an alchemist renowned in Arath. Gargis admitted he had brought a substantial amount of money, but it still might not be enough. Eugene scoffed, crossing his arms. He wasn't about to lend him money. The muscular man dropped to his knees, desperate. Gargis begged, his voice cracking with urgency. The white-haired man sighed, annoyed. He snapped at Gargis to stop acting like this, complaining that he already attracted too much attention with his large body. Gargis remained on his knees, his expression pleading. He promised to pay Eugene back with interest, mentioning that there would be high-value items at the auction. Gargis elaborated, listing items at the auction other than the giant's testicle. Gargis tilted his head, questioning if Eugene was not interested. Gargis surmised that most weapons wouldn't interest Eugene since he had whinnied. The man named Hamel listened intently, his gaze fixed on the bustling street below. Jahard Lionheart gestured with a knowing look, suggesting someone had taken an interest in the area. Elsewhere, Eugene walked down a long hallway, his thoughts drifting back to a recent encounter. He recalled seeing Iode in the tower hallway just a few days prior, a memory that seemed to weigh heavily on his mind. Iode's eyes were wide with a manic intensity, his fingers twitching nervously near his mouth. He was exhibiting unmistakable signs of withdrawal from the succubus, a torment etched across his face. Eugene's expression hardened, a steely resolve forming in his eyes. He would definitely go to Bolero Alley. The signs of withdrawal continued to ravage Iode, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and desperation as he bit down on his finger. The Red Magic Tower's interior was a testament to its grandeur, with soaring arches and light filtering through stained glass windows. Iode Lionheart mused that Roberian had summoned him the moment he stepped inside the Red Magic Tower. The white-haired figure thought to himself that the timing was perfect. A disembodied thought echoed, expressing a desire to ask Roberian about Iode. The two figures met in a lavishly decorated room. Roberian greeted him with a smile, announcing, "You're here, Sir Eugene." Roberian gestured with his hand, inviting Eugene to sit. "Have a seat and make yourself comfortable," he offered. The two men sat across from each other at a large, ornate table. Eugene asked Roberian why he had been summoned. Roberian pointed toward the stack of papers, a knowing smile playing on his lips. She presents a document with a flourish. "Have a look at this first." The document is sealed with an ornate crest. Iode's eyes widen in surprise. "An Acreon recommendation?" he exclaims. He peers at the document more closely. The Royal Library Acreon, it was said, had been famous even 300 years ago because Aratha's pride, the essence of magic, was kept there. However many magic texts there may be in the magic towers, they can't compare to the quality of the ones in Acreon. He thinks to himself, "I have to be humble for now." The document glows faintly in his hands. Roberian watches him, a knowing smile playing on her lips. "Think right now is..." The document radiates a soft, blue light. "You haven't gone too deep into magic yet, so you have endless possibilities." Iode looks up, determination in his eyes. "Even if you cannot comprehend the texts in Acreon right now." Roberian finishes his thought, her smile widening. "And someday that knowledge." A voice echoes, promising to transform magic into something amazing. The narrator speaks of Acreon, a place containing ancient magic from the mythical age, as well as the philosopher's text deemed to be the best of its time. Kian wonders if Madame Senya's texts are also kept in Acreon. Roberian confirms that the Red Magic Tower and Green Magic Tower also keep Madame Senya's texts. The narrator explains that the 3 original copies of the series of texts called Witchcraft, in which she wrote down all of her magic essence in her last years, are kept in Acreon. Roberian's expression is knowing as she recalls the texts. The narrator notes that only the first volume has been publicized, but that should be good enough to broaden Kian's knowledge such that he won't need any other magic. The narrator recalls when they initially read the first volume of Witchcraft. Kian listens intently as the narrator explains that the magic they'd learned their whole life felt like mere child's play after reading the texts. Roberian warns that the recommendation isn't guaranteed to grant Kian an Acreon entry pass. Roberian asks if it would be all right for her to write Kian a recommendation. She is met with a question that seems obvious, but Kian is all right with it, of course. But he worries that this might cause problems for Roberian, the Tower Master. Roberian laughs, telling him not to worry about things like that. It isn't a problem for Kian, as Roberian is willing to write him a recommendation. He wonders if Roberian would change his mind if he said something that upset him. Roberian thinks to herself that someone holding a Tower Master position would not be that petty, right? If he wants to ask, now's the time. Kian addresses Roberian, stating he has something to ask about his brother, Iode. Elsewhere, it's something he heard the day he arrived in Aroth. He heard Iode is not focusing on his magic studies, but indulging in pleasure with succubi in the red light district. Roberian's expression changes. Kian notices that reaction. He must know about this. Kian is not sure how to tell Roberian this. She confirms the rumors, admitting that she has given him quite a few warnings, but Roberian confesses that she hasn't been able to stop Sir Iode's activities. The panel shows a succubus draining the spirit from a person, a reminder that many have died in the past because their spirit was sucked away. The image shifts to a man screaming in agony as his life force is extracted. But when Helmut opened to the public, the attitudes of the Demon King and the demons change completely. Roberian adds that the succubi still suck out spirit from people, but they don't kill as they used to. The night, which Queen of Helmut forbids it. Kian retorts that doesn't mean what his brother is doing is right. Roberian asks him to please try to be a bit understanding of him. Kian looks surprised by her request. Sir Iode left the main family's residence for Aroth 4 years ago. He came here with many expectations and high hopes, but his talent couldn't live up to his expectations. He's experienced, An older man points at a book, while Kian looks worried. The Magic Tower's mages and I have tried our best to teach him, but it's proved fruitless. Lord Gordon, his brow furrowed with concern, stated that Sir Iode was under immense pressure due to his status. The pressure, it was thought, had likely only intensified as time wore on. Gardas Lionheart, leaning back in his chair, mused that Iode should let loose a little. He had given him warnings, so that he wouldn't overdo it. He understood, Kian thought, more than they knew. Kian knew very well how Iode felt, having lived in the main family's residence for 4 years himself. The temperamental Theones and the cunning Anasilla were a dangerous pair. Cyan and Seal, born with not just passion, but talent as well, were a constant source of pressure for Iode. The reason he stayed in the Magic Tower despite the criticism toward him was simple. For Kian, staying in Aroth was probably better than the suffocating main family's residence. He knew that Iode's situation was pitiful, but fooling around with succubi was crossing the line. Even if they had changed their attitudes, demons were still demons, and they could never coexist alongside humans. Lord Gordon, his gaze intense, decides he'll have to see for himself what is happening. The whispers continue, speaking of what he does with the succubi on the night of a full moon. Elsewhere, the entrance to Bolero Alley is bathed in moonlight. 2 figures in dark cloaks move through the crowded streets. Gordon, now appearing as a spectral projection, is questioned about the necessity of his involvement. The cloaked figure explains that as children of the main family, being seen around an illegal alley would cause problems. The other figure acknowledges the risk, agreeing that rumors would spread. A signal is sent. The figure on the communication device repeats the question of why they have to use him, also wondering how the other knew. The response comes that this device only connects within Bolero Alley. The cloaked figure states he'll send a signal once he sees Sir Iode. The question is asked if he will be able to find him. Lord Gordon listened intently, the device pressed to his ear. He learned that Sir Iode apparently doesn't use transformation magic. It was also noted that he always wears the same robe. The white-haired figure scowled, muttering about Iode. He wondered if he was enjoying the attention he was getting from exposing his identity. An unseen figure expressed their displeasure with Iode's behavior, stating they would beat him if he were their son. Lord Gordon turned to the white-haired figure, questioning if he didn't say he had other business here. The two stood in the alley, the tension palpable between them. The white-haired figure held a device in his hand, his gaze firm. He declared that he would get to it on his own. Lord Gordon watched him, his expression unreadable. For now, he replied. Bolero Alley, a place where countless auctions are held. But every auction follows the same set of rules. Anonymous bidding is the standard. Other than companions, people are guided to separate rooms. And bidders cannot be identified. The masked attendant gestures towards a panel of buttons. If one wishes to increase the price, the right button is the way to go. And for any assistance, the left button. Then, the attendant encourages them to enjoy their time here. One of the figures remarks that they thought the other wasn't interested in the auction. The other replies that they need something to pass the time, and the stage is set for the auction to begin. The masked figure thanks everyone for coming to the auction on this beautiful full moon night. The masked figure announces that their auction usually deals with precious magical materials. Lord Gordon gestures, explaining that they source the best magical materials from Helmut. The masked attendant presents the first item, a Balarex's horn. Lord Gordon announces that the bidding will start at 10 million sell. Displayed are approaches fruit and a mandrake's root. A Yuzrax flower bud is also shown. The auctioneer presents a living Turith spider, its venom. One of the attendees asks if the giant's testicle is really going to be auctioned. The other attendee confirms that he heard it would definitely be on auction. Lord Gordon presents a medal that has not yet been fully identified. The auctioneer explains that it's a bothersome thing that hasn't been sold for a long time among those attending today. The attendee notes that a few may be able to see the value of this medal. The attendee wonders if it hasn't been sold yet because the auctioneer is explaining it differently to the rest. The masked figure began to speak, his voice echoing slightly in the hall. This medal, he explained, was found in Khazard's hilly areas of Helmut. He continued, elaborating on the medal's unique properties. It needed to be processed, but it also didn't receive mana. Elsewhere, a woman sat by a window, the moonlight illuminating her face. If you have a bed placed by the window, it may serve as great decor, she mused, referring to the light it emits. The masked figure continued, his voice resonating through the auction hall. The light from moonlight is truly beautiful. After all, he emphasized, we'll start the bidding at 1 million CL. With a flourish, the auctioneer's hands opened a wooden box, revealing a red cushion inside, presumably displaying the medal in question. A bidder's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. His lips parted slightly, a hint of anticipation in his expression. A hand slammed down on a button, the sound echoing through the hall. One of the bidders looked over, concern etched on his face. Eugene, he questioned. The masked figure, ever the professional, turned his attention to the bidder. Would you like to bid? He inquired. The bidder from before stared intently, his eyes narrowed. CL, he thought. To think I'd find this here. A blade, its color muted, fills the frame. It is destruction given form, a sword of immense power. A sword, the narration notes, that history has yet to record. Eugene's brow furrows with concern. Bathed in light, the moonlight sword rests within its box. The cloaked figure presented the item that Eugene successfully bid for. Lord Gordon, his expression incredulous, wondered why he buy something so useless. There's no doubt about it, the narration states, this is a fragment of the moonlight sword. The place they found this fragment, Khazard's hilly areas, is where he found the moonlight sword in his past life. It was found, the narration continues, in the heart of an underground dungeon. As Vermouth departed Helmut, a lingering question remained. Had he returned the sword to its original resting place, sealing it away, once more? The moonlight sword was simply too dangerous to wield. That ominous sword, it was said, recognized only Vermouth as its master, and whenever it was swung, it unleashed terrible destruction. Perhaps Vermouth wasn't satisfied with merely sealing the sword away. So he broke it too. Eugene had hoped this piece might contain a fragment of power, but it held none. It didn't emit ominous energy like it did 300 years ago. It was just silent. Just then, Eugene's communication device crackled to life. A message had arrived. He was going. Gordon asked if he didn't want to keep watching. No. He held up the card, its surface gleaming faintly in the dim light. It was a promise, a key to something unknown. The card, he knew, was to be used if they brought out the giant's testicle. It was his bid. He paused, glancing around the crowded street. Where did he need to go? A sign hung above a darkened alleyway, a stylized flower marking the entrance to something hidden. The hooded figure approached the sign, tilting his head slightly. Was this it? Two hulking figures emerged from the shadows, their crimson eyes piercing the gloom. One of them questioned, "Are you a customer?" One of the demons mused. It was his first time seeing one after reincarnating. His thoughts drifted to a darker time. In his past life, he'd have killed them before their eyes had even met. He stepped forward, his voice calm despite the simmering rage within. "I'd like to go in." One of the gatekeepers explained that the fees were adjusted based on the time taken and the type of dream desired. The demon gatekeeper leaned in, his gaze intense. "Will you still enter?" He reached into his cloak, the rustle of money filling the tense silence. He is greeted upon entering the establishment, the air thick with the scent of exotic spices and something subtly demonic. "Enjoy your time." A voice echoes, though the speaker's face is hidden behind a grotesque mask. The tavern bustles with activity, a cacophony of voices and clinking glasses filling the air. Demon servers weave through the crowd, their wings fluttering as they deliver drinks to the patrons. A demon server approaches, her crimson eyes gleaming in the dim light as she presents a tray laden with a bottle and a wooden mug. Her smile is both inviting and subtly predatory. A thought echoes in the back of his mind, a sense of unease settling in. It doesn't seem to be here. He looks up at the demon server, a question forming on his lips. Where can I dream? He asks, his voice barely above a whisper. The demon server's smile widens, her eyes narrowing with amusement. Her gaze lingers, promising both pleasure and danger. The demon server leans closer, her voice a silken whisper. What an adorable customer. Is it your first time here? She pours a generous amount of the amber liquid into the mug, the scent of potent alcohol filling the air. But try this drink first, she purrs. If you have a few, you will be able to express your desires honestly. He watches as the drink is poured, the thought of alcohol swirling in his mind. He'll just make his way down. The demon server's smile is knowing, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. It must be too embarrassing to say it here, right? Shall we go? To a bedroom, then, she suggests, her voice laced with a hint of mischief as she gestures towards a dimly lit hallway. As they walk down the hallway, a sense of trepidation washes over him. It's a bit scary. He's never done anything like this before. The demon server reassures him, you don't need to worry. A voice explains that a bit of his energy will be taken away, but he'll only be slightly tired the next day. He declares that he is finished. He is told that he has business here. Eugene states he only wants to sleep in his bed, so he'll just pay for the drink. The demon server says there's no need for change, then, surprised, wonders what's with him. Eugene asks where the exit is. Arath offers to take him, mentioning there's a path that leads to a nearby restaurant. Another demon asks if he had a pleasant dream. He orders the best food off the menu, with a lot of additional meat. Someone exclaims, realizing who he is. The restaurant is filled with patrons. Someone declares that Iode is a bastard. An older man looks displeased. Flanked by two hulking figures with green skin and horns, Iode Lionheart was led through the halls. The young man's eyes narrowed beneath the shadow of his hood. That bastard Iode. How could the eldest son of the Lionheart family be in this situation? His expression hardened, not just fooling around with his succubus, but also receiving a demon's support. The escort continued, the trio passing through a grand hall where others dined, oblivious to their captive's internal turmoil. Iode glanced at a table laden with food, a flicker of longing in his eyes before he was pulled onward. Night had fallen. The procession continued into the city streets, the moon a silent witness to Iode's plight. Where's she going? Iode wondered, his brow furrowed with concern. The buildings loomed tall, casting long shadows as they moved deeper into the city's embrace. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed through the narrow streets, a constant reminder of his captivity. They ascended a set of stone steps, the air growing colder with each upward stride. His gaze hardened, a silent determination flickering in his eyes. He would find a way out of this. The alleyway was dark, the only light coming from the moon above. He was surrounded. 3 figures stood, blocking his path, their expressions grim. The large man spat. This isn't a store, get lost. His face contorted with anger, the threat clear. Iode Lionheart tilted his head, asking what this place was for then. The large man snarled, just get lost, as he grabbed Iode by the neck. Iode, unimpressed, wondered if he was joking, before driving his elbow into the man's face. The large man's face twisted in rage and pain. He staggered back, giving Iode the opening he needed to launch a kick into the man's face. The force of the blow sent the large man flying. Meanwhile, the other 2 men watched in shock as their companion was defeated. One of them drew a knife, screaming that he would kill Iode. He was surrounded. 3 figures, 2 brandishing blades, stood ready to strike. Another lay prone on the ground, defeated. One of the thugs lunged forward, a knife glinting in the dim light. Simultaneously, the second assailant raised his sword, muscles bulging with the effort. The 2 thugs attacked in unison, their blades arcing towards him. With blinding speed, he evaded their strikes, a blur of motion against the cold stone. He retaliated, his fist connecting with the knife-wielding thug's face. The remaining thugs lay defeated, scattered across the courtyard. One of the thugs groaned, barely conscious. You guys, he demanded. Now tell me, what's this place do? The thug could only manage a pained whisper. He pressed his boot against the thug's head. What? They're all unconscious. He muttered, it'd be faster for me to take a look myself. The aftermath of a brutal encounter lay strewn across the stone floor, a fallen enemy and a discarded blade painting a grim picture. The title card flashes, but Iode's thoughts are elsewhere. He knows this isn't the right way to handle things. He continues deeper into the building, the air growing heavy with an unknown presence. A voice echoes, laced with concern and suspicion. Was the smoke caused by drugs? And was Iode involved? Iode's expression hardens, a grim resolve settling over his features. He understands that he needs to take action. He is confronted by several figures, their intentions unclear. One demands to know who he is. A beast man, flanked by 2 others, points a threatening finger. He demands to know how Iode got in, insisting that there should have been guards outside. Iode's face is visible again, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. He observes the unlikely alliance before him. A human, a beast man, and a demon, seemingly enjoying drugs together. The Beastman orders his underlings to get rid of Iode, their weapons raised in anticipation. He begins to gather energy, a blue aura emanating from his outstretched hands. The energy coalesces into two brilliant spheres, crackling with power. The spheres are unleashed, a devastating wave of energy washing over his attackers. The aftermath of a fierce battle painted the scene. Several figures sprawled on the ground, defeated. A lone figure stood amidst the fallen, his purpose yet unknown. A wolf-like man sprawled amongst the defeated, strained to speak. "Where's Iode?" he rasped, his voice laced with pain. He, however, would not get an answer. Cyan, his eyes hardening, declared that no one needed to say anything. He would find Iode himself. The wolf-like man's eyes widened in alarm, while a devilish figure behind him looked on with growing concern. Cyan raised his sword high, the blade crackling with azure energy, a promise of devastating power. The energy erupted outwards in a blinding wave, consuming everything in its path. The force of the blast cleared the immediate area, leaving the wolf-like man and others scattered and defeated before him. The blue energy pulsed, a raw display of magical force. Debris and dust swirled in the wake of the expanding energy, the air thick with the scent of ozone. Even the structure of the building groaned under the strain, chunks of ceiling raining down upon the room. He stood over the wolf-like man, who remained on the ground. Cyan muttered that he had searched through the rooms on the first and second levels, but Iode was not there. Only one place remained. Looking upwards, Cyan declared his next destination, the third level. He unleashes a torrent of blue energy from his outstretched hand, the force of it echoing through the chamber. Suspended in the air, Cyan is wreathed in the swirling power he commands. His boots hit the stone floor with a soft thud, the lingering energy crackling around him. Cyan's brow furrows, his gaze hardening with resolve. There's only one room on the third level, he thinks. His eyes narrow, a grim determination settling over his features. And Iode's in there. A dark aura emanates from the wooden door, a palpable sense of foreboding hanging in the air. Cyan's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he clenches his fist. A surge of blue energy crackles around his hand. A swirling vortex of crimson energy pulses with malevolent power. The red energy explodes outward, a destructive force unleashed. Amidst the swirling red energy and shattered debris, Cyan stands firm, his sword held ready. The blue energy barrier is struck by the crimson assault, the two forces colliding in a violent clash. The barrier shatters, its fragments dissipating into the air like fading stars. The fragment seemed to be working well in his hands. That was dark magic. The magic was meant to kill him, but some kind of defense mechanism blocked it. The man with the skull staff wondered what it was. The man warned not to get involved with dark magic. Gilad Lionheart had given him a stern warning about it, yet it was his own son, Vermouth's own bloodline. He called out a greeting. He told him that he wouldn't chase him if he ran away now, and to get the fuck out of sight. The dark cloak shimmered with glowing symbols. His eyes widened, a surge of blue energy erupting around him. Hamel looked on in shock. The blue energy coalesced around him, forming a protective barrier. Figures lunged from the shadows, swords raised, striking against the shimmering blue shield. Elsewhere, white flames danced around Hamel, illuminating his determined gaze. Lord Gordon, cloaked in shadow, watched the flames, a thought bubbling in his mind. Could it be? The hooded figure stood flanked by demonic figures, their eyes glinting in the dim light. The demons stood silently, their expressions unreadable. A smirk played on Hamel's lips. He thought to himself, the demons that brought Iode in. The demonic figures recoiled, clutching their heads in agony. The assault continued, the blue energy deflecting the relentless attacks. Hamel drew his sword, shadows swirling around him as he prepared to strike. With a steely gaze, he dared his unseen enemy. "Come at me." A clawed hand, attached to a hulking, horned demon, shot forward, closing the distance in a blur. But Hamel was ready, a blue aura flaring around his blade as he prepared to meet the demon's charge. The sword flashed, a streak of azure light cutting through the air. He pressed the attack, now channeling a violet energy into his strikes. The demon reeled, the force of the blows blurring its vision. A spray of dark blood erupted as the demon staggered backward, clearly overwhelmed. A guttural cry of pain escaped the demon's lips. Hamel didn't relent, pressing his advantage with a final, furious assault of crimson energy. One of the demon's clawed hands, severed by the attack, spun away into the darkness. The demon, now crippled, tumbled backward, defeated. Hamel watched as the creature fell, the blue energy around him fading. He channeled the mana, the air around his hand shimmering with raw power. The energy coalesced, crackling with an almost visible force. With a surge, the mana erupted outward, a wave of pure destruction. The battlefield fell silent as Hamel stood amidst the fallen, the air still thick with the scent of ozone. A voice cried out, Peori udobel, saruru. Elsewhere, a young man's brow furrowed, his two-toned hair catching the light as he muttered, An older man, his face etched with worry, could only manage a strained, who? The younger man's eyes narrowed, the name on his lips, Eugene Lionheart. Is that? His face contorted in anger, the young man snarled, Since you know, get out of my way. The older man stammered, Sir Eugene. Desperation edged his voice as he pleaded, Let me explain. Another voice, filled with dread, whispered, Cook. He won't stop. His eyes blazing with manic fury, the older man raised his staff, the skull atop it glowing with malevolent energy. D. Red energy crackles and bursts forth, a raw display of power. The crimson aura intensifies, swirling around him like a tempest. His eyes burn with the same fierce light, a focused intensity that promises destruction. He raises his sword, the blade shimmering with the reflected crimson glow. The energy explodes outward, a final, devastating wave. Lord Gordon's face contorts in disbelief. How can anyone block that so easily? He's sure he's going to die. Sweat beads on his brow, each drop a testament to his mounting terror. Cyan stands beside Hamel, his expression cold. He vows to slice someone's throat. He grips the hilt of his sword, daring anyone to try anything. Elsewhere, a strange symbol is etched into the floor, bones arranged around its perimeter. A figure stands before a raised platform, a bowl filled with glowing blue orbs resting upon it. The orbs pulse with an inner light, their energy palpable. He notes that the item is a goblet used for rituals. Lord Gordon mentions that it requires a unicorn's heart. Eugene explains that unicorns possess strong mana and divine power, often called divine water, and their hearts are more valuable than human hearts for sacrifices. Gordon asks if he's trying to write a contract with a demon king. The Lord stammers, questioning how he could dare start a contract with one of the demon kings, revealing it's with Helmut's. Baron Ulfer. Gordon asks who that is. It's Duchess Noir Jabella's incubus subordinate. The night which Queen Noir Jabella, that damned succubus, has lived for 300 years. The succubus grins, revealing her sharp teeth and horns. Eugene explains that Helmut is a nation ruled through incarceration and destruction, and while she's no match for a demon king, she's strong enough to be called a duchess. Gordon realizes that Eugene wants to make a contract with Amir. The Lord asks if Eugene is saying that it's with the Duchess's incubus, one of Noir Jabella's subordinates, and that he's even sacrificing. Hamel's mind drifted back, recalling a time when he was drugged and drunk, his senses clouded. A voice echoed in his memory, questioning if he understood correctly. The memory continued, the voice declaring it was at Sir Iod's behest. The voice further revealed that the money for the unicorn heart was also given to him by Sir Iod. Hamel remembered that he couldn't reject Sir Iod's request, his order. Another voice chimed in, suggesting he was probably overjoyed. The eldest of the Lionheart family was giving, and asking to initiate a contract with his master. Perhaps it was because of your greed that you wanted to initiate the contract, so stop blaming others and shut your mouth if you don't want to die. If that contract was made, you'd have received a shit ton of power from that bastard Ulfer. He stands over Kian, who lies motionless on the bed. The room is lit by candles, casting long shadows across the scene. Kian remains unconscious, his face pale and drawn. His brow furrows in anger, a visible tick in his jaw. Kian's spectral form looms over his body, his voice dripping with venom. Get up, you son of a bitch. A jolt of shock runs through him. Hamel watches as Kian struggles, his name a desperate plea on his lips. Eugenie. Kian's voice echoes, laced with a desperate hope. Have you come to your senses now? His eyes flutter open, a flicker of awareness returning. A wave of fear washes over Kian, his eyes wide with terror. Eugene stood over Iod Lionheart, his expression unreadable as he towered over the seated man. Iod asked, his voice laced with confusion, Hey, are you here? The red-haired man admitted that he had followed him, explaining that he knew Iod was having a hard time. Eugene stood over Iod, who was now sprawled on the ground. He pressed him to understand. Iod, struggling to sit up, stammered that his situation was pretty messed up, so he tried to understand that Eugene wanted to have little breaks. Eugene grabbed Iod's head, restraining him. The white-haired man was told that he shouldn't be getting his hands on dark magic. Iod's eyes widened as he was reminded of his situation, a direct descendant of the Lionheart family, the successor in line. He was then accused of daring to make a contract with the demons, and with an incubus at that. Iod, his face contorted in anguish, insisted that it wasn't something he could control. Energy crackled as Eugene unleashed some kind of attack on Iod. Iod collapsed to the ground, clutching his head in agony. What to do? His voice dripping with venom. Iod is called a bastard as Eugene accuses him of making a deal with demons. He demands to know if Iod is aware of the consequences, that his soul will become the demon's possession. Eugene continues his tirade, pointing a finger directly at Iode. If the demons commanded, he says, Iode would have to kill his parents and siblings and steal the Lionheart treasures. The words hang heavy in the air, as Eugene asks if Iode thought this was a problem only he would have to deal with. To kill, you have to kill. Iode clutches his head, blood trickling from a wound. His face is a mask of anguish and desperation. Eugene's expression hardens, his voice rising in intensity. He declares that if Iode became a dark mage, he'd be shaming the entire family, but that's not all. Iode weakly argues that they said there's no need to follow every order. He continues, his voice barely a whisper, that he promised not to follow any orders that went against his ethics. Eugene scoffs, questioning his promise, and sneeringly asks, with that incubus bitch? His face contorted with rage, Eugene asks if Iode thinks the demons are dragons or elves, and declares that promises mean nothing. Iode weakly repeats his earlier statement, no need to follow every order. Eugene confirms that's correct, if he's willing to risk death to disobey orders. His eyes glowing with an inner turmoil, Iode is asked if he could really do that. Eugene's voice drips with contempt as he accuses Iode of not even being able to get his shit together and trying to escape reality using alcohol and dreams. He peers down, his expression unreadable. Own problems, huh? A voice echoes, filled with barely restrained fury. You. Iode's gaze hardens, his eyes narrowed. Lord Gordon's face contorts with rage, tears welling in his eyes. What do you even know for you to insult me like this? Iode smirks, his eyes gleaming with a hint of malice. Tell me then, brother. Gordon, kneeling on the floor, gestures wildly. As the adopted son of the direct family, you got all of father's. His voice cracks with emotion. All of the patriarch support. You don't know anything. Iode's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing. You make it sound like you've been discriminated against. Gordon points an accusing finger. You got the same support as I did. You inherited the white flame method, and you got an opportunity to become the magic tower. A voice echoes, laced with sarcasm. Master's disciple in a wrath, no? Iode's eyes gleam with superiority. Do you get it now? The reason I'm better isn't because the patriarch discriminated against you. I was just born better. The weight of his perceived inadequacy pressed down on him. Gordon, kneeling, clenched his fists, the words escaping him in a choked whisper. Talent wasn't something he could simply acquire. A voice, seemingly disembodied, echoed in the chamber, countering his self-pity. It wasn't just talent, but also relentless training. Cyan and Seal were pushing themselves to their limits back at the main house. Elsewhere, a white-haired figure stood alongside another with blue hair and demonic horns, their purpose unknown. A stern face, eyes glowing with an unnatural light, questioned the path to power. Could one truly become the patriarch simply by mastering dark magic? His voice cracking with emotion, Gordon confessed his true desire before the cloaked figure. He didn't want to be the Lionheart. The word hung in the air, a desperate plea. Patriarch. Tears streaming down his face, mingling with the blood, Gordon declared his intent. He would become a dark mage and journey to Helmut. A promise echoed, a yearning for recognition. In that place of freedom, he would finally be recognized for his. Suddenly, an unseen force slammed into Gordon, the impact resonating with a sharp, violent sound. The force lifted him off his feet, sending him hurtling through the air. He crashed to the ground, blood splattering as he landed hard, the pain searing through him. Skidding across the rough surface, he struggled to regain his footing, the world blurring around him. He was a broken mess, tears mixing with the blood that streamed from his nose and mouth. Each ragged breath seemed to amplify the pain etched across his face. Towering over him, Kian demanded, his voice laced with barely restrained fury. What the hell did you just say? The white-haired figure loomed, his expression unreadable in the dim light. He muttered, almost to himself, about Lionheart and a vermouth descendant. His eyes widened, a flicker of something akin to disbelief crossing his features. Had Gordon truly sought recognition from the demons in Helmut? Kian extended his hands, a gesture that seemed both accusatory and pleading. Did Gordon truly desire the demons' approval more than his own family's? The air crackled with unspoken tension. Kian questioned if they would even recognize Gordon's worth, believing his brother was misunderstanding something fundamental. His voice dripping with disdain, Kian spat out the harsh truth. Other than being the first son of Lionheart, Gordon possessed no value at all. A choked gasp escaped him, the unspoken pain echoing in the silence. Kian crossed his arms, his gaze unwavering. He accused Gordon of crying and whining despite being given everything others could only dream of. With a dismissive air, Kian raised a hand to his ear, declaring he no longer needed to listen. He was ready to connect Gordon with Sir. He gestured sharply, his command ringing out in the chamber. Take him. Surrounded by guards, Lord Gordon stands before Kian, a look of desperation etched on his face. The guards move forward, their expressions unreadable behind their helmets. Iode Lionheart's gaze is cold, His eyes narrowed with suspicion. A memory surfaces, a younger Gordon, standing before the red magic tower master. His voice trembling, Gordon pleads, I didn't do it. Desperation colors his tone as he continues. I didn't get into dark magic. Iod's expression hardens. But you tried to. Iod's accusation hangs heavy in the air. Sir Iod. His voice laced with disdain, Kian continues, shamed the Lionheart name. Blue energy crackles around Kian as he declares, Lord Gillid who trusted me to take care of you. Gordon's face contorts in anguish, the weight of the accusations crushing him. The accusation stung, each word a fresh wound. Kian had insulted not only the mages of the Red Magic Tower, but also those who had tried to help him. He stammered, blood trickling from his nose. It wasn't what he meant to do, he insisted internally. The blonde woman, Arath, stood firm. If he made any more excuses, she'd be forced to enforce the punishment for such insults. She would like to. Aratha's expression hardened. If Kian really wished to make excuses, he shouldn't make them to her, but to Lord Gillid and Lady Theonis, the ones who sent him here. Kian gasped, overwhelmed by the weight of his actions. Arath, standing over him, suggested they head back. Later that night, Roberian summoned Gillid and Theonis to Arath. The meeting took place in a grand hall, lit by flickering candlelight. Gillid and Jebella sat side by side, awaiting their summons. The click of the door echoed as Arath announced their arrival, along with one other person. Gillid and Kian enter the hall, the newcomer's face still unseen. A voice cut through the silence. Nice to meet you. I am Balzac Ludbeth. Balzac Ludbeth, the Dark Magic Tower Master, stood tall, his presence commanding attention. The text elaborates on his history, revealing that he has held his position for decades and is one of the 3 legendary dark mages who signed a contract with the Demon King of Incarceration. A sinister smile crept across his face, hinting at the darkness within. Her eyes blazing with fury, Miss Theonis demanded to know what gave him the right. The figure remained seated, his expression unreadable behind dark sunglasses. His hands were clasped calmly on the table before him. The figure, his voice smooth and even, urged Miss Theonis to calm herself. He insisted that the Dark Magic Tower Master had no connection to the incident. Miss Theonis recoiled, her face contorted in disbelief. She questioned how he could expect her to believe such a thing. The question hung in the air, thick with tension. The figure explained that he doesn't manage all the dark mages in the Magic Tower. He continued, revealing that the dark mage responsible for the incident was known as Jevid. The figure clarified that Jevid didn't belong to the Dark Magic Tower, but was instead with the Mage Guild. Even with the explanation, Miss Theonis remained unconvinced. Theonis remains skeptical, questioning why the Black Tower Master is present if the Dark Magic Tower wasn't involved in the incident. The white-haired figure asks if it's to take some form of responsibility. A few centuries ago, just learning black magic in and of itself would lead to one being treated like a criminal and executed. But after Vermouth the Great reached an agreement with the Demon King of Incarceration, people are allowed to learn black magic if they wish to. Present is different, introducing black magic and initiating contracts. Lord Gordon states that he simply wanted to respect the wishes of the Lionheart family, a sentiment that isn't pleasant to hear. It sounds like you're humbling yourself, even though you don't need to for the sake of the Lionheart family's dignity. But because he doesn't wish to become enemies with the Lionheart family because of this incident, Lord Gordon declares that he is here to take responsibility, and the drug crimes will be judged by Aratha's laws. Those crimes will be imprisoned in Aratha's jails, and there'll be sanctions imposed on the succubi as well. Arath asks what responsibility Lord Gordon is trying to assume, then the figure, obscured by dark sunglasses, declared his intent. He would cut off the head of Baronhoin Ulfur, the incubus who contracted with Jevid, and try to contract with Sir Iod. The figure continued, his hand outstretched, a dark energy swirling around his palm. The Demon King of Incarceration had something to say. The Demon King of Incarceration, it was said, is greatly displeased that Vermouth's family, who are beloved by him, have become the target of objections. That's why he's decided to cut off Hoinulfur's head. The figure's expression remained hidden behind the dark lenses, but the intent was clear. Crimson rage contorted his features. Was Vermouth's family truly beloved by him? Lord Gordon's eyes glowed with an inner light, his expression unreadable. A snap echoed in the air as fingers tightened. Once again, the man in sunglasses considered the situation. He internalized, patriarch is probably... The message continued, stating that words alone wouldn't appease the anger, but to please be aware of the Dark Magic Tower. The man in sunglasses remained impassive, his expression hidden behind the dark lenses. The message continued, relaying that the Demon King of Incarceration was trying to appease the Lionheart family's displeasure. Gordon remained silent, his thoughts a mystery. The man in sunglasses conveyed that he looked forward to meeting them all again, in a friendlier atmosphere. A subtle gesture punctuated the end of the communication. A smirk played on the lips of the man in sunglasses. Glowing eyes narrowed, a silent intensity building. He walked through the large doors, the sound echoing behind him. The white-haired figure paused, bringing a hand to his face, a gesture of contemplation or perhaps concern. The man looked up as he heard his name. Hamel was present as well. Iode Lionheart apologized, requesting to be left alone. He received a simple affirmation. Elsewhere, Arath sat with Lord Gordon, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken tension. Gordon admitted, with a tone of deep regret, that they had made a grave mistake against Sir Roberian, taking full responsibility for his own negligence. Arath dismissed his concerns, though a bead of sweat trickled down her face. It was because she had been too harsh on Sir Iode. Lord Gordon commanded that Iode be brought back to the main family's residence. Arath's eyes widened, a mixture of shock and disbelief etched on her face as she looked at Gordon. Arath protested, her voice laced with fear. It wasn't like Iode anymore. He had completely fallen to dark magic. The voice attempted to downplay the severity of the situation, suggesting it was merely a minor incident. The woman with blonde hair, face contorted in anger, declared that the mistake would not be repeated. Lord Gordon listened, his expression a mix of concern and resignation. Gordon considered the weight of the situation. In the Lionheart family's 300-year history, such a transgression was unprecedented. Gordon, seated regally, stated that he would not change his decision, even though Iode was his son. Arath stood nearby, listening intently as he continued, explaining that Iode's actions had sullied the family name, and he could no longer allow him to stay. A voice boomed in vehement disagreement, insisting that there was no place for him back at the main family's residence. The woman's face was a mask of fury, her mouth open in a silent scream of frustration. A detached voice explained that Cyan and Seal were currently at the main family's residence, while Iode was in Arath. Both of them were acknowledged by the main family's members. Cyan and Seal smiled, seemingly unconcerned by the turmoil surrounding Iode's situation. The unseen speaker reiterated that there was no place for Iode back at the main family's residence, insisting that he must stay in Arath, no matter what. The woman with blonde hair accused someone of doing nothing for Iode. She continued, her voice laced with resentment, stating that they only doted upon Anasilla, her children, and that adopted son who wasn't blood-related at all. Gordon, his face etched with weariness, questioned if that was truly what they thought. Gordon explained that he gave the children whatever they wanted without discrimination. He sent Iode to Arath because he wanted to learn magic. The force of the blow reverberated through the room as a hand slammed against the table, punctuating the already tense atmosphere. Aratha's voice cracked with fury. The words hung heavy in the air. Aratha's face contorted with rage as she spat. You should have done whatever it took to make him Sir Roberian's pupil. The words cut like a whip. Stray, you should have sent someone who could monitor and rein him in. Lord Gordon winced, the accusation hitting its mark. His expression was a mask of pain. He covered his face, the shame palpable. Stop humiliating. Aratha's fury only intensified. Shame? Stop being absurd, she roared. Her hands clenched into fists, the knuckles white with anger. If he goes back to the main family's residence now, I'm the one who'll die of humiliation. Arath glared down at Gordon, her voice dripping with disdain. If you insist on bringing Iode back. She continued, her voice rising in pitch. I'll take him to my parents' place instead. I won't allow him to stay at the main family's residence. Arath declared, I'd rather let him learn magic at my parents' place without being suppressed. Gordon's gaze drifted off, his expression unreadable as he considered Aratha's words. The unseen speaker's words hung in the air, a declaration of acceptance, tinged with a hint of resignation. Lord Gordon, his brow furrowed, seemed to concede, though Arath stood behind him, her expression a mask of controlled anger. Elsewhere, Iode stood alone, the grand architecture of the Lionheart estate looming around him. The unseen speaker affirmed that if that's what Iode wanted, then so be it. Eugene Lionheart's name was then invoked. Iode, his gaze lowered, requested, Can we talk for a moment? Meanwhile, a figure with sunglasses smirked, his eyes gleaming with an unknown intent. The man with sunglasses faces Eugene. He explains that they haven't been able to have a proper conversation because of the situation at hand. Eugene's eyes narrow. He doesn't want to have a proper conversation with the Dark Magic Tower Master. The pendant around Eugene's neck glints softly. The man with sunglasses smirks, observing that Eugene doesn't really like him. Eugene's expression hardens. He hates all dark mages. The man with sunglasses acknowledges this, stating that he understands. It's already been 300 years, he adds. The man with sunglasses thinks to himself that it still isn't great. He continues internally, upset given he himself is a dark mage. It's a bit embarrassing for him to say it, but he hasn't done anything bad. He pleads with Eugene not to hate him, even if he hates dark magic. The two men stand in silence. Clearing his throat, the man with sunglasses mentions that he's heard about Eugene, specifically his performance at the Blood Succession. He continued, noting that Eugene had been doing great with magic recently. The man with sunglasses added that Eugene had even received a recommendation for Acreon. He admitted he couldn't have told him this earlier. The white-haired figure listened intently as the man with sunglasses spoke of the responsibilities involved. The man with sunglasses stated that he agreed to take Eugene on because there was something in it for him. Eugene questioned what he was talking about. Eugene's eyes narrowed, awaiting the man's answer. The man with sunglasses revealed that the recommendation came from the Red Magic Tower. He explained that other Magic Tower masters and mages would reject Eugene, saying he wasn't qualified. The man with sunglasses, as the Black Magic Tower master, smirked. A disembodied voice promised to write a recommendation for Eugene. Eugene, looking up at the Black Magic Tower master, wondered how that could be. The man with sunglasses stated he was interested in Eugene's talents, and to be honest, he didn't have a great relationship with the Red Magic Tower master. He bore the man any ill will, but the dark mage admitted that he was hated simply because of his magical affinity. The man with sunglasses grinned, wondering if, at the very least, the other man didn't hate him. Iode Lionheart looked up at the man, stating that he would make a good impression on the Lionheart family too. If he did write it, he would take it. The white-haired figure stated that it didn't mean he would be friendly with him, though. The man with sunglasses smiled, saying that it was enough that the other man wouldn't hate him any more than he did right now. The man's collar was ruffled. Iode stated that was all he wanted to say, apologizing for holding the man back. Iode wondered if the man with sunglasses was really not involved in the issue with his brother. Footsteps echoed. The man with sunglasses stated that he was very proud to be a dark mage. The man thought that an unskilled dark mage shames dark magic with their existence. Even if that person was the Lionheart successor, the man with sunglasses wouldn't give them an opportunity unless they were very talented. The man with sunglasses, leaning slightly forward, inquired if Iode's response had been satisfactory. Iode's face contorted in frustration. The white-haired figure, walking away, muttered that someone was a pathetic bastard. Iode sat alone in a dimly lit room, a bowl of glowing blue orbs resting on a table before him. The orbs pulsed with an eerie light, identified as a unicorn's heart. Lord Gordon offered Eugene the unicorn's heart. The man with sunglasses declared that Eugene deserved the reward for stopping Iode's shameful behavior. Iode considered that there were several methods for using a unicorn's heart. He mused that taking the mana from the heart was the easiest, and Iode remarked that it was in good condition. Despite being a monster's heart, there were very few impurities. Raw power crackled around his hand, the energy coalescing into a tangible force. He focused, the orb in his palm glowing brighter as he channeled his will. The thought crossed Eugene's mind that the Lionheart family would be shocked to see him now, breaking their 300-year history. A voice echoed in his mind, reminding him that no one had ever reached 4 stars before becoming an adult. The Patriarch and Kion were both 6 stars, a status that qualified them as some of the strongest people in the nation. Eugene steeled his resolve. If he was going to learn this, he might as well try his hardest to become a 5-star. Another figure appeared, declaring that he would put Hamel's everything into it. A red-haired man prepared to unleash the white flame method Vermouth created. He manipulated the small black cubes with practiced ease. Someone shouted about the giant's testicles, which were apparently 30. Eugene, looking furious, muttered about 1,000,000 cell. Time was of the essence. They had to hurry. If the money wasn't in by midnight, the consequences would be dire. Lord Gordon gripped Hamel's shoulder, his voice laced with urgency. He warned that they'd be sold to the next bidder. Hamel, visibly distressed, asked if they couldn't just let them go. The pair arrived at Pentagon's public bank, its grand facade a stark contrast to their desperate situation. Hamel presented a black card to the teller, who gaped in astonishment. The teller, now all smiles, inquired if Hamel wished to create a private account, suggesting that if he did, he could, but Hamel cut him off with a firm no. They walked down a long hallway, the sounds of their footsteps echoing in the vast space. Outside the bank, Lord Gordon suggested they go back. The Lord's expression was unreadable. Hamel, visibly disgusted, retorted with a sarcastic remark about seeing a giant's testicles in real life, questioning if Gordon wanted him to go all the way over there just to see a giant's balls. The emblem on Hamel's uniform glinted in the light as he asked if Gordon was insane. After a moment of contemplation, Hamel changed his mind, deciding to go. Gordon, with a knowing smirk, said he knew Hamel was interested, offering to share some of their essence. Hamel, however, firmly stated he wasn't eating any. Gordon declared he wasn't interested in the giant's testicles, but he was interested in the red flame method Gargus learned. Hamel thought he would see for himself how different it was to the white flame method. The gears in Hamel's mind began to turn. His eyes widened, a sudden realization striking him. Suddenly, he was sent flying backwards from an unseen force. Gordon called out, "Eugene." The force of the blow sent him tumbling through the air, crashing roughly to the ground. He scrambled to his feet, adrenaline coursing through his veins as he bolted away from the unseen assailants. Perhaps an idea sparked in his mind. But before he could act, grasping hands seized him, halting his escape. He reached out, a desperate question forming on his lips. What? There was no mistaking it. The crowd murmured about the unnatural light purple hair. The unnatural color, they whispered, was caused by tremendous mana. The crowd began to disperse. Hamill's eyes widened in shock. "Senya," he exclaimed. A voice echoed, "Scar, my beloved kind." Kian and Senya stood in the town square, the bustle of daily life swirling around them. What should he say? Kian wondered, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Senya looked the same as she did 300 years ago. But Kian looked completely different now. He was actually Hamill, but reincarnated as Vermouth's descendant. If he said that, she'd tell him to cut the bullshit, even after 300 years. Cranky, and she still swears. Kian called out to Senya. He reached out, his hand gently touching Senya's shoulder. Magic crackled between them. Kian's eyes widened, a look of shock spreading across his face. No, this is... He reached out, his hand phasing through the magical projection. A hallucination made from magic, it seemed. With a soft stroke sound, his hand continued to move through the ethereal space. Elsewhere, Kian and a woman in a wide-brimmed hat now stood in a bustling town square, surrounded by unfamiliar faces. Her eyes widened slightly, a subtle intake of breath. A hint of surprise flickered across her features. Kian's own expression mirrored her surprise, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. But then, a smile played on her lips, a hint of amusement in her eyes. Her lips parted slightly, as if about to speak. A silent question hung in the air. Her mouth opened in a silent gasp. Magic swirled around them, the air crackling with energy. They stood in the town square, magical birds taking flight around them. Senya. A voice called out, though it was unclear who spoke. She had been found. A surge of energy emanated from Kian, a soft glow surrounding him, as if he were being pulled from the depths. Could it be? Kian's eyes widened, a faint blush rising on his cheeks as the realization began to dawn. A smile stretched across Kian's face. He had found her too. The name echoed in his mind, Senya Merdane. Kian walked through the town square, the weight of the revelation settling upon him. From a balcony overlooking the bustling square, Kian considered the implications. Senya's alive, he realized. That's why she came to find him. How did she know? Did she remember his soul the same way Tempest did? Or was it because of his necklace? Senya knew about his reincarnation, but if she sent him a hallucination, he considers that Senya must be in a situation that prevents her from physically reaching him. Then, the word sealing echoes in his mind. Did she seal herself away, or was she sealed by someone else? A figure hangs suspended, bound by heavy chains, a faint purple aura emanating from within. He wonders if the demon king of incarceration might be involved. Either way, she can't come to him, and he understands that much. Kian stands on a balcony, a slight frown creasing his brow as he contemplates the situation. A voice echoes, stating that he came to find him this time. A smile plays on Kian's lips, though his eyes hold a hint of something unreadable. Lord Gordon calls out to Eugene. Gordon demands, his voice laced with concern, why he ran off in such a hurry. Kian dismisses the question with a wave of his hand. None of his business. He decides it's time to head back. A voice offers to show him the red flame method. He crossed his arms, listening to Lord Gordon. The older man explained that he would have learned the white flame method at the main house. Kian tilted his head, wondering why he was interested in the red flame method. He admitted he was just curious. Gordon began to channel his energy, letting out a shout as his power flared. Kian watched the display with a critical eye, asking if Gordon could refrain from using the red flame method without doing that. Gordon flexed, assuring him that he could, stating that it was just a mental thing. Lord Gordon, face flushed with exertion, agreed that he could do as he wished, letting out a relieved sigh. The air crackled with heat as the red flame method intensified. The red flame method enveloped Gordon, his eyes glowing with power. The force of the red flame method radiated outwards, the heat distorting the air around them as Kian watched. Kian's expression remained thoughtful as he observed the effects of the red flame method. Kian wondered if the core also split with the red flame method. Gordon explained that with the original red flame method taught by the main family, the core didn't split. Gordon continued, explaining that his family had succeeded in increasing. He began, explaining that the stars of the red flame method had increased to 5, all thanks to the efforts of their predecessors. Lord Gordon flexed, adding that, as far as he knew, only a few families had attained 5 stars. He continued, stating that they were using the derivative flame methods taught to the branch families. Gordon emphasized that he had also trained to increase his stars to 2. The narration box explained that Garge's family's red flame method was only 5 stars despite being one of the top branch families, and even after hundreds of years of development, the red flame method's limit was 5 stars. The white-haired man considered the information, the narration box stating that the white flame method was reserved solely for the main family. The narration box clarified that while the red flame method was taught to the other families, this was why the gap between the main and branch families would never be closed. Kian admitted that he didn't get it. Kian thought to himself that Vermouth wasn't this kind of petty bastard, and that he was going to learn the red flame method if it had potential. Gordon stood, his back to Kian, as the white-haired man considered the implications of the red flame method. The muscular man wondered if he was leaving already, adding that the giant's testicles would be here soon. Elsewhere, a view of the Red Magic Tower, specifically Eugene's research room in the basement. It was said that Senya's final magic texts were in Acreon. He stood with his arms crossed, his sword visible at his side. He studied a book filled with witchcraft, thinking that they must have some clues about Senya. Both Roberian and the Dark Magic Tower Master had said they'd write him recommendations. Lord Gordon stated that he could be optimistic about gaining entry to Acreon. He had waited 300 years. He wondered if just a bit more wouldn't hurt, right, Senya? A mere touch with the Moonlight Sword. It breaks the structure of mana and disperses it, but with this tiny fragment, he wouldn't be able to disperse high-class magic. He thought that he could still disperse lower-class magic, though, so let's have at it, hoping his mana doesn't break down from that fragment. He grips the Moonlight Sword, the air around him crackling with arcane energy. Glowing blue orbs orbit him, resonating with his power. The power surges within him, a realization dawning. That means that his mana's unity is reaching its peak. A confident smile spreads across Kian's face, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The Moonlight Sword gleams, its surface shimmering with an ethereal light, ready to unleash its full potential. The woman, brows furrowed with concern, peered into the ancient tome. Was he truly confined to his research room? Her gaze lingered on the page, a growing unease settling in her stomach. The air crackled with unspoken tension. With a determined set to her jaw, she resolved to investigate. She would check out herself. The hallway stretched before her, the heavy silence amplifying her apprehension. Each step echoed her growing fear. Reaching the door, she called out, her voice laced with worry. Eugene! A surge of arcane energy pulsed from within, the doorframe glowing with an ominous light. Are you in C-? The door exploded inward, splintering into fragments as raw power ripped through the wood. She surged forward, her heart pounding in her chest. Are you Oka-? Within the shattered remains of the room, a figure stood amidst swirling torrents of water and crackling energy. The white-haired man, breathing heavily, surveyed the wreckage. Phew! Footsteps echoed across the fractured stone floor, each step a testament to the unseen chaos that had gripped the room. Senya, her expression a mix of shock and disbelief, demanded, What have you been doing? Sweat beaded on Hamel's brow as he admitted, I was training my mana. Senya, her hand now thoughtfully at her chin, questioned, Magic training? Her gaze swept back to the floor, her thoughts echoing, but there's no magic circle. And what's that? The disembodied voice observed that the walls and floors were all cracked and broken, but that fragment alone was fine. Hamel extended his hand, a soft, ethereal light beginning to coalesce around his palm. The light intensified, swirling with greater energy, the air itself seeming to crackle with anticipation. Blinding beams of pure mana erupted from his hand, lancing outwards with terrifying force. The unleashed energy continued to surge, the room vibrating with the raw power he was struggling to control. The mana reached a critical point, exploding outwards in a cataclysmic burst that sent debris flying in all directions. Yet still, Hamel channeled the mana, the light burning brighter, the potential for further destruction hanging heavy in the air. He stood amidst the wreckage, a faint blue glow emanating from his outstretched hand. Senya observed him, a hint of concern etched on her face. He's gotten faster, she thought. He's perfectly using his core like it's a circle, she mused, marveling at the unity of his mana. How is that a 1/1 circle's magic missile and fireball? She wondered. Senya questioned, Are you practicing warfare magic? Hamel responded, I'm focusing more on just training the mana itself. He continued, explaining that he's had some progress. Hamel elaborated, At first, my magic was dispersed before it even really burst. He continued, but now I can force the dispersing mana to stay together to create an explosion nearby. Senya, clasping her hands together, responded, That's great. I heard there were explosions coming from your research room, so I was worried you might injure yourself from training too hard. Hamel asked, Did you come all the way down here because you were worried about me? He continued, Not just that, the Tower Master wants to see you. Senya replied, I see. Is he on the top floor? Hamel responded, No. He found himself in the Royal Library of Acreon, sweat beading on his brow. Aratha's capital, Pentagon, was at the heart of the shape created by the 5 magic towers. The city's architecture was a testament to its magical heritage. Abram was built in the middle of a great lake, making it impossible to reach without a boat. Neither Pentagon's floating carriages nor any kind of magic could traverse the lake's surface. This was due to the demon sealing circle that surrounded the entire lake and Abram. Senya had gifted the demon sealing circle to Aratha's royal family as a token of friendship, and it had endured for hundreds of years. Senya found the situation crazy. Hamel had come to understand a bit about magic since coming to Arath, but it didn't feel possible to him that one could surpass the demon sealing circle. The demon sealing circle surrounded such a giant lake and the entire castle. Senya asked if he wanted to visit Abram. He clarifies that he was merely looking at the castle because it seemed nice, not because he had any particular desire to visit it. Eugene's tone suggests a casual interest, nothing more. Senya agrees with his assessment. She notes that even the Magic Tower Masters are unable to use magic in Abram. The only ones who can are the royal family and the castle mages who have sworn absolute loyalty to them. Eugene wonders if that means the Magic Tower Masters haven't sworn their loyalty to the royal family. The question hangs in the air. Senya clarifies that the Magic Towers and Arath have a mutual cooperation agreement. She explains that it is the Parliament, not the castle, that holds a deep relationship with the Magic Towers, and the castle has their own group of mages. Senya adds that the mages are not against each other or anything. The Magic Towers stand tall against the sky. The castle looms in the distance. They walk towards the grand doors of the building, sunlight glinting off the polished stone. Senya mentioned that 3 people disagreed with Eugene's recommendation. It was with this in mind that he was recommended to Acreon: the Blue Magic Tower Master, the Green Magic Tower Master, and the Mage Guild Master. If he could gain their recognition, he would be able to gain entry into Acreon. Senya announced that she would be going then. She told Sir Eugene not to be too nervous. He smiled, thanking her for the good luck. Eugene gave a thumbs up. Meanwhile, from a high vantage point, Eugene Lionheart declared his name. He looked down at the city below. A man watched with concern. Tremple Wizarder, captain of the castle's mages. Roberian Serpis, Red Magic Tower Master. Another mage considers matters. Hiradalf Kuzlin, Blue Magic Tower Master. A mage looks on. Melkith El Haya, White Magic Tower Master. Balzac Tudbeth, Dark Magic Tower Master. Edgar Giron, Mage Guild Master. He is told to raise his head. Someone speaks of hearing his name for years, expressing a desire to meet him. Arath is first successor in line. Hanine Abram, the first successor, has been heard about. It was in line with the genius who reached the 5/4 circle before adulthood. The Dark Magic Tower Master and Red Magic Tower Master have been aggressively advocating for Eugene. Someone acknowledged that they were aware that he was a talented individual. A figure in green stood, listening intently. The man with the mustache considered the situation. He's only 17, a kid like him who's only just gotten into magic. Had he really received an Acreon recommendation? A voice mused, no way. There has to be something behind this. The Red Magic Tower Master is an old friend of the Lionheart Patriarchs. The disembodied face continued, stating that the Dark Magic Tower Master probably wants to get close to the Lionhearts to cover up his shame from the recent incident. Hamill understood the implications. Then, what must he do to gain entry into Acreon? The blond man gestured with his hands, stating that he needed to show them his magic. The noble and wise mages here will analyze his magic. The mustached man smirked, adding that originally, he'd also have to show them his dissertations and other research. The man with white hair tilted his head, assuming that he didn't have anything like that. Eugene stands in the center of the room, the polished floor reflecting the light from above. He announces that he will be starting then. Hamill's eyes glow with a faint light, his expression unreadable. A faint hum filled the air as a circle of blue energy began to coalesce. The energy intensified, swirling around Eugene, his eyes glowing with newfound power. He focused, drawing the mana inward, forming a radiant sphere at his chest. Standing in the grand hall, Eugene was bathed in the ethereal light of his own creation. Lord Gordon watched with a furrowed brow, his expression unreadable. One of the observers noted that he didn't separate his core and circle. Instead, the other figure pointed out, he combined multiple cores to form a circle. Lord Gordon mused that Eugene Lionheart had only been training his mana for 4 years. The Lord's expression hardened. That's not enough, he thought. Eugene continued, manipulating the swirling blue energy with practiced ease. The energy shifted, morphing into an abstract display of red and white power. He begins by summoning a burst of fiery energy, the air shimmering with heat. His hand reaches out, drawing forth a contrasting surge of cool, blue mana. The blue energy coalesces around his blade, imbuing it with an ethereal glow. Lord Gordon observes the display, noting to himself how smoothly Hamill switched to a different magic spell, without even needing to chant. The Lord muses that he must perfectly understand the magic he's using to be able to do that. The blue aura intensifies around the sword as Cyan asks if he can use both magic and his sword aura together. The young mage looks up, a question hanging in the air. Lord Gordon watches with a keen eye, his expression unreadable. The blue mana crackles with contained power. A confident smirk plays on Hamill's lips. He holds the blade aloft, asking how about it. A woman flinches, her expression a mix of surprise and concern. The sword pulses with an ethereal light, its energy palpable. He stands bathed in a soft glow, his core radiating power. The full view reveals the extent of his control, the sword a mere extension of his will. Lord Gordon observes, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. His circle is still intact, he muses. It's noted that he's using his core as a circle, yet it still functions as a core should. One of the council members leans forward, seeking opinions. What do you think? Gordon strokes his beard, a grave expression on his face. We'll need to talk about it. The council member nods in agreement. Of course. Another council member addresses him directly. Sir Eugene, could you please step out for a bit? Eugene simply replies, yes. The council chamber is bathed in light, the atmosphere thick with unspoken concerns. Eugene strides forward, his expression unreadable as he complies with the request. The door handle turns with a soft click, the heavyweight swinging inward. A blinding light floods the space beyond, hinting at untold power. Lord Gordon, the Red Tower Master, narrowed his eyes, a hint of suspicion in his gaze. The Red Tower Master's expression shifted to one of surprise, his brow furrowing. Lord Gordon pressed, questioning if anyone had guided him. The white-haired figure, Iode Lionheart, insisted he had told him so. Melkith El-Haya stated firmly that Sir Eugene had received guidance from no one. The council members considered that he had only read the Red Magic Tower's introductory magic texts, choosing to study magic on his own. Was it even possible to read only introductory texts? Lord Gordon's eyes widened, questioning how Eugene could achieve an understanding of magic at that level. A man with glasses smirked, declaring that he's a Lionheart. The Vermouth descendant, with a smug expression, stated that it isn't known that he is a descendant of Vermouth the Great. The council members pondered how great their blood is throughout the continent. Lord Gordon, seated in his ornate chair, turned to the others. What do you think? He inquired, his gaze sweeping across the assembled council. Across from him, a council member with a blonde ponytail leaned forward, his expression thoughtful. He was a genius, he declared, his voice carrying a hint of awe. Melkith El-Haya, her gloved hand resting against her cheek, considered the implications. The magic the little Lionheart kid showed us, just now. She began, her voice trailing off in contemplation. She looked around the table, seeking confirmation. You all felt that, right? The mana's purity, the preciseness of its arrangement. Melkith continued, her gaze intense. I could sense Eugene Lionheart. What was especially surprising was the unity of his mana. The council member with the blonde ponytail spoke again, his tone firm. But I don't think even a fourth circle level of dispelling would deactivate that kid's magic. Melkith, her expression thoughtful, added, he's too young, though. Lord Gordon steepled his fingers, a hint of a frown creasing his brow. I must admit he's a genius, but... Melkith, her gaze unwavering, stated, we'll have to check. Another council member, his expression serious, interjected. Considering Acreon's prestige, I don't think it'd be an issue to have the Red Tower Master. The council member with the blonde ponytail suggested a course of action. Teach him for a few years until he's undeniably fit for Acreon, then grant him entry into Acreon. I believe it'd be. Lord Gordon, a thoughtful expression on his face, concluded, good to think of it as an investment. The council member, with a thoughtful expression, notes that Eugene is 17 years old, talented, and a Lionheart. While his skills aren't quite there yet, the potential within him is limitless. They are already on friendly terms with the Lionheart family. Iode Lionheart stands with a confident smirk, but separate from that, they can still do something. The unseen speaker suggests offering a favor as an individual and investing in him. The older council member points out that however talented Eugene may be, he's still an adopted son and won't become the patriarch anyway. The unseen speaker declares that one of the twins, Cyan Lionheart, will be the patriarch. Technically, Iode Lionheart is the rightful successor. But considering his recent shameful event and his inferiority, he won't win the fight for the patriarch position. Balzac Tudbeth smirks, suggesting that even if he can't become a patriarch. The first council member agrees, stating that Eugene Lionheart will have to leave the main family at some point, if he gets married and has children. It is the Lionheart custom for children to move out of the main family residence. The council member hopes that if Eugene doesn't forget the favor they did him, he'll be a dependable ally in time. Sir Eugene is also said to have shown he was creative. Balzac Tudbeth sits regally, one hand raised as he recalls the blood succession ritual from 4 years ago, a ritual he considers himself to be greatly skilled in. Even the Lionheart family, he muses, has recognized that potential in him, especially with the added support of Aroth. The white-haired figure, Iode Lionheart, is seen in a close-up, the text suggesting he might become the second coming of Vermouth the Great from 300 years ago. A deep, rumbling laugh echoes from an unseen figure. Lord Gordon, seated at the head of the table, observes that Balzac seems to be heaping on the praise for him. Gordon presses, demanding to know if Balzac Tudbeth's statements are absolutely his and his alone. Balzac, his expression unreadable behind his sunglasses, asks what he means. The unseen figure speaks of the Demon King of Incarceration that Balzac has a contract with. Lord Gordon states he is just curious whether the Demon King holds any influence over Balzac's words, chuckling softly. Balzac retorts that the Demon King of Incarceration is occupied with Helmud's business, adding, besides. Balzac's face is shown in a close-up, his eyes glowing red as he thinks that if he were speaking for the Demon King of Incarceration, he'd have behaved a little differently. The unseen figure thinks that he would have been far more determined and used his power. The sound of crackling energy filled the air as the council meeting continued. A member's brow furrowed with concern, his expression mirroring the tension in the room. The ornate doors of the council chamber seemed to amplify the unease. The man stood, his posture rigid, as the magical energies swirled around him. Red particles danced around the platform, hinting at the volatile nature of the discussion. Balzac Tudbeth steepled his fingers, a disarming smile playing on his lips. My apologies if I sounded a bit aggressive, he offered smoothly. Another council member rose, his gaze firm. Let's not stray from the topic, he insisted, his voice cutting through the tension. The air hung heavy with unspoken disagreement. It didn't seem like they'd be coming to an agreement anytime soon. A woman's gloved hand gestured, her expression unreadable. The longer they took, the more bored that kid would be. Another council member, his hands clasped in front of him, offered a solution. That'd be for the best. I'll go first, then. Another member agreed, his expression serious. I agree with. Meanwhile, a decree was issued, granting Eugene Lionheart entry into Acreon. A lone figure stood before a wall covered in ancient writings, the weight of the decision heavy on his shoulders. The Royal Library Acreon. The library's collection extends beyond mere magical texts, encompassing items of immeasurable value. Each floor holds texts left behind by legendary mages, their marks etched into the very history of magic. The white-haired figure found himself surrounded by walls crammed with Aratha's history. It was said to be a library, but it felt more like a museum, the Acreon boasting 15 stories. The man paused, lost in thought. Of those 15 stories, Senya's texts were said to reside on floors 12 through 15. Someone called him Kid. Melkite la Yawav. The White Magic Tower, Melkith El Haya, the best spiritualist of this time period. Melkith's gaze was intense. The white-haired figure noted that she is considered a great mage for her normal magic, even without her spiritual magic. He then asked if she was done talking. Melkith El Haya declared that she was over it. A voice mused that if they had to reach a unanimous agreement, it would have taken days. 5 people agreed to allow entry into Acreon, while 2 disagreed. The decision was made by vote, a group of masked figures holding up signs of approval and disapproval. The white-haired figure stated that the majority agreed with it. He continued, asking if Melkith El Haya wanted to know who agreed and who didn't, but then stated that it doesn't really matter, as all that matters is that the majority agreed. Melkith El Haya scoffed, saying it was lame and that she would just tell him that she was neutral. She clarified that she wasn't disagreeing with the entry, her hand raised in a dismissive gesture. Iode Lionheart stood beside her, listening intently. Melkith mused that she had simply figured she'd be swept up into an argument if she voiced her opinion. The white-haired woman observed the faces of the others, noting that they all looked pissed. Melkith explained that the decision was based on votes, but they were going to have another argument, just in a different place. A man with a thick beard and mustache looked on with a displeased expression. His expression deepened, a visible humph escaping his lips. Melkith noted that the Blue Magic Tower Master shook his head, indicating his agreement. She remarked that he was very expressive of his contempt as soon as she entered the room, a hint of amusement in her voice. Melkith posited that he was going to disagree at first, then changed his mind. With a flourish, Melkith asked who Iode thought were the 2 who disagreed. She revealed that it was the Green Magic Tower Master and the Mage Guild Master. Melkith questioned why he was telling her this when she said she didn't care. She's asked if she is really 17. Her reaction is deemed boring. Why doesn't she get mad or pissed off, like, how dare they reject a Lionheart or something? The wind spirits seem to echo her frustration as she clenches her fists. Iode Lionheart declares that he will be off, then. Melkith calls out to him to wait, remembering the sword on his hip. It's the Windstorm Sword Whinnied, the sword blessed by the king, right? Iode asks why she wants to know. Melkith admits that she's always wanted to sign a contract with him. She tried real hard, asking the king of thunder spirits and the king of earth spirits as well. Melkith's expression hardens with determination. She even sent a letter to the Lionheart main residence, but apparently, they never lend their family treasures to outsiders. She thinks they are petty bastards for treating her like this. She was going to steal Whinnied and vanish. Why do they have to act like that when all she wanted to do was use it to sign a contract? Iode Lionheart stood silently. It wasn't technically his. He was just borrowing it with the Patriarch's permission. It was okay. He wouldn't tell anyone. Melkith El Haya thought that they just had to lend it to her for a bit. It wouldn't take long either, a day at most. She could watch if she wanted. Iode mused that the king of wind spirits, Tempest, had a heavy ass. So he hadn't come out when she tried to call on him during the last 4 years. Melkith guessed she couldn't do it with the mana she had right now. But if she was the White Magic Tower Master, the sole spiritualist who signed contracts with 2 spirit kings at once, if she used Whinnied as the catalyst, Tempest might respond. There was no need to accept her offer right now, however good it may be. If he let her desperation build, she might give him. Melkith asked where she could get the entry card. She holds up the card, a shimmering rectangle that promises entry into Acreon. I'll guide you, it seems to whisper, the words etched in elegant script. Melkith presents the Acreon entry card to Iode. He regards it with a neutral expression as she explains, this is an Acreon entry card. It's just an... A knowing smirk plays on Melkith's lips. Did you know? The familiar spirits here. The image shifts to a grand depiction of historical figures. The mage king who established Arath, and the battle mage who's called the father of battle magic. A portrait of a witch-like figure is displayed. Iode remains impassive, his gaze steady. Melkith's smile widens, a hint of mockery in her eyes. Your reactions are so boring. She continues, pressing her advantage. You were interested in Senya? Melkith gestures towards Iode, her expression challenging. On the first day you arrive in Arath, you also toured her mansion. The disembodied voice continues, revealing more about Iode's past. And last time, you met a friend from an indirect branch at Murdain Square. How do you know so much? Melkith's smile is wide and knowing as she watches Iode's reaction. She finishes, a hint of amusement in her voice. I guess you're not aware, but you're super famous. She leveled a finger, declaring Iode to be kind of an asshole. The question hung in the air. When would he lend her Winnied? The elevator doors stood gleaming, promising transport to unseen heights. Melkith gestured towards a slot next to the elevator door. If he put his ID there, the elevator would activate. The card slot glowed, ready to receive the key. Melkith confirmed that he was going to the 12th floor, right? Iode confirmed. She teased that he really liked Madame Senya. He denied it. Iode stood before the elevator, his back to Melkith. She wondered if he wasn't going to wait for her. Melkith explained that if he put his ID there, the elevator would work. She had wanted to come with him, but she warned that he might get embarrassed. The shock when coming across part of the truth for the first time. The white-haired woman trailed behind Iode, remarking that it was a spell that left a very strong first impression. Melkith suggested that maybe he should take a diaper with him. Iode's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. A chilling voice echoed, dripping with malice. You might just shit yourself. The words seemed to strike a nerve, as Iode's face twisted in frustration. Melkith, unfazed by the tension, pressed the elevator button with a cheerful smile. The elevator chimed. He leaned against the wall, arms crossed, a picture of contained impatience. Time seemed to slow as the clock ticked. The doors opened, revealing a grand entrance. A small hand reached up, pulling back a hood. Meanwhile, the archway proclaimed, Welcome to Jinva's Hall. The entrance to Jinva's Hall stood bathed in light. A young girl stood in the doorway, a wide smile on her face. Her eyes sparkled as she announced, Sir Eugene Lionheart. His brow furrowed with concern. Iode's gaze drifted off, lost in thought. Eugene tilted his head, a question forming on his lips. Senya. A faint, ethereal image of a sword shimmered into existence, barely visible against the stark white background. Eugene stared at the young girl, a question forming on his lips. Was this Senya? The girl stood silently, her back turned. Tilting her hat back, the girl smiled brightly. She announced that she was a familiar spirit. A vision of Senya's hall appeared, a place where familiar spirits were managed. Eugene's thoughts raced. Could this girl truly be her? The familiar spirit looked up at Eugene, who crossed his arms, a puzzled expression on his face. How did she know him? The girl stated that he had just registered his name on the first floor of Acreon. The girl confirmed that it wasn't just her. All the familiar spirits were synced with Acreon's magic system. She continued, explaining that they knew at all times who had entered and left. Eugene, still trying to understand, asked what he should call her. The girl revealed that Madame Senya used to call her Mare, and she wondered if that was perhaps the Mare from her surname Murdain. She is the topic of conversation, but Eugene appears concerned. The name is met with approval. Mare beams, her expression bright. Eugene reflects on the fact that Senya created a familiar spirit in her own image, even naming her after her own surname. Eugene crosses his arms, wondering what she is planning. Eugene admits he doesn't know much about this, but wonders if familiar spirits are usually as human-like as Mare. Mare states that familiars don't look like her, but she is special. Her creator was Senya the Wise, a friend of Vermouth the Great. It is revealed that Mare was made with Madame Senya's personality as a base. Eugene recalls that Roberian told him at the blood succession ritual that making a living thing was forbidden. Mare responds that she is not alive, countering the idea that she is a living thing. Mare's expression is serious. Mare reveals that she doesn't have a soul like all living beings should have. A spectral form, bathed in ethereal light, hangs suspended. The ghostly figure speaks, revealing the source of her being, Madame Senya's magic and her own consciousness. Mare points, directing attention towards something beyond. A complex magical device glows with intricate symbols, dominating the grand hall. Her hand extends, reaching for the glowing device. Roberian Serpus's eyes widen, a look of utter shock washing over his face. He voiced the question forming in his mind. What is that? Mare shouts, her voice echoing with excitement. A good question. She glances down at a small, spiky object. A stylized depiction of Mare emphasizes her focus. Mare reaches out again, declaring that it's the essence of magic that Madame Senya spent her whole life on, witchcraft. The intensity in his eyes flared, a raw, untamed energy threatening to erupt. He spat the word, a guttural expression of frustration. His expression shifted to one of shock, as if struck by a sudden realization. The nature of the magic text was being dissected, split into high intermediate and low components. It was a system that Senya had finalized right before her retirement. Roberian Serpis gestured dismissively, declaring it prejudice to assume all books should conform to a single, rigid standard. The absurdity of the situation seemed to dawn on Roberian Serpis, prompting a blunt, incredulous outburst. Mare offered a knowing smile, implying that Roberian Serpis simply lacked the capacity to grasp the intricacies at play. The hands gestured, emphasizing the weight of the statement. Even the most accomplished masters of the magic tower had struggled to fully comprehend Madame Senya's magic. Confusion clouded his features, a silent question hanging in the air. The unseen narrator described a personality brimming with pride, a grin that was more of a sneer, and a condescending attitude to boot. The two figures stood side by side, their smiles mirroring each other. The narrator observed that she truly did perfectly take after Senya's personality. The question lingered. Did Madame Senya have the same personality until her end? The personality was based on Madame Senya's younger years. Madame Senya became much more elegant and refined. She didn't smile much, focusing only on researching magic and developing it. He gazed upward, a medley of Mare's expressions floating above him. What could be the reason for her sudden retirement? The question hung in the air as Eugene tilted his head, a hint of disbelief coloring his tone. Really? What do you mean when you say? His brow furrowed. Eugene pressed. Your consciousness is in witchcraft? A beat of silence followed before a voice, seemingly from nowhere, countered, My consciousness is comprised of... Mare's eyes widened, her hand flying to her chest as she exclaimed, The spell's in witchcraft, and the purpose of my existence is to protect and manage witchcraft. The pair stood together, the weight of her words hanging heavy between them. Before them, a complex, glowing structure hummed with arcane energy, a testament to the power they were discussing. Looking up, Mare confessed, When I first read The High Witchcraft, the magic I'd spent my entire life learning felt like mere child's play. Eugene's expression darkened, a sense of unease creeping into his voice. It's definitely outside of the normal scope of magic. Turning to her, Eugene inquired, You wouldn't know where and why Madame Senya retired, right? Mare's eyes widened, a hint of surprise flickering across her face. Of course not. Her retirement was very sudden and discreet. She continued, her voice tinged with a hint of mystery. Her students, the mansion's servants, and even I don't know anything about her retirement. The image shifted, revealing Mare standing before a gathering of cloaked figures. Even then, the King of Arath, the magic tower masters of that time, the mage guild master, and countless other mages. She insisted that she knew nothing, but they simply wouldn't believe her. Mare seethed, thinking about those unqualified bastards who dared to delve into witchcraft to sift through her memories. Their skills must have been lacking, she mused, because they came running back every few decades to check again. Looking through Mare's memories wasn't just about finding Senya's whereabouts. However, much the mages of Arath respected Senya. They had a material in front of them perfect for experimenting. Any mage would want to dissect it. Hamel mentioned that he heard the only public witchcraft in Acreon was the High One. He wondered if the other two were here as well. Mare corrected him, stating that it was definitely the original witchcraft, but Madame Senya extracted the intermediate and low ones from that original. Mare's expression hardened as she recalled the events. She then donated the original, with only the high part left over, to Acreon. Hamel asked if Mare was sure she was interested in Madame Senya. Mare responded, asking who wouldn't be. Hamel conceded that was true, but pointed out that Mare wasn't even traditionally a mage. Vermouth was from the great Lionheart family. It was Mare's first time seeing his descendant, so she was intrigued. From what she knew, after returning to Arath, she states that Madame Senya did not meet with the Lionheart family, nor with Sir Vermouth. According to the Lionheart's records, Vermouth didn't meet with his friends ever again after returning from Helmut. Senya, a niece moron. The reason they all met up again was because of Vermouth's funeral. Hamel thinks to himself that even if that bastard Vermouth wasn't sociable, the fact that he didn't meet up with anyone after coming back from Helmut. Establishing the Lionheart family name is weird. Did Madame Senya ever talk about? Mare asks about her companions. She called Sir Moron a dumbass. She also said that Madame Anise was like a snake. Hamel wonders what about Hamel. Mare curses, calling someone an idiot, piece of shit, retard, and fucking bastard. Hamel asks if she didn't say earlier that Madame Senya was elegant and refined. Mare tilted her head, a thoughtful expression on her face. Even an elegant and refined person can still swear, she mused. Whenever Madame Senya spoke of her companions, it seemed she was on the verge of tears, especially when Hamel's name was mentioned. He listened intently, his gaze fixed on Mare, waiting for her to continue. She suffered the most, Mare stated, her voice tinged with a hint of sadness. Hamel's expression shifted, a question forming on his lips. What did Madame Senya say about Sir Vermouth? He asked. Mare paused, considering her words carefully before answering. A figure stood, bathed in light, his back turned. She didn't, he thought, his voice echoing with a hint of finality. Praise, insult, or judgment all, the memory echoed. The two stand before a portrait, its subject a woman in military attire. Hamel studies the painting. That portrait. Mare notes that it's the same portrait as the one in Senya's mansion. She adds that the smile in the portrait is fake. Mare continues, stating that Madame Senya never smiled like that, not even once. Mare recalls her conversations with Senya, stating that she preferred a sad face if people were going to see it for generations. Mare remembers asking Senya why she was leaving a portrait of herself smiling, and that Senya had asked the artist to replicate her personality. Mare wonders why Senya would leave a smiling portrait if she was always sad. The portrait looms, a smiling face left behind rather than a sad one. Mare states that she can't leave Acreon, and never has, so she hasn't seen it for herself. The white-haired figure adds that he knows there's a similar portrait in Madame Senya's possession. The narration states that the smile in the portrait was painted by the artist without Senya asking for it, and that it is located in Senya's mansion. The portrait of Madame Senya smiles serenely. Iode Lionheart observes that it is as she said. He thinks it's better to see a smiling face. A hand gently pats Mare's hat. Iode Lionheart reaches out to comfort her. Mare is warned not to cross the line. Mare declares that she may be smaller, but she has been alive for 200 years. She insists that she doesn't want to be treated like a kid. Iode Lionheart explains that witchcraft isn't the only thing in Senya's hall, adding that they have magic equipment she used to use too. He notes that the staff is Madame Senya's favorite. The staff glows with a soft, pink light. A staff, radiating a faint magical energy, rests upon a simple stone pedestal. A plaque identifies it. Eugene's eyes widened slightly as he recognized the name etched into the plaque, Acacia. Mare offered a knowing smirk. She knew he'd recognize it. Beneath the earth, a colossal tree pulsed with an ethereal blue light, its roots anchoring the very world. The text explains that Acacia is the world's most powerful magic staff, made from the roots of a 1,000-year-old tree in the center of the forest. The elves believe that this tree holds the spirits of their ancestors. Mare explained, her gaze fixed on Eugene. Mare tilted her head, seeking confirmation. Did he understand what she was implying? Eugene's expression turned somber as he stated that Senya was neither an elf nor a half-elf, but a human. Despite her human nature, Senya was deeply involved with the elves. Senya never knew her parents. She was abandoned in the Great Samar Forest. In a great jungle in the southern region of the continent, an elf heard her cries and raised Senya as her own. That's how Senya came to grow in the elves' dominion, though the elves there weren't too fond of her. In her youth, before her adventures began, Senya was surrounded by elven magic. After they realized how greatly talented she was, they recognized her potential and began to teach her the secrets of elven magic. Back in the present, Mare explained that Madame Senya was the first to own a staff made from the roots of that tree. And that wasn't all. Hamel recognized the gem at the top of the staff. That's a dragon heart. Mare confirmed his suspicion, exclaiming that there were only 2 magic staves in the world that used a dragon heart as an ingredient, Madame Senya's Acacia, and a name echoed in the depths, Blood Mary. The narration revealed that the person who currently possessed Blood Mary was one of the 3 dark mages who signed a contract with the Demon King of Incarceration. That mage was Count Edmund Codrith of Helmut. 300 years ago, Blood Mary's owner was a lich called Belial. He was a subordinate of the Demon King of Incarceration, and he's the one who killed him. The Demon King of Incarceration was incomparably difficult to fight compared to the other Demon Kings. The demons, it was said, were all strong enough to be compared to the other Demon Kings. 3 of them, in particular, were especially strong: the dagger, the shield, and the staff of incarceration. When he defeated the shield of incarceration, he sustained a serious injury, but no one would be able to use magic with it. By the time his fight with Belial, the staff of incarceration, was over, there was a large hole in his chest. Could he? Hamel interjected. Hold it. Mare responded, of course. Acacia only recognizes Madame Senya as its owner. After Madame Senya retired, many mages tried to become its owner, but no one was able to gain its recognition. Hamel asked, really? The staff was held. The grip tightened. Hamel held the staff, a surge of power emanating from it. He stared at the staff of incarceration, frustration etched on his face. Acacia won't even accept the mana I'm pouring in. He paused, lost in thought. Maybe. Hamel's expression darkened, a hint of bitterness creeping into his voice. I'd be recognized by Acacia since I saw Senya's apparition. That bastard Senya. She should have left me Acacia instead of some necklace. Mare watched him, her expression unreadable as she stood beside him. Mare tilted her head, a playful glint in her eyes. I wouldn't call it liking her. She pointed a finger accusingly. Liar. Your eyes sparkle whenever you talk about her. Mare's smile widened, enjoying his discomfort. The girl continued to tease him, noting, and you were super focused when you were looking at her things. Hamill averted his gaze, a faint blush rising on his cheeks. I just like old stories. Mare grinned, clearly not buying his excuse. Mare skipped ahead, pointing toward the bookshelf. Then you like that book, too. She reached for a large, ancient-looking tome. The book's cover was worn, its title obscured by age and use. She presents Hamill with a book, its cover displaying the title, Warrior Vermouth's Great Adventures. Hamill's expression is one of amusement and curiosity. Hamill remarks that it's a famous picture book, and then notes that Madame Senya didn't like to talk about what happened in Helmut. Mare holds the book, a smile playing on her lips as she prepares to reveal more about its contents. The book is described as the first to tell the world the legends of Vermouth the Great. Mare and Hamill stand together, the book a point of interest between them. Hamill's expression shifts, a hint of defensiveness creeping in as he recalls that she likes Sir Hamill the best and respects and reveres him the most. The book, however, makes Sir Hamill seem useless. It's the original version, so it's a bit different from the versions that are out there today. Mare continues to hold the book, her expression unreadable. Hamill asks if the story is different in the original, his curiosity piqued. Mare simply replies, gimme. The text reveals that Hamill was a fucking idiot, and that fucking idiot challenged Vermouth to a fight the first time they met. The scene depicts someone face-planting and crying without even being able to touch Vermouth. Hamill, with a strained smile, insists that he might have face-planted, but he did touch Vermouth and made him bleed a drop. He examined the book, a frown deepening on his face. Did Anise write this? Mare, seemingly amused by the question, tilted her head. If you like Hamill the Foolish. The child offered another item, her expression unreadable. You might like this too. Hamill looked at Mare, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Mare turned, gesturing for him to follow. Follow me. He followed the child through the halls. They arrived at a display case, filled with figures in shining armor. Hamill pointed towards the display, his expression thoughtful. Within a grand hall, spectral figures stand frozen in time, their forms shimmering with an ethereal blue light. A figure gazes upon the assembled memories, their back turned to the viewer, a silent observer of the past. The voice declares that these are memories Madame Senya extracted and left personally. A figure in a green robe and wide-brimmed hat stands beside a taller figure, their expressions unreadable. The voice clarifies that these are not portraits, but real memories of Madame Senya's colleagues. The speaker points out a handsome man standing in the middle of the spectral gathering. The voice continues, preparing to describe the next figure. The memory of a woman smiles serenely, her eyes closed in a deep, peaceful expression. The figure is identified as Anise the Faithful, a being who could be mistaken for either a human or a troll. Another memory, a stern-faced warrior, is labeled as Moron the Brave. Finally, the speaker points out a man who looks like a troublemaker. Though it was a common occurrence, not a single memory of Hamill's life remained. His appearance, however, could only be seen in Senya's hall. Mare tilted her head, observing Hamill with a thoughtful gaze. She thought he was good-looking. Her eyes widened, and she waved her hands dismissively. She clarified that she wasn't talking about that old man, but Hamill. Hamill's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Are you insane? He wondered. He then admitted that the old man was good-looking, but so was he. A faint blush dusted his cheeks as he smiled. Mare's eyes sparkled as she observed him. She thought he had the charm of a wild beast. Hamill's face fell, and he covered his mouth with his hand, his eyes wide with shock. Mare shrugged, simply stating that she was just saying. The pair sat at a table in what appeared to be a library. Hamill, holding a document, revealed that the traces of Madame Senya that had been preserved were on floors 12 to 14. The question hangs in the air. What secrets lie on the top floor? A disembodied voice answers, explaining that the 13th floor holds Madame Senya's research notes and memoirs from when she was creating Acreon. Mare listens intently, her expression a mix of curiosity and concern. The voice continues, stating that Sir Eugene wouldn't be able to understand them right now. The 14th floor, the voice adds, contains magic books that also contain research. The voice explains that while the contents will be difficult to understand, the explanations would make them better than the research notes. Hamill wonders if they would be better off reading witchcraft. Hamill's expression is thoughtful as he considers the options. Mare responds, her tone suggesting that witchcraft is not the answer. The voice says that it's hard to put into words, and it'd be better if he read himself. Hamill and Mare walk through a room with a large, glowing magical structure at its center. The voice explains that witchcraft is a method of optimizing mana from Circle, and with that, magic power is amplified. Mare gestures, seemingly emphasizing the importance of the information. A simplification of the technique for effectiveness by omission of chanting, materializing magic through a separation of consciousness. When unconscious, magic enters the body and is stored, and can be manifested differently depending on the situation. Eugene ponders this information, question marks floating around his head. Mayor beams, explaining that the most amazing thing about all of this is the perfect drive of circle, although most mages use circle these days. The method of circle magic in witchcraft is far superior to normal circle. It'll be easier for you to just think of it as using maximum mana to create the strongest power. Eugene's expression is one of confusion, his finger tapping his chin as he tries to understand. Mayor grins, confident that if Eugene could understand it after just listening to her, he'll be able to read it. Eugene, still unsure, asks what he can do to read it. Close your eyes and open your hand. Mayor smiles brightly, holding out her hand in anticipation. Mayor assures him that after that, he'll be able to read it. Following her instructions, Eugene closes his eyes and opens his hand, magic beginning to swirl around him. He wondered, contemplating the wisps of energy swirling around his outstretched hand. Should he truly pour his mana into this unknown endeavor? Or, he mused, would it be necessary to apply mana to the circle, as he did when casting spells? The thought hung in the air, unanswered. A soft gasp escaped him, a sound barely audible in the silent expanse. This felt akin to a dream, yet distinctly different, a subtle dissonance that prickled at his senses. He felt trapped, paralyzed, as if caught in the throes of a waking nightmare. Yet, there were no terrifying hallucinations, no waking horrors as there would be in a true nightmare. He just felt utterly, completely powerless, his muscles slack, his will adrift. All around him, a sea of mana stretched into infinity, an ocean of raw magical energy. The sea of mana pulsed and shimmered, a silent symphony of arcane power. The mana surged around him, an invisible tide pulling at his very being. The currents of mana swirled, an ethereal dance of light and energy. He was submerged, adrift in this boundless sea of mana, utterly at its mercy. He drifted, suspended in a sea of swirling blue mana, a lone figure against an infinite expanse of energy. The mana intensified, the blue light growing brighter, as if the very fabric of reality was being woven anew around him. The swirling energy coalesced, forming a massive, luminous circle, a gateway shimmering with untold power. From the larger circle, smaller, intricate patterns emerged, each one a key to unlocking a new reality. His eyes burned with the intensity of the mana, reflecting the raw power surging through him. A grimace tightened his lips, the sheer force of the transition threatening to overwhelm him. The arcane symbols danced around him, a symphony of light and energy, pulling him deeper into the unknown. Muscles strained, his back arched against the invisible force as he fought to maintain control. With a final surge of power, his body convulsed, the transition reaching its peak. His strength gave way, and he collapsed onto the cold, hard floor, the mana receding as quickly as it had come. Weakened but alive, he knelt before Mare, his gaze searching for answers in her youthful face. A flicker of worry crossed his features, a silent question hanging in the air. What had just happened? He looked up, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Had something gone wrong? He wondered aloud, questioning if he had done anything strange. Mare tilted her head, a knowing smirk playing on her lips. Fainting immediately, she pointed out, was already considered pretty strange. The young witch elaborated, explaining that Sir Eugene had not only fainted, but also foamed at the mouth for about 2 hours. Elsewhere, the text mentions Tower Master Melkith El-Haya and the Blue Magic Tower Master, Hirat Al-Thauslin, both of whom had a similar reaction. Eugene's eyes widened, a disturbing thought crossing his mind. He might shit himself. The text suggests that Mare wasn't just making fun of him, but speaking from experience. It then questions what the experience of entering witchcraft was like. Eugene sat on the ground, looking up at Mare with a mixture of confusion and concern. He admitted that it was difficult to understand, and he still didn't really get it. The young man conceded that he vaguely got it, but he couldn't make up the rest with knowledge or theories. The text describes seeing the drive of circle being interesting, and inside an enormous circle, countless circles were being created and split. The text explains that, as Mare had said, Madame Senya first created the circle method of magic. Mare raised a finger, stating that she only had 9 circles. Therefore, she had managed to cross the limit she'd set for herself. Before them loomed the eternal hole, the eventuality. It was a type of circle magic that only Madame Senya had been able to reach. After witchcraft, many mages made it their goal to reach the eternal hole. But no one's been able to break past the 9th circle. If you can use mana without wasting a single drop and control all the mana inside that enormous circle. The complex circle began to glow. The circle will divide and begin to rotate. That in itself is the perfect drive of circle. It's actually quite easy to use it for magic, Mare explained, holding her hand out. A fireball from the eternal hole is far more powerful than 9/4 circle hellfire. Not only that, you don't foolishly waste any mana, and the techniques aren't complicated. Do you get it now? The Madame Senya, who created the Eternal Hole, was completely unrivaled. Although there's no way to check, she absolutely could have killed the Demon Kings. The figure recalls that after returning from Helmud, Madame Senya didn't just play around. She became far more powerful than in the days he remembered. Even Anise, it seems, was not spared from her wrath. The memory shifts to Vermouth, who had also grown stronger. But a question lingers. Why didn't they try fighting? The Demon King? Vermouth's fist clenches, a surge of power emanating from within. Elsewhere, the white-haired figure stands between two others, their expressions unreadable. Hamel remarks, "You got here quick, huh?" The white-haired figure, Iode Lionheart, inquired about seeing Acreon's magic text firsthand, his gaze fixed on Eugene. Eugene admitted he wasn't really sure. Lord Gordon watched with a knowing smile. Eugene thought to himself that with the knowledge he currently possessed, it would take years just to understand a single book. Iode stated, "Of course, the texts here are the essence of centuries of Aratha's magic." Iode continued, "Even if Eugene was real smart, there's a limit to how much he could learn without a proper teacher. That's why," Iode offered, "if Eugene just lent him his Winnie for a teensy bit." Eugene thought that wasn't a great deal, there's no need for it to be magic texts. With a sly grin, Eugene asked if Iode had anything else to offer. Perhaps an item would be nice too. Iode smiled, stating that Eugene knew how to negotiate. Eugene is offered a staff, but the offer is immediately rejected. Iode gestures expansively, displaying a collection of ornate staves floating behind her. She believes a staff will help control mana. Eugene raises an eyebrow, questioning the offer. Iode smiles warmly. Iode insists that she has plenty of great staves to lend Eugene whenever he'd like. Eugene, looking away, reminds her that he already has 2 contracts with Spirit Kings, questioning her greed. Iode's expression shifts to one of annoyance, purple energy swirling around her. She confirms his suspicion. Iode exclaims, questioning if Eugene doesn't know her after decades of friendship. Eugene declares that he wants nothing to do with Aratha's politics or anything annoying like that. Eugene's expression hardens, his gaze intense. Iode warns that his thinking might change once he has great power. Eugene understands her meaning. Iode insists that she doesn't intend to change just because of power, her eyes glowing with intensity. Eugene states that he won't change even if he signs a contract with the King of Wind Spirits. The blonde-haired figure watches as Iode, with a slight smile, states that it is all right then. The woman with white hair looks at him, questioning what he means. Iode's expression twists into anger, his fists clenching. He mutters that Eugene is a little snake. Iode reflects on the conversation, admitting he thought about it, but he doesn't really want a staff. He insists he wasn't going to give it to Eugene, just lend it. Eugene, his eyes closed, states that he's telling Iode this now, but he'll only let him use Winnied for a few days. He thinks to himself, if he's only going to lend him an artifact. Eugene thinks that he'd rather not agree to this deal, an artifact of his for a few days for that price. Iode's chest is shown as he clenches his fists. Iode thinks to himself that it would be a year for one day. Iode thinks to himself, so, 7 years for a week. Is this how badly he wants to sign a contract with the King of Wind Spirits? From a distance, Eugene, Iode, and the blonde-haired figure is shown. Iode thinks to himself that Eugene might not know because he's a Lionheart, but to him and other spiritualists, the King of Wind Spirits is... Iode thinks to himself that it's like a dream, because Vermouth the Great signed a contract with him. Eugene suggests that if the white-haired woman doesn't want a staff, perhaps she could consider another option. He continues, mentioning that the White Tower Master possesses a very precious and great artifact. The woman, visibly annoyed, tells him to stay quiet. A white-haired man with glowing yellow eyes smirks, musing that he is very curious. The focus shifts to a close-up of a cape, its intricate design hinting at hidden power. Eugene mentions that it's something called a Cape of Darkness, but the woman cuts him off, demanding he stop talking. She questions why he is so mad, revealing that she hasn't used the item in 10 years. She then asks if he knows how much she went through to get that thing. Eugene suggests that it would be better to lend it to someone who needs it and get what she wants. The woman seems distraught, thinking that it's better than keeping it as decoration when she doesn't even use it. Eugene asks what a Cape of Darkness is. The woman replies that it's outerwear for winter, just fluffy and warm. Eugene explains that it's a cape that contains the highest level of space-time magic. He emphasizes the cape's magical properties, contrasting with her dismissive description. He downplays the cape's abilities, stating that it's not that great. He explains that one can't deflect the attack unless they perfectly calculate the spatial coordinates and guide the attack with mana. The narrator explains that the exterior of the cape is enchanted with advanced defense magic. Just wearing it will protect you from 5 fourth circle magic. Iode adds that it also depends on how much mana the person wearing it has. The narrator continues, explaining that there's also subspace magic in the cape. If you still use various weapons, as you used to, you'll like it. The narrator elaborates that you can store many weapons in the cape and use them when needed. Iode, with a sinister smile, is called a bastard. You think it sounds great. Iode declares that he'll take the Cape of Darkness instead of a staff. Iode says that he has to ask the Patriarch, but not right now. Eugene hasn't agreed yet. Iode guesses that's too bad then. He admits he used his brain too much while he was upstairs and that he's hungry. Iode says that he knows a great place in the sky's wealthy area. The food tastes great, but the view is even better. He thinks that he's never seen the view of a Roth at night. A servant offered to call a carriage right away. Iode Lionheart, however, seemed to have other plans. He sighed, relenting, fine. Hamel, Melkith El Haya, and Iode were still present. Iode asked, "You're still here?" Madame Senya, surrounded by a dark aura, spoke of the Cape of Darkness. "If you really want it." The disembodied voice continued, "I'll lend it to you." Iode, with a knowing smile, raised a finger. Madame Senya's voice boomed. "I told you I'd have to ask the Patriarch first." The expression on Madame Senya's face was one of pure rage. The outburst startled Hamel and Iode, who stood nearby as Madame Senya's rage echoed. A disembodied voice mused, "I thought that was a crow." A narrator stated, Gilad wasn't opposed to lending Winnied. The narrator continued, showing a floating city in the sky. He just said a Lionheart supervisor needed to be present. The narrator concluded, from Melkith to borrow Winnied. The group stood in the hallway, the tension palpable as they discussed the terms for borrowing Winnied. Eugene Lionheart looked up at Iode Lionheart, his expression curious. "Is that the Cape of Darkness?" he wondered. Iode Lionheart struck a pose, a confident smirk playing on his lips. "It's cool, right?" Eugene crossed his arms, his gaze drifting downward. "I think it'd look cooler on me." Iode's face contorted in mock anger, his eyes narrowing. "You little bastard," he growled. Hamel chuckled, trying to defuse the situation. "Don't be too mad. Wouldn't it be better to be happy since we've agreed to this deal?" Iode Lionheart's expression turned serious, the playful banter fading. "So who's the supervisor? I assume it won't be the Patriarch." The answer hung in the air, unspoken. The Patriarch's younger brother, Kion, and the... Eugene's eyes widened slightly as he considered the implications. Guardians of Lionheart. The other figure spoke, his voice low and measured. "It's the first time we're lending out a Lionheart treasure. And to deal with Iode's problem." Iode Lionheart raised an eyebrow, a hint of challenge in his gaze. "Guardians?" A disembodied voice questioned whether they're talking about Lionheart's hounds. "The guardians of family rules, Lionheart's black lions, they have many names. But as Melkith said, their role isn't too different from a hound's. They obey the Lionheart law more strictly than anyone else. A year ago, Kion joined the Black Lionite Order, but it wasn't a great deal. If you're skilled enough and can prove your loyalty to the family, anyone of the Lionheart name can apply to the Black Lionite Order. The Lionheart main family's White Lionite Order serves only the main family, but the Black Lionite Order obeys any Lionheart. And behind the Knight Order is the Senate. Those who, regardless of branch, have etched their names into Lionheart history. Even Gilad, as the Patriarch, isn't on the same level as the old bastards of the Senate. The white-haired figure states that he never saw them once in the 4 years he spent at the main family's residence. The Knight Order made up of the most loyal and superior Lionhearts. And the Senate behind them. He wonders how strong they are. He stood alongside another figure, the city stretching out before them. Elsewhere, 2 figures sat in what appeared to be a dimly lit room, their expressions unreadable. Before the grand doorway, 3 figures stand and wait. Madame Senya's expression hardens. The woman with the fur collar is confronted. "I thought you respected Vermouth the Great?" Madame Senya clarifies, "Kid, don't misunderstand. I respect him, but I don't really like the Lionheart family." Her eyes narrow, a storm brewing within. Madame Senya continues, her voice laced with disdain. "I don't like that the main family suppresses the branch families, and I don't like the sneaky Senate and the Black Lionite Order either." The blonde-haired man cautions, "You shouldn't show that you don't like them, though." Madame Senya's anger flares. "Are you telling me to kiss their asses?" With a sniffle, the blue-haired figure declared his love for the Cape of Darkness, claiming victory. The figure with red hair cautioned him not to get any snot on the cape, as he would have to wear it too. Elsewhere, a horse-drawn carriage awaited. Boots descended from the carriage. Iode Lionheart stepped out of the carriage. Iode demanded to know why they were there, a stern expression on their face. The military uniform was crisp and clean. A look of surprise crossed Iode's face. A voice called out, "Seal." Seal was confronted by Iode, who repeated the question, "Why were they here?" Vermouth stood nearby, arms crossed. Seal explained that it was almost their mother's birthday, so they were there to buy her a gift. Seal added that they were also wondering how Iode was doing. Iode's eyes widened slightly, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. "Oh, really?" he asks, the question hanging in the air. A figure with long, dark hair seems to shrink in on themselves, a faint blush rising on their cheeks, as if caught in an uncomfortable spotlight. Iode's expression hardens, his gaze unwavering. Behind him, a figure remains shrouded in shadow, their features obscured, adding to the growing tension. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence, calling out a familiar name with a hint of urgency. Eugene. The sternness melts away, replaced by a wide, almost unsettling smile. Iod's eyes gleam with an unreadable emotion. A pair of hands clench tightly, knuckles whitening, a silent display of inner turmoil or perhaps suppressed anticipation. The disembodied voice continues, a subtle undercurrent of surprise in its tone. It hasn't even been that long since you last saw him. Iode stands beside Lord Gordon, the older man's hand resting reassuringly on his shoulder. A silent understanding passes between them. Lord Gordon's gaze is steady, his voice calm and measured. There's plenty of time, so he assures, his words carrying a weight of experience. A flicker of curiosity crosses Iode's face, his eyes narrowing slightly. Who is that? He inquires, his tone laced with suspicion. Lord Gordon's gaze intensifies, his eyes fixed on an unseen subject. Seeing his posture and muscles, he's very skilled. He observes, his voice filled with a mixture of respect and caution. The camera focuses on a pair of hands, their grip firm and practiced. A silent declaration echoes. He uses a spear instead of a sword. He placed his hands firmly on the shoulders of the man before him, beginning to massage the tension from his muscles. It made sense for a mage to be here, Iode thought, considering the circumstances. The problem was about Winnied, as well as his own. And behind him, the group continued their trek towards the distant castle, its towers gleaming in the sunlight. Each step brought them closer to their destination. Her expression remained unreadable, a mask of calm amidst the journey. Her gloved hand tightened slightly. Neither a sword nor spear, her hand had been training for a long time. Was she a hand-to-hand combat fighter? Considering her outfit, Iode thought, she seemed to be in the highest position. Had been 20 years. He had heard, Roberian. That you're the Red Magic Tower Master now, right? The woman with blonde hair smirked, a glint in her eye as she spoke. I think I told you last time. Her words hung in the air, a subtle challenge laced within them, hinting at a past encounter. The silver-haired woman, adjusting her gloves, responded with a touch of amusement. Really? It's been too long. I can't recall. Her golden eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of playful challenge in their depths. Eugene Lionheart bowed his head respectfully, acknowledging the woman before him. You're Eugene Lionheart. The silver-haired woman declared. I'm Carmen Lionheart. Carmen continued, revealing a surprising familial connection. I'm a grandaunt to you, but don't. Eugene's eyes widened in surprise, his expression a mixture of shock and confusion. Huh. Carmen's words echoed in his mind, the revelation of her being his grandaunt sinking in. Grandaunt. Iode Lionheart stood behind Carmen, a thoughtful expression on his face as he considered the implications. Is she Gilead's aunt then? The speaker mused, considering Roberian and Melkith. I'm not surprised she looks that young at her age. Eugene's eyes narrowed, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face. But someone, a disembodied voice wonders if she came all this way for this. The wind feels cold, one of the figures remarks. Carmen Lionheart, the younger sister of the previous patriarch, never married and stayed at the main family's residence, then entered the Black Lion Knight Order. She's the third captain of the Knight Order currently. Nathan Lionheart, the 3rd Legion's vice-captain and from a branch family. Holigo Lionheart, a mage, also from the 3rd Legion. From a rare magic branch family, he's in charge of the deal with Melkith today. The Lionheart main family's Windstorm Sword Winnied and the White Tower Master's artifact, Cape of Darkness. The deal is that, for each day you keep Winnied, Eugene gets to keep the Cape of Darkness for a year. Lord Gordon, with a slight smirk, asks if that is all there is to the agreement. The white-haired figure confirms that he has prepared the contract. Gordon's smile widens, a glint in his red eyes. The white-haired figure gestures toward a floating screen displaying the contract's details. The figure with white hair wonders aloud what the meaning is behind the clause stating that if Winnied is destroyed, corresponding fees must be paid. The white-haired figure then asks what would happen if he destroyed Winnied. Sunlight streams through the tall windows of the room. The white-haired figure looks off to the side, contemplating the terms. Lord Gordon's expression hardens as he holds a cigar. A disembodied voice warns that if one wants to borrow it, they have to risk their life. The white-haired figure retorts that his life also has a value that can't be exchanged for money. The white-haired figure gestures emphatically. He exhaled a plume of smoke, the scent of Arath tobacco, filling the air. Perhaps it was time to consider Arath's offer. But not the Lionheart's, a voice declared, cutting through the tension. Another voice, laced with caution, urged restraint. There was no need to put one's life on the line. Around the polished table, figures sat in silent contemplation, the weight of the contract heavy in the air. The white-haired figure offered a thin smile, his eyes glinting with amusement. He respected them as fellow mages. Winnied was at the heart of the contract, its power a dangerous temptation. A sinister smile spread across a face, the eyes gleaming with dark intent. He hoped nothing would happen, but if Winnied were destroyed, the figure with white hair demanded, his voice sharp, if they would have the right of control. Then, he took another drag from his smoke, his gaze unwavering. If they didn't like it, they shouldn't borrow Winnie. The hand tightened around the smoke. They didn't need to lend Winnie. If it weren't for the patriarch, he wouldn't even have. Come here. One of the women scoffed. Someone might think he came here just for her. But the real reason he was here was different, though. That's right, a voice confirmed. He was here because of an important problem instead of this trivial matter. Lord Gordon declared that he promised to meet Balzac Ludbeth in an hour. He had to. The plan was to discuss Iod's matters and question the Dark Mage in Aratha's prison. The speaker recalled the last time they talked with Sir Gillett, when Lady Carmen had pledged to follow Aratha's laws regarding the Dark Mage matter. Carmen Lionheart's expression hardened. It sounded different from what Sir Gillett wanted. The white-haired figure frowned, the conflict between the Patriarch's adherence to Aratha's laws and the Senate's opposing stance evident in his expression. The same man, cigar clenched between his teeth, ignited a lighter. He muttered that this incident had sullied the Lionheart name. A voice, filled with barely contained rage, vowed that the Dark Mage bastard would pay. Eugene Lionheart stared at the device in his hand, questioning if it was a pocket watch. The unseen speaker remarked that they had never seen someone carry around such a heavy and inconvenient watch before, questioning why he would carry a wristwatch if he was going to carry around a pocket watch. The white-haired figure, looking at Eugene, questioned why he was keeping a cigar in his mouth if he wasn't even going to smoke it. The pocket watch clicked open. The white-haired figure reclined, his expression unreadable. An exasperated voice argued that it would be much better for them to question him, rather than make it difficult for both sides. Eugene considered that they must have paid the Parliament a hefty amount of money they couldn't have rejected to get permission. Lord Gordon peers through a window, where two figures stand in the background. He wonders what will be done about Winnie. Time is of the essence. Elsewhere, a figure studies a holographic screen, its contents obscured. The retrieval of the cape is estimated to take, at most, 2 months. The figure's expression hardens, a visible frustration etched onto their face. Meanwhile, the title Reincarnation is displayed as two figures stand together, one holding a staff. A procession of figures moves forward, their identities obscured by the angle. The word design hangs in the air as two figures converse. A figure with long, gray hair and a cigar expresses a fondness for the fur around a collar. The design is reminiscent of the lion's mane from the Lionheart symbol, but the color is considered a flaw. The figure suggests a white flame method or an ashen color, believing this color would look better. The figure appears surprised, thinking about a black lion knight. Gordon pauses, a thoughtful expression on his face as he considers something. The white-haired figure insists that he give it to her. The white-haired figure states that she wants to try it on. The man with the fur collar thinks to himself that she didn't say anything like that. Gordon states that she doesn't have to. He seems to be in disagreement with the white-haired figure. The man with the fur collar is told to try it on. The sound of fabric rustles. The white-haired figure stands with their arms crossed. Gordon looks down at the cape. The white-haired figure suggests that it'd be better with lion decor on the chest. It is mentioned that there's a Lionheart symbol on the back. Gordon, cigar in mouth, is told not to be mistaken, that it's just being lent. Gordon is told not to ruin the cape. Grimm says that it's about time and to let's go. Lord Gordon presents the cloak to the white-haired figure, who accepts it. The white-haired figure calls out to Seal. Seal smiles, agreeing to wait for Eugene. Elsewhere, two figures walk down a street, their destination unknown. Seal, looking annoyed, demands that Cyan get rid of the bunny ear magazine under his bed. Nina knows about it, and Seal fears the maid uniforms will be next. The white-haired figure finds the situation sickening and threatens to tell their mother. The white-haired figure suggests that Seal hint at it instead of directly mentioning bunny ears. Seal, surprised, realizes that the white-haired figure must like some other type of ears. The white-haired figure questions why they have to come along to buy Lady Anasilla's present, as they don't know what she likes. The white-haired figure complains that they don't need to come along if they're just going to be followed around. Seal's expression hardened, a clear sign of displeasure. Iode Lionheart, with a raised voice, questioned, "You're still an ass, huh?" He continued, wondering if he was going to be forced to wander around alone, in a place he'd never been to before. Iode's expression was unreadable. Seal huffed, as Iode Lionheart smirked. Iode Lionheart stated that he had to go, knowing Seal would hold a grudge if he did a single little thing he didn't like. The city stretched out before them, bustling with activity. Iode Lionheart recalled that it was his birthday a couple months ago, and he didn't get any presents. He read in the Red Magic Tower's library. Sir Roberian and Lady Hera wanted to give him some, but he begged them not to get him anything. Seal questioned who Hera was, learning she was a mage in the Red Magic Tower and a woman. Seal retorted that her name was Hera, wondering if Iode Lionheart thought she'd be a man, and that he didn't come all the way over there just for presents. Iode Lionheart asked if he came over there just for presents. Iode Lionheart held out his hand, asking what Seal wanted to do with Lady Carmen. They muse that they're quick to catch on to the most useless things. Seal thinks that their brother is going to be the patriarch anyway, and they don't want to become it. They also reflect on how their mother seems to want an arranged marriage for them. Iode Lionheart stares off into the distance. Seal doesn't want that either, nor do they want to stay cooped up in the main family's residence, acting like a lady. Iode Lionheart asks if they want to join the Black Lion Knight Order. Seal responds that they can't right now. Seal expresses their desire to be taught by Lady Carmen. Iode Lionheart responds that that's good. Seal wonders what is going on. Iode Lionheart says that Seal is trying to do something themselves instead of just leeching off the family's money. A servant tells Seal that Iode Lionheart talks about them often, and that he told them. Iode Lionheart wants to find out how many star Seal is it now for the White Flame ritual. He says 3. Iode Lionheart says that Seal is the same as when they left, and that he's still a 2-star too. The news about Iode Lionheart seemed to have reached everyone. Elsewhere, Lady Theonis stands with a stern expression, flanked by others. Seal tilted their head, finding it funny that Iode was still being made to learn. Iode Lionheart, dismissing the unpleasant talk, suggested they go eat. Iode expressed his hunger, wondering if there were any good restaurants nearby. The city sprawled beneath them, a tapestry of rooftops and soaring structures. The air hummed with the quiet thrum of flying vehicles. It wasn't just about the flavor, the atmosphere mattered too. Elsewhere, a hand, slick with crimson, lay outstretched. The silence was broken only by the drip, drip, drip of blood. The hooded figure stated the obvious. He was dead now. She reflected on the victim's stoicism. He hadn't said anything despite all the torture. Seal mused. Perhaps he really didn't know. How funny. The voice echoed. This mere low-ranking dark mage got into contact with a Lionheart of direct lineage to arrange. The hooded figure looked down at the torture body hanging from chains. A dark magic contract? Seal wondered if he was crazy. The woman with the cigar assumed he was desperate. Jevitt got into dark magic decades ago, but didn't accomplish anything. If he were to die without accomplishing anything, his soul would become the demon's possession, and he wouldn't be able to reincarnate. So he wanted to just try anything he could. The hooded figure smiled. He probably thought that, even if it put him in a difficult situation, he'd be able to get out of that situation by using the power he'd have earned by selling Iode. A figure with long white hair, a cigar clenched between their teeth, relayed a piece of information. The Night Witch Queen, Noirzabella, was supposedly uninvolved. Behind dark sunglasses, a figure with wavy brown hair posed a question, seeking an opinion on the matter. The lower half of the face, framed by a dark suit and ornate necklace, questioned, Balzac Luobeth. The man with sunglasses holds out his hand, as Lady Carmen retorts, I don't know why it seems like you're blaming me now. The unseen speaker continues, stating that they cooperated in every way possible, showing plenty of respect and apologizing enough, feeling that it makes more sense to think that Lady Carmen is behind it all, but wonders what they would earn if that was the case. Lady Carmen exhales a plume of smoke from her cigar, her expression unreadable. An unseen speaker scoffs at the idea of an inferior dark mage. Lord Gordon raises a hand to his face, musing that he can understand why one would think that way. A disembodied voice declares that if they were behind this incident, they would have covered their tracks. Lord Gordon stands before a bar gate, the voice continuing that they would have made sure no one could trace the incident back to them. Lady Carmen states that she has many enemies, as the text below mentions the Demon King of Incarceration. A figure stands before a bar gate, stating that in Helmud, there are many who do not like that they are treated so nicely. Lord Gordon declares that, in his opinion, someone who hates him. An unseen speaker believes someone probably did this to put them in a difficult situation, but there's no proof of that. Lord Gordon chuckles, his sunglasses reflecting the dim light. A strange sound, almost like a suppressed cough, escapes him. The white-haired figure, cigar clenched between his teeth, hears the denial. He thinks to himself that there's no proof he did anything, and he doesn't know how many times he has to say it wasn't him. But Lady Carmen is also in a difficult situation because of this. A close-up reveals a man's face, his eyes burning crimson. The Lionhearts, too, are involved. The man with the white hair exhales a plume of smoke, his expression unreadable. He believes that freedom comes with responsibility. Lord Gordon's voice booms, echoing with authority. He declares that he is capable of taking responsibility and facing the consequences of whatever he says, as a loyal servant of the Demon King of Incarceration. Inside a prison cell, a figure stands with hands clasped. He explains that's why he apologized with such sincerity and cooperated, but he is human. The white-haired man, still smoking, stands beside another figure. He says that he can't do anything about how upset he feels because of the accusation. A surge of dark energy emanates from Balzac Ludbeth, Aratha's dark magic tower master and servant of the Demon King of Incarceration. He understands that they don't wish to show him any respect. Lord Gordon, surrounded by a swirling purple aura, declares that he can't tolerate endless insults, for his own sake and the sake of his majesty, the Demon King of Incarceration. The white-haired figure stands beside another man, his expression stern. The prisoner in the cell states that he doesn't want to cause any trouble in a foreign land. An unseen figure offers a chilling proposition. If they wish, he can take care of things so no one even notices. For no one to notice, their head needs. Balzac Ludbeth, cigar clenched between their teeth, warns someone to stay on their shoulders. Lord Gordon adjusts his glasses, considering the situation. Balzac Ludbeth stands, revealing their full attire. They mention that someone from the Lionhearts wants to harm the main family's prestige. A tortured figure hangs in chains. It's purely speculation, though, as torture and psychological magic couldn't figure anything out. It's too neat. Lord Gordon states that's why he suspects Balzac Ludbeth. He would have covered his tracks. A close-up shows Balzac Ludbeth adjusting their tie. Balzac Ludbeth says that they misspoke. The white-haired figure believes them, but as he's already said many times, it wasn't him. He has no reason to do such a thing either. The sound of footsteps echoes. What about the incubus who tried to sign a contract with Iode? It's not a pleasant sight. Lord Gordon states he's seen plenty of cruel and disgusting sights. Purple energy emanates from Lord Gordon's hand. If you insist, the energy intensifies. A woman with blue hair is shown, bloodied and seemingly dead. He spoke of the demon king of incarceration, his words echoing with a dark promise. If they desired, Balzac Ludbeth could offer the same fate. The offer was met with a cold rejection. He didn't need it. Balzac Ludbeth gestured, the air thick with unspoken power. A clash of steel and magic filled the air as two figures engaged in a fierce battle. The fight reached a crescendo, erupting in a blinding explosion. Balzac Ludbeth's expression remained unreadable behind his dark glasses, despite the blood splattered on his face. Gordon, ever the pragmatist, urged, let's go back. A warning echoed, laced with a threat. I'm warning you just in case. If you ever contact Eugene Lionheart. Balzac Ludbeth reiterated, his voice a low murmur. The only person who can control my actions and desires is the demon king of incarceration. A woman's eyes narrowed, her voice sharp. Lady Carmen, you have no right to tell me what to do. Balzac Ludbeth's expression hardened, his gaze intense. Kion's name is spoken. The man with the white hair and cigar stands alongside another, listening intently. What could the truth be? The figure with long black hair is suspected to be Amelia Merwin, someone who envies the dark magic tower master position. The demon king of incarceration allows the dark mages contracted to him to do as they wish, not interfering in quarrels between his underlings. If Amelia did this, wouldn't Nahama be behind it too? The two figures walk away, discussing the possibilities. Nahama is suspicious as well. A war will probably break out in a few years. Kil? They'll probably attack Turith first. Nahama has always had issues with Turith. Kil will have to prepare for war once Nahama attacks Turith. And the Lionhearts will be called forward for that preparation. So, you think Amelia did this with that in mind? It could also just be an isolated incident without any conspiracy behind it, as Jevitt said. Footsteps echo. What do you think would have happened if I didn't overlook Balzac's provocation earlier? If we fought him? So, you think Amelia did this with that in mind? Kion retorts, would have died there. How humble of you. I'm not fit to fight with. He admitted that he was the one who lacked confidence as he walked alongside Lord Gordon. The older man explained that was why he didn't fight him. Iode would be watched. A black lion had already been dispatched to Theoni's residence. They wouldn't kill him, considering he was of the main family, but there wouldn't be a next time. Iode would live the rest of his life under someone's watch, and of course, his right to succession would also be nullified. Balzac Ludbeth, cigar clenched between his teeth, revealed that he had heard Theonis was looking for someone to teach him magic, but they were going to let that be. If someone was behind all this, they might try to get in touch with him again. Iode, he used to love magic so much. Why'd he get into dark magic? The white-haired figure agreed, stating, all right. The group stood before a grand carriage. From above, the group appeared small against the stone courtyard. He waves a gloved hand, bidding farewell to someone out of view. Then, see you, Eugene. A figure in a suit watches the exchange. Gordon smiles, a hint of something unreadable in his eyes. I'll see you. The white-haired figure is identified as Eugene Lionheart. Gordon's voice echoes, posing a question. What do you think about joining the Black Lionite Order? Kion responds with a simple, sorry. Gordon continues, if you want, I can recommend you for it right away. Kion bows his head slightly, a gesture of refusal. But I will have to refuse. Goodbye. Eugene's eyes narrow slightly. A close-up on Eugene's face reveals a hint of disappointment. What a shame. The members of the Black Lionite Order stand in the background, observing the exchange. A grand carriage ascends into the sky, carrying Eugene away. Gordon turns to Kion, a thoughtful expression on his face. Has the White Magic Tower Master not said anything? A knowing smirk played on her lips as she reasoned that if the contract signing had gone well, the other woman would have been here already, boasting of her success. But as there had been no news, she internalized that the other woman must be struggling. A flurry of motion, a chaotic dance of light and shadow, hinted at the unseen battle. A towering structure loomed in the distance, a blade of light piercing the darkness, as if a challenge had been issued. A hand gripped the hilt of a sword, ready to meet whatever trials lay ahead. Tears welled in her eyes, her expression a mask of worry and pain. Melkith El-Haya, clad in a white cloak, raises a sword high above her head, preparing to contact the spirit world. Her brow furrows with concern. She sent her message, but no one is replying. Melkith focuses, attempting to heighten her sensitivity without even heating her body. She mutters that she is even naked for this ritual. Raising her voice, Melkith calls out to the great king of wind spirits, master of hurricanes. Melkith El-Haya implores someone to form a contract with her. Suddenly, a massive, golden, bird-like creature materializes before her, crackling with energy. She then calls out to the king of lightning spirits, Levin. The golden creature looms over a distant structure, relaying a message. Tempest didn't call for her and wants her to shut up. The message is clear. Tempest does not want a contract with her. Still determined, Melkith El-Haya shouts, demanding Tempest listen. She declares herself the greatest spiritualist in the world. She insists that she is the only one in the entire world who can form a contract with him. Melkith commands Tempest to appear before her, promising to give him everything he wants. A voice echoes, lamenting the contractee's lack of shame. The spiritualist repeats her demand, her face contorted in frustration. A guttural scream echoes as the bird-like creature sighs, unimpressed by the display. Another figure screams, seemingly in pain or distress. The summoning ritual seemingly backfires, sending Melkith tumbling. The bird-like creature observes, stating that the contractee cannot give Tempest what he wants. The hurricane wishes to move northward, towards the northern region of the demon realm that no one has been able to conquer. A towering structure pierces the sky, a testament to the ambition of those who dwell within. The bird-like creature soars over the town, its gaze fixed on some distant horizon. A wish he has not been able to forget for centuries. Eugene Lionheart sits, listening intently as a small figure stands before him, hands clasped. Is it even possible, the figure wonders, for someone to age so much in just 10 days? The young Lionheart leans forward, his expression shifting to concern. What happened to the contract? He asks. The question seems to trigger a violent reaction. A monstrous visage looms, teeth bared in a snarl. What's the point of asking? It seems to scream, when you already know the answer. Eugene, unfazed by the outburst, simply states there's no need to curse. A voice booms out, cursing Tempest's name. The small figure in green scurries away, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. The small figure turns back, shushing the unseen speaker. Lady pissed her pants. They hiss. This is a place of silence. A piercing shriek fills the air, causing Eugene to wince and cover his ears. Ah, so loud, he mutters. A disembodied voice echoes, questioning if someone really said no, and accusing another of lying about it at Tempest's behest. Melkith El-Haya, face contorted in fury, vehemently denies the accusation. Why would I lie? She demands. Eugene Lionheart ignores her outburst, lost in thought. If we wait until the end of today, he muses, it'll be 10 years. I'll be nice and call it 9 years if. Melkith's eyes widen in horror as she grasps the implications, a sword clattering to the floor. 9 years? She whispers aghast. The sword is presented, its polished surface reflecting the light. The woman with the white hair, her expression somber, hands over the weapon. She tells him to take good care of it, referring to it as the Cape of Darkness. He simply says goodbye. Meanwhile, Eugene sits with a girl wearing a witch hat, reading a book. The book states that the chief of the giants, Kamash, was unbelievably huge. Kamash was hundreds of years old, and the strongest chief in all of giant history. Thousands of humans against hundreds of giants. Do you think that's too few? Nothing could be done. Do you, the reader, have the confidence to not run away when faced with an army of giants? But the number of soldiers wasn't important, because Vermouth was there. The knight, clad in shining armor, stands ready, his sword gleaming in the light. His armored boots stride forward, each step deliberate and firm. The knights, still convinced of their superiority, flocked to Vermouth. They introduced themselves with grandiose titles, names that meant nothing to anyone. One of the knights, face contorted in determination, bellowed, "We'll fight with you." But Vermouth preferred to fight alone, scoffing that all of them combined couldn't even cut off Kamash's pinky toe. The white-haired knight stands his ground, his sword held firmly. He was someone Vermouth could depend on. A red-haired man stands ready, his gaze intense. A man with gray hair simply states, "Left arm." The red-haired man retorts, "I like the right arm better." A figure in dark armor declares, "That bastard's right-handed." Then you take the right. Beneath the colossal feet of giants, two figures stand ready. One wields an axe, the other a sacred sword. The sacred sword alone could halt Kamash's breath, shielded by the Demon King's power. That sacred sword only acknowledged Vermouth as its owner, so the only one who could kill Kamash was Vermouth. Kamash, even with his head severed, continued to bleed, yet the giants did not turn back. But the Demon King's protection, which interfered with the human's magic, weakened after Kamash's death. Finally, the beautiful Senya was able to show off her powers. A man with white hair and a dark coat peers at a picture book, wondering if Madame Senya wrote it. A young woman with purple hair and a witch's hat stares wide-eyed, her mouth agape in shock. The woman in the witch's hat recoils, exclaiming that such crazy things shouldn't be said. The man reading the book counters that there's an especially high amount of praise for her. The woman in the witch's hat points a finger, declaring that calling her adorable is an insult. Who would be capable of adding such praise to their own name when writing a story, unless they were out of their mind? The woman in the witch's hat clenches her fists, her face contorted in anger. The young mage exhaled, a visible sign of relief after what must have been a challenging task. Yeah, all right, he muttered, seemingly satisfied with his progress. He walked alongside a woman in a green witch's hat, their footsteps echoing through the halls. The woman announced, "I'm going to attempt witchcraft again." She continued, "That's good, but I think you're too arrogant for the level you're at. It feels better to succeed." Eugene's expression hardened, a flicker of frustration crossing his face. At challenging tasks, he thought, his tone laced with a hint of defiance. They continued their walk, the woman's words hanging in the air between them. "You keep failing, though," she added. During the 10 days after the Black Lion Knight order left, Eugene spent most of his waking hours within Acreon, honing his craft. He brooded, "It's impossible for me right now to recreate the eternal whole. I need to be at least 9/4 circle or above for that." Holding circles that are infinitely increasing in number, he knew he could rotate that circle, destroy it, and recreate it. He mused, "But I don't use circle when using magic. I rotate my white flame method stars in order to create a circle as a substitute for the real circle. It again in order to increase your mana." His thoughts raced. If I can add one more circle inside that ring made by the stars. The narrator explains that what Hamill had learned in his past life was a cheap mana training method used by low-level soldiers. It was Hamill's experience, along with Senya's later adjustments, that improved the training. That was how Hamill learned his own mana training method. The method involved growing the core and repeatedly exploding the mana that makes up the core, spreading the mana, sped up by the explosion, around the body. With just that, Hamill slash Kamash's leg and arm. Someone comments that Hamill is talented in combat. Someone asks if they really bought this stupid mana training method with real money. The woman in the witch hat exclaims that she doesn't get it, questioning how he trained with this garbage method. Someone wonders how he got to this level. The flashback shows Hamill's muscular upper body. Hamill states that he doesn't pass out anymore when he looks at the eternal whole. He could see it now, the infinitely recreating circles, the great circle encapsulating them all. The mana moved within his grasp, visible to his inner eye. He steeled his resolve. He could do it. Hamill. No, Eugene Lionheart realized he could recreate the eternal whole using the white flame method. And 2 years later, Eugene turned 19. The spires of a grand cathedral pierced the bright summer sky. The quill scratched against the parchment, filling the air with the sound of concentrated work. Lost in thought, Eugene hunched over his desk, his brow furrowed in concentration. The feather of the quill danced across the page, leaving a trail of ink in its wake as Eugene continued to write. Eugene paused in his writing, unaware that he was being watched by a girl in a green hat. A voice called out, wondering if he wasn't hungry, and reminding him that it was almost time to eat. The girl in a green hat looked on with wide, curious eyes. Eugene's expression remained focused, his gaze fixed on the parchment before him. A voice questioned why he was in such a hurry, citing his concentration. When writing these theses, the girl in the green hat seemed to understand his focus. He meticulously reviewed his writing, ensuring every detail was perfect. He wouldn't allow himself to make any mistakes. The white-haired figure continued to pay close attention to his work. Normally, mages did not focus so intently. Across from him, Senya watched him write. She knew it hadn't taken him decades to learn magic, though. Senya slammed her hands on the table. It was exactly that arrogance that infuriated her. "You should quit," she exclaimed. Eugene smirked. At least 10 more years. What a shy little mare, he thought. Senya's expression hardened, her eyes narrowing with annoyance. Senya warned, her voice low and dangerous. "Didn't I tell you to not cross the line? Don't." Eugene continued to write, seemingly unfazed by her threat. "Refer to me that way," he muttered. He thought to himself, "I've lived for at least 200 more years than you have. What a shy little grandma mare." Senya's eyes glinted with malice. "Should I kill him?" she wondered. He glanced up from his writing, a hint of challenge in his eyes. "Do you not want me to leave?" Her expression soured, a deep frown etching itself onto her face. Eugene gestured with an open palm. He noted that he was basically the only one who came here regularly. Senya retorted that it was obvious. Other mages had seen witchcraft long ago. The mages who witnessed it were shocked and amazed, and all tried to analyze and understand it. The faces of the mages contorted in disbelief and awe as they witnessed the witchcraft. In the end, they all failed and resorted to trying to complete their own magic. But Eugene had come to Acreon every day for 2 years. Years passed as Eugene and Senya stood before the intricate structure, and they tried to understand witchcraft. Senya's expression remained unchanged, a mixture of frustration and determination. Eugene wondered what else he would do here if he didn't. He was told that he could do whatever he wanted, but it was unknown when the Red Magic Tower Master would retire. But if he wanted, he'd gladly select Yub as his successor. Senya didn't want to become a magic tower master. She is being offered more opportunities. The captain, Tremple Wizarder, wants to recruit her for the palace mage troops. A voice chimes in. Eugene. He thinks to himself that he always acts so friendly, and he doesn't like it. The prince also likes her. Senya listens intently. The voice continues, suggesting that if she works for him, she'll be able to boast about it for decades. He appreciates that they like him, but nah. The voice questions why she would want to become a patriarch, since she can't anyway. Senya wonders if she wants to go back to the Lionhearts. The voice compliments what she's accomplished over these years, even in their eyes, especially in just the half year since she started writing her thesis. The voice notes that she's managed to simplify complicated magic theories and improve her own magic during the process. Eugene thinks to himself that this thesis is for his own satisfaction, and he's the only one who can use it anyway. He's just writing it down. He continues, stating that he's not going to reveal it to the academic association. No mage would be able to use the circle flame method. Eugene's eyes glow with magical energy. Eugene's father, Lord Gordon, expressed his reservations, not taking magic and understanding into account. He declared that it was physically impossible, emphasizing that one doesn't use the normal circle magic method. Gordon explained that Eugene substitutes his white flame method stars with the circle, but that doesn't mean the main family's white flame method users can replicate it. Lord Gordon admitted that he had also attempted it according to Eugene's thesis, but he was stuck from the start. Eugene explained that he had never made a core or learned the white flame method. The young mage had become a white flame method 4-star. Eugene continued, explaining that he successfully added an eternal hole to the circle. He was making a ring using 4 stars. The rotating ring of fire ensures the mana doesn't flow outside of the circle. That is circle. Eugene had planned to attempt it once he became a 5-star, but having come across witchcraft, he changed his mind. Eugene spent a considerable amount of time on the 6th floor, the Hall of Space, and, on the 8th floor, the Hall of Intense Heat. The hall pulsed with intense heat, fueled by the magic of the world's most powerful flame mages. To properly utilize his Cape of Darkness, Eugene needed to master space magic. Roberian took Eugene on as his pupil, guiding him through revisions and checks on his thesis. He also helped Eugene refine the basic circle magic spells, adapting them to his unique circle flame method. Eugene spent half his waking hours in this pursuit. In Acreon, he dedicated half his time to learning magic from Roberian. The 2 years in Arath were very rigorous, pushing him to his limits. Eugene, resting his chin on his hand, looks towards Senya, who asks why he would be mad. Senya explains that she is leaving even though he doesn't want her to, questioning what right he has to stop her from leaving. She tells him to just go if he wants to go. Eugene reflects that he's never had any desire to go somewhere. Senya continues, saying that even if she wanted to, she couldn't. He tells her to just leave. Senya thinks that it's a boring, quiet, and lonely place, and that she's not sad at all about saying goodbye to him after having spent these. She reminisces about the time spent together. Senya declares that she isn't even a living human and knows that humans always do whatever they want. Eugene asks, really? He explains that he has lived 200 more years than her, so he's used to goodbyes, but Senya says that she doesn't want him to leave without saying anything like Madame Senya did. Eugene replies, all right. Senya exclaims that she poured her heart out to him, but he is still so calm, calling him a piece of shit. Eugene asks how he is a piece of shit, because that's what she thinks. Senya says that the how is not important, he just is a piece of shit. Senya says that she hates him, and that he is just a kid who doesn't even respect his elders. Eugene responds, of course. Senya says that if he were to stay in Arath because of her, she'd feel very perplexed. She explained that her personality was based on Madame Senya's when she was young, so her emotions and behavior could be a bit childish. Eugene simply stated that he understood, and Senya added that was why she said childish things. Senya admitted that she felt stupid saying all of that. She continued, saying she knew Madame Senya wouldn't act like this, and that she felt like she was insulting Madame Senya with her behavior. Senya looked down, a bead of sweat trickling down her face. Eugene smiled, telling her that the real Madame Senya would have acted just like her. Eugene's words were met with disbelief. There's no way, he heard. Senya insisted that Madame Senya wouldn't act like this, and that Eugene had never even met her, so he couldn't be certain. Senya asked if he was saying that because of the picture book he read, and that it was just written based on someone's imagination. Senya recalled the Madame Senya she knew. Eugene spoke, hoping he wasn't too greedy about it. He thought that it'll probably be finished before the summer ends, as the two stood by the window. Senya stood with her arms crossed, a storm brewing behind her eyes. Her expression was a mix of frustration and hurt, as if she were bracing herself for something unpleasant. With a knowing smirk, the white-haired figure declared, I'll come see you before I leave. Senya's face contorted with anger, her voice rising as she demanded, what is it? Are you just going to make fun of me? A chilling smile spread across the white-haired figure's face as he threatened, I'll kill you. The white-haired figure raised a hand, his expression unreadable as he stated, I'll tell you when the time comes. Lord Gordon's face lit up with a wide, welcoming smile as he called out, "Sir Eugene." Eugene's expression soured, his brow furrowing in annoyance. Eugene questioned, his tone laced with impatience. "What is it now?" Eugene thought to himself that it was obvious what Aratha's palace mage captain, Trimple Wizarder, wanted to talk about. Lord Gordon stood with his arms outstretched, his smile unwavering. "It's still empty. If you change your mind at any time." Gordon inquired, "How's your dissertation going? If you'd like, I could help check over it." Lord Gordon continued, aware that Eugene's mentor and the Red Magic Tower Master were already proofreading it, but wondered if the Red Magic Tower specialized in summoning magic. Eugene thought to himself that he was not only good with summoning magic, but also with combat magic, and that he wasn't a palace mage troop captain for no reason. Eugene responded, his expression still guarded, "I see." Eugene thought that Lord Gordon didn't even know what he was writing about, because he only showed it to the Red Magic Tower Master and kept it so well hidden. Lord Gordon chuckled, stating that he could get to know, right? He added that he was accustomed to teaching others as much as the Magic Tower Masters, before thanking Eugene for the offer, but stating that he was fine. He considered the offer, but to accept it now would be quite offensive to Sir Roberian. Lord Gordon chuckled, suggesting that perhaps Eugene saw things that way. He proposed keeping it a secret between the two of them. Lord Gordon excused himself. Eugene muttered a curse under his breath. He thought to himself that Lord Gordon would be in a much worse position if he knew about the eternal hole he had formed. He even imagined the man crawling into his bed if he knew. Suddenly, Lord Gordon grabbed Eugene, exclaiming his name in surprise. Lord Gordon pondered, a question mark floating above his head. The circle flame method wasn't too different from the white flame method until the magic was cast. Eugene smiled sinisterly, enjoying the fact that he was able to hide his abilities from a high-ranking mage. Eugene walked away, his red coat billowing behind him. Disregarding what magic spells he can cast, Eugene considers the situation. Lord Gordon observes that if they just consider the force, Eugene is past 5/4 circle. He clarifies that 4/4 circle is his limit right now. A hand clenches, seemingly gathering power. Lord Gordon states that more advanced magic than that won't hold itself in the eternal hole. Eugene wonders if his understanding is lacking, but quickly dismisses the thought. Lord Gordon explains that, simply put, it's reached its content limit. The text indicates that they haven't perfectly recreated the eternal hole with the circle flame method yet. Lord Gordon explains that Eugene is substituting his circle with his core, using 4 white flame method stars and 4 cores. It's more accurate to see it as the number of cores being equal to the number of circles. A wall is shown with large cracks. The text indicates that the circle flame method also gets stronger, but Eugene is told to please be careful, as the circle flame method right now doesn't have any disadvantages. The risks, however, might be accumulating each time you level up, given that this magic method is unheard of. Lord Gordon gestures, having told him this many times, to not use advanced circle magic. A memory surfaces. Unlike the regular circle magic method, the circle flame method will let you use high-level circle magic. You'll be able to use magic up to 5/4 circle easily. But don't attempt 6/4 circle magic. They don't know what dangers using magic you can't originally use might have. He understands. Lord Gordon asks if there is somewhere he's planning to go, since he said he won't immediately return to the Lionhearts after he finishes his dissertation. To go to? Eugene thinks of the Luhur Kingdom's infamous ice crab. Northern regions of the Luhur Kingdom. The nation that bastard Moron established. A memory surfaces, all the way in the Luhur Kingdom. There are a lot of ice crab restaurants here in Arath, too. Isn't it better to eat something where it originates from? He declares his intention to travel to Nahama after indulging in ice crabs in Luhur. A cactus scorpion lurks nearby. It's said that the cactus scorpion is great there. 200 years ago, Anise, who had been praised as a saintess in the Holy Empire Uras, left on a pilgrimage. She departed without informing the emperor of her purpose. The last place Anise was seen was in the middle of the Nahama Desert. Lord Gordon remarks that he didn't know Eugene liked food tours. He suggests that if Eugene likes crustaceans, they should have lobster for today's meal. The restaurant, a Royal Ala, boasts a prominent lobster emblem. Eugene appears troubled. Lord Gordon didn't think he would meet Aratha's prince, Honium Abram. Honium Abram apologizes for intruding on a meal between teacher and pupil. Honium Abram declares that he will get to the point, stating that if someone stays in Arath. Lord Gordon listens intently, a slight smile playing on his lips. Gordon swears it on his name. The scene shifts slightly, focusing on the ornate details of the room. The nobleman adds, in 10 years. Another man sits at a table, listening intently. Lord Gordon is told that what he is saying is a dangerous thing to say. Gordon clarifies that the current king is still very healthy, and he shouldn't be misunderstood. Lord Gordon reveals that he has already received a promise about the throne. He continues, stating that the palace mage troop answers to the king, but out of respect for the Senate, he will have to go through some processes. Honium Abram sits at the table, listening intently. Honium Abram remarks that he appreciates that he is judged so highly. The man with the glasses mused that he and the Red Magic Tower Master were hiding something very well. He wondered, though, why they would do such a thing, deciding there must be a good reason. Since he wouldn't be told, Lord Gordon could only assume. His eyes narrowed behind his glasses, a glint of suspicion in their depths. A figure glowed with mana, its power evident. Just considering his mana, he's at least 5/4 circle. Lord Gordon smiled knowingly. He asked if he had to answer that. Asking that is enough of an answer. Honium Abram admitted that he shouldn't lie to the prince. Though he didn't plan on being honest, either. It's not that he hates Aroth or hates the position of Palace Mage Troop Captain. At the table, Honium Abram sat across from Lord Gordon, the tension palpable between them. He flatly refused, declaring, "I just don't want it." With his abilities, Lord Gordon insisted, he'd be able to earn a powerful position anywhere. Gordon mused, "I guess power alone can't hold you in Aroth." The man named Gordon then wondered how about. As he knew, Senya the Wise created 3 in the series of witchcraft. One is an Acreon, and the other 2 are kept in the royal palace's treasure storage. A realization dawned on the white-haired figure. Below, Gordon's expression hardened. Mayor said, "Senya had the other 2. Since when did the royals have them?" Gordon cautioned, "Don't misunderstand. The ones we have are only copies Madame Senya gifted to us as tokens of. Even the royals don't know the whereabouts of Madame Senya and the 2 original copies." Honium Abram asks if Gordon will show him the witchcraft that's kept in the royal palace's treasure storage. Lord Gordon responds that right now is impossible, though it's true that he has won the favor of His Majesty. Gordon offers to use his power to show Honium Abram witchcraft. Though, maybe not the Red Magic Tower Master, Gordon thinks. Eugene is then asked what he thinks. Eugene doesn't think it's a bad offer. The white-haired figure sat at the table, a goblet of red liquid nearby. He wondered aloud what there was to think about, having experienced witchcraft to his core for the last 2 years. The text in the bubble stated that the first volume kept in Acreon was already amazing on its own, and it was wondered how much more incredible having the other 2 volumes would be. It was also stated that that was not all. The text simply stated, "To Senya." The white-haired figure's expression was serious, as he considered that he might be able to discover traces that even the kingdom of Aroth weren't able to find. The text stated that if one didn't think it was possible right now, they would drop by Aroth once they had ascended the throne. Around a table laden with food, the group continued their discussion, the text bubble indicating they could continue it at that time. Lord Gordon, peering over his glasses, inquired if someone wanted to leave their path open. The text stated, "Thank you for your consideration." Senya, her back to the viewer, seemed lost in thought as she read. The text stated that the core and eternal whole have been combined perfectly, and that there's the... She pores over the text, a frown deepening on her face. The book speaks of an incompleteness that existed from the very beginning. Structurally, there's nothing more Senya can think of doing, even though this isn't as good as her eternal whole. The magical circle glows with an intense, ethereal light, its intricate patterns pulsing with energy. His circle flame method far surpasses current circle magic. Eugene watches her work with a keen eye, a smile spreading across his face. "Oh, that's amazing," he breathes, impressed. From a normal point of view, this is definitely incomplete, she thinks, but she's acting like it's all right. "I just feel like this is a bit selfish," she muses. She's the only one using it, after all. By her standards, this level of completion is exceptional. Eugene leans forward, his expression curious. "When are you leaving?" he asks. He continues, "Going off of your personality, I thought you'd leave tomorrow." Senya thinks to herself, "I'm still human. I need to rest for a whole day, don't I? Also, the Red Magic Tower said they were going to hold a farewell party for me. How nice to be her," she thinks sarcastically. She imagines, "You'll be going there and eating tons of delicious food, right?" Eugene smiles, anticipating the event. "And everyone will be congratulating you," he says. She inquired if he remembered her wanting to tell him something before she left. Eugene confirmed that he did. Eugene turned away, stating he had something to check out first. He then asked if he could tell someone else what he wanted to tell her and have them pass it on. Senya crossed her arms, a look of suspicion clouding her face. She accused him of suspecting her. The witch accused Eugene of wanting to tell others because he was scared she would reveal his thesis or information about him. Eugene then asked if she had told anyone before. Senya's expression hardened, her voice rising as she exclaimed, "Did he know how much the others, including the Green Magic Tower Master, harassed her while he wasn't around?" A disembodied voice declared that it would be impossible, even if witchcraft was dissected and someone tried to listen to it forcefully. The voice continued, explaining that all the information and conversations of the mages that were obtained by researching this remnant of Senya are kept in the deepest corner of witchcraft storage medium. The voice emphasized that this wasn't because she was special. It was further explained that it functioned with the purpose of respecting the security and family of mages who enter Acreon. Unless someone completely destroys witchcraft, the information would remain secure. Eugene, standing beside a spectral figure, stated that there's no way her information will be leaked. The figure responded, asking if it's that secure. Senya, looking exasperated, retorted that she already told him that was the case, questioning how many times he needed to ask. She then muttered that she reincarnated. He gazes at the spectral figure beside him, a silent question hanging in the air. Eugene turns his attention back to Senya, awaiting her explanation. Senya's expression shifts, a hint of mischief dancing in her eyes as she scoffs. What bullshit is that? Eugene's face darkens as he states, I said, I reincarnated. A thought echoes in his mind. I still have the memories of my past life. The white-haired figure's expression remains unchanged, though he finds the revelation far from amusing. That is so not funny. I can't even force myself to laugh. A sinister smile creeps across Eugene's face as he recalls. My name in my past life was... The words hang in the air, heavy with implication. I am. Senya's eyes widen in shock, her expression a mixture of disbelief and dawning horror. Eugene's past identity is revealed, Hamel the Foolish. The pendant around his neck glows faintly, a subtle indication of the power he holds within. He stood before Senya, the weight of his revelation hanging in the air. The witch, her expression a mix of disbelief and concern, questioned his seriousness. Eugene's gaze intensified, a flicker of ancient memories dancing in his eyes. He found it hard to believe himself. It was hard to believe, but if that's true... Senya's eyes widened, a blush rising on her cheeks as the implications began to dawn on her. He had managed to understand the eternal whole, even though he learned magic for just 2 years. He was also able to... But, if you remember your previous life... The weight of the revelation settled between them, a silent understanding passing between Eugene and Senya. And used to be a comrade of Vermouth the Great, you might be Hamel the Foolish. Senya's mind raced, the memories of her own past swirling within her. Senya the Wise grew up in the forest of the elves and learned magic from them. Moron the Brave was the son of the great chieftain of the Beer tribe. Details emerge of a battle tribe known for their brutality in the north, and Anise the Faithful, a saint as candidate. The cardinals of the Holy Empire Uras dedicated their lives to nurturing Vermouth the Great. The hologram of Eugene reveals that Vermouth was initially a slave. Vermouth was among the slaves dragged away to become offerings to the demon race. He stole the sword of a demon to try and survive at all costs, and with the first sword he'd swung, he cut down tens of demons and dark mages who were escorting the slaves. While he led the slaves and tried to escape Helmut, he cut down hundreds of demonic beasts. Senya admits that she thought that was a very exaggerated story. That's what legends are usually like, though she might not have seen that scene herself. Eugene states that it's probably the truth. That guy's a monster. Hamel the Foolish was the most unique of the hero party, but he didn't start outstanding like Vermouth. She considered the stories she'd heard. Hamel simply picked up a sword, a desperate act of survival after his village was destroyed. The village, utterly annihilated by monsters, left him with nothing but the will to survive. Fueled by the inferno of loss, he became a mercenary, his heart consumed by hatred for the monsters and the Demon King. Despite possessing a background more ordinary than any other member of the hero party, he rose above his humble origins. In a mere few years, he managed to grow strong enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the rest of the heroes. Senya, her expression thoughtful, remarked that if he truly was the reincarnation of Hamel, she could understand his ridiculous growth rate. Though the Hamel of the fairy tale books had a nasty personality, he was exceptional when it came to his rate of growth, even amongst the hero party. A faint smile played on Eugene's lips as he listened. The memory of Hamel's past continued to unfold. He had tried to surpass Vermouth throughout their journey, but since he was hopeless at magic, he gave up on it and started to focus on things he was familiar with. The image of Vermouth standing over a defeated foe flashed in their minds. Like swords, spears, and even punches, he tried everything to surpass Vermouth, but he never beat him, not even once. Senya tilted her head, asking if that was so. From a normal point of view, Hamel was also a pretty ridiculous monster. A disembodied voice echoes, questioning the importance of past accolades. Who cares if others say, I was a genius? The white-haired figure, Eugene, grits his teeth, a frustrated expression contorting his face. All I wanted was to beat that fucker, Vermouth, once. Senya tilts her head, a quizzical look on her face as she considers Eugene's words. You said Hamel was handsome, right? I get why you said that now. A spectral figure looms behind Eugene, a silent testament to the past. Eugene scoffs, retorting. How could you say your own face was handsome? Are you out of your mind? Senya's expression shifts, a hint of defensiveness creeping in. What of it? In my past life, I was pretty attractive. She sighs a soft ugh, escaping her lips. Her gaze drifts downward, a touch of melancholy in her eyes. It's pointless if you're expecting something from me. Eugene's expression hardens, his tone becoming clipped. I don't know anything about Senya's whereabouts. He crosses his arms, a defensive posture. I'm not saying this stuff to get that kind of information. A pause hangs in the air, thick with unspoken emotions. It's just that. A wistful smile graces Eugene's lips as he reflects. I've known you for 2 years. I felt this way when I first met you. A disembodied voice observes. You resemble Senya a lot. Both your face and personality. Senya hesitates, her fingers interlacing nervously. Well, that's because I was made with Senya's childhood as the base. A gentle hand rests on Senya's shoulder, a silent gesture of comfort. He reached out, gently placing his hand atop her hat. Had he crossed a line? Beneath the brim, Senya declared she would forgive him, but only this once. She clarified that Hamel had been Senya's comrade. The question hung in the air. Did he think Senya was dead? Senya insisted that was definitely not the case. She added that Senya wasn't the type to die without leaving a will. The decision was made. He would look for her. The faces of their comrades appeared before them, as Senya called out their names. Senya, Moron, Anise. Someone expressed confidence that they were all living somewhere in the world. A determined look crossed his face. He vowed to find them all. The woman in the green hat threatened someone. The woman in the green hat is asked to bring Madame Senya back. Eugene Lionheart smiles. Senya asks if Eugene misses Senya. Eugene calls Senya a bitch. Eugene claims that Senya has neglected her familiar spirit for over 2 centuries, but Senya tells him not to say bad things about her. Eugene retorts that he is allowed to, because Senya talked a lot of shit to him 300 years ago. Senya refers to Eugene as Hamel the Foolish in his past life. Eugene begins to say something. Eugene demands that Senya take out the foolish when referring to him. Light filters through the ethereal planes. He and Senya stood within a grand hall, the air shimmering with arcane energy. Eugene declared his name, revealing a past life. He was once Hamildinus. He raised his hand, a solemn expression on his face. Eugene swore on his blood and the Lionheart name, affirming that he spoke the truth. Senya stood before him, her hands glowing with an inner light. Senya revealed that after Madame Senya's departure, many mages dissected witchcraft in her. Her eyes shone with an intense light, hinting at something more. Eugene and Senya spoke of secrets, of information hidden at the root of witchcraft never discovered. What they had discussed would be preserved, never to be revealed to another soul. Senya was about to speak, her expression grave. Senya revealed that there had been signs, omens that preceded Madame Senya's retirement. Eugene's expression twisted with a dawning horror, his eyes wide with disbelief. She began, her voice soft as she recalled the events of a week before Madame Senya's departure. Senya remembered being with her on the floor of Acreon. Then, suddenly Madame Senya collapsed to the floor, groaning. When Senya asked what was wrong, she revealed that her familiar spirit had died. The memory brought a frown to Senya's face as she recalled Hamel's grave. Madame Senya had said someone broke into the grave. Senya was very angry. Eugene's eyes widened, a question forming on his lips. I have a grave. Senya confirmed that it was also the first time she'd heard about it. Not long after that, Madame Senya vanished, and Senya hid that conversation deep within witchcraft. Senya clasped her hands together, her expression a mix of worry and regret. She thought to herself that she didn't want to put him in a difficult situation, especially if it was something she shouldn't talk about. Eugene looked at her, a furrow in his brow. But since she was talking to Hamel, he felt he deserved to know. He steeled himself, preparing for what she was about to reveal. The scene shifts, showing both of them. Eugene thinks about his grave, a concept he's never heard of. He thought his body would have vanished because of Belial's curse. A dark, monstrous figure looms in his memory, a reminder of the curse that plagued him. Senya explains that normally, yes, but his soul was fine and reincarnated. That means his body was intact too. Eugene acknowledges this with a simple, right. The scene shifts again, and Senya might have been involved in it. The landscape stretches out, hinting at the vastness of the world and the secrets it holds. Eugene wonders if Senya was the one to dig him a grave. And that grave is hidden somewhere. He wondered where it could be, considering that people usually chose places significant to them for grave sites. Could it be his homeland? Balzac called out to him, Sir Eugene? Eugene's expression hardened. Eugene knew Balzac was following him, but he had been ignoring him. Balzac remarked that Eugene never seemed to be in a good mood when he saw him. Eugene asked if it had to do with him. Balzac simply stated, yes. Balzac stood his ground. Balzac revealed that Eugene was leaving Arath the day after tomorrow to go to Lur in Ahama, confessing, I'm worried. Balzac's expression was serious. Eugene questioned, what about it? Balzac explained that the Lionheart influence wouldn't work there. Donghun states that Luhur used to ban the entrance of demons. He continues, explaining that the royal family changed their mind 5 years ago. A glimpse into the lore reveals that there are many demon species in Helmut, and some disobey the Demon King of Incarceration. It's revealed that the Demon King of Incarceration isn't the only Demon King in Helmut. Eugene asks if the Demon King of Ruin is preparing for another war. Donghun responds that the Demon King of Ruin does not enjoy violence and respects the Demon King of Incarceration. The narrative suggests that if the Demon King of Incarceration doesn't incite something, neither will the Demon King of Ruin. A glimpse of the strongest of the Demon Kings is shown. A flashback begins with the words, "I saw him." The memory is described as happening just once in the past life, but the speaker is still unsure. The speaker reflects on what they saw that day. The vision fades into a wide plain. A shifting presence, a color in motion, hinted at unseen forces at play. The stakes were clear. No one dared suggest fighting or killing him. If not for Anissa's prayer calming everyone, they might have all gone insane. Eugene, however, heard the words of caution. Just because the Demon King of Incarceration was doing nothing and the Demon King of Ruin remained silent, it didn't mean all demons felt the same. Demons, after all, were violent. The city lights twinkled behind him as he considered the implications. It was funny that he, of all people, was the one to say this, but demons weren't a species who enjoyed peace. The question hung in the air. Were they saying that something could happen to him despite the Demon Kings maintaining peace? The unseen figure insisted there may be a number of demons who would want to. This didn't just go for the demons under the Demon King of Incarceration, but also the demons who served the Demon King of Ruin. They would do anything to break the silence of their king. And there were higher-powered demons that wished to be the new Demon King. Since there were now only 2 Demon Kings where there used to be 5, there were 3 empty positions. He wonders aloud why the demons don't just get together and vote. Honium Abram chuckles, remarking that demons would rather destroy the voting box. Eugene notes that the demons will act if they don't get the results they want. He then mentions the Night Witch Queen, Noirzabella. Honium wonders if he can fight a higher-powered demon with the skills he has. Eugene asks if Honium is thinking of fighting right now. He admits there's no guarantee he'd win, but he intends to try. Eugene thanks Honium for the warning, stating that he'll visit Nahama first. Eugene plans to visit Luhur later. Honium considers Nahama. Honium and Eugene continue their conversation. Eugene warns Honium to be careful in the deserts. Eugene questions the sandstorms. Honium thinks of Amelia Merwin. The narration states that she was a great dark mage even before she signed a contract with the Demon King of Incarceration. The Demon King of Incarceration allows her a lot of freedom, but Amelia Merwin is allowed even more freedom. Honium Abram warns, his voice low, that if one comes across Amelia Merwin, despite whatever one might have done to her, Eugene Lionheart extends his hand, offering a card. The card, Eugene assures, won't harm them. Eugene presents his open hand, the card resting on his palm. He asks if he can open it. Eugene's expression is unreadable. A hand presents a dark, sealed envelope. Honium Abram notes the envelope is empty. The contents, it seems, are unimportant. Honium Abram emphasizes the importance of possessing the letter he wrote personally. The envelope is handled with care. He can't do anything about unexpected dangers in Nahama, but he's able to deal with Amelia Merwin's nasty temper. If one really insists on going to Nahama, from a distance, Gordon asks Honium Abram to take something with him, wondering what he wants from him. Honium Abram states he can't do anything about disdain for dark mages. His hands are clasped together, a gesture of goodwill. Honium Abram is asked if he's perhaps gay. He considered the situation, a nagging suspicion forming in the back of his mind. Honium Abram voiced his unease. The Dar Tower Master's kindness felt suspicious. The white-haired figure held up his hands, denying any favoritism. The thought weighed on Honium Abram. Such unexpected generosity from the Dark Tower Master felt burdensome and worrying. Honium Abram paused, a realization dawning on him. The white-haired figure admitted to being flustered, asking Honium Abram not to misunderstand. Extending a hand, the figure clarified that he was speaking as one human to another. Honium Abram considered the implications. Was he the only one being invited? Honium Abram accepted the invitation for now, expressing his gratitude and acknowledging the invitation to the farewell. The figure quickly added that Honium shouldn't attend just because he'd extended the invitation, stating that he was simply expressing his feelings. The white-haired figure's eyes narrowed, a strange intensity in his gaze as he confessed that human feelings were so interesting and that he wanted to invite Honium. The figure concluded with a chilling warning. If Honium Abram dared to show up at his farewell, he would be met with even greater animosity. The air crackled with unspoken tension as he stood with the gray-haired figure, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. Honium Abram expressed his gratitude for the generosity shown, before announcing his departure. "I'll be taking my leave now, then." The white-haired figure watched as Honium Abram walked away, his thoughts unreadable. Elsewhere, a soft, golden light filtered through the windows, illuminating the grand hall. The farewell party continued, oblivious to the departing guest. 2 figures stood amidst the revelry, engaged in quiet conversation. The man with the beard questioned the invitation. "Why did you invite me to your farewell?" A hand gripped a glass, the knuckles white with suppressed emotion. The man with the beard gestured expansively, noting that it wasn't as if they were strangers. Honium Abram offered a knowing smile, as if the answer was obvious. "Don't you already know?" The man with the beard wondered why he hadn't invited others. "Why I didn't invite them?" Don't shun the Green Tower Master and the Palace Mage order Captain too much. A sinister grin spread across the man's face, hinting at hidden motives. The speaker observes that some are only acting a certain way because of their talent. Eugene, holding a glass of wine, hears Lord Gordon retort, suggesting he isn't talented enough. Lord Gordon clarifies that he does want to recruit him, but he's not shameless enough to steal the Red Tower Master's pupil. Lord Gordon admits he expected this, but questions why Balzac wasn't invited. Amidst the party, the blonde-haired woman looks on. Eugene responds that his master probably wouldn't have liked Balzac being there either, before wondering what kind of person the Dark Tower Master is. Eugene recalls that Balzac was in the same batch of trainees as the Blue Tower Master, whether in the past or now. Lord Gordon explains that Balzac has always been mysterious and unfathomable. More than 10 years ago, Balzac was supposed to become the next Blue Magic Tower Master, a mage who was definitely exceptional. A mage stands tall, holding a staff. It's said that Balzac suddenly left the Blue Magic Tower and went to Helmut because he wanted to broaden his knowledge of magic. Lord Gordon finishes by saying that he was able to become the Blue Tower Master because Balzac left. 10 years later, Balzac became a dark mage after coming back from Helmut. He had transferred to the Dark Magic Tower, becoming the Dark Tower Master, receiving tremendous support from the Dark Mages. He could have become the most exceptional Tower Master in the history of the Blue Magic Tower, but it seems that wasn't enough for him. Lord Gordon, his expression unreadable, simply states, no matter. Gordon muses that even the greatest human magic is still merely human, impossible to surpass the Demon King. Eugene learns that he is going to Hama. The advice is given that the desert is an unpleasant place, and that it should be taken with a pinch of salt. Lord Gordon stands with his arms crossed, a thoughtful expression on his face. Gordon advises that if Eugene insists on going to Nahama, he should hide the fact that he's a Lionheart once he enters. Eugene states that his teacher also told him to do that. It is said that these are unsettling times, and that the assassins of Nahama who operate in the dark places are now operating in the light. Lord Gordon doubts they'll try to pick A. It is said that it is bone with the Lionheart family of the Keel Empire, but it'd be best to avoid drawing attention. Eugene says he'll bear that in mind. Eugene and Lord Gordon stand with others, preparing for what's to come. He stood amidst the sands, the cape billowing slightly in the desert wind. The cape, he mused, drew far too much attention in this sweltering desert. Fortunately, it came with a form of transformation magic, resonating with his very senses. It was trying to ensure its owner was comfortable, even in such unbearable heat. He glanced down at the magic map he'd obtained from Roberian. He internalized he was currently at the west end of Nahama. If he kept heading north from here for quite a distance, Turith would eventually appear. But there was no need for that now, he thought, as the unnatural sandstorm slowly devoured the nearby horizon. For the last 300 years, the desert of Nahama had been widening bit by bit. A group of figures trudged through the arid landscape, the desert wind whipping around them. This was why Hamel's hometown, which once stood on the border of Turith, had become another casualty of the encroaching sands. Turith, a small country, had no choice but to relinquish territories consumed by disasters like the sandstorm. Following these disasters, the areas that succumbed to the desert became the new territories of Nahama. One of the figures wondered aloud if people could simply invade like that. The white-haired figure's expression hardened, a storm brewing behind his yellow eyes. The sandstorm, it was explained, wasn't artificially produced by the Sand Mages. 300 years ago, the Demon Kings rose, causing demons to advance and monsters to go berserk. Nahama, seizing the opportunity presented by the war, attempted to invade the Keel Empire, but ultimately failed when Vermouth intervened. Eugene spat the words out, a deep-seated loathing twisting his features. He hated the country in his previous life as well. The wind howled around him as Eugene considered the implications. In that case, a voice declared, "Let's go find my tomb first," as a foot crunched on the sand. Senya, clutching her staff, urged patience. Wait for a little while longer. Elsewhere, Anise and Moron were seen together, their expressions a mix of anticipation and malice. His eyes blazing with resolve, Eugene vowed, "I'll find all of you." A cruel grin stretches across a shadowed face, the eyes gleaming with dark intent. Below, a lone figure walks towards a blinding light, as if drawn to a distant beacon. Dust swirls around his boots as he strides forward, the wind whipping at his cloak. The path ahead remains uncertain, shrouded in a haze of sand and mystery. A figure is thrown back, tumbling through the air. The ambush had been swift and brutal. Elsewhere, he surveys the battlefield from a high vantage point, the scene of carnage stretching out before him. The air crackles with the energy of conflict. With a confident smirk, Eugene extends a hand, his golden eyes gleaming with anticipation. He dares them to bring it on. Or perhaps, he suggests, he should go first. 3 cloaked assassins stand over a fallen figure, their weapons raised, ready to strike. The air vibrates with tension. Hamel's tomb, disturbed and violated. A place of rest turned into a scene of desecration. cracks spiderweb across the walls, evidence of a fierce battle that had taken place within. The stone itself seems to groan under the weight of the conflict. Eugene's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. These are traces of battle, he observes, but who could be responsible? Who could have possibly fought Senya here? And what could the reason be? Footsteps echo on the cold stone floor. The appearance of the strongest foe. He lies defeated, blood staining his white hair and armor. Amelia, Merwin. Season 2. The swordsman realizes the attack is imminent. Eugene clashes blades with his opponent, the blue energy of his sword crackling in the air. The older man's eyes widen in shock. With a swift counter, Eugene sends a kick barreling toward the older man. A confident smirk plays on Eugene's lips. The older man's face contorts in disbelief. He roars, offended by the attack. What an insult! The force of the kick sends him flying backwards. Eugene continues his assault, not giving his opponent a chance to recover. He continued the fight, his blade meeting the other swordsman's with a shower of sparks. A smirk played on his lips as he prepared his next attack, the sword glowing with an inner light. The clash of steel echoed through the air, a deafening roar as their blades met once more. With a swift kick, he sent the turbaned swordsman flying backward, disrupting his stance. He adjusted his grip, finding it better. He grinned, musing that he'd prefer some more bloodthirst in his opponent's attacks, though. The white-haired fighter pressed his advantage, his sword a blur of motion. The turbaned man reeled back, blood splattering from shallow cut. The crimson stain bloomed on his robes. His eyes widened in shock. He'd been hit. He grit his teeth, realizing the cut wasn't deep, and that his opponent was still going easy on him. The turbaned swordsman glared, preparing to retaliate. The sound of rushing footsteps echoes across the sands. The turbaned figure sprints forward, his robes billowing behind him. He closes the distance, his eyes fixed on his opponent. Eugene holds his sword, a confident smirk playing on his lips. The turbaned man challenges, his voice laced with disdain. Sheathing your sword? He declares, I have yet to lose. Eugene smiles, knowing something the other man does not. I know, he replies, but I'll make you lose now. He continues, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper, with my bare hands. The turbaned man's eyes widen in disbelief. The sound of steel scraping against leather fills the air as he draws his sword. The turbaned man charges, his sword raised high, ready to strike. The air crackles with anticipation as the battle is about to begin. He moved with blinding speed, his foot arcing towards his opponent. The kick landed squarely, sending a shockwave through the air. A guttural sound escaped the turbaned man as blood sprayed from his mouth. His eyes widened in pain and fury. The white-haired fighter remained unmoved, his expression a mask of cold determination. Another kick sent the man sprawling. His golden eyes burned with an intense light. Gasping for air, the man stammered, And my name is Ramon Schulhoff. He moved again, dust swirling around his feet as he prepared another strike. The white-haired fighter grabbed Ramon by the collar, his voice cold as he spat. I don't care about your name. Ramon, struggling in his grip, croaked, Whose orders are you taking? Another brutal kick silenced him. You're not going to answer? The man beneath Eugene's grip pleads for him to stop. Ramon Schulhoff begins to answer, revealing, Oh, our master is. The name escapes his lips, Tyree Almadani. He continues, barely audible, Adjutant. Eugene's expression hardens, his grip tightening. Ramon Schulhoff blurts out, Sir Tyree Almadani is Khajitan's emir. The captive continues, explaining that Khajitan is the city right beside the western gateway he came through. Eugene's anger flares. Master ordered us to chase Eugene line dash, he repeats, then explodes. Just Eugene? You fucking with me. Ramon Schulhoff, still under duress, says that he doesn't know the detailed reasons either, only that he was told to make sure they didn't enter Kajani. Young master. Eugene. What? Ramon Schulhoff reiterates. He just told us to make sure you didn't enter Kajani. Ramon Schulhoff, desperate, begs Eugene to let go of the captain's head now. The desert stretches before Eugene, a seemingly endless expanse of sand. A figure lies prone in the foreground. According to the text bubble, this is Kajani. Once this land was known as Hamel's homeland, but that was 300 years ago. Now it is the heart of the Kajani Desert. The Kajani Desert is a relatively new formation. It is also the source of the sandstorms that plague the Turith territory, slowly eroding its borders. Eugene wonders if this is the Sand Mage's base. He notes that he is a foreigner here. In such a place, Eugene assumes that the Sand Mage wouldn't want the famed Lionheart family's son to be present. The one he has to be most careful of in Nahama is... The narration reveals that Amelia Merwin is contracted with the Demon King of Incarceration. The Assert Desert, where her dungeon lies, is far from here. It is also far from where Anise was last seen, so there is no need for him to go there. Eugene hums, lost in thought. Eugene points at a man, seemingly giving him an order. A man, kneeling in the sand, is told to come with him. He knew what he had to do. Getting into Kajani was now his sole focus. Eugene addressed the man before him, promising to handle any problems that might arise. He pressed the issue, reminding the man that his master was the Emir of Khajiit. Eugene assumed that mentioning his connection to the Emir would resolve any potential issues. The man's eyes widened, his expression a mix of fear and disbelief. Eugene continued, stating that if the man didn't like his approach, he could return to the Lionheart main residence and reveal that the Emir of Khajiit had disguised his subordinates. A sinister smile crept across Eugene's face as he spoke. He then proposed a daring plan to steal the Lionheart treasure. He waited for the man's reaction. The man stammered, denying any such intention. Eugene smirked, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. He drew the blade slightly, asking if the man knew what it was. It was the great sword, used during his life, a weapon anyone would want. He flashed a knowing smile, as if privy to some dark secret. Most people would think that. Across from him, the older man's face contorted in a silent scream. The man's thoughts raced, the stakes of defiance becoming terrifyingly clear. If this boy really does go around saying that, not only will my head be rolling on the floor, all my subordinates will too. A desperate rationalization bloomed in his mind. No, Master himself might not be able to make it. The older man stammered, his voice barely a whisper. Oh, okay. He relented, his voice laced with fear. I'll do as you say, young Master Eugene. A chilling smile spread across Eugene's face, a predator satisfied with its prey. Senya, her eyes downcast, questioned why Hamel always carried weapons he never used. Hamel, looking off to the side, retorted that they would be useful one day. Anise told him to leave Hamel alone, adding that the bastard never listened anyway. Senya remarked that Hamel's behavior was not good, and that all those in used weapons were Hamel's. A voice wondered why Moron should carry them all. The man pulling the wagon stated that he won against him in rock, paper, scissors. Anise said that it wasn't fair either, asking why they made a bet on who would carry their own possessions, and told him to stop making her out to be the bad guy, as it wasn't only his things in there. Hamel pointed out that his beloved holy water was in there too, a shit ton of it, and that Moron's axe was in there too, the heaviest one in there. Senya stated that her holy water had been her own possession, and that she would have carried it herself. The man pulling the wagon thought that the ones who desired his holy water the most were Senya and Hamel, calling them bastards, and told Senya to hold back on the holy water. Hamel told Anise that they wouldn't even need such a big wagon if she just used her summoning magic to store those things, stating that she was the one. Senya's voice rises, her frustration palpable. She demands to know who suggested carrying the weapons, emphasizing the difficulty of bringing them out when needed. The man with the scars turns to Vermouth, seeking his opinion on the matter. He then suggests that Vermouth should pull the wagon himself. The white-haired figure states flatly that his weapons are not in the wagon. The scarred man sarcastically agrees, remarking on how convenient pocket-plane magic must be. Senya retorts, reminding them that she had suggested they learn magic. She adds that if they beg on their knees, she might cut down on her sleep and teach them. The white-haired figure smirks, thinking that those guys would not have insulted him so much. The white-haired figure looks at a cape, musing that if he had a cape like this in his past life. A figure stands in the light. Hamel is using magic. A figure stands with a cape. A figure stands with a cape. A figure in dark garb descends from above, sword glinting in the light. The air crackles with unseen energy as the blade is brought to bear. The sword slashes downward, leaving a trail of displaced air and raw power in its wake. The force of the blow promises devastation. The downward arc continues, the cloaked figure pressing their advantage. The ground trembles beneath the impending strike. Steel screams against steel as the attack meets a sudden, unyielding defense. Sparks erupt in a blinding flash, the air thick with magical energy. A crimson spray paints the air as the cloaked figure is hurled backward, the force of the counterattack staggering them. The tables have turned. Eugene stands firm, his white hair catching the light as he draws his sword. Determination burns in his yellow eyes, a silent promise of retribution. With a furious cry, Eugene unleashes a torrent of steel, his blade a blur of motion. The air shimmers with the force of his attack. The cloaked figure is sent flying once more, another gush of blood marking the impact. Their defeat seems imminent. Eugene prepares to deliver the final blow, his expression a mask of grim resolve. The fight is nearing its end. The sword descends, a final, decisive strike aimed at ending the battle. The air vibrates with anticipation. Again, the cloaked figure is struck, their body reeling from the force. Their strength is failing, their defeat all but assured. The cloaked figures are defeated, their bodies collapsing to the ground. Eugene stands victorious, his sword dripping with the blood of his enemy. He gripped the sword tightly, the familiar weight a comfort amidst the chaos. Blue energy crackled around the blade, a promise of power ready to be unleashed. The clash of steel echoed as he met his opponent's blade head-on. Sparks flew, illuminating the grim determination etched on his face. An attack rained down from above, but with a swift parry, the blade deflected the blow. The blue glow intensified, pushing back against the encroaching darkness. He spun, the sword a whirlwind of blue energy, cutting through the air with deadly precision. Each rotation brought him closer to victory. Another attack, another block. The sword sang as it absorbed the force, the blue light pulsing with each impact. A strike landed, sending one of the figures reeling back. A guttural cry escaped their lips as they stumbled. The sword danced, a blur of motion as it sliced through the air. The wind howled in its wake, carrying the scent of ozone. The blue light intensified, blindingly bright. The sword was ready to deliver the final blow. Elsewhere, the battle raged on, a chaotic dance of blades and desperation. The man with the turban watched, his brow furrowed with concern. He's overpowering them, he muttered, his voice barely a whisper. He wrung his hands, his eyes darting back and forth. I can't even see where I can jump in to help, he thought, frustration lacing his tone. Eugene focused, the blue energy coalescing around him. He was ready to unleash a devastating attack, the culmination of his skill and power. He stood amidst the carnage, the desert sand stained crimson beneath his feet. Ramon Schulhoff observed the scene, noting, plus he's amazingly adept with various weapons. Ramon continued, his tone laced with disapproval. We didn't need to kill them all, did you? The white-haired figure's gaze hardened, his voice devoid of warmth. They're the type to not scream, even if I were to cut off their arms and legs. He continued, his eyes scanning the horizon. I don't have the skills to persuade assassins to talk. Ramon, taken aback by the coldness, asked, Are you going to keep going? Eugene explained, his tone dismissive. I brought you along because of who your master is, but these guys didn't give a shit about him. Turning away, Eugene stated flatly, I don't have a reason to take you along with me anymore. Ramon protested, a hint of desperation in his voice. But I can't just go back like this. Ramon pressed, his eyes narrowed. Why? Do you want to check what's going to happen down there for yourself, or something? Eugene, his expression unreadable, simply stated, I will make sure not to be a hindrance. Do as you wish. The white-haired figure, his brow furrowed, declares, Don't expect me to help you or anything. He stands amidst a field of corpses, the air thick with the stench of death. From the blood-soaked earth, a colossal figure begins to rise, its form shrouded in crimson energy. A bubbling mass of crimson energy pulsates, a grotesque parody of life. The man clenches his fist, a surge of power emanating from his body. This is summoning magic. The ground beneath them swirls into a vortex, drawing in the surrounding mana. Hamel's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Something's coming. A blinding light erupts, bathing the landscape in an ethereal glow. A swirling vortex of sand suddenly materialized, its chaotic energy disrupting the serene desert landscape. Gordon, his face etched with worry, frantically waved his arms. He shouted a warning, urging the young master to flee from the approaching danger. The sandstorm churned, a ravenous beast of wind and earth. The swirling sands danced with a deadly grace, obscuring everything in its path. Gordon's mind raced, grappling with the sudden appearance of the sandstorm. Even if it was unexpected, it was abnormal for a sandstorm of this scale to appear out of nowhere. His eyes widened with a dawning horror. Was this the same sandstorm that had swallowed Kajani? Could the sand mages be responsible, targeting the young master? Eugene's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice barely a whisper. He asked himself. Eugene said. The hooded figure strode purposefully towards the swirling chaos, his resolve hardening with each step. Gordon's face contorted in anguish as the memories flooded back. Even the sandstorm that swept over the village, he lived and paled in comparison to this. With a defiant roar, Eugene charged headlong into the heart of the sandstorm, his sword raised high. The sand swirled violently as Ramon Schulhoff found himself sinking deeper, the ground itself betraying him. Each movement only seemed to worsen his predicament, the fine grains acting like quicksand. The storm raged around him, a chaotic dance of earth and wind. Ramon's face contorted in frustration. It's too late. Cutting across a sandstorm this big with my skills is impossible. With a strangled cry, Ramon realized he was losing the battle. Cook, I'm sinking further in. Nearby, the white-haired figure, Eugene, struggled against the gale. I can't escape this sandstorm with Gale's wind. He grit his teeth, thinking, just holding on like this is the best I can do. Then should I escape using blink? His eyes narrowed, a sudden realization dawning. No, something's coming up from the sand. A surge of energy crackled around Eugene as he cried out, Wah! Ramon continued to sink, the sand now reaching his chest. Eugene's expression was a mask of concentration, his brow furrowed with effort. Suddenly, a pillar of sand erupted beneath Ramon, lifting him out of the treacherous depths. He is lifted higher into the air, the sand swirling around him. The turban man shouts, urging someone to run. Eugene prepares himself, his gloved hands clenched. A monstrous sandworm emerges from the depths. Eugene's expression hardens as he focuses. The turban man's face is contorted in a shout. Ramon is pulled closer to the maw of the sandworm, the grinding sand a terrifying prelude. Eugene grips his sword, his eyes narrowed. The turban man vows to repay this debt as a warrior. He declares that he will slay the sandworm and save Eugene. Ramon is dragged into the sandworm's gaping maw, his scream echoing in the sandy abyss. Meanwhile, inside the sandworm, a niece stands ready. Inside the sandworm's belly, a grim reality settles. These creatures don't just eat, they disintegrate everything for energy. And to make matters worse, they have no excretory organs. Knowing there's no escape once inside, he hardens his resolve. He must cut his way out. The white flame method is initiated, a surge of power gathering. The energy coalesces, forming a complex pattern of glowing blue light. The circle flame method blazes to life. With eyes now glowing with power, Eugene prepares to strike, a blue aura enveloping his blade. Deep within the monster's gut, the air crackles with strange energy. He unleashes a furious barrage of slashes, the green flesh of the sandworm erupting with each strike. The sword continues to cut through the sandworm's insides. Elsewhere, a click echoes as a figure plummets downwards into the sandworm's maw. The sandworm's insides continue to churn with green energy. It is revealed that the summoning magic only caused the sandstorm. He wondered if they had stumbled upon the sandworm's nest, a place where the creature naturally resided rather than being summoned. The explanation came. When mages wished to focus on research they didn't want to expose to others, they created what they called dungeons. Mages who settled down in the desert were nicknamed sandworms or dungeon makers. Sandworms, the woman explained, dug into the desert and created labyrinths. It didn't even take long, the muscular man added, maybe like 10 days. Apparently, if left alone, the sandworm would create a complex dungeon deep underground. After that, you just needed to use magic to reinforce the dungeon structure. Anise asked if they were going to create a dungeon in the desert later too, her tone laced with sarcasm. Why would she hide herself in a desert dungeon? Was he crazy? He saw it then. There was a path. This dungeon, the map indicated, might lead to somewhere near Hamel's homeland. He declared, "Let's go." The images flashed by, ending with the name Ramon Schulhoff. Lord Gordon's expression hardened. He was flanked by masked figures, their faces obscured. Eugene Lionheart looked around, questioning. Sand mages? One of the masked figures exclaimed, "WH, what is this?" Gordon chuckled, recalling, "It was funny seeing you just charge at the sandworm. Did you think you could kill the sandworm at your skill level?" Eugene shrugged. "Well, whatever." Lord Gordon continued. "We brought you here because we had a few questions." Gordon pressed. "Questions?" Eugene Lionheart. A masked figure wondered, what does that spoiled young master of the Lionheart family have to do in the Kajani Desert? The robed figures stood in the cavern, the air thick with unspoken questions. What did the spoiled young master of the Lionheart family have to do with the Kajani Desert? The figure in the center stepped forward, his voice echoing in the cavern. He demanded to know why Tyree al-Madani, a warrior of the Khajiitans Emir, was present. Tyree al-Madani pointed a finger, his gaze intense and unwavering. The question hung in the air. Was he acting as a guide for the Lionheart's son? Tyree's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. The other figure leaned in, his voice a low murmur. Was Tyree al-Madani planning to betray Nahama? The figure emphasized that it was his duty to prevent those who should not come here from entering this place. But the implication was clear. Tyree was doing the opposite. Tyree demanded to know what they were doing so deep underground. The group revealed that the oasis was an illusion, and the sandstorm had been created by magic. Tyree's voice dripped with accusation. Were those illusions not their doing? The veiled figure extended a hand, their tone laced with veiled menace. You don't seem to understand the situation you're in. A sharp intake of breath echoed in the chamber, a sound like KUK. The veiled figure continued, their voice unwavering. Were the ones asking the questions. The figure pressed, their words a sharp blade. Are you keeping your mouth shut for the sake of your master's honor? It's pointless, Ramon Schulhoff. The veiled figure remained seated, their posture suggesting a calm confidence. The figure offered a chilling alternative. So instead of a painful death, wouldn't you prefer the peaceful method? Why is Eugene Lionheart in Kajani? The veiled figure continued, their words painting a picture of hidden motives. He had a clear purpose ever since he entered Nahama. The camera focused on the veiled figure's chest, the details of their attire obscured by shadow. The veiled figure delivered a damning accusation. The only conclusion we can come to is that the Khajiitan Emir is trying to betray Nahama. Tyree al-Madani's face contorted with anger, his brow furrowed in disbelief. Betrayal, that must mean. Tyree's voice rose, laced with fury. Sir, Tyree al-Madani was a part of this. You're using such petty means to invade another nation's territory. Tyree's face was a mask of outrage, his mouth agape as he unleashed his fury. Tyree al-Madani is confronted by a veiled figure, arms outstretched, demanding to know why he is there instead of protecting the royal family. The figure questions if the sandstorms were not meant to further the desertification. A voice declares that Ramon Schulhoff is gravely mistaken. Two veiled figures stand silently, their expressions hidden behind their veils. A disembodied voice laments that there are too few people, stating that hundreds of trained sand mages would be needed. Ramon Schulhoff, sweat beading on his brow, stammers, questioning why they are there. The veiled figure, standing before Ramon Schulhoff, declares that they are not obligated to answer. A voice wonders why Eugene Lionheart is in Kajani. The veiled figure's eyes narrow, a hint of malice in their gaze. A voice cries out, questioning what the reason matters, revealing that young Master Eugene is already dead. Tyree Al-Madani's face contorts in anguish, his mouth agape in a silent scream. A voice accuses someone of killing him. The veiled figures discuss whether it wouldn't have been better to just kill him, stating that his life was worthless anyway. The veiled figures stood in hushed tones, their discussion barely audible. Lord Gordon listened intently, his expression unreadable. One of the veiled figures explained, his voice muffled by the fabric, that he was swallowed whole by the giant sandworm. Another figure questioned how anyone could survive that, but a third pointed out that there was a hole in the sandworm. The discussion continued, with one wondering if he broke out before he was digested, while another insisted that they couldn't let him poke around. The veiled figure seemed to contemplate the situation, his hand raised to his face in thought. One of the figures warned that there were assassins inspecting the area, and that he'd be caught soon enough. Lord Gordon's face was etched with concern as he muttered that young Master Eugene was. A hushed voice questioned, barely audible, if he was still alive. The veiled figures continued their discussion, one asking what they should do after capturing him. One of the figures argued that it wasn't good to create conflict with a Lionheart, and suggested erasing his memories and throwing him outside Kajani. Another figure countered, suggesting that maybe they should protect Eugene Lionheart. The veiled figures spoke, a hint of anticipation in their voice. Then, they might receive rewards for their kindness. A flicker of unease crossed the veiled face, a subtle shift in expression betraying a deeper concern. The scene cuts to a grim tableau. One of the assassins lies lifeless, sprawled amidst the shadows. A close-up reveals a limp hand, the fingers still twitching slightly, a final echo of life extinguished. Elsewhere, Eugene Lionheart's gaze is intense, his yellow eyes piercing the darkness. The veiled figures stand together, their expressions hidden, their intentions masked by the shadows. One of them wondered, his voice a low murmur, what about the assassins? The air crackles with unseen energy, a silent scream echoing through the maze. The scene reveals a massacre. The assassins, once so confident, now lie scattered and broken. A chilling realization dawns. They're all dead? Lord Gordon's voice is laced with a hint of disbelief. The assassins positioned here are acquainted with the maze well enough to go around with their eyes closed. The text reveals a grim assessment. The assassins here aren't that great, making it hard for even excellent warriors to catch on to them. The white-haired figure's gaze is intense, his expression unreadable. The figure muses that stealth is merely a skill, and the assassins are not experienced in handling mana. The assassins he fought in his past life were Nahama's most advanced. Those assassins had stealth skills comparable to that of a demon, so persistent and determined that it was hard to think of them as human. Eugene Lionheart reflects that the forces here are too weak if this place is important to Nahama. Eugene thinks that there should be better assassins. Is Nahama? Eugene wonders if the Sultan is not doing anything about Nahama. A figure exclaims, "Young master." Eugene's expression hardens. He says he made it easy for him to run, so what's she doing there? The white-haired figure calls out, "Hey, you guys." Someone says they have a lot of questions. He began to channel the arcane energies, his hands forming the gestures of a forgotten ritual. With a surge of power, the spell erupted forth, the word poison emblazoned in the air. The air shimmered, and the spell took form, coalescing into a swirling vortex of sand. His eyes glowed with an eerie light, reflecting the raw power he now commanded. He focused his energy, condensing it into a small, glowing shard held delicately in his palm. A sudden shock ran through him as the spell reached its apex. The arcane energy pulsed outwards, a visible wave distorting the very air. The sand exploded outwards, a cataclysm of arcane force. Meanwhile, Tyree Al-Madani and Ramon Schulhoff watched in stunned silence. The ground was now a sea of sand, the aftermath of the devastating spell. He gazed at the glowing shard, his expression unreadable as the dust settled. Tyree Al-Madani, his voice laced with disbelief, wondered aloud. What did he just do? Dispel. One of the robed figures explains that dispelling involves interfering with mana, which creates a magic spell. Another robed figure observes that he just got rid of the mana. A third figure, his eyes narrowed, realizes they won't be able to capture him alive. With a gesture, one of them laments that it's a shame, but they must kill him. One of the robed figures points out that they attacked first. Eugene, a sinister smile playing on his lips, gathers mana in his hands. He asks if they will have any complaints if he kills them. The robed figures, sensing the impending attack, warn that he's coming. The figures brace themselves as the attack is launched. The force of the attack slams into the group. Dust and debris explode outwards. Amidst the settling dust, Eugene stands, the aftermath of his attack visible. His eyes glowing with power, Eugene's sinister smile widens. A figure stands amidst shattered earth, a faint glow emanating from the object held in his hand. Eugene Lionheart holds the glowing shard, its light reflecting in his eyes. The light intensifies, bathing the area in an ethereal glow. A blade cuts through the air, leaving a trail of light in its wake. The masked figure's eyes widen in shock. One of the figures is sent flying backwards, while the other stands firm. Energy crackles, a surge of power unleashed. Eugene is surrounded by a swirling aura, his expression intense. The energy explodes outwards, shattering the ground. A figure in a dark cape stands amidst a group of masked individuals. Two masked figures stand side by side, their hands forming a gesture. He observes the situation, realizing it's an obvious move. They're trying to make copies of themselves. But the real attack, he realizes, is coming from above. A figure descends rapidly, a weapon glinting in their hand. The weapon is swung with practiced ease, arcing through the air. A barrage of attacks erupts, a storm of magical energy unleashed. The masked figure exclaims in surprise, "What?" A sharp impact sends a figure reeling. The force lifts them off their feet, sending them flying backwards. They crash into the ground with a resounding thud. The masked figure lies prone as Eugene approaches. Eugene demands, "What were you doing here?" The masked figure groans, struggling to speak. The fine fabric of a noble's attire hangs still in the dim light. Eugene scoffs, unimpressed. He tells the masked figure that they are too weak to be part of the Sultan's force. The masked figure, seated on the ground, looks up confused. They stammer, questioning what Eugene is talking about. Eugene looms over the figure, his patience wearing thin. He declares he doesn't want to waste effort questioning someone like them, demanding to know if they will speak or die. The masked figure, sweat beading on their brow, insists that the events unfolding are not under the Sultan's command. Then whose orders are they on? Khajitan's Emir? Eugene's eyes narrow, a dangerous glint in them. He wonders aloud if that fucker is behind all this, but the masked figure denies it. The masked figure raises their hands in a gesture of surrender, but Eugene is not convinced. He knows they are cooperating, but, without warning, Eugene plunges a knife into the figure's hand. Agony contorts the masked figure's face as they cry out, revealing a name, Amelia Merwin. Eugene's expression hardens, his eyes filled with grim resolve. The scene opens on what is declared to be Lady Amelia Merwin's dungeon. It's specified that Amelia Merwin's dungeon is located in the Assur Desert. The veiled figure seems to be going back and forth. The white-haired figure wonders why they are in the Assur Desert, which has been their location for 6 years. The veiled figure stares intently. He asks if they are afraid of Amelia Merwin, promising to make it easy for them. The figure declares that they will kill, but in a simple manner, as Amelia Merwin wouldn't let them die so peacefully. A hand reaches out. This labyrinth was created to quicken the progress of desertification, and there are many more labyrinths other than this one in Kajani. The labyrinth's history was one of expansion, first built 10 years prior, then enlarged 6 years later. The assumption had been that the underground was unstable, causing it to break down, but there was a giant gate deep underground. They had tried to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. So they asked Lady Amelia Merwin for help. The white-haired figure, Eugene, listened intently, responding simply, "I see." Elsewhere, a veiled figure prepared a syringe. The aftermath of a battle lay strewn across the desert floor. A desert mage prepared to cast a spell. It was no wonder the fighters here were so weak, the desert mages thought. Eugene considered the situation. There were assassins here, he thought. The veiled figure, Amelia Merwin, was working to some end. Their goal was to get rid of any travelers who came near. The veiled figure was addressed as young master. Gordon's eyes darted nervously, his brow furrowed with concern. He muttered that they needed to leave this place, questioning if it truly belonged to Amelia Merwin. The words Blackthorn's dungeon seemed to hang heavy in the air, a chilling reminder of their predicament. Eugene countered that they were already too deep inside. A faint smirk played on his lips, a hint of grim determination in his eyes. Gordon dismissed the possibility of Amelia Merwin's presence, stating that her real dungeon was in the Assur Desert, implying she wouldn't be here. The man's expression was fraught with worry, his hands gesturing anxiously as he insisted that she could return at any moment. Eugene acknowledged that she would likely track him down anyway, adding that she would try to kill anyone who invaded. He resigned himself to the inevitable, stating that they would come across her either way. Eugene's expression hardened, a hint of regret in his eyes, as he admitted he had wanted to avoid a conflict with Amelia Merwin. The young master's gaze was resolute, his voice firm as he declared that he now had no choice. Gordon challenged him, questioning why he wasn't running then. The older man's tone softened, his gratitude evident as he thanked Eugene for saving his life twice, addressing him as young master. The air hangs heavy with unspoken dread. The possibility looms. If Amelia, Merwin arrives. Gordon's face is etched with grim determination as he continues, his voice low and grave, speaking of the threat that would try to kill him. The older man slams his fist into his palm, vowing to fight with his life to ensure Eugene's escape. Eugene's expression hardens, a skeptical edge to his voice as he challenges Gordon, demanding to know what skills he possesses. Gordon's face is set with resolve, his voice firm as he insists that he cannot leave the young master behind. A faint magical aura begins to emanate from Eugene. Gordon stands firm, a protective stance as he prepares for whatever may come. The scene shifts, showing Eugene collapsed on the ground, as Gordon stands over him, declaring that he is telling him about the treasury. Meanwhile, Eugene, younger, questions why Gordon insists on accompanying him if he wants him to leave. A memory surfaces. 6 years ago, the labyrinth was expanded. Eugene recalls that 6 years ago, he was 13, during the blood succession ritual. The memory continues, revealing that it was a reward for his performance in the blood succession ritual. He considered the labyrinth, recalling that it had stood for a decade before its collapse 6 years prior. The magic that once sealed the grave had vanished, he mused, ever since he acquired this necklace. The name Amelia Merwin echoed in his thoughts. His expression hardened, a snarl twisting his lips. He thought, "You damned grave robber." He stood amidst the ruins, the runes etched into the ground resonating with a forgotten power. His gaze narrowed, focusing on a specific point. Under here, he realized. Footsteps echoed in the cavernous space, the sound swallowed by the unseen depths. A surge of blue energy emanated from Eugene, swirling around him like a protective aura. The ethereal blue light danced and weaved, illuminating the path ahead. The energy intensified, casting long, dancing shadows on the rough-hewn walls. The blue light revealed a newly opened doorway, a dark void beckoning beyond. Eugene wondered, his voice echoing in his mind, if this was the door the sand mages had spoken of. His eyes narrowed, realization dawning. It was open. Merwin must have opened it, he thought, his gaze fixed on the dark opening. Suddenly, the ground gave way, and Eugene plummeted into the darkness below. He landed with a thud, the sound reverberating through the unknown depths. Below, a vast chamber opened up, its secrets shrouded in shadow. The cracked stone floor stretched out before him, a testament to some forgotten cataclysm. He paused, his eyes narrowed. Traces of fight, he realized, hung in the air. Was there a battle here? Was it Senya? He wondered, his gaze drawn to a faint magical residue. A spectral figure flickered into existence, staff in hand, a silent observer of the scene. He continued deeper into the chamber, the air growing colder with each step. His eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. A towering statue of a knight stood before him, a silent sentinel in the echoing chamber. He stared up at the statue, a sense of unease settling over him. The statue's face was stern, its gaze fixed on some distant horizon. A sinister smile crept across his face, a darkness stirring within him. The inscription on the base revealed the statue's identity, Hamildinus. But beneath the name, a crude epitaph, piece of shit, idiot, retard, and garbage. The weathered stone bore an inscription, but brave, faithful, wise, and great. Beneath it, another passage read, "In praise of you, who sacrificed yourself for our sake and left us earlier than you should have." He covered his face with his hand, a curse escaping his lips. The words echoed in his mind, laced with bitter irony. Brave, faithful, wise, and great. He thought those things should have been told to him when he was still alive. What was the point of writing these things on his gravestone after? Eugene had seen enough. He muttered another curse, his gaze fixed on the statue. He sat heavily on a nearby stone, the weight of the past pressing down on him. The white-haired man observed the grave, noting that the fight must have been really fierce, considering it was basically in ruins. Meanwhile, 200 years ago, Senya sensed that her familiar spirit had died and left Aroth to come to Hamel's grave. There, she fought an unknown invader. Senya is strong, he thought, remembering the words etched on the gravestone. She had always been strong, but she became even stronger after his death. The wise Senya. He saw through witchcraft, someone he could say was the most powerful witch in the world. But Senya was unable to win. If she had won, she wouldn't have left the grave in ruins like this. And did she die here? No, that illusion he saw in Aroth was definitely sent by Senya, and went into hiding. Who could have done that to her? A demon? A demon king, perhaps? The demon king of incarceration? Or the demon king of ruin? He won't be able to find the answers just by. I'll have to find Senya. Around here a bit more. He continued his search, the weight of his mission pressing down on him as he sought any sign, any clue that might lead him to Senya. The spectral echoes of the past whispered around him. They had made a grave for him here, he thought, likely shedding tears as they erected his statue. His mind drifted to Vermouth. Would he too have cried? Hamel couldn't really imagine him doing so. He remembered the celebrations after defeating a strong enemy, everyone reveling in joy. Vermouth, he recalled, used to look at his injured friends and offer self-criticism on his own. The memory of Vermouth's words echoed in his mind. You guys shouldn't have been injured. Vermouth would often say, I should have done better. Anise, ever the pragmatist, would retort, you're at it again. Anise, with a TCH, challenged him. Hey, are you some god? You're human, just like us. You think you could do everything. Vermouth, frustrated, began to retort. Then why the fuck do you go around? Anise cut him off. Hamel, don't bitch at Sir Vermouth. Vermouth pointed out, Anise, I literally just saw you TCH at him too. He sighed, knowing Anise's heart. You think I wouldn't know that you think he's being too harsh on himself? Anise retorted, justifying her actions by claiming she predicted the other party would act negatively. Lord Gordon, visibly displeased, declared that they were both out of their minds. He clenched his fist, vowing to never have that kind of conversation again. Damn it, thinking about the past was making him cry again. He raised a hand to his mouth, trying to suppress the rising tide of emotion. Turning away from his companions, Hamel approached a large, ornate door. A door? His pendant glinted softly against the dark fabric of his cloak. With a groan of ancient hinges, the door swung inward. He stepped through the threshold, leaving the familiar chamber behind. The room beyond was dimly lit, its purpose unknown. Hamel gazed into the shadows, his expression unreadable. He paused, his gaze fixed on the armored figure in the distance. Who was that? And more importantly, what was it? The figure remained motionless, the intricate details of its ancient armor catching the dim light. A heavy step echoed through the chamber, the sound of ancient metal on stone. The armored figure stood tall, a silent sentinel in the gloom. Each footfall was deliberate, the weight of centuries pressing down with each step. Hamel frowned, a chill running down his spine. He didn't feel any life emanating from the figure. A dark aura pulsed around the armor, the truth revealed in a single, chilling word. Undead. His eyes widened, a flicker of realization dawning in their depths. The armored figure tilted its head, a silent prelude to the words about to be spoken. A voice, cold and echoing, resonated from within the helmet. Hamel the Foolish. The figure gripped the hilt of its sword, a skull leering from the pommel. A strange light ignited in Hamel's eyes, a silent response to the challenge. He glared, his eyes burning with fury. What the hell did that armored figure just say? The Death Knight stood tall, his red eyes glowing menacingly from within the helmet. He scoffed, questioning if Hamel was truly before him. The Death Knight continued, his voice echoing with disdain, calling him nothing more than a deluded fool. Hamel's rage intensified, his face contorted with fury. This was Hamel's grave? Then that Death Knight's body. He advanced, his voice laced with venom. Hamel demanded the Death Knight remove his helmet, calling him a bastard. The ground beneath them began to crack, the tension in the air growing palpable. The Death Knight's helmet loomed, its metallic surface reflecting the dim light of the chamber. Magic crackled around Hamel as he repeated his demand, his voice a thunderous roar. He screamed for the Death Knight to take it off. The magical energy intensified, swirling around Hamel as his power reached its peak. Falling through the air, the ground rushing up to meet him. Below, a knight lay fallen, his armor gleaming dully in the dim light. A blinding beam of light struck another knight, the impact echoing through the chamber. Hamel landed, the impact sending a cloud of dust billowing around him. He found himself surrounded by armored figures, their weapons raised and ready. Hamel, gripping two swords, snarled, "Which fucking bastard?" His thoughts raced, a burning question taking shape. Put you into that body? His eyes burned with fury, his face contorted in rage. The swords blurred as he swung them in a wide arc. The blades flashed, cutting through the air with deadly speed. Steel met steel, the impact sending sparks flying as a knight was struck down. The Death Knight brought its blade down in a wide, sweeping arc, the air itself seeming to crackle with dark energy. With a burst of speed, Hamel launched himself backward, narrowly avoiding the descending weapon. The Death Knight's sword continued its descent, a trail of blue energy following its path. The blade slammed into the stone floor, the impact sending tremors through the chamber and cracks spiderwebbing across the ground. Hamel's eyes narrowed, his expression a mask of grim determination as he watched the Death Knight. He realized, no, what a Death Knight uses is demonic force, not mana. That's a demonic force. A shield. The Death Knight pressed its advantage, launching another attack with relentless speed. This time, Hamel met the attack head-on, crossing his twin blades to form a defensive barrier. Steel clashed against steel, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the air. Despite his efforts, Hamel was forced backward, his boots skidding against the stone as he struggled to maintain his ground. He gritted his teeth, realizing it's strong. A voice echoes, lamenting sore hands. It was likely Amelia Merwin who created this Death Knight. 6 years prior, she must have opened the doors to the grave, forging a death knight from Hamel. Since there was no soul left in Hamel's body, she probably had to put another one in. If it is a death knight made by a dark mage as advanced as Amelia Merwin, then it might be as strong as... Eugene mutters, processing the information. So, what? His eyes widen, a flicker of realization dawning. A figure stands amidst swirling energy. A foot stomps down, unleashing a surge of power. He raised his staff, the air around it shimmering with barely contained energy, a silent promise of a storm to come. The staff descended, a blur of motion and power aimed directly at the Death Knight. The strike continued, the force behind it promising to shatter bone and armor alike. But the Death Knight met the blow with a shimmering barrier, a wall of pure magical force that crackled with dark energy. The force of the impact sent Hamel staggering backward, the air around him filled with flying debris. The Death Knight, eyes burning with crimson light, prepared to unleash a counterattack. The blade descended, a silver streak cutting through the air with deadly precision. The impact of the sword unleashed a shockwave, the force of it threatening to tear the very ground apart. With a desperate leap, Hamel evaded the deadly strike, narrowly avoiding certain doom. Gathering his strength, he focused his energy, preparing a counterattack of his own. The Death Knight stood firm, his sword a silent sentinel against the coming storm. Hamel unleashed a torrent of raw magical power, a blinding blast of energy aimed directly at the armored figure. The Death Knight stood, his massive form casting a long shadow across the cavern floor. His sword, a dark and menacing blade, rested easily in his gauntlet. The Death Knight's crimson eyes narrowed behind his helmet. "Boy," he began, his voice a low growl, "you are adept with various weapons." A grin stretched across Hamel's face, his eyes gleaming with defiance. To pretend to be Hamel, he leveled his staff, the tip glowing with a faint, inner light. "You better fix your tone first." The Death Knight loomed, his gaze condescending. "But you're still too weak for me." With a sudden burst of speed, the Death Knight swung his sword in a wide arc, the air whistling as the blade cut through it. Hamel met the blow with his staff, a shower of sparks erupting as the two weapons collided. The force of the impact reverberated through his arms. The Death Knight's assault was relentless, a storm of steel descending upon his opponent. Each strike pulverized the ground, the force of the blows echoing through the chamber. Yet, somehow, Hamel met the onslaught, blades singing as he parried each attack. From within the dark helm, the Death Knight muttered, "What a shame." Hamel's eyes burned with an inner light, focused and unwavering. Another strike, another deafening impact. The Death Knight, visibly surprised, growled, "You shouldn't have been able to dodge that." The Death Knight tightened his grip on the sword, preparing for another assault. Hamel stood ready, his own blade held firm. The red glow from the Death Knight's eyes intensified, burning with dark energy. A smirk played on Hamel's lips as he countered. It wasn't just parrying. He focused, feeling the mana wavelength to deflect it, but its attacks were heavy, the timing. He parries the Death Knight's blow, the force of the impact sending shards of blue energy scattering into the air. The swords lock, a blinding light erupting at their intersection. Blue energy crackles around Hamel's grip, the air thick with ozone. The energy intensifies, swirling like a miniature vortex of pure power. With a grunt, he leaps back, narrowly avoiding the Death Knight's next strike. The Death Knight's blade whistles through the air, a dark shadow cutting across the battlefield. Hamel begins to conjure a protective barrier, muttering about his mana shield. He grits his teeth, resolving that it doesn't matter if his defense is a bit weaker. The young man concentrates all of his mana. With a surge of power, Hamel goes into Winnied. He clashes against the Death Knight, energy crackling between them. The Death Knight is surrounded by glowing blue orbs. Blue energy radiates from Hamel's body. The blue energy intensifies around him. Hamel demands to see the Death Knight's face. The Death Knight's eyes glow with a menacing red light. A surge of blue energy crackles around the Death Knight, the air itself seeming to vibrate with unseen power. Hamel, eyes narrowed, draws his blade, the steel whispering as it leaves its sheath. The Death Knight stands firm, his armored feet planted, ready to meet the challenge. The sound of metal scraping against stone echoes as the Death Knight shifts his weight, preparing to strike. Hamel glances to the side, a flicker of something unreadable in his expression. The Death Knight stands, awaiting Hamel's next move. "Look at me," he commands. A sudden burst of red energy erupts around the Death Knight, the air shimmering with heat. The Death Knight's eyes glow with malevolent intent, his scarred face twisted into a sneer. Hamel's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing as he sizes up his opponent. "Damn, you're pretty hot," he thinks, a hint of sarcasm lacing his thoughts. The Death Knight remains still, his gaze unwavering. "It's been hundreds of years, but you still look as alive as ever," he thinks. Hamel smirks, a dangerous glint in his eyes. However, the soul inside that hot body, The Death Knight's face contorts in rage. Is really fucking ugly, he growls, his voice a guttural rasp. A guttural roar tears through the air, emanating from Hamel's throat as his eyes burn with an intense, fiery determination. The scream intensifies, a raw expression of rage contorting his features. With blinding speed, Hamel's sword flashes, a crimson streak cutting through the air. The air crackles with unseen energy. His gaze hardened, Hamel prepares to strike. The Death Knight's expression shifts, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The two warriors stand face to face, the tension palpable as the air thrums with anticipation. A devastating blow lands, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. The clash echoes, a testament to the raw power unleashed. The Death Knight is left reeling, brought to his knees before Hamel. The Death Knight wonders what all he did was drop his sword, but he's gotten so much faster than before. Is that his real ability? The Death Knight's crimson eyes burned with frustration. He was weaker, the narration box declared, because he was fighting with a weapon he wasn't even adept with. Hamel, his brow furrowed, considered his options. Now what? A Death Knight can immediately heal most injuries. The solution became clear. In order to kill him, he needed to destroy the heart. Hamel had been parrying all his attacks and used up a lot of his strength in order to get through his defense. If it weren't for the white flame method, he would have run out of mana long ago. What am I thinking? His hand tightened around the hilt of his sword. Hamel had to make it possible if it's not possible. The sword flashed with blinding speed. The Death Knight braced himself against the incoming strike. The blade connected, a spray of crimson energy erupting from the point of impact. The Death Knight cried out as he was sent flying backward. Demonic energy began to coalesce around him, crackling with raw power as it gathered near the Death Knight's hands and feet. The energy intensified, solidifying into sharp, jagged extensions that resembled wicked claws, glowing with an eerie blue light. His posture contorted, becoming more feral, more beast-like. The demonic force twisted his limbs, reshaping them into weapons of pure aggression. The transformation completed, the Death Knight stood as a monstrous parody of his former self, radiating malevolent energy. Hamel watched the grotesque display, his eyes narrowed. He could feel the demonic force swirling around the transformed knight. The savage combat method, the craze, and the beast-like posture. Hamel's mind raced, trying to categorize the enemy before him. A vision of a snarling wolf flashed through his mind, its fangs bared in a savage snarl. Could it be? Hamel wondered if a lycanthrope's soul resided within the Death Knight's decaying body. A guttural roar tore through the air, shaking the very foundations of the chamber. The transformed Death Knight lunged, his clawed hand outstretched, a blur of motion and malice. Hamel steeled himself, his expression hardening as he prepared to meet the attack head-on. He readied his counter, a faint magical circle shimmering into existence around his outstretched hand, poised to strike back against the monstrous foe. The demonic energy pulsed, a crimson tide threatening to overwhelm everything. A surge of blue energy erupted, a desperate attempt to quell the encroaching darkness. The Death Knight remained, wreathed in a malevolent aura, seemingly unfazed. Eugene grimaced, sweat beading on his brow. He realized he couldn't fully dissolve the demonic force using the Moonlight Sword's fragment. The most he could do, he thought, was weaken it. Eugene held aloft the fragment of the Moonlight Sword, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness as the Death Knight loomed. A wave of blue energy emanated from Eugene, a desperate gamble to turn the tide. A guttural roar tore through the air as the Death Knight unleashed his full power. The blue energy crackled around the Death Knight's legs, a futile attempt to contain the inferno. With terrifying speed, the Death Knight lunged forward, closing the distance between them. His hand, now a claw of pure demonic energy, reached out to strike. The Death Knight swung his arm, a scythe of crimson energy aimed directly at Eugene. The Death Knight's claw rips through the air, sending Hamel flying backward from the sheer force of the blow. But even as he reels, Hamel raises a hand, a small, glowing blue gem clutched tightly in his palm. A beam of pure energy erupts from the gem, striking the Death Knight square in the chest and disrupting the flow of his demonic power. The Death Knight howls in agony as the light burns away at his corrupted flesh. The onslaught continues, beams of light hammering against the Death Knight's armor. Seizing the opportunity, Hamel leaps forward, his sword crackling with the same blue energy as the gem. Blood trickles down Hamel's face, but his eyes burn with fierce determination as he closes the distance. More blasts of energy slam into the Death Knight, weakening his defenses. The gem pulses with light. The demonic force has dissipated, leaving the Death Knight vulnerable. Now, with a final surge of power, Hamel prepares to strike. The sword descends, a blinding flash of blue energy as it connects with the Death Knight's armor. The air crackled with blue energy, a surge of power emanating from an unseen source. His eyes burned with an unnatural yellow light. a sign of the immense force being unleashed. The blue energy exploded outward, a wave of pure force washing over the battlefield. A blue gem, the source of the power, began to fall, its purpose fulfilled. Kneeling, sword in hand, Hamel watched as the gem descended, the moment of truth drawing near. The Death Knight, staggered but defiant, chuckled, "Huh? What's that on your chest?" A sinister smile crept across Hamel's face, blood staining his hands and sword. A crimson orb pulsed within the cracked armor, a grotesque heart beating in the chest of a monster. The Death Knight's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his scarred face. Eugene pointed a bloodied finger, his expression a mix of disgust and morbid curiosity. What was that marble embedded in his chest? A guttural roar tore from the Death Knight's throat, shaking the very air around them. Rage contorted Hamel's features, his eyes burning with a furious light. With a burst of speed, Eugene lunged forward, intent on silencing the monster. The blow landed with brutal force, sending shockwaves through the cavern. Eugene stood over the fallen Death Knight, the dust settling around them. Blood streamed down Eugene's face, a savage grin splitting his lips. Hamel spat the words, his voice laced with venom. He called Eugene an idiot, declaring that he was nothing more than a Death Knight. Eugene's smile widened, a predatory glint in his blood-soaked eyes as Hamel glared up at him, defeated but defiant. The accusation hung in the air, not human, but a lycanthrope. The Death Knight's face contorted in rage, the name escaping his lips, Hamel. Eugene Lionheart, face bloodied, offered a defiant middle finger. A dark energy began to coalesce, a crimson and black miasma. The swirling power intensified, a vortex of destruction. The dark energy enveloped Eugene, a malevolent aura. The clash of steel echoed as he met the knight's attack head-on. The question hung in the air, was this the end? No, it couldn't be. Not after reincarnating. Damn it, he thought, clenching his fist. He wouldn't even be able to move for a while if he used this. And something went wrong. The Death Knight, Hamel, seethed, imagining ripping his opponent to pieces, obliterating him completely. However, the recoil would be just as intense. The fight continued in the distance. He couldn't kill the Death Knight with his current specs, but if he used that, he'd definitely win. He recalled the ultimate technique from his past life as Hamel, a power that could turn the tide of battle. The Death Knight clenched the red orb in his gauntlet, a malevolent energy swirling around him. Ignition. Someone called out to Eugene. Ramon watched with wide eyes. He muttered the man's name, questioning his presence. Ramon thought to himself, recalling how he had knocked the man out so he could escape. How did he follow him all the way here? The man shouted, calling the Death Knight a monster and ordering him to stay away from the young master. Eugene prepared to unleash the power. The unleashed power caused Ramon to fall. A burst of raw energy slams against an unseen barrier, the force of the impact rippling outwards. Lord Gordon's face contorts in a shout, his voice cracking as he yells, "Young master!" The Death Knight charges forward, blade raised high, letting out a guttural battle cry. The barrier shatters into a million pieces, the magical energy dissipating into the air with a sharp crackle. Eugene coughs, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his face etched with pain. Ramon Schulhoff's cybernetic arm tightens around Eugene's neck, a gleaming blade pressed against his throat. The Death Knight urges, "Young master, run, while I keep him here." Eugene, bloodied and defiant, retorts, "You're in his grasp. What are you talking about?" Gordon thinks to himself, he can laugh in a situation where he is cornered. The old man's thoughts continue. He's an amazing person. Ramon tightens his grip, the blade glinting menacingly against Eugene's skin. A figure plummets from above, a blur of motion against the dark sky. The force of the blow sends Eugene flying backwards, a visible shockwave rippling through the air. He is sent sprawling, the impact throwing up dust and debris as he struggles to regain his footing. Skidding across the rough stone floor, the young master desperately tries to slow his momentum. The Death Knight stands over Eugene, while the young master's protector, Gordon, remains at his side, ready to defend him. Supporting the injured young master, Gordon prepares to make his stand. Gordon offers Eugene another chance to escape, his voice strained with urgency. "Young master, I'll give you another chance to run, so get away when I do." Blood trickling down his face, Eugene retorts, "I don't think you'll need to do that." Gordon and Eugene stand together, facing the looming threat, as the older man reveals, "There's a door right behind us." The Death Knight, his red orb glowing ominously, stands as an imposing barrier. The Death Knight declares, "No one can open that door." Eugene, despite his injuries, responds with a hint of defiance. "Is that so?" Eugene, standing alongside Gordon, declares that if he has to use ignition, he will. But first, he thinks he has to check what is behind these doors. He wonders if it's Senya or someone else. Or else, it was intended for him to reincarnate. The necklace must have been meant for the owner of the grave. A hand reaches out, touching the glowing door. The Death Knight's face contorts in anger. Eugene and Gordon stand before the glowing door. A hand reaches out toward the door. The Death Knight reacts. Gordon is thrown back by an unseen force. Stunned, Gordon stammers, This place is dash." The old mage is seized roughly by the throat, his face contorted in a silent scream. He is then hurled away, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. Bloodied and bruised, Eugene spits out a mouthful of crimson. He mutters that, since the mage tried to help, he'll let him rest here instead of facing certain death outside. Eugene's expression is grim, his eyes narrowed with a mixture of anger and determination. Eugene curses Vermouth, calling him a crazy bastard, and wonders why he left something behind. 300 years ago, in Helmud, near the Demon King of Slaughter's castle. Meanwhile, after having killed the Demon King of Slaughter, they were looking for the remaining subordinates. They ended up finding a pathway underground, discovering ancient relics deep beneath the surface, relics whose age they couldn't even begin to fathom. Senya looked at the ancient language written on the walls and assumed it was from the Age of Myth. In the innermost location, they found the Moonlight Sword. Hamel recalls that all the weapons he had broke while fighting the Demon King of Slaughter. A gauntlet hand reaches out, fingers flexing as if to grasp something precious. "Great," the figure thinks, resolving, "I'll take this." A scarred man grins, a sinister glint in his eyes. "No complaints, right?" he asks, though it sounds more like a threat than a question. A voice echoes, tinged with regret. But he couldn't take the Moonlight Sword. As soon as he approached the sword, he felt at his knees, coughing blood. In the end, the Moonlight Sword became Vermouth's. Leaving the Moonlight Sword in his grave, the man wonders if this is his condolences for him. Vermouth, a lone figure, stands before the Moonlight Sword, bathed in its ethereal glow. The blade hummed with a soft, ethereal light. It had a name, Moonlight Sword. The group regarded the weapon. It was a simple and straightforward name, but it fit. Once Vermouth had obtained the Moonlight Sword, he no longer used the sacred sword. It was a given that the Moonlight Sword, with its simple appearance, was much stronger than the bright sacred sword. Eugene's brow furrowed, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The weight of the name seemed to press down on him. The Moonlight Sword rested on its pedestal, bathed in an eerie, ethereal glow. The moon that lit the Moonlight Sword when they first saw it was a full moon, but now it's a crescent moon. Was it weakened then? It might react to its fragment. Eugene steeled himself, his expression hardening with resolve. His eyes widened as a memory surfaced. He recalled, "I stuck in the Death Knight earlier and never got it back." He stared at the blade, the question echoing in his mind. "Vermouth, did you leave this here?" The Moonlight Sword stood bathed in an ethereal glow. Because he wanted it? A chuckle escaped him, laced with bitterness. "Bastard, what's the point of giving?" He wiped the blood from his face, steeling his resolve. This is not the time to be sentimental. His gaze returned to the sword. This room, there isn't anything other than the Moonlight Sword. His expression hardened, a grim determination settling over his features. The thought weighed heavily on him. If I leave this place, I have to fight that insane Death Knight again. A different voice echoed in his mind, a warning. The Death Knight isn't the only problem. Amelia Merwin, I don't know when that bitch of mage is coming back. He glanced down at the Moonlight Sword, his resolve firming. I need to kill the Death Knight as quickly as I can and get out of this place. He stared at the sword, a question lingering in his mind. "Vermouth, I don't know what idea you had when putting the Moonlight Sword here." The Moonlight Sword stood silent, bathed in its eerie glow. "But the reason?" A voice echoed, seemingly from nowhere. "It is here. Must be to let me have it, right?" He extends his hand, a surge of blue energy crackling around his fingertips, the power thrumming with a familiar intensity. In his past life, he couldn't even touch the Moonlight Sword. Reincarnated as Vermouth's descendant, the weight of that legacy settles upon his shoulders. But will that be enough to let him hold it? 2. He gave it to him. The blue energy intensifies, swirling around his outstretched hand. He only touched the light, but it is already getting hard to breathe, and his mana is screaming inside him. At this rate, his mana might go into a rage. White flame method. The blue flames lick at his fingertips, the air crackling with raw power. It's incomparably weaker than when he first found it. His eyes widen, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. Eugene realizes the truth. So did break into pieces. The hilt of the Moonlight Sword crackles with unstable energy. The energy surges around him, a visible manifestation of the sword's shattered state. He stumbles backward, the force of the sword's destruction throwing him off balance. The broken blade lies in pieces, still radiating a faint, ethereal glow. A sudden realization dawns on Eugene. He got it. Eugene clutches the broken pieces of the Moonlight Sword, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. He really got it this time. His expression hardens with resolve. As expected, the hilt remains, but there is no blade. The fragments of the Moonlight Sword begin to coalesce, drawn together by an unseen force. Pieces, after all. The energy intensifies, swirling around the reforming blade. Magical energy crackles and swirls, gathering with increasing intensity. He focuses his power, the swirling energy coalescing around the broken pieces of the Moonlight Sword. A beam of pure, concentrated mana shoots upward, illuminating the forming blade. The Moonlight Sword comes together, reforming its shattered form into a single, gleaming blade. A soft chuckle escapes him as the sword begins to take shape. The Moonlight Sword is reborn, radiating a soft, ethereal glow. The Moonlight Sword, a blade that scatters all magic and mana, is now ravenously consuming his own. It's swallowing his mana like it has been starving. He wonders if it's resonating with the white flame method. Sweat beads on his brow, a strained smile plastered across his face as he pours more mana into the blade. He thinks to himself that he has enough mana for it, but it's still not a sword he can handle at the moment. Surrounded by a corona of blue flames, Eugene grits his teeth, declaring it a shitty but great sword. It's so powerful despite being broken into pieces. He focused his mana, a familiar blue glow emanating from his hand. He wouldn't need to use ignition. With the Moonlight Sword's power now at his disposal, he could kill the Death Knight out there without it. Leaving the room, Eugene resolved to check the casket. A sudden creak echoed through the chamber, making him look up sharply. He turned his attention back to the casket, a sense of foreboding settling over him. The casket was empty. Eugene's brow furrowed in confusion. His hand brushed against the cold metal, finding an inscription. "We will meet in the world you hoped for." The realization struck him hard, his eyes widening with a mix of shock and grim determination. It was Senya's handwriting. A familiar green leaf symbol reflected in Eugene's eye. Elsewhere, a figure clad in dark armor strode away. The armored figure approached a large, ornate door, their destination unknown. The armored figure, sweat beading on his brow, gritted his teeth. He tried to break this door down countless times, each attempt ending in failure. Even the master couldn't open this door, yet it opened easily for someone else. A door even the master couldn't open. He cannot kill him. He needs to stay alive until the master comes back. My helmet and breastplate broke. I took out my claws, disobeying master. She will be enraged if she finds out. He needed to prove that he's useful. If he can't, I'll be thrown out. The armored figure's eyes widened, a flicker of shock crossing his face. The door swung open with a resounding boom, revealing Eugene standing calmly on the other side. The armored figure stood frozen, his gaze fixed on the newcomer. Eugene smirked, his eyes gleaming with amusement. "Were you waiting for me?" The armored figure's expression twisted in a mix of frustration and despair, his heart glowing red. Eugene's smirk widened. "I just did." Hamel, eyes fixed on the glowing red orb cradled in his gauntlet hands, pressed the question, his voice laced with urgency. Eugene, a knowing smirk playing on his lips, held a finger to them. "It's a secret." The words hit Hamel like a physical blow, and he unleashed a guttural scream. A blade flashed, arcing through the air with deadly intent. Eugene's expression hardened, his eyes narrowed with grim determination. He gripped the hilt of his sword, the steel gleaming with an ethereal light. With a furious cry, Eugene swung the blade, a torrent of energy unleashed against the Death Knight. Eugene's expression is grim, his eyes narrowed with determination. The Death Knight grits his teeth, his face contorted in rage. A surge of energy erupts between them, the air crackling with power. The Death Knight's sword flashes, a blur of motion as he advances. With a guttural cry, the Death Knight lunges, closing the distance between them. The Death Knight wonders what just happened, realizing his claws are made from demonic power. Eugene staggers, his body trembling as he struggles to maintain his stance. He thought he controlled his strength well enough, but after just one swing, he's out of breath. His vision blurs, the glowing sword wavering in his grasp. He grimaced, the light of the sword demanding a heavy toll, maintaining it was rapidly depleting his mana reserves. Yet, the demonic force coursing through him offered a strange sense of gratification. He admitted to himself that he had failed to slay the Death Knight, but the acquisition of his demonic force was a consolation prize. The Death Knight's crimson eyes narrowed, a silent intensity building within him. A metallic clang echoed as the Death Knight's gauntlet clenched. The armored figure stood firm, a red gem glowing ominously on his chest. The Death Knight advanced, his heavy footsteps resonating through the cavern. Eugene wondered if the sword was preventing the Death Knight from using his demonic force. It certainly looked like he was planning to fight with his... But the Death Knight's lips curled into a sinister smile. That's not a very wise choice. The Death Knight may have warned him, but Eugene was undeterred. He gripped his sword, ready to unleash a torrent of power. The initial strike shattered the ground, sending shockwaves rippling outwards. The force intensified, the air crackling with raw energy as the attack continued to build. The armored figure of the Death Knight was sent hurtling backwards, crashing against a distant wall with a resounding boom. Eugene's eyes burned with focused intensity, his mana surging as he prepared another assault. With a guttural cry, Eugene raised his sword once more, ready to strike down the Death Knight. Again, the Death Knight was sent flying, a mere puppet dancing to Eugene's tune. Blood trickled down his face, but Eugene grinned, a manic glint in his eyes. I have it. The air shimmered as Eugene channeled his power, preparing to unleash the windstorm sword whinnied. With a final surge, he unleashed the Tempest, a devastating wave of pure force. The Tempest raged, tearing through the environment and leaving nothing but destruction in its wake. Amidst the swirling winds and shattered debris, Eugene stood triumphant, the storm his to command. A surge of raw energy explodes outward, scattering debris in all directions. His face contorted in a mask of pain and fury. Eugene's eyes glowed with an almost blinding intensity. From the depths, the Death Knight conjures a barrage of ice shards, each one crackling with frigid energy. The shards hurtle towards him, impacting with brutal force. The ground erupts as the ice shards find their mark, leaving trails of frost in their wake. Eugene, standing amidst the destruction, grits his teeth. If only I was in a better state. A voice booms out, laced with arrogance. I could have beaten you up to death. The armored foot of the Death Knight slams down, the impact sending tremors through the battlefield. A wave of dark energy emanates from the Death Knight, enveloping him in an ominous aura. The Death Knight's armor gleams menacingly, a testament to his formidable power. With a swift, brutal strike, the Death Knight lands a crushing blow on Eugene. Staggering, Eugene drops to one knee, struggling to maintain his balance as dark energy swirls around him. The armor, already battered and scarred, finally gives way. Hamel grits his teeth, a fresh wave of frustration washing over him. My armor broke again. A raw, untamed power erupts from him, a crimson aura flaring around his form as he unleashes a guttural roar. The scream tears from his throat, a primal expression of rage and helplessness. The crimson energy coalesces, tendrils of power writhing around him like living shadows. Eugene, his face etched with concern and a hint of exasperation, challenges him. Why didn't you use that skill earlier? Hamel retorts, his voice laced with defiance, as a surge of blue energy crackles around Eugene. It just goes to waste if you save it for later, you idiot. Eugene focuses, the blue energy intensifying, swirling around him like a protective shroud. The blue energy continues to build, a tangible force field forming around him. The white-haired figure sighs, a hint of resignation in his voice. It has already gone to waste. The crimson and azure energies collide, a chaotic dance of opposing forces. Hamel and Eugene stand face to face, the air crackling with raw power, a storm of energy brewing between them. A shimmering blue shield materializes, a beacon of defense against the encroaching chaos. A sphere of crackling teal energy pulsed, the air around it shimmering with barely contained power. Crimson energy coalesced around a gauntlet hand, a stark contrast to the ethereal glow of the fragment. Eugene, moonlight sword in hand, declared his control. He could manipulate the fragment as he wished. But Hamel, wreathed in crimson energy, saw an opening. A moment's pause, he thought, was all he needed. His face contorted with fierce determination, the red energy intensifying around him. With a roar, Hamel brought his power crashing down. The force of the blow slammed into Eugene, sending him reeling. The impact exploded in a shower of debris and shattered stone. The force lifted Eugene off his feet, sending him hurtling backwards through the ruined landscape. Eugene coughed, blood trickling from his lips. The attack had clearly taken its toll. He struggled to his knees, a pained groan escaping his lips. Despite the pain, Eugene's mind raced. He had used as little power as possible, but it had still cost him too much mana. His mana reserves depleted. Hamel felt the light fade from the moonlight sword. He thought to himself that he was out of mana. He glared at the blade, muttering that it was a shitty-ass sword. His gaze drifted to the armored figure lying nearby. He internalized that he felt the core break. But since his body was still here, he guessed it wasn't fully destroyed. The insult to his very existence was not lost on him. He thought with fury that bitch dared to break into his own grave and make a Death Knight out of his own body. He resolved that he would destroy this. He decided to take Ramon and escape. He stood over the fallen figure, the sword held high, but a strange stillness permeated the air. A creeping paralysis began to set in. His own body, he realized with growing horror, refused to obey his commands. The sword wavered in his grip as an invisible force tightened around him. It felt as if he were bound by some great, unseen power. Sweat beaded on his brow, a grimace twisting his features. A guttural curse escaped his lips, fueled by frustration and a growing sense of dread. Footsteps echoed in the distance, drawing closer, the sound a stark counterpoint to his own helplessness. Heavy footsteps echoed on the stone floor, each footfall a hammer blow against the silence. Someone approached. The Death Knight lay helpless, sprawled on the cold ground. blood matted in his white hair, a crimson halo against the gray stone. Trapped within his own body, the Death Knight could only move his mouth. I can't move my body, he thought, the words a silent scream. A figure loomed above, a gleaming sword held aloft. The steel reflected the dim light, a promise of pain to come. The Death Knight, desperate, croaked, "Can't we at least talk face to face?" The figure above remained unmoved, their voice cold as the grave. "I'm thinking about what I should do with you." A masked figure emerged from the shadows, their voice a chilling whisper. "I do have quite a few ideas." The figure continued, their voice laced with malice. "I'll drag you to the surface and throw you into the hot sand. Of course, I won't kill you. I'll make sure your head is above the surface so that you can breathe." The threat intensified, each word a fresh wave of dread. "I'll force your eyes and mouth to stay open." The figure's voice dripped with cruel anticipation. "Not long after, your eyes will crack into pieces, and your tongue will look like a dried-up branch. After that, you'll become a scarecrow of the desert. I'll destroy your legs, and—" A dark figure looms over the Death Knight, their voice dripping with malice. They describe twisting his limbs and twisting them into a single, grotesque string. The figure continues, promising to stick thin metal pieces into each of his fingers, a promise delivered with chilling delight. The Death Knight, bloodied and battered, can only exclaim that his body is moving on its own. The tormentor's voice echoes, detailing how the pain will travel from the tips of his fingers, snaking its way into his arms. The unseen torturer continues, their voice a cruel caress, describing the pain spreading across his shoulders and into the fingers of his other hand. The Death Knight's eyes glow with a pained intensity as the figure declares that his eyes will already be broken, so he won't see what's happening. The voice taunts, promising that he'll still be able to feel it, that the pain won't be so dull that he won't be able to feel it. The figure's silhouette stands over the Death Knight, promising that he won't die, that they won't let him. And that's how he's going to become a scarecrow of the desert. The vision of the Death Knight as a scarecrow in the desert stretches out for a very, very long time, until the tormentor tires of seeing him like that. The Death Knight, his face a mask of pain, is asked if he knows who his tormentor is. The answer comes simply, Amelia Merwin. Amelia Merwin confirms her identity, declaring herself the desert's dungeon master. Amelia Merwin, her hand resting over her heart, declares that she is the death answer. The thorns around her seem to echo her sentiment, as she confirms, "That's me." Looking down at the broken Death Knight, Amelia Merwin states flatly, "You broke my pet." The Death Knight lies prone, his armor cracked. As Amelia Merwin continues, "It was still mine." She muses that torturing, breaking, and killing the Death Knight are things only she can do, as its owner. She wonders what The Death Knight, bloodied and battered, retorts, "Why didn't you at least bathe it?" Amelia Merwin, standing over the Death Knight, finds the rotting corpse smell too much to bear. The Death Knight is sent flying. Amelia Merwin declares that only she can say things like that, as the owner. The Death Knight, lying on the ground, can only manage a t-siege. The Death Knight lay prone, his body a landscape of bruises and cuts. He grimaced, the pain evident even through his stoic facade. The spell, he rasped, was broken. A silent question echoed in Amelia Merwin's mind. Could she end him now? No, she thought she couldn't. Amelia was on a different level, a resource too valuable to discard. Even if she were to use ignition, she realized she couldn't kill him. The Death Knight's expression hardened. I guess he had no choice. He looked up at Amelia, his gaze intense. He asked if she knew who Balzac Ludbeth was. Amelia's eyes narrowed, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. Why? She wondered, was he bringing up his name? The Death Knight extended a hand, offering a sealed letter. He explained that Balzac had written him a letter to give to her if they were to cross paths. Amelia accepted the letter, her expression unreadable. The seal on the letter spoke volumes, confirming its authenticity. But a question lingered. Why would he write to someone like her? Amelia held the letter, her expression unreadable behind the veil as she considered the implications. She wondered aloud if the other party knew what this letter truly meant. The man with white hair grinned, stating that he had said that if she had it on her. For Amelia, it was a bit different. A long time ago, he had helped her, and as payment for that, she had promised to do him one favor. That was a very valuable offer, even for Balzac, the ability to ask Amelia Merwin for a favor. The white-haired man smirked, his fingers steepled in thought. But for decades, he didn't ask her for anything. The man with white hair asked if she understood what he was trying to say. Since she had this, she could ask Amelia for one favor in his stead, as long as she could do it. Bloodied and breathing heavily, Hamel's eyes burned with a fierce intensity, his gaze unwavering. Senya stood before him, a defeated figure slumped behind her. Then I won't kill you, she stated, her voice a low murmur. But I'm not just going to let you go. I'll need to know why and how you got here. And what you did here. Hamel's expression hardened, a sneer twisting his lips. Kill yourself. A manic grin stretched across his blood-smeared face. I'm sure I said I would do it as long as I could. Senya's gaze remained steady, her eyes, visible through the veil, betraying nothing. She tilted her head slightly, the faintest hint of amusement in her voice. You have two choices. If you don't want to talk, then I'll respect it, and I'll kill you. If you want to live, then I'll let you live. The corner of Senya's lips curled into a subtle, predatory smile. Hamel's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of something unreadable passing across his face. Don't worry, I'm not going to make a cripple out of you, just because I'm not killing you. The veiled woman stood her ground, the air thick with unspoken threats, as Hamel faced her, his expression a mask of defiance and pain. She declared that torture was off the table, her tone suggesting a multitude of alternative methods to extract information. Senya purred, finding Hamel to be a fascinating subject. She pressed him. How did he manage to infiltrate a place unknown even to the Sultan? Her gaze intensified, a predatory glint in her eyes. Senya knew that only the desert mages were privy to the secrets of this location. She inquired if a parasite amongst them had been working with him. Something was amiss. That shouldn't have happened. Hamel internally debated his options. Should he beg for his life? He knew she would extract the truth regardless. If she didn't need torture, she would resort to dark magic, the kind wielded by someone of her caliber. Hamel realized that Senya would easily overpower his will and extract the answers from him. He wouldn't be able to stop it. Footsteps echoed in the chamber. Senya remarked that he was taking a long time to think and wondered if she should interpret his hesitation. Senya stood tall, awaiting his response. As an answer, he wondered if he should use ignition and run away. But if she used that paralysis spell on him again, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Senya began to count. Her eyes narrowed. 1. Hamel considered what would happen if he told her he was a Lionheart. 2. He wondered if the shitty dark mage would even respect that name. Senya extended her hand, her expression unreadable. Should he just be honest? Should he tell her that he opened that door that even she couldn't open and found the Moonlight Sword? No way. She would spare his life, but she would definitely take the Moonlight Sword. Senya continued her countdown, her eyes glowing with an eerie light. She reached out to grab Hamel, her fingers closing in. In the background, a dark figure stood silently, watching the scene unfold. He grimaced, a wave of revulsion washing over him. What could this disgusting feeling be? Senya remained still, kneeling on the cold stone floor, the silence broken only by the sound of her own breathing. The scene offered a stark contrast. Senya, kneeling upright, and Hamel, sprawled out, unmoving. Senya glanced down at Hamel, her expression unreadable. What brings you here? The words echoed in Hamel's mind. Dear Demon King of Incarceration. The armored Death Knight stood tall, watching as Hamel knelt before him, Eugene standing nearby. Eugene's eyes widened, a name escaping his lips with a horrified urgency. Demon King of Incarceration. Hamel's face was marred with cuts and blood, a grim testament to a recent battle. Eugene Lionheart's exclamation hung in the air as he stared at Hamel. A man with glasses watched from afar, his red eyes gleaming. Hamel's gaze was intense, his expression unreadable. Eugene's voice echoed, a question hanging in the air. Did you come to offer flowers to? The Death Knight's voice boomed, the question laced with a hint of mockery. Your ancestor's friend? The Death Knight continued. The Death Knight declared, his voice resonating with an ancient power. The owner of this grave is Hamel Dinas. Eugene stood before the grave, the inscription a somber epitaph. He was called Hamel the Foolish, but he was definitely not foolish. The inscription on the statue declared him especially strong and talented amongst Dear Vermouth's friends and Vermouth's best friend. Eugene, bloodied and bruised, questioned what the Death Knight was saying. The Death Knight repeated the word, Dear Vermouth. The question hung heavy in the air. The Death Knight stated that he understood why Eugene would think of him as an enemy. Vermouth and he genuinely understood each other and built a real friendship. The Death Knight continued, saying that to enforce something that happened 300 years ago on a descendant is silly. The Death Knight admitted he respected the Lionhearts out of the friendship he had with Vermouth. The Death Knight declared he wouldn't demand respect back from Eugene. Eugene Lionheart's name hung in the air. The Death Knight finished, stating that after Vermouth, for 300 years, he'd seen many a Lionheart. He believed that the individual before him was the closest to Vermouth. Senya's voice echoed, barely a whisper, as she spoke the name. The veiled figure observed him, noting the distinct traits. I see. Silver hair, golden eyes. A disembodied voice declared that those were the traits of a Lionheart. Kneeling before the armored figure, a voice, laced with surprise, admitted, I didn't expect to see you. A voice mused about being in such a pitiful place, and with a Death Knight as a vessel too. Senya's gaze intensified, her glowing eyes piercing through the shadows. Hamel's expression hardened, the scars on his face more prominent in the dim light. That's up to you. A question hung in the air. Did they come to this place to defend that bad lion cub? The kneeling figure responded, their voice resolute. He's my friend's descendant. After all, Senya's eyes glowed brighter, the reason now clear. That's the reason. The words hang in the air, heavy with finality. Vermouth is dead. But his bloodline, the narration has continued on. Especially Eugene Lionheart, the voice emphasizes, adding that Vermouth can be seen in him. The Death Knight acknowledges Amelia Merwin, stating that he respects and esteems her, but not as much as Vermouth. Senya's eyes narrow behind her veil. She questions why the Death Knight respects someone who died 300 years ago. More than her, who's alive right now. A sudden, sharp intake of breath. The Death Knight's voice booms, declaring himself the Demon King of incarceration. Senya remains kneeling, her expression unreadable. Her eyes widen, a single word escaping her lips. Amelia Merwin, the Death Knight continues. He respected her freedom to do whatever she wanted in Hamel's grave. But if she wishes to harm Vermouth's descendant, he cannot accept that. At least not now. Eugene's brow furrows, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he awaits a response. The Death Knight turns his head slightly, his gaze fixed on Eugene. He asks what he means. Elsewhere, a masked figure, her expression obscured, spits out that he is an arrogant little kid. A figure with crimson hair reflects on the past, thinking that one should be polite to the Demon King. 300 years after Vermouth's promise, that is a long time for humans. The crimson-haired figure continues to reflect, believing that for those 300 years, he has shown enough generosity and respect to Vermouth's descendants. Meanwhile, the masked figure thinks of the Demon King of incarceration. The crimson-haired figure reflects that he accepted it as freedom that they did not show him the same kind of generosity and respect. The figure thinks that he cannot have people thinking it is an obligation that he be nice to them. The crimson-haired figure declares that he, the Demon King of incarceration, is a ruler of countless demons. Back in the present, the Death Knight remains silent, his expression unreadable. Eugene states that he is also Helmud's king, adding that he is just talking. Eugene's face is strained, his heart feels tight, and he can't even move. The armored figure stood, a crimson light emanating from the core of his suit. With freedom, he mused, comes responsibility. Freedom without it is merely self-indulgence. The figure's gaze intensified. Descendant, he commanded, relay this to all Lionhearts. If you will not respect me. His expression hardened. The figure declared that he would no longer respect them either. A close-up revealed Eugene's wide, fearful eyes. A warning flashed before him. The armored figure loomed over Eugene. Vermouth's the reason why you're saying this now, he accused. After 300 years of silence, a disembodied voice echoed. Your ancestor made a promise with freedom as payment, and that promise is coming to an end. A figure looked up at a massive, ornate wheel. The wheel that Vermouth stopped. The armored figure's face was grim. It is about to begin turning again, he warned. Who will be able to make a promise in Vermouth's stead? A voice wondered, and stopped the wheel from turning. Eugene, his face etched with worry, asked, what was the promise? The armored figure stared ahead, unblinking. A sinister grin spread across a shadowed face. You do not have the right to know, the figure hissed. You're not Vermouth. The words hang in the air, a damning pronouncement. Foolish lion. Elsewhere, a sinister smile stretches across the Death Knight's face, his eyes dark and empty. Eugene's expression twists in shock, a silent scream trapped in his throat. The hooded figure speaks of a debt, a soul bound by Vermouth's promise. Meanwhile, the Death Knight recalls a past life, a destiny predetermined 300 years prior. Eugene's face is stained with blood, his eyes wide with a desperate plea for understanding. Elsewhere, Amelia Merwin kneels before the Death Knight, receiving a chilling command. Return to her dungeon. Amelia's gaze hardens, still seeking answers from a kid. Back with the Death Knight, he denies any answers, his expression unwavering. A mechanical heart pulses with a sinister red light. Amelia's rage erupts, fueled by the loss of her pet. She recalls a door, easily opened by another, a feat she could not replicate. The Death Knight pauses, his gaze fixed on a distant door. A low growl rumbles from his mechanical chest, a sound like grinding gears. The air hangs heavy with the scent of decay and the metallic tang of old blood. He stands in the center of a vast, stone-tiled chamber, Senya kneeling silently behind him. The only other feature is a strange, skeletal structure reaching towards the vaulted ceiling. The Death Knight takes a step forward, the sound echoing through the chamber. The air crackles with unseen energy as he moves, a subtle distortion around his armored form. His gauntlet extends, fingers twitching as if sensing something just beyond reach. The metal gleams faintly in the dim light, reflecting the oppressive atmosphere of the tomb. The Death Knight is surrounded by a dark aura, the shadows clinging to him like a shroud. His red eyes glow with an inner fire, betraying a flicker of anticipation. The mechanical hand reaches out, its metallic fingers brushing against something unseen. A faint tremor runs through the floor, a subtle vibration that resonates deep within the bones. The Death Knight's head snaps up, his gaze sharpening. A voice echoes in his mind, a single word cutting through the silence. Look. A surge of dark energy emanates from the Death Knight, the air thickening with an almost palpable sense of dread. A voice booms, declaring that there is only Hamel's grave within. The Death Knight's expression hardens, his face a mask of grim determination. The word, nothing, hangs in the air, a stark declaration of emptiness. A sense of finality settles over the scene. The words happens here, resonating with an ominous weight. The air grows colder, a chill that seeps into the very soul. Elsewhere, a veiled figure stares out with piercing purple eyes. Her expression is unreadable, hidden behind the dark fabric, but a single bead of sweat betrays her inner turmoil. Within the dimly lit chamber, the veiled figure addresses the armored form of Hamel, referring to him as the Demon King of Incarnation. The veiled figure wonders if Hamel likes the vessel he inhabits, her tone laced with a hint of mockery. She adds that her business here is done. The veiled figure declares that she will return Hamel's body. The armored Hamel questions the veiled figure, asking if she is sure of her intentions. Hamel confirms that he is not her friend. The armored Hamel remains prone on the ground. The armored Hamel remains prone on the ground. The veiled figure stands over the prone Hamel, as Eugene watches. The veiled figure's expression is unreadable behind her veil. The veiled figure warns that Hamel won't be so lucky next time. The armored Hamel remains prone on the ground. The veiled figure advances, a glowing orb pulsing with energy in her hand. Behind her, Eugene watches, his expression unreadable in the dim light. Her sandals click against the stone floor as she moves, the sound echoing in the cavernous space. I can't do anything to that kid right now, she thinks. The veiled figure continues her internal monologue. But someday, I'll make sure to get him once the promise is over. I can't wait for it. Elsewhere, a sinister grin spreads across the Death Knight's face, his eyes gleaming with dark anticipation. Eugene stands alone in a long hallway, the air thick with dust and the scent of decay. A fist clenches, knuckles white with strain, the veins in the arm bulging with suppressed power. A scream tears through the air, raw and guttural, as blood splatters across a contorted face. The force of the impact reverberates, sending tremors through the very stone. Eugene's brow furrows, his eyes narrowed in concern as he senses the disturbance. Stone shatters and crumbles as the fist connects, the wall unable to withstand the brutal assault. A figure is sent hurtling through the air, a cloud of dust and debris marking their violent trajectory. Eugene stands amidst the rubble, his expression grim as he surveys the destruction. The words echoed in his mind, a venomous barb aimed at his pride. Foolish lion. A surge of anger contorted his features, blood staining his face as he cursed, a guttural snarl escaping his lips. Vermouth, that fucking son of a bitch. Did he really make a deal with the Demon King to have him reincarnated? The memories swirled, a tapestry of betrayal and manipulation. He knew that he reincarnated. His existence, his very soul, all a consequence of Vermouth's twisted promise. The echoes of that promise reverberated, a cold, mechanical decree, that he could be born 300 years later. The implications of that statement began to sink in. Did he mean by that? No, he thought, shaking his head. If Vermouth truly wanted to do something for him, he would have chosen to kill the Demon King rather than to reincarnate him. Plus, that promise was a promise of peace. It had nothing to do with his reincarnation. Yes, but Hamel is not his friend. The weight of his past, the faces of those he failed, pressed down on him. Standing alone, he spat out the bitter truth. I don't like you either, you piece of shit. The words echo in the void. Amelia Merwin took the Death Knight made for my body. The veiled figure stands behind the armored knight, a silent promise hanging in the air. A frustrated admission. I wasn't able to destroy it. The promise with Vermouth is coming to an end. The Death Knight stands, a hollow shell, a grim reminder of what was lost. The question hangs heavy. Who will be able to make a promise in Vermouth's stead and stop the wheel from turning? The end of a promise and a stopped wheel. The words are laced with a bitter resignation. A muttered curse escapes his lips. This bastard. Why does he have to speak in riddles? A defiant declaration. I don't intend on making any promises. Stop the wheel for what? A harsh truth echoes. If the wheel rolls over shit, you should just destroy it, not stop it. If my reincarnation wasn't. The figures of Senya and Amelia Merwin loom in the background, but the thought is focused on one person, Vermouth's. Vermouth, the name hangs in the air, unfinished, pregnant with unspoken resentment. A final, cutting thought. Wouldn't expect me to do something like that. A hand, weathered and scarred, holds aloft a single, vibrant green leaf, catching the light. 200 years after Vermouth's death, someone had invaded his grave. Hamel holds the leaf, the same one he found in front of his coffin. Senya realized something was wrong, and came all the way here. Senya had a fight with the invader, explosions of energy erupting around her. Then, she disappeared, leaving only fading light in her wake. The leaf glows softly in Hamel's hand, a silent testament to the events unfolding. The leaf of the world tree allows you to warp to the elven forest no matter where you are. Did she use this in a moment of danger? Hamel wondered, his brow furrowed in thought. Who could have invaded his grave and cornered Senya like that? Vermouth. Senya lies defeated, the armored figure looming over her fallen form. If it was Vermouth who had fought Senya here, Hamel's expression darkened, a storm brewing in his eyes. Then, what would have been the reason? The mercenary looked up, a mixture of annoyance and curiosity etched on his face. "What's up with you guys?" he asked, his voice rough. Voices echoed, questioning his presence. Was he just some everyday mercenary? And why bring him along in the first place? Senya, ever the complainer, voiced her disapproval, her expression sour. The veiled figure scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain. "Sir Vermouth, he looks like he has no class at all. I'm sure there are countless warriors better than this stray dog." Amelia Merwin, looking offended, stated that Anise had insulted her straight up. A voice declared that the warriors of the kingdom by the sea were very brave, and that they wanted to fight them. Someone muttered that moron was an idiot as always, followed by a simple, "No." A voice insisted that it had to be Hamildinus. The group stood together, a mix of determination and apprehension on their faces. Hamildinus looked directly ahead, offering a simple proposition: "Be my companion." The mercenary grinned, scars crinkling around his eyes. "I don't really care about that," he said, his tone nonchalant. A voice declared that they didn't intend on obeying someone weaker than them, stating that if they won, Hamel would become their companion. Hamel's gaze is intense, his expression unreadable as he prepares to speak. The red-haired warrior is sent flying backwards, the force of an unseen blow knocking him off his feet. Hamel's voice cuts through the air, a declaration of power. "I'm stronger than you." Spitting out a curse, the red-haired warrior struggles to his feet, anger etched on his face. Again, the warrior is sent sprawling, the unseen force relentless. "Again, let's go again," he shouts. Hamel stands over him, sword in hand, his expression unwavering. The warrior kneels, panting, his voice strained. "Hey, I'm much weaker than you." He looks up, confusion clouding his features. "So why do you want me to come with you?" Hamel's eyes narrow, a hint of something unreadable flickering within them. "You'll be my companion." The warrior's bewilderment deepens. "If I win, wasn't that the promise? I don't get it." He continues, his voice laced with disbelief. "If you, the warrior of light, were to ask anyone to be your companion, people would line up. A figure, kneeling, delivers an ultimatum. He needs his power to kill all the demon kings." Hamel's eyes are filled with determination as he extends an invitation. "Come with me, Hamel," he urges. The red-haired man's expression is unreadable as he reaches out. Eugene's voice is a mere whisper, a ghost of a memory. "Vermouth." The narration speaks of a necklace, one that could have been placed in the Lionheart treasury without a problem. But it's too early to conclude anything, the narration warns, recalling an illusion of Senyucine in Aroth. A tombstone stands silently, its inscription a mystery. The writing inside the coffin, in Senya's handwriting, reads, "Perhaps one." Eugene remembers the words, "Day, we will meet in the world you hoped for." If that wasn't referring to heaven, but my reincarnation, did Vermouth betray Senya? He stood, clad in shining armor, the weight of the sword at his side, a constant reminder of the battles fought and those yet to come. The weight of the unknown pressed heavier still. He didn't know. The thought of what might be was almost too much to bear, a dark possibility he desperately wanted to avoid. But the need for truth burned within him, a relentless fire pushing him forward. Blood streaked his face, a testament to recent struggles, yet his gaze remained fixed, resolute. In his hand, he held a single, vibrant leaf, a fragile symbol of hope amidst the darkness. A surge of determination coursed through him. He needed to find Senya. The Sultan's expression hardened, a hint of displeasure creasing his brow. He questioned if Eugene was aware that he was asking too much. Eugene Lionheart sat calmly, his gaze steady as he listened to the Sultan's words. The Sultan revealed that he had heard about Eugene Lionheart from his subordinates, but questioned his true intentions. The Sultan paused, lost in thought as he considered the implications of Eugene's actions. The Sultan questioned if he sent his subordinates out for some petty thievery. Regardless of what his intentions were, Eugene acknowledged that they had harmed him. The Sultan responded that it was to protect Eugene. A visual representation of Kiel's emperor and the Sultan appeared, highlighting the tension between them. It was revealed that Kiel's emperor is wary of Nahama's powers, and the Sultan has resentment against Kiel too. Far off, desert mages push the desertification further. The Sultan watched the progress of the desert mages. The Sultan gestured, explaining that protecting Eugene was essentially Nahama bowing down to Kiel. The Sultan's expression was stern. He pressed, demanding to know why Eugene was heading toward the Kajani Desert, a place where no one lived. Eugene, holding a cup, retorted that he didn't come here to be interrogated. The Sultan declared that was it. He couldn't interrogate him. The Sultan explained that was why he had his subordinates follow him. The Sultan continued, stating it was so they could protect him if something were to happen. The Sultan, standing behind Eugene, added that if Rahman Schulhoff had properly carried out his orders, they wouldn't. The air hung heavy with unspoken tension. Eugene admitted that he was not enjoying the current discussion. The veiled figure tilted her head slightly, acknowledging his discomfort. She understood why he might feel unpleasant about the ordeal, based on what she had heard. The woman's tone hardened as she accused him. Her subordinates, she emphasized, had maintained a good distance until he suddenly attacked them. Eugene's expression darkened. He denied bringing up the assassins or the desert mages at all. He steeled himself, thinking that there was no need to tell her that. He would just resolve this and back off. The white-haired man sighed, admitting that if she was right, then he guessed he misunderstood. But he didn't know how to explain this situation to his family. The veiled woman's gaze intensified, her voice low. She confessed that she wasn't sure what he was trying to say. Eugene's brow furrowed with concern. Even if it was a misunderstanding, he acknowledged that it was true that he endangered her safety. He continued, his voice laced with worry. Even if he were to explain the misunderstanding, he didn't know how his family would take it. The thought weighed heavily on him, how his family would take it. The veiled figure, looking down at Eugene, stated that she didn't want a bad outcome either. The disembodied voice explains that the situation could lead to problems between two nations, and they don't want to put their family in a difficult situation because of it. A man with a turban, a neatly trimmed beard, and a stern expression asks what it is that the other party wants. Eugene takes a sip from his teacup, his expression unreadable. He smirks, stating that he thinks that's a pretty cheap price. The disembodied voice continues, explaining that the goal is to repair a relationship that has been soured by misunderstanding. The turban man smiles, remarking that he heard Eugene has just turned 19, but he's rather bold. The man offers that he can give that money to him. He hopes that will calm his anger. Eugene, still seated at the table, is asked what he saw in the Kajani Desert. He responds simply, "I saw the desert." A figure in armor stands before a memorial, stating that the statue, coffin, and memorial stone. He put it all in his cape. Eugene's eyes glow with an eerie light as he declares that there is nothing remaining there now. Even the Sultan doesn't know about Hamel's grave, the veiled figure thinks. As long as Amelia Merwin keeps her mouth shut, what happened back there will not get out. Eugene states that he'll be taking Rahman Schulhoff, intending to make him pay for threatening. The turban man declares that Rahman will pay for threatening his life. The turban man continues, stating that if Eugene wants it, he can have Rahman executed right in front of him. The turban man's eyes widen, an exclamation point appearing above him. A figure calls out to their master. The turban man says that he is not a merciless person who wants a person's head cut off or something like this. The turban man clasps his hands together, his expression unreadable. Elsewhere, a somber rain falls upon a desolate landscape. The aftermath of a brutal battle is visible, with bodies strewn across the field. The veiled figure stands amidst the carnage, accompanied by another figure. Hamel's name is spoken. The veiled figure, hands clasped in prayer, confesses to harboring doubts. Her doubts extend to the very nature of divine power. If God is truly all-knowing and omnipotent, then why does he allow such suffering? A voice calls out, almost a whisper, the name Anise. The response is immediate, a sharp accusation. She's drunk. Her voice rising with frustration, the veiled figure demands to know why God remains inactive. The man counters with a grim question of his own. Why does God allow the innocent to suffer? He begins to speak, his expression unreadable. Hamel states that he already knows that. The veiled figure brings up Vermouth, the living miracle. Hamel explains that Vermouth is a warrior, and that is why the sacred sword acknowledged him as its owner. The veiled figure seems surprised by his words. Hamel, his face contorted in annoyance, declares that he is tired of listening to her drunken tirades. The armored man extended his hand, demanding, "So hand over the drink." The kneeling woman looked up, her expression firm. "Instead of drinking on your own," she began, then clarified, "This isn't alcohol. It's holy water." Clutching the glowing blue bottle, she declared, "I cannot give it to someone like you who lacks faith." The man's face contorted in anger. "I'll be a believer starting today, so gimme," he barked. The woman remained unmoved. "I cannot be kind in response to fake faith," she retorted, the name Anise hanging in the air. Elsewhere, Hamel, his gaze distant, stood with the veiled figure before a sunlit vista. A narration box appeared, stating, "Sacred grounds of light, Hagani." That is where Anise's statue is. Two figures stood before a weathered statue, its features softened by time and the elements. A text box explained the journey. "If I take a ship from the Holy Empire Uras across the ocean, I will arrive here in Hagani." The statue of the hooded figure stood silently, bathed in soft light. A narration box stated, 200 years ago, Anise sent a prayer here. Close up, hands clasped in prayer. The narration box read, before starting a pilgrimage to the other end of the desert. Hamel looked up, a contemplative expression on his face. Anise came to my grave to pay her respects, he mused. Two figures stood silhouetted against a dark background. The text box explained Senya's retirement and Anis's pilgrimage. The time periods don't overlap completely. The figures remained in silhouette. Senya retired a few years earlier, then Anis left on her pilgrimage, the text box clarified. He knelt among the others, a somber mood settling over the group. If Anis had the ability, she would have done something about the state it was in. The question lingered. Was Vermouth also involved in her disappearance? Eugene's brow furrowed, his golden eyes reflecting a deep concern. He had found nothing in Hagani, nothing that could be a clue right now. Eugene turned a leaf over in his fingers, examining it closely. Was this leaf from the world tree that Senya left behind? The man in the turban addressed him, young Master Eugene. The man's expression was grave. It had already been a week since they got here. He inquired, have you perhaps changed your mind? Eugene shook his head, his gaze firm. No. Eugene turned away, his jaw set, going back to Kiel. The image of Kiel shimmered in his mind. He stood before the shimmering portal, the destination finally within reach. A woman in a dark dress held a fan, while maids stood nearby. A man in a suit completed the small group. Elsewhere, a man with crossed arms considered the situation. 2 years had passed, and he wondered just how much stronger the returning party had become. The man's face contorted in rage, his teeth bared. He spat out, "You son of a bitch, you're finally coming back after all this time." A faint magical circle glowed faintly. A lone figure stands before a shimmering, ornate portal, its surface swirling with azure energy. Sweat beads on Eugene Lionheart's brow, his expression a mix of concern and determination. His hands are clasped tightly, knuckles white with tension. Cyan's name hangs in the air as the woman with the elaborate braid speaks. The woman's hair is intricately woven, adorned with jewels. She reveals that their brother is returning. The woman expresses her desire for him to return, but also acknowledges that Lionheart's patriarch position should be taken by the strongest Lionheart. Eugene thinks that if Eugene wants to become the patriarch, he'll probably give it up to him. The woman states that as long as he doesn't step back, Eugene won't become the patriarch. Eugene wonders if that is what's best for the Lionhearts. The text emphasizes that Lionheart's patriarch position should be taken by the strongest Lionheart, and that Cyan is no longer a kid. She stood beside Eugene, the weight of the decision heavy on their shoulders. The question hung in the air to become the choice was laid bare, become the patriarch or relinquish the position to Eugene. It was Cyan's choice, and his alone. Eugene's expression hardened, a flicker of something unreadable in his golden eyes. That's not what he wished for, was it? The veiled figure seemed to reflect on the situation, a hint of sadness in her eyes. It seemed like she had raised him too strictly. The woman's thoughts drifted to the past, a deep-seated fear surfacing. She didn't want to be like Theonis. The memory was a painful one. She didn't want to ruin her child with excessive greed like she had. She was different from Iode. The veiled figure looked at Eugene, a soft smile gracing her lips. Yes, he was. So he could make what he felt was the right choice. The woman's smile widened, a hint of determination in her eyes. If he felt that it was the right choice, then she'd respect it. Eugene's brow furrowed, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Cyan was his brother. Even if they weren't related by blood, they were still brothers. The veiled figure fanned herself, a thoughtful expression on her face. So talk to him once he's here. The succession of the patriarch position. Eugene's eyes narrowed, a storm brewing within him. Bathed in a soft, ethereal glow, he stood, a figure of quiet strength. The wind whipped around him as he surveyed the scene. A small welcoming party had gathered to greet him. He thought to himself that he would have seen them all back at the house anyway. A voice called out to him, "Been a while, father." The older man's face contorted with emotion as he shouted, "Son." He wondered why they all came to greet him. Tears streamed down the older man's face. The man rushed forward, embracing Eugene tightly. Eugene smiled softly at his father. Sterid looked him over, remarking that he looked like he'd worked out a lot and that his body was sturdy. Eugene replied that it was thanks to Sterid, Garge's father. He wondered if they were close enough to refer to him by his first name now. The white-haired figure stands with a muscular man who is flexing his muscles. He tells the man not to take that medicine. Eugene is now standing with Sterid and Iode, looking off to the side. Eugene apologizes, saying he didn't see them. Iode tells him not to be. Eugene stands with a duplicate of himself, who says they're family, but a voice asks, "Where's the patriarch?" Iode smiles knowingly. Someone asks if the other person knows about that too. Eugene seems to realize something. Text explains that the succession ritual, which is a Lionheart tradition, is attended by both the indirect and direct lineages. Eugene and Iode are shown with swords. Text explains that the coming-of-age ritual is just for the direct lineage children. It was Iode, who is 2 years older than Eugene, who should have gone through the coming-of-age ritual last time. But he has basically been estranged, so the last one was skipped. But there are 3 children, Yu, Cyan, and Seal. The faces of those who will soon come of age are displayed. The upcoming ritual, it seems, will be more extravagant than in years past. Eugene Lionheart's expression is unreadable. The woman with braided hair states that the Senate wanted it this way. Eugene is seen with a man wearing a turban. But something is amiss. The woman with braided hair looks concerned. She asks who the man is with Eugene Lionheart. He responds that it is his subordinate, Ramon Schulhoff. The woman asks Ramon Schulhoff his age, to which he replies that he is 32. Eugene Lionheart states that he personally picked him out himself. Eugene emphasizes that Ramon is trustworthy. Nina is present. Nina acknowledges the request with a polite affirmation. The unseen speaker orders her to take and teach. Eugene explains that Ramon will be handling tasks like cleaning the barn and tourney hall, things that require strength but are less desirable. Nina asks if Eugene is sure that this arrangement is acceptable. The unseen speaker emphasizes that Ramon is now Nina's subordinate. Eugene introduces Nina to Ramon, clarifying that she is now his senior. The unseen speaker instructs Ramon to learn from her. Ramon internally acknowledges that he must treat Nina with respect, despite her youthful appearance. Ramon thinks that even doing odd jobs around the house is worthwhile if it's for young Master Eugene. Ramon reflects that he is at least paying Eugene back for saving his life. Ramon vows that there will be a day when he truly needs him, and on that day, he will risk his life for the young master as a warrior. Ramon resolves to do what Nina tells him to. Ramon stands, his expression unreadable as he looks off to the side. Eugene proposes a discussion. The two begin to walk along a verdant path, the sunlight dappling through the trees. Eugene turns to Ramon, questioning his very nature. Ramon's eyes narrow, a hint of defiance flickering within them. Eugene's question provokes a sharp retort from Ramon, demanding to know what he's talking about. Ramon's expression shifts, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he offers the truth, claiming to be a reincarnation. Eugene's face contorts in anger, his teeth gritted. Ramon chuckles, confident that Eugene won't believe him. A disembodied thought wonders why he's even asking. Ramon's eyes gleam with amusement as he poses a simple question. Why? The question hangs in the air, underscored by an unseen force, a testament to his strength. He gives a thumbs up, a faint blue aura emanating from him. Ramon remarks that it has been 2 years for both of them. Eugene's brow furrows, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He seems troubled by Ramon's words. Ramon continues, stating that it has indeed been 2 years for both of them. He elaborates, suggesting it's as if Eugene has lived 20 years instead of 2. Ramon recalls that while Eugene was learning magic, a flashback shows Eugene training with his sword, his body glowing with a blue aura as he practices his swordsmanship. Ramon declares that he trained the sword like crazy and his white flame method too. But meanwhile, Eugene thinks to himself that he tried really hard too. Eugene simply utters his own name. Ramon's expression hardens, his gaze intense. Ramon concludes that Eugene will become the patriarch. The man with white hair is asked what he is talking about. He is asked if he wants to be the patriarch. Eugene looks down, his expression unreadable. The man with gray hair asks why, when he is so obviously better than Eugene. Eugene is told that he can just be the patriarch if he says he will. Eugene refuses to accept that. He proposes a duel for the position. Eugene smiles, extending his hand. The man with gray hair wonders why he would make Eugene the patriarch if he won the duel. It would make more sense for him to become the patriarch. Eugene tells him that he is smarter than he expected. The man with gray hair is shocked by this statement. Eugene says that if he wins, then Cyan will be the patriarch, as that kind of position is for someone with... He stated that he didn't want to take on an annoying position like that, gesturing with his hand. Cyan added that if Iode really wanted to change his mind, he could do it by force. Instead of a proper duel, he mused. Cyan suggested that they just try sparring, telling him now, but a wide grin stretched across Cyan's face. He declared that Iode wouldn't be able to win against him no matter what he did. Cyan clenched his fist, a silent challenge hanging in the air. The sound of steel filled the air as Cyan and Iode clashed swords, the beginning of their sparring match. He is able to control Sword's soul easily and can maintain it for a long time. Cyan smiles, his mana proficiency having gotten much better when he reached 3-star in White Flame. Someone with as much mana as Cyan at this age. Cyan looks tired. There's no way he would get this tired so fast. It's like he's swinging his sword at nothing. Eugene's sword seems to deflect his attacks, but at the same time, it sends his sword where he doesn't want it to. The swords clash. The swords continue to clash. Cyan and Iode continue to spar as two men watch. One of the men wonders if he could fight with all he had using Sword's soul. The man wonders if he would be able to defeat young Master Eugene. The other man doesn't think so. He was very strong 2 years ago too. Hamel's gaze is intense, his expression a mix of focus and anticipation as he observes the ongoing spar. The power between them is overwhelmingly stronger. Though young Master Cyan has gotten much better, Eugene is still taking all of his attacks. Cyan parries the blow without moving even a step from where he is standing. The force of the parry sends a shockwave through the air. Cyan remains calm and collected, his stance unwavering as he faces Eugene. Hamel's eyes widen in surprise. What was that, he wonders. Cyan shrugs, dismissing the incredible feat, just regular old parrying. Hamel is not convinced. Don't lie to me. That was no ordinary parrying. You didn't bounce off my sword soul. You let it slide off. Frustration evident on his face, Hamel exclaims, you offset all my attacks and made me use more mana than I needed to. The distance between them grows as Cyan stands tall, his skill now undeniable. You've got a good eye, he acknowledges. He gazes forward, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. A wide, unsettling grin stretches across his face, revealing a hint of mania. Grasping his sword tightly, Cyan mutters to himself, a dark aura briefly flaring around him. Patience, he reminds himself, patience. All right, he decides, he'll teach him. The swords are drawn, the training about to begin. To learn from me? Cyan asks, his expression unreadable. Enough, he thinks, there's no need for him to become patriarch, right? Cyan glances back at the assembled onlookers. But there are too many people watching here, he realizes. He turns, gesturing for Hamel to follow. Come with me, Cyan says, leading him away. His thoughts betray his insecurity. You can't become stronger than me, he silently insists. The two stand facing each other, the air thick with unspoken tension. But you'll accept being a patriarch, Cyan thinks, his expression hardening. If you become strong enough, right? Hamel's brow furrows, sweat beading on his forehead. Why, yeah, but... He voiced his reluctance, stating that even if forced, he had no desire to become the patriarch. The word hung in the air. Cyan mused to himself, wondering how many times he had to offer the position. He figured at least 3 times, but what could he do when Hamel kept refusing? The thought echoed. Rejecting the position? Cyan cleared his throat, the sound a prelude to his next words. Cyan sighed, stating that if Hamel truly didn't want the position, he guessed he had no choice. He conceded that Hamel was skilled. But Cyan quickly followed up, countering that Hamel didn't possess the qualities fitting of a patriarch. Cyan continued his tirade, adding that Hamel hadn't even received proper lessons as a successor and was not prepared. He scoffed, declaring there was no way Hamel could fit into high society, having lived half his life in the country. With a swift motion, Cyan's foot connected, eliciting a pained cry. Hamel, clutching his leg, demanded to know what that was for. He cradled his leg, wincing in pain from the sudden kick. Cyan retorted, stating Hamel was just being a piece of shit. He looked up, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple, as if a great weight had suddenly been placed upon his shoulders. Cyan crossed his arms, his expression firm. He stated that he was too busy to teach him at the moment, promising to write it down sometime and give it to him later. He added that if he read and trained hard, he would be able to learn it. Cyan pressed, questioning if Hamel was telling the truth about not wanting to become the patriarch. Elsewhere, old and rough mountains stood tall, located in the south of Kiel. Mount Uklas loomed in the distance. Vermouth, the great of the Kiel Empire, had given up his title and moved to a house in the mountains. Capital, but 300 years. After that, Mount Uklas still remained a Lionheart territory. The Black Lion Castle was located in the peaks of Mount Uklas. This was the place Vermouth had resided in the longest. In the shadows, cloaked figures gathered around a table, their intentions shrouded in mystery. Sterid sits at the head of a long table, 2 hooded figures flanking him. He examines a document, his brow furrowed in thought. Sterid's expression hardens as he considers the implications of the report. Word arrives that the child is back in the main residence. Sterid's gaze remains fixed on the document, his mind clearly elsewhere. Only 2 months remain in the year. Sterid wonders if there's a need to summon him. He acknowledges that he is the one who committed something unprecedented. Sterid reflects on a child of indirect lineage being taken into the main residence. It was something that had never happened before in all of Lionheart history, and he had seen him ever since he was young. But it's still uncomfortable being around. Sterid, the oldest man of the family and also the head of the Senate, known as the White Lion of Immortality, thinks of him. The name Duinurse Lionheart hangs heavy in the air, a legacy etched in blood and power. Sterid sits at the table, his expression unreadable. He acknowledges that the child's worth has been proven. However, the situation has become rather messy, the implications far-reaching. The veiled figure, Noir Zabella, listens intently, her presence a silent question mark in the room. The word patriarch hangs in the air. The white-haired figure, musing on the Lionheart name, recalls meeting the boy himself in Aroth. He takes a long drag from his cigar, his gaze distant and contemplative. Sterid wonders why Eugene's indirect lineage is such a problem, emphasizing that his potential is what truly matters. He addresses someone named Carmen, acknowledging her insight. A close-up reveals a figure with flowing blue hair, a symbol that cannot represent the Black Lion. The white-haired figure exhales a plume of smoke, his expression unreadable in the dim light. Sterid clasps his hands together, his gaze fixed on some unseen point as he thinks about the coming-of-age ceremony. Within the Senate chamber, the topic of Eugene Lionheart is raised. The Senate agrees that the child has quite the potential. Sterid sits at the head of the table, listening intently. That is why they permitted the patriarch. Another senator notes that Eugene will also become an adult in 2 months. A third senator states that is when they will begin with the process of choosing the next patriarch. Starrett nods in agreement. Yes. Another senator adds that before that, Eugene learned magic in Aroth, and he heard he's quite talented in magic too. It's also mentioned that Eugene even got in touch with Aroth as crown prince. The patriarchs who possess the last name Lionheart are a pack of lions. The patriarch is free to raise his children how he wishes. But letting a lion he raised leave the pack on his own just because he wishes to is not acceptable. Starrett states that the decision is the child's. Starrett continues, stating that, of course, he intends to respect the child's choices. He declared that he would limit Eugene's options, ensuring the sentence would be done. Another voice chimed in, suggesting that Eugene Lionheart be recommended as the next patriarch. Starrett mused that if that was what Eugene truly desired, he would prefer to leave the possibility open. He tapped the table with a small, ornate vial, the sound echoing in the chamber. The white-haired figure relayed that Seal had said Eugene was refusing the position. Starrett hoped that Eugene wouldn't change his mind then, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Elsewhere, a quiet moment. Eugene Lionheart stood, a contemplative expression on his face. Iode confirmed something with a simple yes. The braided hair figure stated that the ceremony was happening, but Eugene and Iode were invited to go there instead. A woman with braided brown hair and the purple dress fans herself, as she states that Seal is already at the Black Lion. The disembodied voice reminds them that they need to go to the castle now. Iode holds a book as he stands next to Cyan, who looks off to the side with a concerned expression. A voice tells them to leave as soon as they are ready. Cyan turns to Iode, assuring him that everything they need will be there, and tells him to go. Iode seems surprised but agrees. Cyan walks forward. Iode holds up a book, mentioning that it was written for him. Cyan looks concerned as he asks if Iode is serious about this, stating that it is just torturing the core. Iode thinks that if he really follows this method, he'll pass out from lack of mana. Cyan looks off to the side with a worried expression. Iode thinks that it's how Hamel used to train his mana, but he changed it a bit so that Cyan could try. He stood in the grand hall, Iode before him. The younger man was reminded, keep this in mind, Cyan. You have to do it even if you can't. The unseen speaker continued, his voice echoing with a dark intensity. You have to keep going even if you're crying and throwing up blood. Iode's eyes gleamed with a manic energy. That's what you need to do to at least try to catch up to me a little bit. That's how much. Cyan's expression shifted, a flicker of unease crossing his features. Iode's face lit up with a saccharine smile. Cyan muttered, bastard. Iode responded, ah, so sweet. The disembodied voice continued, I love hearing insults. Anyway, the Black Lion. Cyan, now in a different location, perhaps a castle, noted, this is the first time the coming-of-age ceremony was held somewhere else other. Iode approached, his footsteps echoing on the stone floor. Though, he began, thanks to that bastard Iode, the Senate has been watching us too. Iode's expression darkened, a hint of concern in his eyes. Maybe they want to teach us a lesson. Cyan's gaze intensified, his eyes narrowed. They probably want to warn you. Iode tilted his head, a curious expression on his face. Then what about you? Cyan's eyes hardened, his jaw set with determination. Since I am the future patriarch. He wondered if the congratulations were coming early. Perhaps he would be permitted to visit Vermouth, the Great's grave. His gaze hardened, a plan forming. Meanwhile, Vermouth's grave was said to be somewhere in Mt. Uklas, its precise location a closely guarded secret. Even the patriarch, Gilad, knew little about the grave's true location. Elsewhere, a figure lay in repose, but the observer did not believe Vermouth had died peacefully, as the books claimed. He needed to ensure Vermouth's body was truly in the grave. Back in the room, Cyan mused that they might let him have the demonic spear Ruintos or the pulverizing flail Ziglard. The demonic spear Ruintos, weapon of the demon king of cruelty. The pulverizing flail, weapon of the demon king of slaughter. Ziglard. The two weapons were not kept in the main residence's treasury, but in the Black Lion Castle. Currently, the owner of the demonic spear was the Senate leader and the oldest of the Lionhearts, Duinur's Lionheart. The immortal White Lion. The text identifies the owner of the pulverizing flail Ziglard as Duinur's grandson, and Dominic Lionheart as the first Legion captain of the Black Lion Knight Order. The Senate leader is too old, someone remarks, well past the age of retirement. Iode wonders if the Senate leader intends to retire and give him the demonic spear. How should he know? The white-haired figure replies. Kian stands in a room, holding a fragment of the moonlight sword. The fragment glows with a soft, blue light. Kian grimaces, noting how his mana gets sucked out each time he pulls this thing out. He curses the stupid-ass sword. The fragment of the moonlight sword, he recalls, that he got from the auction. The text explains that this fragment resonates with the sword and adds to the shaft of the sword. Kian thinks it'll be completely back to normal if he can just collect all of the fragments. He states that he's not in a hurry, but needs to. A singular thought consumed him. Find Vermouth's grave first. He mused. It was hard to believe he was leaving the main residence so soon after returning. He wondered what to do about Hamel's statue and gravestone in his cape. He had been planning to have it. He thought he could set up here if he could convince Gillid, but he couldn't meet Gillid right now. Then an idea sparked. A sinister smile stretched across his face, his eyes gleaming with cunning. A voice cut through his thoughts, asking if he was going on a date. He stood, clad in a brown shirt and black cape with a fur collar. Gillid, arms crossed, inquired if he was going on a picnic. Gillid observed that it was the Cape of Darkness. He responded that it sure looked nice, and that The white-haired figure's expression is one of slight discomfort, as he thinks to himself that the location has several spells cast for convenience. Even a pocket plane. Iode, with a slightly annoyed tone, declares he's not going to give it to him even if he stares at it like that. The white-haired figure stammers, insisting that he didn't even ask. A portal shimmers into existence. Iode states that the gate to the Black Lion Castle is open. The two figures stand before the shimmering portal, ready to depart. Kian tells Iode to let's go. They step through the portal. Kian's expression is one of slight annoyance. Kian is upside down. Kian mutters, "Geez." He plummets through the sky, the ground rushing up to meet him. The wind whips past, tugging at his cloak as he falls headfirst towards the forest below. The wind whipped around him as he plummeted from the sky, the ground rushing up to meet him. The air roared past his ears as he continued his descent. His gaze settled on the Black Lion Castle in the distance. He could see the Black Lion Castle at the peak of the mountain. He wondered if he was supposed to go all the way over there. He figured it was for the better. If Vermouth's grave was hidden somewhere here, he thought he'd be able to inspect the place a bit on the way to the castle. If the beginning of the coming-of-age ceremony was to drop us from the sky, he mused, assuming there were at least some safety devices set up, he probably wouldn't die. He resolved to leave him be and focus on himself. The wind continued to rush past him as he fell. The Black Lion Castle stood tall against the bright sky, its stone walls gleaming in the sunlight. He plummeted from the castle heights, the wind whipping past him. The ground rushed up to meet him. Still, he fell, a silent figure against the vast expanse. From above, Starrett watched the falling figure, a hooded man, standing beside him. Starrett mused, observing that he didn't seem panicked. He was sure good with magic. Starrett wondered if that was also Winnie's power, and how proficient he was. Floating magic is at the lowest 4/4 circle. The hooded figure noted that he fell from quite a high place, but his speed was consistent, and his balance was great too. Eugene asked if Starrett knew what level Lionheart had reached. Had Lionheart reached in the White Flame method? Starrett considered the implications. For Aroth to have achieved 3 stars. He recalled receiving a letter just last year, confirming Aroth had already reached 4 stars. Starrett chuckled, a hint of disbelief in his voice. 4 stars at 19. He mused that Aroth might be even higher ranked now, considering a year had passed since that letter. The thought struck him as impossible, his brow furrowing in disbelief. 5 stars before he's even adult? Starrett's expression hardened, a touch of bitterness in his tone. Just because you're not talented doesn't mean that everyone else isn't. He stood silently, the weight of his own limitations settling upon him. Suddenly, Starrett looked up, his voice laced with indignation. "Madam Lionheart, are you looking down on me right now?" Nurse Lionheart, cigar clenched between her teeth, regarded him with a cool gaze. She remarked dryly that others would think he was her dad or grandfather. Starrett pointed an accusing finger, his voice rising in frustration. Nurse Lionheart countered, stating it's much better to look young, despite being ancient. How long was he going to keep that appearance up? Starrett's face contorted with fury, his voice rising as he accused someone of lacking class. He emphasized that if they were part of the Senate, they should at least look the part. The man continued his tirade, sneering that the target of his anger was over 60, but deluded themselves into thinking they were still in their 20s. The sound of something snapping echoed in the room. Starrett paused, his expression unreadable for a moment. Nurse Lionheart was dismissed. "Dominic, you go," Starrett commanded. Dominic Lionheart acknowledged the order. "Yes, Senate Leader," he responded. Dominic Lionheart, of the Black Lionite Order and 1 First Legion captain, was instructed to leave as Starrett continued, stating that they should test the kids after they've reached the castle. Starrett scoffed at the idea of catering to the younger generation. He questioned, "That won't be a test then. Do you not believe in your kids?" Dominic Lionheart listened intently. Starrett declared that this was different from the blood succession ritual. The unseen figure argued that there's no point if they cater to their age and experience level. Dominic Lionheart seemed to agree, stating he was going to do it like that because he felt like it. He wondered aloud if it would have been all right to bring Iode. The elders still hadn't gotten over the incident. Starrett's expression was troubled as he considered the implications. One of the others acknowledged that Iode was his son, but insisted that Starrett needed to let go of him. The speaker reminded Starrett that Iode was living a happy and peaceful life at his mother's place, but also that Iode was the oldest of the main family. It was acknowledged that Iode wouldn't be able to succeed the position of patriarch, but he still had the right to be a part of the coming-of-age ceremony. It was a shame, but the speaker insisted that the child was already an adult. The conversation hung heavy in the air. Meanwhile, a fierce battle cry echoed through the forest. Monstrous faces, teeth bared, revealed the source of the disturbance. The sounds of impact reverberated as the fight intensified. A figure wielding a sword moved with blinding speed, locked in combat. The creature bursts into a shower of violet sparks, its form dissolving into nothingness. Eugene observes the dissipating energy. That's the second one, he mutters. Twin-head ogres are the type to take an entire forest as their territory, so there is no way two of them should be in the same region. Not just these ogres. This entire forest is a farm for monsters. There's no way they would have just dropped us out of the sky to watch us fight some monsters. Eugene continues through the forest, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and something else, something feral. A rustling in the undergrowth. Eugene's eyes narrow, a predatory grin spreading across his face. I knew it. A hulking beast burst from the trees, claws extended in a furious assault. The monster lunges. A figure is riding a large, red wyvern through the forest. The white-haired figure looks up, a smirk playing on his lips. Since when have you gone around on a wyvern? He asks. Seal, perched atop the wyvern, responds, How did you know and dodge in time? The wyvern's maw gapes open, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Seal explains the wind was talking. The white-haired figure retorts, his expression hardening. What the hell are you saying? The white-haired figure's smile widens, a hint of malice in his eyes. I knew it would be too easy if it were just monsters. He continues, a playful tone in his voice. It's been a while since we last met. Don't you think it's a bit too harsh to just attack me instead of greeting me? Seal, her brow furrowed, asks, Doesn't your head hurt? The white-haired figure's eyes widen in surprise. Seal states, a hand raised to her temple. There's a barrier over this entire forest. The white-haired figure, perched behind Seal on the wyvern, leans forward. I did feel a bit dizzy when I first came in here. That's it. He smirked, a glint in his golden eyes. His mind, he mused, was more than ready for whatever illusions this forest could conjure. The barrier, a voice echoed in his memory, was designed to project fears into reality, to shatter the mind itself. He recalled a time when such illusions had driven his brother to the brink, his screams echoing in the void. But the white-haired figure had faced such psychological assaults countless times. He was not so easily broken. This forest barrier, he knew, wasn't truly meant to break the mind. Originally, the plan had been to observe how he responded to his fears. But now, Seal was here, astride a fearsome wyvern. Instead of ambushing him so early, a hand tightened around the hilt of a rapier, the polished steel gleaming in a dim light. He frowned. He hadn't expected to fight Seal out of nowhere. A predatory grin spread across his face. He wasn't going to go easy on her. His grip tightened further, the rapier ready to be drawn. A figure plummets through the air, sword gripped tightly in hand, the wind screaming past them. With brutal force, a combatant slams their foot down upon a monstrous head, crushing it beneath their heel. A figure, cloaked and confident, holds a gleaming sword, a smirk playing on their lips. Unleashing raw power, the figure sends a blinding blast of energy, tearing through the forest. Landing with cat-like grace, the figure surveys the battlefield, their eyes narrowed in concentration. The earth erupts in a violent explosion, sending shockwaves and debris scattering in all directions. Two figures clash in a furious dance of steel and magic, their movements a blur of speed and power. Another figure is sent hurtling downwards, leaving a trail of shimmering energy in their wake. Gathering power, the figure prepares to unleash a barrage of glowing energy orbs. The cloaked figure taunts, You can't dodge midair now, can you? A monstrous maw opens wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The monstrous maw opened, a guttural roar echoing through the forest as it prepared to unleash its fury. Arcane energy crackled around the beast as it unleashed a barrage of blue beams, tearing through the trees. With a burst of speed, the white-haired figure launched into the air, a silver blade glinting in their grasp. Seal realized the wyvern's momentum had been the key to this sudden burst of speed. The ground blurred beneath her feet as Seal sprinted forward, the sword held ready. Each stride ate up the distance between her and the monstrous foe. Eyes narrowed, Seal prepared to strike, the blade a mere extension of her will. The monster's massive claws scraped against the earth, ready to tear through anything in their path. With a final surge, Seal closed the gap, the sword a silver streak aimed at the beast's heart. But then, a flicker of doubt crossed her face, a moment of hesitation in the face of overwhelming power. Despite the fear, Seal leaped, sword raised high, ready to meet the monster head-on. A sharp sound echoes as something slices through the air. The blade continues its descent, aimed precisely at the ropes binding its target. Straining against the ropes, the white-haired figure cries out. With a final slice, the ropes fall away, freeing Kian from his bonds. A sinister grin spreads across his face. He grips the hilt of his weapon. Lying on the ground, Kian mutters, "Not yet." A monstrous maw filled with razor-sharp teeth appears, ready to strike. Kian rises to his feet, his eyes fixed on the approaching threat. The creature lunges forward with terrifying speed. He raises his sword, preparing to meet the beast's charge. A voice cries out, "Don't kill WYWY." He pauses, his expression shifting from determination to confusion. A voice cuts through the air, pleading with him not to kill the creature. Seal is tied up in the background. The white-haired figure grits his teeth, muttering about the creature's thick skin. The creature retorts that Seal was the one who ambushed it first, calling the woman a lizard piece of shit. The red, demonic creature roars, its fangs bared in a menacing snarl. Reacting instantly, the white-haired figure slashes at the creature with his sword, a burst of energy erupting on impact. He leaps back, creating distance between himself and the enraged beast. His eyes narrowed, the white-haired figure prepares to strike again, his grip tightening on the sword's hilt. With a swift motion, he brings the blade down upon the creature, the force of the blow evident in the spray of energy. The creature recoils, blood splattering as the sword finds its mark. Seal, still bound, watches the fight unfold, her expression unreadable. A surge of power emanates from the sword, the air crackling with energy. Heeding the warning, Kian steeled himself as Seal prepared to strike, her blade crackling with blue energy. The air itself seemed to vibrate as she lunged forward, the sword a blur of motion. Seal descended from above, her sword aimed directly at Kian. Her eyes narrowed, the intent to incapacitate clear in her focused gaze. With a surge of power, Kian prepared to meet the descending blade, a faint glow emanating from his outstretched hand. Seal's thoughts raced as she wondered if he was truly going to use his bare hand against her sword aura. With a sharp cry, Seal brought her blade down, the blue energy intensifying as it neared its target. In a shocking display of defiance, Kian grasped the blade with his bare hand, sparks flying as his skin met the energized steel. A gasp escaped Seal's lips as she stared in disbelief at Kian's impossible feat. With a swift motion, he followed up by kicking out with his leg. A confident smirk played on Kian's lips as he prepared to disarm his opponent. The force of the kick sent Seal sprawling backwards, landing hard on the forest floor. Still on the ground, she winced, asking if he could go a bit easy on her. Her expression was a mix of pain and annoyance. Kian offered, a smirk playing on his lips, to stop attacking if Seal promised to do the same. He added that the fight was already over, and she could never have won in the first place. Kian stood with his arms outstretched, a confident grin on his face. Seal, now standing, retorted, questioning if he had predicted that she was going to change the trajectory of her rapier. Kian's expression remained unchanged, still wearing that confident smirk. He thought to himself that it was a half-half chance. Seal scoffed, stating that his hand would have gone flying if she hadn't stopped him. She explained that she put her hand out because she was certain he couldn't do that to her hand. It's been surprise after surprise. Kian, still smiling, asked since she was there, why didn't she explain some things to him? Seal, drawing her sword, simply told him to just go find the Black Lion Castle. Kian's expression hardens. He knows it as well. The thought of the coming ordeal clearly grates on him. Meanwhile, Seal states the facts, 60 Black Lion Knights. That number includes their captains. Elsewhere, a grim-faced officer reports that they're scouring the mountain for Kian and Seal's brother. Kian wonders if that isn't overkill for a coming-of-age ceremony. Meanwhile, the newly identified Senate leader's face is cast in shadow as he states that he values Kian highly. Back with Seal, she laments that her poor brother got mixed up in this because of Kian. Returning to Kian, he observes that 60 is far too many just to ambush two people. Seal explains that this mountain is vast, and they're not all for ambush. Some are positioned to stop them from going anywhere. The words hang in the air between them, anywhere they shouldn't. Kian's eyes glow with resolve. Vermouth's grave. The pair continued through the forest, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. Cyan wondered aloud if something was meant to stop them from going where they shouldn't. Seal pondered where that might be. Of course, it was dangerous places. This mountain was teeming with monsters. Seal's expression hardened, her eyes narrowing as she considered the implications of such a dangerous place. The narration continued, explaining that around here, there were only ogres, but deeper within, dangerous demonic monsters lurked, capable of easily killing ogres. Cyan's eyes widened, a flicker of concern crossing his face as he processed the information. Seal questioned the presence of demons, wondering why they would be in such a place. The text explained that apparently, they were raising the demons to increase the Black Lion Knight's experience, but demons weren't domestic animals and couldn't be raised. Cyan's expression turned to disbelief, the idea of raising demons seeming absurd to him. That just meant they were loose in the forest. The narration continued, stating that Vermouth the Great's grave should be in this mountain. But they let loose demons around here? Seal, noticing Cyan's rising anger, questioned why he was getting mad at her. The question hung in the air, a silent scream of frustration. How could he, as a part of the Lionheart family, not be consumed by rage? Seal's expression was a mix of concern and suspicion. Since when had he become so patriotic toward the Lionhearts? Seal stated the obvious. The demons were nowhere near Vermouth the Great's grave. He had gone on demon raids countless times, yet never once heard anything about Vermouth's grave. Cyan recalled that she had mentioned the Senate leader was paying attention to him. He had planned to inspect the mountain while pretending to head to the castle, but now he thought that would be a bad idea. For now, he would just go to the Black Lion Castle. Seal greeted him simply. Cyan suggested, why not hitch a ride on her wyvern to get to the castle? Cyan looked expectantly. He grits his teeth, a storm brewing behind his eyes. His hands clench into fists, knuckles white against the dark fabric of his gloves. Perched atop her crimson dragon, Seal states flatly, I'll warn you before I leave. You should try to get out. The message echoes, a warning of impending arrival. The other knights will be here as soon as possible. A surge of power emanates from Cyan, the air crackling with unseen energy. He focuses, drawing the energy into his outstretched hand, the power coalescing into a visible force. His eyes widen, a flicker of surprise or perhaps concern crossing his features. The energy intensifies, swirling around him like a gathering storm. The air shimmers, distorted by the sheer force of his building power. With a determined gaze, Cyan channels the energy, his expression hardening with resolve. He unleashes the pent-up power, a blinding flash illuminating the forest. Now astride the crimson dragon, he prepares for departure. With a powerful beat of its wings, Seal's dragon ascends, carrying them away from the encroaching threat. The white-haired figure issued a harsh warning, his crimson eyes gleaming with suppressed fury. He threatened to beat them up again if they didn't obey. A red-eyed demon lashed out, kicking the blonde woman with brutal force. The force of the blow sent her reeling, a strangled cry escaping her lips. She was sent flying backwards, the impact echoing through the air. Desperate, the woman screamed after her attacker, demanding he return. But the white-haired figure declared that she would be dead if he went back to her. The red-eyed demon remained impassive, while the white-haired figure simply uttered a soft "oh." The red-eyed demon soared through the sky, surrounded by a flock of similar dragons. The sky was filled with the silhouettes of dragons against the bright sky. Cyan scanned the ranks of dragons, noting that he didn't see Carmen amongst them and that he didn't know what the other captains looked like. But none of them seemed strong enough to be one. Another man, perched atop a dragon, affirmed his agreement. He acknowledged the Black Lion Knight Order's skill. Even in his past life, there wasn't a Knight Order that was stronger than them, but attacks made without the intention to kill. The Dragon Rider declared that they cannot be tested. He grinned, stating that they would be the ones doing the testing instead, calling out the Black Lion Knight Order. The Dragon Riders advanced, their swords glinting in the light. They continued their advance, their expressions determined. One of the riders exclaimed that he's going to charge into them on his own, but another yelled for him to stop. The Dragon Riders prepared to fire arrows, their bows drawn. Arrows were fired, streaking through the air. A figure prepared to cast a spell, purple energy swirling around them. The spell was cast, the purple energy expanding. The spell intensified, the purple energy concentrated and glowing. A barrage of sword-like projectiles hurtled forward, each one glowing with an ominous blue light. Sterid stood his ground, deflecting the attack with practiced ease. Glass shattered underfoot as the projectiles were turned aside. The white-haired figure watched intently as Sterid calmly assessed the situation. With a clang of steel, Sterid parried a direct sword thrust, sparks flying from the point of impact. A flicker of surprise crossed Sterid's face as the attack intensified. A foot moved with blinding speed, closing the distance. Again, Sterid met the attack head-on, the sound of clashing steel echoing through the room. The white-haired figure's eyes widened, momentarily taken aback by Sterid's resilience. Each block was met with a resounding crash, the force of the blows testing Sterid's defenses. The polished steel of the sword gleamed, reflecting the intensity of the battle. The white-haired figure seemed to recognize something, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. Nathan Lionheart. The man's thoughts drifted back to a time when he was known as the 3rd Legion Vice Captain, a title he bore in Aroth. Spear in hand, the Vice Captain leapt from the high ground, ready to strike. The white-haired figure, perched atop a dragon-like creature, wondered where Seal had been left. Young Lady Seal must have come to you first. Where did you leave her? The figure's gaze turned downward, muttering, down there. The white-haired figure's eyes narrowed, a purple energy coalescing around his weapon. The Vice Captain found himself caught in a storm of energy spears, the air crackling with power. The spears found their mark, piercing through his defenses. He landed hard, the impact jarring his bones. The man's face contorted in frustration as he recalled. I lost in a fight with spears. Another spear struck, sending him reeling. The white-haired figure looked down at the falling vice-captain, declaring, there is no need to engage in battle. The figure smirked, his eyes set on the horizon. All I need to do is reach the Black Lion Castle. A large rock, surrounded by a faint blue aura, hurtled towards him. The projectile gained speed, closing the distance with alarming swiftness. The white-haired figure looked up, his eyes widening in surprise. A stone? It came from below, he wondered. From below, a voice echoed, laced with malice. A bead of sweat trickled down the speaker's face, betraying a hint of nervousness beneath the bravado. Another figure plummeted from above, engulfed in a radiant blue aura. The white-haired figure's expression shifted to one of grim realization as he braced himself for the impending assault. The woman's face contorted in fury, her voice rising to a shout. Hey, you son of a bitch! Perched atop her wyvern, she continued her tirade, demanding, how could you just leave me like that? The white-haired figure looked up at her, a hint of amusement in his eyes. You found your way here fine. The woman's wyvern snorted, its breath misting in the air. She retorted, your wyvern's pretty smart. It found you on its. The white-haired figure smiled, a hint of urgency in his voice. Good that you're here. I need to go to the Black Lion Castle now. The woman's expression softened, a hint of surprise on her face. She questioned, tilting her head, why you don't want to? Her cheeks flushed slightly, she admitted, I don't mind. Elsewhere, wyverns soared through the clear blue sky, their shadows dancing across the clouds. The winged beasts flew towards a towering castle, their destination drawing ever closer. A lone wyvern soars through the sky, its leathery wings catching the sunlight. Clinging to the reins of a crimson wyvern, Seal and the white-haired figure ride towards their destination. The wind whips through their hair as they fly. Seal, her brow furrowed with concern, tells the white-haired figure that he's hurting WIWI's scales. The white-haired figure scoffs, questioning how it could be a wyvern if simply holding on to its scales hurts him. Seal's expression hardens, her eyes narrowing. The pair continues their flight, the wind rushing past them. Seal agrees with the white-haired figure's statement. More wyverns fill the sky, their silhouettes stark against the bright blue. The white-haired figure, his gaze sharp, asks Seal what she is doing. Seal smiles, suggesting they might as well. The white-haired figure expresses his preference to do something else. Seal urges the white-haired figure to hurry to the castle to eat, and then take a bath. The wyvern soared through the sky, carrying its passengers toward their destination. A voice echoes, anticipating their arrival, suggesting that lectures await them. The white-haired figure rides the wyvern, the wind whipping through his hair as they approach the Black Lion Castle. Elsewhere, sunlight filters through the misty mountains, casting an ethereal glow on the landscape. A flag bearing the Lionheart crest flies atop a castle tower, a symbol of the family's power and influence. The castle's architecture speaks of grandeur and history, its stone walls and arched windows hinting at the secrets within. Inside the castle, Hamill walks alongside the white-haired figure through a long corridor, the polished floors reflecting the light from the chandeliers above. The sound of footsteps echoes through the halls as Hamill laments, we don't have enough people in the Black Lion Knight Order. Hamill's expression is grim as he speaks of the great Lionheart family with 300 years of history. He continues, his voice tinged with frustration. For a Knight Order that is supposed to guard such a family, we have too few people. The white-haired figure responds, his tone laced with resignation. What can we do about that anyway? Unlike the main residence's White Lion Knight Order. The conversation concludes with the explanation that the Black Lion Knight Order has to take care of the messy business of the family. He and Seal continued their walk through the castle. A voice echoed behind them, declaring that they couldn't have outsiders. The voice warned against getting mixed up in that. The offer to join the Black Lion Knight Order was extended once more. He had already rejected it 2 years ago. Back then, they hadn't seen his skills, but they had seen them today. A woman with long white hair and a cigar watched, a knowing look in her eyes. The 2nd Legion captain's disciple position was still empty. What had he been doing for 2 years then? He did find one, but his personality was pretty rough. No one was able to withstand him. His skills reminded them of him. The woman with the cigar stood with a stern-faced man behind her. She wouldn't be surprised if he had taught him. He had never even met him. If he became his disciple, they would get along. With him, plus, being in the Black Lion Knight Order was a great honor to the family. That was all fine and good, but he would like to prioritize his own honor. The Senate, it was revealed, remained wary of him. The situation in Ahama had grown increasingly suspicious, yet he had visited the place without any discussion. Iode scoffed, his expression hardening. He didn't think he had schemed anything. A disembodied voice questioned his dealings. With those Nahama people, did he scheme something? The possibility, he considered, was very low, but they couldn't completely ignore it. A sinister figure emerged from the shadows, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Another voice echoed, laced with disbelief. Who would have ever imagined that Iode would get into dark magic? The unseen speaker continued, stating that he was in a good position to receive all kinds of offers. He was very talented, but there was a limit to his authority. The speaker elaborated, the words hanging heavy in the air, because of his bloodline. A new voice chimed in, suggesting a tempting proposition. What if someone were to offer to help him become the patriarch? Iode's expression hardened. He didn't want to become the patriarch. The voice persisted, urging him to think about it differently. With his skills, anyone would try to take him onto their side. A figure smoking a cigar questioned him, his tone sharp. Did Nahama's sultan promise him wealth and fame? Was he interrogating him right now? He simply states, yes. Iode smirks, deciding, then I guess I don't need to answer you. Elsewhere, the sound of footsteps echoes. The woman with silver hair stands beside Iode as he says, I'm sure the people in this room will ask me the same questions. The pair stand side by side, a silent understanding passing between them. The woman bows her head slightly, her expression unreadable. Meanwhile, a long table stretches into the distance, lined with seated figures. Senate head Duinurse Lionheart observes the proceedings. Lionheart Patriarch Gilad Lionheart looks on. Senate member Klein Lionheart, specialized in magic, is present. Black Lion Knight Order 1, 1st Legion Captain Dominic Lionheart is in attendance. Black Lion Knight Order 2, 2nd Legion Captain Hinos Lionheart watches. He stands beside neutral, white-haired figure, a faint sound effect echoing above his head. Iode declares that he is Eugene Lionheart, adding that it is rather sudden. A close-up reveals the aged eye of Duinurse Lionheart. A voice commands someone to take a look at something, as a hand crackles with purple energy. Meanwhile, Iode stands before a statue and a gravestone, the scene imbued with a strange energy. Duinurse Lionheart sits with Gilad Lionheart. Gilad Lionheart wonders aloud about the presence of a statue and a gravestone. Duinurse Lionheart, seated beside him, asks what this could be. Elsewhere, Klein Lionheart stands alone in a dimly lit room. Neutral white-haired figure stands with Hinos Lionheart before the gravestone. The gravestone is inscribed with strange symbols. Duinurse Lionheart observes that there's a name on the gravestone. Iode's expression twisted with a sudden, sharp distress, his hands gripping the edge of the table as if bracing himself. His eyes widened, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. Hamel the Foolish? He wondered aloud. Cyan, standing nearby, regarded him with a piercing gaze. Where did you get this? He pressed, his voice laced with suspicion. Cyan continued, his tone demanding. How did you find this? Iode's gaze dropped. I found it, he mumbled. The words hung heavy in the air, a revelation that sent a chill through the room, in Sir Hamel's grave. Iode's face contorted in a silent rage, his eyes burning with an intensity that threatened to consume him. As they already knew, the men sat around the table, discussing matters of great importance. In Senya's hall, in Aratha's royal library Archeon, a woman held a glowing orb in her hands. She was able to learn about Hamel's grave through witchcraft. He asked how. This is the first time someone from the Lionheart family has gotten a look at the witchcraft. He assumed Lady Senya meant for one of them to see it. Sir Hamel is an old friend of their ancestor. Unlike the others, he wasn't able to return from Helmut, and he sacrificed himself for the sake of his friends. He admitted that saying all of this was really embarrassing, as he recalled wandering around Nahama's desert. The conversation turned to the discovery of Sir Hamel's grave, but it was seriously. The only things that remained intact were the statue and the gravestone. There was also a Death Knight made from Sir Hamel's corpse, but he was able to defeat the Death Knight. He had come across the infamous Dungeon Master of the Desert, Amelia Merwin. Iode asked if he had come across the Death Answer. Iode wondered how he was able to come back alive. That's because the Demon King of Incarceration intervened. The Demon King of Incarceration. Helmud's Dominator. Iode asked if he was there himself. One of the figures explained that Amelia Merwin stopped him from killing him and told him to relay a warning. The figure stated that freedom without responsibility was self-indulgence. Iode warned that his goodwill and Helmud's silence would not last for eternity. The figure's eyes narrowed. Hamel thought to himself that he needed to relay this warning, unsure of what Vermouth's promise entailed. Iode's gaze was intense. But having heard the warning, they needed to prepare for the end of this piece. Hamel recalled that the Demon King of Incarceration also said, I cannot have people thinking it is an obligation that I be nice to them. Hamel voiced his confusion, prompting a reaction from the elder. Someone sat at a table, their hands clasped. The news struck with unexpected force. The revelation hung heavy in the air. The weight of the situation pressed down on Hamel, his hand rising to his forehead as if to ward off a headache. He had been summoned, it seemed, to answer for his actions. But the interrogation itself was not the primary concern. The situation had escalated into a far greater problem. The Demon King of Incarceration, of all beings, had expressed a desire for peace. The very notion seemed absurd. Iode listened intently, his youthful face etched with concern. If the Demon King felt the need to warn them, the situation must be dire indeed. Hamel spoke of Nahama's centuries-long invasion of Turith. If Helmud was behind this viciousness, the implications were staggering. How could they be certain that the Demon King of Incarceration wasn't behind these events? The question hung in the air, unanswered. The weight of the past pressed down on Hamel. A sense of foreboding filled the air. Of course, Hamel wouldn't be surprised if this peace were to end any day. The two strongest Demon Kings were alive and well, after all. Their subordinates, the demons and the dark mages, were scattered all over the continent, a constant threat. 300 years ago, Sir Vermouth the Great took just 4 friends and felled the Demon Kings of. The figure knelt, a stark contrast to the looming shadow before him. But even he wasn't able to defeat the Demon King of Incarceration, nor the Demon King of Ruin. The question hung heavy in the air. Just who among this era's Lionhearts could possibly kill the Demon Kings? The Patriarch, brow furrowed, considered the question. Would he, or perhaps his grandson Dominic, be the one to face the darkness? The question hung in the air. Patriarch, will you do it? His expression hardened, the Patriarch's voice rising with conviction. This threat, he declared, extended far beyond the Lionheart family. The Demon King of Incarceration was after the entire world. Despite the looming danger, the Patriarch's eyes flashed with defiance. They were, after all, the descendants of Vermouth the Great. The gravity of the situation settled over the room. If they were to fight Helmud, they needed to be at the front lines, ready to meet the enemy head-on. A question hung in the air, unspoken yet palpable. Did the Patriarch truly believe they could succeed? All eyes turned to him, awaiting his answer. The discussion grew heated, accusations flying. It wasn't Keel, nor the Lionhearts, who were disrespecting the goodwill of the Demon King of Incarceration, one man insisted. The true culprits, the speaker declared, were the Holy Empire and the allied powers of Devil Conquest, who kept their armies on standby at the borders of Helmud. A close-up revealed a face contorted with rage, the speaker's words dripping with venom. Demon King haters, he spat. The man continued, his voice rising in intensity. They were going to invade Helmud with all their forces as soon as they heard about the warning. The Holy Empire and the allied powers of Devil Conquest weren't trying to fight Helmud head-on. Another voice cut through the tension, laced with skepticism. It was just a stupid performance, he scoffed. If things got serious, he was sure they would recall their forces. The room buzzed with hushed discussion, the fate of Helmud and the world hanging in the balance. The Lionhearts were in session. The conversation seemed to be dragging on, the pace unhurried. It appeared they wouldn't need to concern themselves with a declaration of war against Helmud. Despite the slow pace of the discussion, one thing remained certain. The speaker's determination to eliminate all the Demon Kings would not waver. Eugene Lionheart was asked what he intended to do with those things. Eugene was thinking of placing it where their ancestor lay. The news arrived that Sir Hamel's grave had already been destroyed. Someone pointed out the gravestone, drawing attention to it. He clarified that he wasn't referring to the insults, but to what was written below them. Brave, faithful, wise, and great. The inscription read, "In praise of you, who sacrificed yourself for our sake and left us earlier than you should have." It was said that their ancestor genuinely mourned the death of Sir Hamel. It was suggested that it was only right to place the statue and gravestone where he lay. She hadn't learned magic from Lady Senya herself. He recalled his mentor, Sir Roberian, who had inherited her tradition. The white-haired figure was sure he could call himself a mentee of Lady Senya too. The man with white hair would have never imagined calling himself a mentee of Senya. In other words, he was Lady Senya's mentee and their ancestors' descendant, and the last person to have paid respects to Sir Hamel. So he thought that he should be the one. The white-haired figure wanted to bring the gravestone and statue to the ancestor's grave. An older man, with a gray beard, said he got what he meant. But as they knew, they couldn't let anyone into the ancestors' grave. It's not something they can easily permit. The older man thought it was only right. Eugene Lionheart brought the statue and the gravestone. So it only makes sense that he's the one to bring it to the ancestor. The elder man, his expression unreadable, sits in contemplation. His hands steepled, he considers the path ahead. Cyan's eyes gleam with satisfaction. Nice, he thinks, a plan solidifying. A sinister smile spreads across his face. No longer will he need to sneak around looking for Vermouth's grave. He broods, realizing he won't be able to open up his coffin when he gets there. But Cyan resolves to memorize the location and go there again. The elder man states that they need time to open up the path. He instructs someone to keep the statue and gravestone meanwhile. Cyan listens intently, his expression serious. He simply states, "Xenos." A man in a military uniform orders someone to take Eugene to his room. A subordinate responds, "Yes, sir." The older man with the gray beard looks somber, his gaze fixed on something unseen. He speaks with a heavy tone. "We still have lots to discuss." The scene shifts to a grand hallway, sunlight streaming through arched windows, illuminating the figure of neutral, white-haired figure in the distance. Neutral, white-haired figure, his cape billowing behind him, strides purposefully down the hallway, his expression unreadable. The man named Xenos stands beside neutral, white-haired figure, identifying him. So this guy is the 2nd Legion's captain, Xenos. The man named Xenos continues, his voice tinged with a hint of amusement. I heard he's got quite the personality, so much so that every one of his disciples ran away. Neutral, white-haired figure looks off into the distance, his gaze fixed on something beyond the frame. He instructs Xenos, his voice firm, over there, and show me the statue and the gravestone one more time. Xenos responds, his tone casual. That's not difficult. The older man from the first panel speaks, his voice laced with curiosity. But why do you want that? The older man begins to speak, his expression pained. Neutral, white-haired figure's face is partially obscured, but his words are clear. I want to give flowers. Tears stream down the older man's face, his expression a mixture of grief and longing. He sobs, a question escaping his lips. Why are you crying all of a sudden? He stood behind the older man, who wiped at his eyes, insisting he wasn't crying. But tears streamed down the old man's face as he claimed it was just conjunctivitis. Tears welled in Cyan's eyes, flowing without meaning to. Hamill clenched his fist, his expression darkening. What the hell was going on? The thought of those skill names he used to shout in his past life caused him to grimace. They would be passed down for 3 centuries in the Lionheart family. A sinister grin spread across his face as he thought he should have regressed instead of reincarnating. Then he could have killed the past Hamill with his own hands. The man with white hair asked, were these skills written down in the secret text you found, senior brother? The book did not have any of these idiotic none of these embarrassing skills. Those skills must be the ones Sir Hamill made when he was still immature. Embarrassing. You may be my senior brother, but I can't sit by and listen to you look down on those skills. You must be misunderstanding, but I also respect Sir Hamill. When I said embarrassing, I was referring to the skill names, not the actual skills. He demanded his junior brother put his hand on his chest and be honest. Were the names Thousand Thunders, Azura Rampage, and Dead End embarrassing? Hamill asked if he didn't think those names were embarrassing. Dame Carmen's ultimate attack is called Destiny Breaker. The two were in different locations, but their conversation continued. How great, he thought. Enough about the skill names. The white-haired figure stated that he would compare. He would compare it to the secret text in his head and fix the wrong parts for him. Meanwhile, the white-haired figure stood by the window while Hamill sat at a desk. The white-haired figure asked if he had ever gone inside Sir Vermouth's grave. A voice echoes, recounting the moment of becoming captain, and that it isn't just him, but anyone who is appointed. The white-haired figure is seen writing with a feather quill. The voice continues, stating that they must go into Sir Vermouth's grave to swear on their life to protect the family. The white-haired figure is seen writing as Hamill asks what kind of place it is. Hamill stands listening intently. The white-haired figure responds, telling him not to think of it as too luxurious, as it's a deeply regarded secret that he can't tell him in detail, but it's like a temple of sorts. A voice wonders if Sir Vermouth became a god when he passed away. The white-haired figure is seen from behind, bathed in light, perhaps considering the possibility. The voice continues, stating that it was set up to worship him, Vermouth, as a god. The voice continues, stating that if he did become a god, then reincarnating his dead friend would be possible. The white-haired figure is seen again, but if he had acquired omnipotence and omniscience, he wouldn't have fought Senya. Hamill states that he's done writing them all down. He holds the document, the weight of its contents seemingly heavy in his hands. The white-haired figure watches as Hamill prepares to alter the text. Hamill's expression is grim as he considers the implications of what he's about to do. He thinks to himself that the one who inherited the Hamill method must have changed a lot of things to try. He continues in thought, adding that they must have changed a lot of things to try and compensate for the inconvenient parts. Hamill dips his quill into the ink, preparing to make the alteration. The quill scratches against the parchment as Hamill begins to erase the words. The white-haired figure watches him closely, questioning why he is erasing the Hamill method. Hamill, with a determined look, thinks to himself to keep this in mind, junior brother, that this is bullshit, the Hamill method. He reflects that it is not really that great enough to have its own name, and that being restricted to these techniques won't allow one to surpass their limits. The sound of the quill scratching intensifies as he continues to erase the text. The white-haired figure insists that Hamill has perfectly mastered the Hamill method. The white-haired figure looks on with a concerned expression. He spoke, a hint of challenge in his tone, questioning how he could be editing if he hadn't done something. The white-haired figure's expression was serious. His eyes narrowed as he pleaded that Hamill not take this the wrong way. He pressed, explaining that he simply wanted to know how much Hamill truly understood the Hamill method. The sound of rustling paper filled the air as Hamill turned, a silent signal that he would answer the question in his own way. Hamill instructed the white-haired figure to watch closely, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. A surge of power emanated from him, the air shimmering with nascent magical energy. A blade materialized in his grasp, wreathed in crackling blue energy, a testament to his mastery. The sword pulsed with raw power, the air around it distorting with the intensity of the magic. The magical energy swirled and coalesced, forming intricate patterns that hummed with barely contained force. He raised the blade high, the blue light reflecting in his determined eyes, ready to unleash the Hamel method. The energy condensed at the edge of the blade, a promise of the devastating power about to be unleashed. With a swift motion, he swung the sword, unleashing a torrent of magical energy that ripped through the air. The younger brother stands in a room filled with magical energy. The air crackles with arcane power. The magical energy intensifies. The senior brother exclaims, "Eternal purgatory." His face is contorted in what appears to be frustration. The junior brother asks, "Are you satisfied?" He gestures, requesting a demonstration of destructive divine chi. The junior brother holds a document in his hand, his expression unreadable. The senior brother says, "Don't make me do work, and just take this with you." The senior brother continues, "And junior brother, if Dame Carmen or anyone else tells you to take me in as your disciple." The junior brother stands with his legs apart, listening intently. The senior brother instructs, "Reject them." "All right." The junior brother responds, "Do I really have to?" The senior brother's expression hardens. The senior brother asks, "Why? Do you want to order me around when I'm your senior brother?" The senior brother's voice carried a note of finality. It wasn't what he meant to say, but the thought lingered, someone like the junior brother being in the Black Lion Knights. The junior brother's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The senior brother declared he would take that back. His hands clasped together, the senior brother affirmed his decision. He would reject them right away. The two sat at the table, a silent meal unfolding between them in the grand hall. The senior brother devoured a piece of meat, his expression unreadable. Across from him, the junior brother watched with a gentle smile. The junior brother inquired about his conversation with Sir Zenos the previous day. The question hung in the air. Had he finally decided to join the Black Lion Knight Order? The senior brother continued to eat, seemingly unfazed by the question. The junior brother responded that he had simply been taught a bit. The man with blonde hair and glasses raises his glass, inquiring if the other had been close to the Prince of Arath, and if he had ever been to his banquets or parties. The white-haired figure, seated across from him, is asked if he had ever been introduced to a promising young mage. Kian, seated at the table, wonders aloud if he seems like he'd be into that kind of socializing. He then states that his brother is going to become really busy starting next year. Many renowned nobles and other nations' royal families will want to get introduced to his brother, who is the successor of the Lionheart family. The Sea Kingdom Simuan's young princess and the Luher Kingdom's princess are both his marriage partner candidates. The white-haired figure listens intently to the list of potential candidates. Kian thinks to himself that the Luher Kingdom was set up by a moron. Hamel is shown with a look of disgust, thinking about a moron's descendant. A hand is shown holding a necklace. Kian expresses that the situation is horrible. Kian exclaims, "Brother!" A close-up of his suit is shown. He was greeted by neutral Hamel as he entered the room. The Death Knight remarked on his surprisingly early return, expecting him to be lost for days. Kian grimaced, leaning his head on his hand. He didn't even want to think about the ghosts in the forest. The white-haired figure muttered about struggling against illusions, monsters, and even knights all day. Kian thought to himself, calling Eugene a bastard for arriving at the castle not even an hour after being dropped into the woods. Suddenly, an urgent message arrived. A maid dashed through the corridors, her expression conveying the urgency of the situation. The maid announced that a guest would be arriving soon. The message instructed everyone to get ready and come to the warp gate. A maid, standing near Kian, expressed her surprise, stating she hadn't heard news of a guest coming before. Another maid confirmed that they had just received the message as well. The maid speculated that the visit was decided during the conference between the elders, wondering if this guest was so important that they needed to greet them. Kian, his brow furrowed, wondered aloud who it could be. A hooded figure stands amidst a field of white lilies, their long blonde hair cascading down their back. The title card announces the arrival of Auxiliary Bishop, Lady Bishop Christina. Before them, a shimmering portal pulsed with azure light, promising passage to an unknown destination. An elderly man lay prone, his face etched with exhaustion, his breath shallow. Armored figures, their faces grim, stood vigil over the fallen man, their concern palpable. Gently, they lifted him, carrying him towards the beckoning light of the portal. A polished boot, adorned with intricate details, stepped confidently through the shimmering gateway. A soft sigh escaped as they arrived. 3 armored figures emerged, their polished armor gleaming in the ethereal light of the portal. A man watched with concern, the name Anise, hanging in the air like a whispered prayer. A gentle smile graced her lips, her blue eyes radiating warmth and welcome. The woman, flanked by the armored figures, offered a gracious bow. "Thank you for the grand welcome." An older man looked on, his expression thoughtful. "Lady Bishop Christina, The voice carried a note of surprise, not expecting someone to have come all this way. Lady Bishop Christina placed a hand over her chest, her expression serene. Of course, I should respond to any summons if I am needed. The group continued their trek through the forest, the sunlight dappling through the canopy above. Kian's gaze was intense, his expression unreadable. Boots crunched on the path, the sound echoing softly in the otherwise silent woods. Christina turned her head slightly, her gaze meeting Kian's. I assume what we need to discuss isn't something that should be talked about here. A faint smile played on Christina's lips, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Kian's expression remained stoic, his eyes narrowed slightly. The group continued to walk, the tension palpable in the air. Kian was asked, his brow furrowed slightly. Have you ever met her before? Kian's eyes widened slightly, his expression a mix of surprise and curiosity. No. The thought echoed in his mind. This is his first time seeing her. Hamill, looking agitated, directs his question at the other figure. He seems unsure of something, his brow furrowed in concern. How should I know? Kian sits comfortably on a couch, his expression thoughtful as he holds a teacup. The text describes Christina Rogerus as an adopted daughter of one of the 3 cardinals of the Holy Empire Eurus. A group of figures stand beneath a radiant, circular design. Christina is among them. Christina clasps her hands together, her expression serene. The text explains that she is not currently called a saintess, but she is the only candidate for the position. Kian takes a sip of tea, his gaze steady. The text above Kian states that she will naturally take on the saintess name in a few years. He is referred to as young Master Eugene. A voice calls out, "Come in. There's a guest here." A maid peeks through a doorway, her expression surprised. "Who?" "Sir Zenos." Kian's eyes widened slightly, his surprise evident. "What?" "The auxiliary Bishop Christina." A faint, ethereal glow emanates from the floor. A voice declares, introducing herself as Christina Rogerus. Auxiliary Bishop Christina Rogerus stands tall, her expression serene. Eugene Lionheart introduces himself, questioning what brings Christina to this place, and without her usual bodyguards. Christina reveals that she received a divine revelation from the God of Light. A gentle smile graces Christina's lips. Eugene asks what kind of divine revelation she received. Christina states that she cannot tell him, since he is not a believer. Eugene wonders why she made him curious if she wasn't going to tell him. Christina stands before Eugene, her back to him. Christina explains that this meeting was guided by God, prompting Eugene to ask if that's all there is to it. Eugene's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed. The meeting with the elders had concluded, and the Senate head decided to open the doors to the grave. Christina states that Eugene is to come with her. Eugene looks at Christina, seemingly surprised by her request. Christina confirms that is what she is here for. Eugene stands in the hallway, considering Christina's words. Christina walks down the hallway, seemingly confident in her purpose. Christina asks if she can ask a question. Eugene replies, "Of course." Eugene states that he heard that Christina is the sole saintess candidate in this generation. Christina replies that she doesn't know why he is asking. Christina reveals that she learned magic for 2 years in Aratha's royal library, Acreon, in Senya's hall there. Christina and Eugene stand together in the hallway, the conversation continuing. A voice echoes, speaking of paintings of her friends from 3 centuries past. The voice continues, listing names: Vermouth the Great, Moron the Brave, Hamill the Foolish. A serene visage materializes, a woman with a gentle smile and eyes that seem to hold ancient wisdom. The voice declares her name, Anise the Faithful. Eugene, his brow furrowed with concern, admits he doesn't know how Christina might take this, but adds that she looks very much like Lady Anise. The name hangs in the air, Lady Anise. Christina replies that is very surprising to hear, and thanks him. Her hands clasp together, a subtle smile plays on her lips. Eugene observes that she doesn't look very surprised. Often, to see the old saintess in her, someone who is inferior and nothing more than just a candidate at the moment. Perhaps this is another miracle of God. Christina's gaze intensifies, her voice taking on a sharper edge as she asks how much Eugene knows about her. Eugene, the Holy Empire's only saintess candidate, stood thoughtfully. He was also the adopted daughter of Cardinal Rogerus, abandoned by his parents as an infant. In the background, nuns tended to a baby in a basket. She admitted that she did not know anything about her lineage, but since Eugene saw Anise the Faithful in her, the thought occurred to her that Anise might be her ancestor. If that were true, it would be great and very merciful. Eugene had heard that Lady Anise did not have any children. Christina acknowledged that this was what the world knew, but Lady Anise was human too. Perhaps she wanted a child. Eugene suggested that they continue. Eugene mused that Anise, that snake-like woman, might have had a child in secret despite being a saintess. Perhaps she had a whole family while on her pilgrimage, but she walked alongside Eugene, her expression thoughtful as they continued their discussion about Lady Anise. The topic of their conversation, asking Christina about her ancestors. The thought crossed Eugene's mind that if she knew nothing about them, it certainly wouldn't be a pleasant topic for her. The pair approached the castle's main doors, two guards standing watch as they passed through. They continued their walk through the castle grounds, the night sky looming above. Eugene shivered slightly, remarking, "The night air is cold." A hand extended, offering Christina a cloak. Eugene offered the cloak, and Christina accepted it gratefully. The sound of fabric rustled. Christina wrapped the cloak around herself, finding a bit of warmth against the chill. Eugene, his gaze lowered, wondered, "Are we going to tower the round table?" Christina shook her head, her voice firm. "No, we are going to the back of the castle." Eugene states with certainty that the path to Vermouth the Great's grave lies there. Under the watchful gaze of the moon, two figures walked along the path leading to the towering castle. The white-haired figure led the way, his companion following close behind as they ascended the stone steps. The white-haired figure inquired, a subtle curiosity coloring his tone, about the other's interest in heroes from 300 years ago. The figure with crimson hair listened intently, his expression unreadable as the other spoke. Eugene explained that the land was part of Nahama's territory, but also appointed as the Holy Land of the Holy Empire. A new figure, with blonde hair and a braided style, watched as many believers made their pilgrimage to the Holy Land each year. The blonde-haired figure mused that the Holy Empire had many eyes in the Holy Land. The figure revealed that she knew why Eugene came to Hagani. Eugene stated that he was not offended. Eugene wondered if the reason why the Holy Empire was paying attention to him was because of the god's revelation. The white-haired figure confirmed Eugene's suspicion, stating, "As I said." He declared that he couldn't tell Hamel something, as the other man was not a believer. Hamel responded that it was on his mind. The white-haired figure informed him that he had told him so it could be on his mind. Kian remarked that she had a bad personality. He continued, stating that not only did her face look alike, but that foul personality was also like Anis's. 300 years ago, they had shared all sorts of hardships and stories of the past. Anis never really talked about her past. Every time someone mentioned the cardinals of the Holy Empire who raised her, her usual silence would be replaced by a wry smile. Anis detested her past. Meanwhile, Kian announced that they had arrived. Christina stated that below, there was a path to the great Vermouth's mausoleum. Christina and Hamel stood at the edge of the path, the mausoleum looming in the distance. The auxiliary bishop turned, a knowing smile gracing her lips. She knew he was capable of magic. Hamel listened to Christina's words, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He would know when he fell. Christina offered her hand, a silent invitation to trust. Hamel took it, their fates now intertwined. Together, they plummeted into the abyss. The wind screamed past them as they fell, the ground rushing up to meet them. Christina's eyes glowed with arcane power, her staff raised high. A surge of light erupted from the staff, a beacon in the darkness. Then, blinding light filled everything. She is bathed in a golden light, her form shifting, becoming something more than human. The light intensifies, the air crackling with energy as the transformation accelerates. Feathers begin to fall as the light continues to envelop her. Hamel's eyes widen, disbelief etched on his face. An angel? No. The light fades slightly, revealing Christina's angelic form, radiant and serene. Hamel gasps, struggling to comprehend the sight before him. The transformed Christina holds a staff topped with a cross, her expression calm and determined. Hamel reaches out, his hand gently touching her arm, as if to confirm she is real. Hamel stares, his mind racing. Just now, I saw an angel. Christina's gaze is steady, her presence radiating divine power. Sir Eugene, did you consume a hallucinogen? The name of this divine spell is Light's Wings. It's not high-level magic that can allow you to embody an angel. She and the white-haired man plummeted through a sky filled with golden light and falling feathers, the ground rushing up to meet them. The man reassured her that whatever force was at play, it would protect them both from the fall. Eugene's expression remained serious. His eyes narrowed as he focused on their descent. He thought to himself that the angel's face was identical to Anis's. Christina smiled softly, announcing that she believed they had arrived. The ground rushed towards them. The pair continued to fall, Eugene's golden eyes reflecting the light. With a soft thud, they landed. The two figures descended towards the green earth. Christina knelt on the ground, her fingers brushing against the blades of grass. She remarked that it felt like real grass, but she couldn't sense any life energy emanating from it. The intricate details of Eugene's armor and fur collar catch the light as he considers their situation. The man named Eugene muses that creating such a large-scale subspace is impossible with the knowledge of normal magic. Christina and Eugene stand in the grassy field, the silence broken only by the rustling of unseen things. Elsewhere, a statue stands tall against the bright sky, a monument to a bygone era. They continue to walk through the field, the tall grass swaying around them. Meanwhile, another statue, this one weathered and worn, stands as a silent sentinel. Christina and Eugene gaze at something just beyond the visible frame, their expressions thoughtful. Elsewhere, two figures walk away, one musing that the place would not need guarding if it wasn't necessary. An older man smiles knowingly, his eyes crinkling at the corners. He explains that they would have opened it up to all Lionhearts so they could worship the mausoleum. The older man suggests putting a bronze statue of Sir Hamel in the founder's mausoleum, but the other man doesn't think it's a bad idea. Since there has only been a statue of the founder here for the past 300 years, it would be meaningful to put a bronze statue of his longtime friend here. She stands before Hamel, who seems to sigh, a visible puff of air escaping his lips. A disembodied voice declares that the patriarchs and the Senate's acknowledgement is needed. Hamel states that the two keys were created by the founder. A voice booms, explaining that besides the patriarch's succession and the appointment ceremony of the commander of the Black Lion Knights, the founder forbade entry. A voice questions if this means there is no precedent. Christina smiles faintly. Christina understands that Hamel is trying to point out her rudeness, but as much as she respects this long tradition, she has come here for an important reason. Hamel retorts that the timing was not appropriate. Hamel states that Lady Christina visited this place at an inappropriate time. A voice accuses someone of stubbornly insisting on following his son upon his entry to the mausoleum. Hamel gestures with his hands, his expression stern. A voice explains that this was not due to the long alliance between the Holy Empire and the Kiel Empire and all of the founder's descendants. The mausoleum air hung heavy as Hamel pressed the auxiliary bishop. He questioned if Christina had truly come because of the god's revelation. Not long ago, the demon king of incarceration broke the peace and warned the world. In that situation, the revelation could not be ignored. Hamel declared he would dare to say it. A surge of power emanated from Christina. Christina Rogerus, as the adopted daughter of the Cardinal Michael Rogerus, prepared to speak. And the auxiliary bishop of the Alcart parish, she was the only saintess candidate of the Holy Empire Euros. Hamel stood alongside another man, listening intently. Right now, as the official saintess who has received the God of Light's revelation, Christina stood there. Her expression was resolute. Representing His Holiness the Pope, Christina requested that they open the great hero Vermouth's grave, eliciting a surprised reaction from the man. Christina's face is filled with concern. From the revelation, the hero's soul did not find salvation and is wandering the earth. As the saintess, Christina needs to check the hero's last moment. Hamel states that as a member of the Senate, he will follow whatever Christina decides, so he won't make an issue out of this. Hamel muses that he would have thought he would open the founder's grave with his own hands. Christina and Hamel walk towards the temple. Christina observes that this is a mystical place, a huge subspace, with the sky, field, flowers, and temple. It looks grand at first, but its grandness is only an appearance. There's nothing inside the temple. Hamel states that it was the founder's will to not have his descendants carve any statues or put any Lionheart decorations, and to not worship it. The inscription declared that the grave should not be symbolic. The text clarified that it wasn't technically a statue made by his descendants or belonging to the Lionheart family. Christina clasped her hands together, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she gazed upon the temple. The inscription continued, stating that Sir Hamel's grave had not been revealed to the world, and that Sir Eugene was able to come here. Christina's smile widened, her eyes sparkling with a serene light. Christina breathed, declaring it beautiful, while also acknowledging that it was defaming Sir Hamel's grave. Eugene questioned if insulting that the corpse has become a death knight was God's will. Christina's smile remained, though her eyes held a knowing glint. Of course it wasn't. The text explained that was why Sir Eugene was able to make a string of light and was able to enlighten the darkness deep underground. Eugene smirked, finding her reasoning amazing. It was observed that she was saying the things she likes are God's will, and even Anise didn't explicitly use God like this as much as Christina. The sound of footsteps echoed through the chamber, each step deliberate and heavy. The figure stopped before the coffin. Here. From above, the coffin dominated the room, the two figures standing at its head. Christina addressed the group. I'll open the coffin, so please come closer and observe. A figure responded with a simple yes. A hand gestured, beckoning the others forward. Christina and Hamel stood before the coffin, ready to unveil its contents. From behind, Hamel's expression was hidden, but his thoughts were not. He didn't know they would be able to check Vermouth's coffin. A figure with white hair looked on, his face etched with worry. This quickly? His anxiety grew, his eyes wide with desperation. Please, just be lying there in your coffin. A corpse, mummy, or just your bones. His desperation reached a fever pitch. I don't care what it is, just be dead and lying there. Christina and the other figures stood ready, the coffin looming before them, its secrets about to be revealed. If he was truly dead and lying there, Hamel thought, he would be able to feel reassured. With that, Hamel would be able to lift his suspicions about Vermouth. Hamel thought that Vermouth was not involved in his reincarnation, and it was not his fault, but fighting with Senya and forcing her to flee to a secluded place. The Demon King, that fucking bastard, talked about love, Hamel thought. He ran his mouth like they were close friends. Hemel could not accept it. That's why it's unfortunate for Vermouth. The demon king slayer, warrior, great hero, god of war, master of all, the great Vermouth. Be dead so I won't be suspicious of you. You. This be. Christina knew it. It's empty. Crimson eyes burned with an unknown intensity, the world around them fading into a meaningless blur. His face contorted in fury, veins pulsing as a silent scream threatened to erupt. Power coalesced into a single, burning point. A fist clenched, radiating raw, untamed energy. The auxiliary bishop, Christina, considered the implications. The older man listened intently as she reasoned. The fact that the founder's corpse isn't in his coffin means. Christina continued, her expression grave. The founder isn't dead and is concealing himself? The older man listened, his brow furrowed. Christina's gaze softened as she thought. Eugene Lionheart. Holding aloft the silver cross, Christina declared, from this moment on. Her voice echoed with conviction. I declare you to be the next hero to succeed the great Vermouth. Standing in the grand hall, the older man addressed Christina. So we cannot make an official announcement to the world yet. He paused, concern etched on his face. Miss Christina, what do you mean by that? Christina, standing tall, responded, and this isn't God's revelation, but I think that Sir Eugene. A revelation hung in the air. Might actually be the reincarnation of the great Vermouth. If that is true, then I can accept why the great hero's soul has not entered heaven. The auxiliary bishop's expression hardens, her mouth set in a grim line. To face the danger that will soon befall the world, the hero's soul was reincarnated into his descendant's body. A dry chuckle escapes Eugene's lips as he runs a hand through his hair. The god of light, who gave this revelation? This bullshit is getting out of hand. You got permission to do this, but fucking what? A hero. His eyes blazing with anger, Eugene's voice rises. Stop the bullshit. The older man and Christina exchange a look, taken aback by the outburst. Geez. Eugene scoffs, his expression a mix of disbelief and annoyance. I'm the reincarnation of the great Vermouth? Hey, auxiliary bishop Christina. No, saintes. His finger pointed accusingly. Eugene's voice is sharp. Stop the bullshit. Eugene continues, his tone laced with frustration. That you're harassing me, who's doing nothing, and saying that I'm the reincarnation of the hero? Christina attempts to defuse the situation, her expression softening. What I said about you being the hero's reincarnation was just my thoughts. Her gaze intense, Christina pleads, don't blame me, and please do not look down on God's revelation. Christina's small figure stands defiant, her words ringing with conviction. No, I don't even believe in the God of light. I don't plan to believe in it, so I'm going to do whatever I want. Eugene Lionheart declared that he was just himself, nothing more. If they needed a hero to replace the great founder, they should find someone else. An unseen figure suggested they find one of their believers and make them the hero. If they didn't satisfy, then perhaps their almighty. The older man, standing beside Eugene, stated that God could personally descend from heaven. An apology was offered for saying harsh things to the patriarch. Eugene declared he didn't plan to accept being recognized as the hero, emphasizing that this was where he stood. Since they were on the topic, Eugene continued, he didn't plan on becoming the patriarch instead of Cyan. Eugene clarified that just because he wasn't going to do those things didn't mean he would dishonor the family or the patriarch. The older man responded that he would like it if Eugene could continue to trust and support him like before, adding that of course he would. The older man's expression was one of strained sincerity. Eugene stated that he would respect the older man's decision. Eugene, addressing Christina, asked her to tell this to her almighty god of light. Christina looks up, her expression a mix of concern and anticipation. She prompts, you want me to say? The response is immediate and blunt. Eugene's face is a mask of defiance as he flips the bird. The older man recoils, his face a picture of shock and dismay. Christina's brow furrows, her eyes reflecting a deep unease. With a sharp turn, Eugene strides away, leaving the other two to follow in his wake. Without breaking his stride, he declares, I've said everything I needed to say, and it is late. He continues, his voice firm, so I'm going to go to sleep. The older man's voice is laced with concern as he asks, what about Sir Hamel's bronze statue? Eugene's tone is dismissive as he retorts, Sir Hamel would probably not want to rest. The camera focuses on the fur collar around his neck, a symbol of his defiance. He concludes, his back turned to them, in a place where his comrade isn't. The lion emblem on his chest gleamed, a stark contrast to the dark fur trim of his coat. A chain necklace hung loosely, drawing attention to the pendant resting against his worn shirt.